Empty. Uh, uh. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji quietly drank with the president of Kyoto Entertainment, Kang Ji-jun. There were already several empty soju bottles beneath their table. However, President Kang Ji-jun kept filling Kang-yoon's empty glass as though he was very strong with alcohol. Yunha is amazing. She was able to refuse in that situation. Comparing Kim Jimin to Lee Min-hai, who switched companies at the first opportunity, President Kang Ji-jun bitterly drank another glass. When his messy beard caught some of the droplets, he wiped it away. Kang-yoon put down the empty glass and spoke with a calm tone. There's the time we went through together. I believe that the weight of going through thick and thin together was heavier than the weight of the temptation. Then, President Kang Ji-jun looked at Kang-yoon with sad eyes. What about me? Huh? Why did Min-hai abandon me and go there, do you think? The hardships we went through together had no meaning to her. Kang-yoon did not say anything. He only filled the other party's empty glass. Lee Hyun-ji spoke with a calm tone. Celebrities becoming stars and switching companies to bigger ones is a frequent occurrence in this industry. After all, people crave for a more stable environment. But, Lee Hyun-ji's attitude was rational. She was right. VVIP Entertainment possessed several stars as a veteran company and had its own set of know-how as well. Meanwhile, looking for the same set of know-hows in a one-man company like Kyoto Entertainment was nonsensical. Kang-yoon spoke. 4 years is not short, yes. However, there are even more people who disappear without seeing the light of day after spending even more time. There are numerous trainees and one-shot actors who never have their debut. It's amazing that you've managed to raise someone into a star in this 1-in-1,000 industry. Despite all that, I wasn't able to protect her. I became alone now. President Kang Ji-jun spoke on. At first, I was planning to accept Director Lee's proposal humbly. However, now that I think about it, I will probably only inconvenience you. I am a person who wasn't able to protect my own star. After that incident, I've tried calling and even going to her house like a stalker, but didn't even get to see her. I was even humiliated by the new manager of hers. The feeling when I heard that there's nothing between us anymore since the penalty fee is already paid. Just what can someone like me do? I'm sorry, I'll only be inconveniencing you. President Kang Ji-jun had fallen into a sense of shame and looked down. A moment of silence passed. Just as Lee Hyun-ji was thinking about what to say, Kang-yoon spoke in a calm tone. I'll be honest here. I'm disappointed. Lee Hyun-ji's eyes widened after hearing what Kang-yoon said. Pre-see. Kang-yoon lightly grabbed Lee Hyun-ji's hands before continuing. It's like watching a self-pity movie. Self-pity? President Kang Ji-jun's expression crumpled, but Kang-yoon did not bat an eyelid and continued speaking. In the first place, a producer carries the risk of betrayal from his or her artist. That's why they try their best to have a discerning eye for people. Celebrities are lower than sand before they become big, but once they become big, they are like the stars shining in the skies. Only then does the true personality of that person come into the light. They may treat everyone else around like ants, or they may keep doing their thing. The latter are those who last. From a producer's perspective, one must look at that side and decide whether to keep working with the star or not. Right now, President Kang, you have neither the discerning eye nor the heart to endure through the incident. When Kang-yoon said it so directly, President Kang Ji-jun's eyes sparked. However, Kang-yoon did not stop there. Just have a look in the mirror. We are guests, and this is a meeting of people from the same industry. However, you have a messy beard and you are drowning yourself in self-pity. President Kang Ji-jun's words caught in his throat. Kang-yoon sighed briefly before continuing. Because of the lack of discerning eyes, your 6 years of effort had gone down the drain. Your skills and endurance in raising your first entertainer into a star after 4 years, I'll admit, it's great. However, look at you now. You now have to acknowledge the results and endure through this, but I do not. See a man who is prepared to do it. President Kang Ji-jun trembled before shouting. President. You can only say that because you've never experienced such a thing. Hearing that, Kang-yoon flinched. Actually, several stars were stolen from him before he returned to the past, but he couldn't say that here. Kang-yoon sighed before speaking. I've had no reason to suffer such a thing in the first place. I meticulously picked people who will go through thick and thin together and enjoy the fruits of labor together. But that's Kang-yoon was just angering him. This man seemed to have come here to provoke him, not persuade him. President Kang Ji-jun stood up from his seat as though he had nothing to do here anymore. At that moment, Kang-yoon calmly spoke. I'm not sure about anything else, but I can guarantee that the children you raise will not betray you. What? Hearing those words, President Kang Ji-jun looked back at Kang-yoon dumbfoundedly. President Kang, you have many skills such as production, affection to your star, as well as business. Perhaps this accumulated from the 4 years you've spent in this industry. There's only one reason you didn't have a good result, and that is that you did not know what your child was like. This industry is like that. People make it big, and people ruin it. What is it that you want to say? His eyes were cold as Kang-yoon's provocations had offended him. However, Kang-yoon continued to speak. Calmly, I will allow you to become a star maker without the worries about betrayal. That is my condition for the merge of World and Kyoto. Huh? President Kang Ji-jun shouted, as this was absurd. He knew that World Entertainment was doing well right now. He also found out that Kim Jimin had rejected an offer from VVIP Entertainment. However, World couldn't keep rising forever. Singers bring fortune to a music entertainment company, yes, but they also bring misfortune if they end up failing their album. World Entertainment possessed 4 such artists. Moreover, who could guarantee no one would betray World? You say merge, but you just want me. I will not deny that. It's also very difficult to find people who spent 4 years in the industry. So I'm willing to take the manager and the coordinators at your company. That's not bad. But what are you going to do if an artist at World ends up going to another company? Humans were incomprehensible beings. There were many companies bigger than World Entertainment. Just what was this man going to do about it? I'll just let the artists do what they want. What? Match the wishes of the celebrity and the company into one and generate profit. This is the direction that World Entertainment aims to go towards. This is not something that even those bigger companies can do. How many stars do you think will exchange freedom for money? Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders as he replied. Ha. Kang-yoon stood up, as though his business was done here. Shaking your dead child will not bring them back to life. Please call me once you make up your mind. I'll talk to you about the real plans then. Don't make me wait that long. Leaving him behind, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji called for a chauffeur. Inside the car, Lee Hyun-ji opened the windows lightly and asked Kang-yoon. You seem to have doubts, but it seemed you've taken a liking to him. Kang-yoon shook his head. He seemed to be an affectionate man. He's very caring towards his own people. The managers and other employees of his company may as well be jobless after that actress left, but he's still taking care of them. I believe that those kinds of people will not betray their own stars. Oh ho, didn't you dislike him at first? I still have my doubts. Lee Hyun-ji shrugged his shoulders. I guess, if he liked the man, then join me will be the first thing he would probably say. The two headed home. After Kim Jae-hoon's recording finished, Kang-yoon immediately started mixing and mastering the song. Usually, he would work by himself at home with that, but today it was a little different. That's called leveling. There was a lady who was watching many music icons on the monitor inside the studio. It was Seo Han-yu. Her hands were holding a pen and a memo pad. Yes, it's the process of adjusting the volumes of the various recordings. If you finish this, you're about 60% done with the mixing. Usually the drum sounds are done first, but for this song, there are no drums, so I'm starting with the other percussion. Ooh, huh? I think that's a little big. What sound is this? It sounds grand. At first, the sound was bouncy, but it showed its grandeur more and more as it became louder. It's the timpanis. Do you want to adjust the volume? Huh? Can I do it? I think I'll ruin it. I'll save another file for it, so go ahead. Seo Han-yu started adjusting the timpani volume while listening to Kang-yoon's advice. The lights from the note from the timpani alternated between dimming out and becoming bright every time she played back the track. Oh, I think this should do. Reminding herself of an orchestra, Seo Han-yu stopped adjusting the volume. Next, Kang-yoon gave her another task. Try adjusting the cello this time. Yes. The two were going through the leveling process when a knock sounded on the door. It was Young Hae-jin. President, there's a guest. A guest? Who is it? His name was Kang Ji-jun, and he showed me your business card. For now, I told him to wait at the office. Kang-yoon assigned Seo Han-yu a few more leveling tasks and went upstairs. Hello, President. Inside the office, President Kang Ji-jun stood up from his seat and shook hands with Kang-yoon. Unlike the time at the bar, He looked very neat. He was still very chubby, but he looked better without the messy beard. Welcome. Please sit down. Soon, Young Hygiene gave them some tea, and the two started talking. I've thought it through the past few days. Minhai's matters still prick my heart, but I can't stay like this forever. You were right, President. She'll never be the same again. Kang-yoon sipped his tea before speaking. I was worried that I spoke too harsh words to someone who experienced something painful. I apologize. When he said that, President Kang Ji-jun shook his head. Not at all. You were right the whole time. Actually, I came here because I was ambitious. Ambitious, you say? Haha, did you forget? You told me you will turn me into a star maker, no? Kang-yoon grinned. Of course I remember. Then, yes, I've heard from Director Lee before I came here. I heard you were going to make a theatrics specialized department in world entertainment. Yes, and you are crucial for that, President Kang. As you know the pains of betrayal, you will probably never stab another person in the back. Ha ha ha. Kang Ji-jun smiled before speaking. Just allow me to concentrate on my work without being worried about anything else. Match the wishes of the celebrity with the company's to generate profit? I'm curious about that as well. From a producer's perspective, this shouldn't be easy, so I wanted to try it myself. I understand. Then, please take care of us in the future. The two shook hands, and the contract was set. Kyoto Entertainment became a theatrics department under World Entertainment. President Kang Ji-jun asked with a voice full of motivation. However, I've never heard of World possessing an actor or an actress. Are we starting from scratch? No. Right now you should just focus on getting to know what World Entertainment is like while going through the and a process. There will be someone soon enough. Can I know who it is? Kang-yoon grinned before replying. Min Jin-seo. What? What did he mean by that? Min Jin-seo was a superstar and was incomparable to a puny Lee Min-hai, no? President Kang Ji-jun's eyes colored in shock. Chapter 188. Boy 5. W. Wait a minute. President Kang Ji-jun raised his hand and stopped Kang-yoon. Is this Min Jin-seo the Korean goddess Min Jin-seo, and not someone else? Korean goddess. This was her nickname since she was treated as one of the best movie stars in China. After her, many actors and actresses of Korea became interested in the Chinese movie industry. Seeing him shocked, Kang-yoon smiled as he replied. Ha ha, I'm not sure about the goddess part, but yes, it is the actress Min Jin-seo. It was indeed that Min Jin-seo. President Kang Ji-jun gulped and spoke. Aha. Min Jin-seo is rumored to be a darling at MG Entertainment. Wait. He seemed to have remembered something and sighed. It's not that I'm looking down on you, President, but MG and World are incomparable in scale. Oh, it seems that it's true that MG Entertainment does not have a good relationship with Min Jin-seo. It was pretty much an open secret in this industry. I heard that they went separate paths the moment she went over to China. That doesn't mean that she's in the contract renewal season, though. President Kang Ji-jun tilted his head. If it was the renewal season, the large companies would never let her be after all. Seeing that he had many questions, Kang-yoon just told him that it wasn't the right time. I have a lot to talk about in regards to Jin-seo, but I'll tell you the specifics later. For now, I'll tell you what we need to do. Hearing that, President Kang Ji-jun noticed that something complex was going on and did not speak any further. He doesn't seem like the type to boast. Thinking that Kang-yoon wasn't someone who was all talk and no skill, President Kang Ji-jun just put it aside. The two then talked about what they should do in the future. Hearing that Kang-yoon would free up some space in Lunas for his office, President Kang Ji-jun contemplated. There's no way MG will let Min Jin-seo leave. How is she coming over to World? Is there some hidden story behind this? It shouldn't be something obvious like a betrayal. President Kang Ji-jun encountered a big assignment the moment he came over to World Entertainment. After talking with President Kang Ji-jun, Kang-yoon went back to the studio where Seo Han-yu was waiting. When he entered the studio, he saw Seo Han-yu working with Kim Jae-hoon on the leveling process. Isn't the piano a little too loud? Really? I think that's just about right. I think it's loud though. Seo Han-yu tilted her head and disagreed with Kim Jae-hoon's words. However, Kim Jae-hoon was an obstinate man as well. Moreover, this was about his song, so he did not back down. Just as it was about to turn into a quarrel, Kang-yoon interfered. You are doing leveling? Oh, President. As they were too focused, they did not notice Kang-yoon come in. Kim Jae-hoon scratched his head awkwardly, and Kang-yoon just patted his back before sitting down next to Seo Han-yu. Let's see. The piano is a little loud. Right? When Seo Han-yu glanced at Kim Jae-hoon with a C. Look, Kim Jae-hoon voiced his opinion that he was in the right. Him. In my opinion, I think the piano will be better with a louder volume. You know, like it starts off quietly but goes all the way to the end. Oh, really? That doesn't sound bad either. Kang-yoon adjusted the volume of the piano according to Kim Jae-hoon's preferences. The piano sounds were more emphasized and created a beautiful sound, but the balance with the piano and the other sounds were broken. Seo Han-yu tilted her head. This is a little strange. Kang-yoon replied to her reaction. Let's just leave it like this for now. I'll adjust it soon. Let's try adjusting the spatial position. The spatial position? Hearing a term she didn't recognize, Seo Han-yu showed her curiosity. Finding that rather cute, Kang-yoon adjusted the spatial position of the various tracks as he spoke. Have you ever listened to Vivaldi's Four Seasons as an orchestra? Yes. Giannuni took me to a recital, and I got to listen to it there. It was good since it was calmer. The conductor was amazing, controlling all those instruments like that. That makes things easier. You know that the various instruments in the orchestra have a set position, right? The violins, cellos, and other string instruments are separated from the brass instruments like trombones and horns. At the very back are the timpanis. Right? It's because the sounds shouldn't cluster up together. Oh, she realized what Kang-yoon was trying to say. That's the spatial positioning of the sounds. To put it simply, this is a way of simulating the sound that is produced when the instruments are located at various spatial positions. Usually, the bass is located towards the bottom, and the other instruments are located elsewhere. Oh, so the piano sounds can be switched to various places. Correct. This minute adjustment controls the quality of the music. Seo Han-yu's eyes shone and wrote down all the words that Kang-yoon said. After this process, you can add effects like compression and reverb. Compressors are usually better, but it's difficult to use and, oh, there's much to explain, but it'll be hard to comprehend them all. Just take it easy. Okay, now listen to it again. Kang-yoon played the sound after adjusting the location. When he did, the loud piano sounds gained a more spatial feeling in it. Was more pleasing to listen to. Seo Han-yu exclaimed. Wow, Jae-hoon, is this okay? Yes, Hyung. It's just right. Kim Jae-hoon put his thumbs up as well. After that, Kang-yoon continued with the leveling process while explaining various things to Seo Han-yu. Seo Han-yu wrote down many things on her memos, trying to study while Kim Jae-hoon also satiated some of her curiosity as well. When they finished the leveling process, the sun had already set. Shall we stop here for today? When Kang-yoon stood up from his seat while stretching his arms out, Seo Han-yu bowed to him, expressing her gratitude. Kang-yoon just patted her shoulders. You're amazing for wanting to learn when you could rest. If you make a visit next time, I'll teach you about mastering. Thank you. He should have had a hard time learning it, but he was willing to teach it so easily. Kim Jae-hoon was deeply touched by Kang-yoon's actions. He's a big man after all. President. Yeah. When Kang-yoon turned around to Kim Jae-hoon's call, he smiled as he spoke. I'll treat you to dinner today. Ooh, really? Yes. Han-yu, you should come with us too. Thank you, Appa. They were exhausted from the leveling process, but thanks to that the three became closer. On the stairs, Kang-yoon spoke to Seo Han-yu. Han-yu, when you come next time, research about the frequencies suited for each of the instruments. Yes. No. Wait a minute. Frequencies. Seeing Seo Han-yu panic, Kim Jae-hoon laughed. Ha 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 ha. It's the Hertz things you saw today. I'll teach you about it. Thank you. The three left World Entertainment in a joyful mood. After Kang-yoon and Ko left the studio, it was used by In Moon-hee. Go beyond the hill. You twisted it too much. Again, being instructed by Nam-hoon who came to train her, In Moon-hee raised her voice. However, Nam-hoon stopped her and emphasized again and again as he didn't like how she twisted the voice. More naturally. More. Yes. In Moon-hee followed Nam-hoon's instructions nervously. To ordinary people, it made no difference, but Nam-hoon was different. She can do better. He became a little greedy after seeing In Moon-hee. Her voice, her emotions, and everything seemed like the perfect fit for Trot. She was very good even to those clueless about the genre. The wind had passed. Again. Yes. However, Unlike what he was thinking, his expression was very stiff. Edios's dorms were rather empty, even though they were in their rest period. Ali flew to America to spend time with her parents. Han Ju-yun went traveling, while Lee Sam-soon also went to see her grandmother. Thanks to that, there were only 3 people at the dorms. In that very apartment, something was happening. "Hanyu, you're amazing." Young Mina blinked several times after seeing that the room used as storage had transformed. Ugh. Seo Hanyu lifted the large synthesizer located next to the PC. However, it was very heavy, and her hands shook. Whoa there. Young Mina quickly ran to her and supported her. When they put the synthesizer next to the stand, Seo Hanyu wiped the sweat on her forehead as she spoke. "Thanks, Uni. Don't mention it. Rather than that, you're going to have to install all of this by yourself." Probably. Young Mina was flabbergasted. The location of the PC and the synthesizer, as well as setting up the speakers. There were many things to do in order to set the workspace. Whoa there, let's do it together. Young Mina restrained Seo Hanyu as she was recklessly lifting up the heavy things first. In the end, she helped her out with setting up the workspace, which was like moving houses on her rest day. Mid-October, Kim Jae-hoon's album was released after nearly 1 year. It was a digital single titled Boy and was released to all the music charts without a single promotion. The results were, needless to say, a soliloquy-like lyrics and a restrained voice, and the poetic instruments. I don't get tired of it no matter how many times I listen to it. Jae-hoon is godly. Praise him. Boy rapidly rose to the first place and stayed there without any signs of doing bad. 1 week passed like that. At World Entertainment's office, Lee Hyunji's eyes narrowed while looking at Kim Jae-hoon's schedule, which already had Kang-yoon's signature of approval. There's no TV appearance. Appearing on TV while the song was still popular was a great way to get attention. She wished for TV appearances for that exact reason. Wouldn't it be better to gather popularity by going on TV shows? She turned around to Kang-yoon, who was drinking coffee on the sofa. Kang-yoon put down the coffee mug and spoke. "Let's wait a little more. Right now, the only live stage of Boy is the video we uploaded on Tune. It's garnering more attention from the public. More and more people are wanting to listen to the song on a proper stage with proper equipment. They may leave once they get tired of waiting, so we need to get the time just right." Kang-yoon nodded his head. "That's right. However, there's something else we must be aiming for." "Something else? A concert?" "Oh," Lee Hyunji exclaimed as that reminded her. "We must hurry if we want to see the full effects." "Yes, we got a team ready, but we're still in progress in regards to administration and location. I'll send you the file right now." "Okay." Lee Hyunji went back to her seat full of expectations when she heard about the concert. It was the most profitable business for both the company and the artist, and it was a stage where they could show their potential to the fullest. Such was a concert. After that, Kang-yoon headed to the studio. When he arrived, Edios and even Kim Jimin were waiting for him. "You're 2 minutes late." Kang-yoon was flustered when Young Mina told him that. "No, but I'm sorry." However, as Kang-yoon was the one who always emphasized being on time, he couldn't say anything. "Why don't you treat us all as punishment?" Fine. "Yes." The singers all cheered at his words. A few minutes later, the studio became full thanks to the arrival of Kim Jae-hoon, who had come back from another event, and the camera people from another company. Wow. And Moon-hee, who had arrived last due to school matters, blinked several times while looking at the artists of World Entertainment. "Is everyone here?" "Yes." Everyone cheerfully replied to Kang-yoon's words. "Good, let's go then." The place they all headed to was White Moonlight's practice room. When they entered, the instruments and several microphones were prepared already. "Oh, that's mine. I call dibs on that one." Everyone tried to get the mic first, and the cameras started recording as well. The members of Edios were especially intense about who got to grab the mic. In the end, Kang-yoon had to interfere. 3 for Edios, 1 for Jae-hoon and Jimin, and 1 for Hyuna. "No way. You're going to have to switch between songs anyway. Don't be too greedy, alright?" In the end, the members of Edios had to give a mic to Kim Jimin and Kim Jae-hoon. After taking care of that, Kang-yoon spoke. "What we're trying to do today is simple. Let's just go with the flow and sing whatever we want. I'm going to upload this to Tune, so don't go overboard, okay?" "Yes." "Then let's begin, shall we?" After Kang-yoon spoke, the jamming session started. Along with Kim Jin-dae's drums, Chapter 189. They were the best in jamming as well. The drums played a strong beat with the hi-hat from the get-go. Following that, the bass guitar and the other instruments started playing as well. It's our song. Although it was slightly different, the familiar melody made the members of Edios cheer up. This was Edios' title song Ready, rearranged into a rock version. Me. Han Ju-yeon pointed at herself telling them that she would do the opening, and everyone else nodded. Poor Seo Han-yu couldn't even approach the mic since she was the youngest. While the distorted guitar and the strong bass hit their chests, Han Ju-yeon softly shouted, "A certain someone wants to be consoled, even more." After that, Christy picked up the mic next while Kim Jimin and the others also started singing joyfully. The other members of Edios did some light dancing, while the other vocalists tried to imitate them. This is nice. Kang-yoon adjusted the mixer and looked at the singers with a satisfied expression. At that moment, Lee Hyun-ji poked at Kang-yoon. "Can you get me a line as well?" "What? Which one?" When Kang-yoon asked, Lee Hyun-ji pointed at the empty synthesizer. "That one. Haha. It's good to hang around with the kids like this." "Okay then." When Kang-yoon gave permission, Lee Hyun-ji headed to the synthesizer. As the sheet music stand and the scores were already there, he just needed to set the sound. Lee Hyun-ji set the synthesizer at a medium volume and started playing it. At the same time, Kang-yoon's hand movements quickened as well. The light became a little dimmer. Kang-yoon quickly adjusted the volume and the equalizer for the synthesizer. The synthesizer was affecting the overall sound due to the loud volume. Not long later, the light became brighter than before. The synthesizer was now synergizing well with the rest of the sounds. Wow! Kim Jin-dae, who was playing basic beats, widened his eyes after seeing Lee Hyun-ji. He did not know that he would get to jam with the director of the company. It was like his bias was destroyed. However, that only lasted a moment. The ample music tied the people into one. On a worn-out day, I embrace you, and as the song reached its peak, the brass died down and the electric guitar did a magnificent solo phrase. Ooh! Young Chang-yu showed off a right-hand tapping technique, which made the members of Edios and Kim Jimin cheer out loud. They're going quite far even though this is just the beginning. As Kang-yoon emphasized flow usually, this kind of a fancy start seemed like going too above board. Nah, we're supposed to be jamming, so who cares? It was one of his work habits. They were just playing around right now. They were having a good time, so there was no reason to point that out. After Young Chang-yu's right-hand tapping technique died down, the drums and the bass guitar decorated the end of the first song. Like that, the first jam ended. "Oh, Edios." Ailey's excited last words made everyone else laugh. As the first song was strong, both the singers and the instrument players heaved deep breaths. Then, Lee Hyun-ji started playing something quiet. Oh, Kim Jimin reacted to the familiar melody first. This was her debut song, Speak Happy Day, that she played with a guitar. This feels rather new hearing it being played by a piano. The melody was calm and relaxing. Lee Hyun-ah closed her eyes and focused on the piano melody. "Uni, let's do it together." "Me?" Hearing Kim Jimin's words, Lee Hyun-ah cheerfully nodded. The members of Edios urged the two to sing as well. "My heart is still shy. I want to hide it yet." Lee Hyun-ah sang first and signaled the start of the new song. To match Lee Hyun-ji's relaxing piano melody, Lee Hyun-ah sang with a husky-ish voice as well. "Happy Day We." Kim Jimin's style of singing was completely different from Lee Hyun-ah's. Kang-yoon was surprised to see the white light coming from two entirely different styles of singing. It's the same song, but it feels like it's entirely different. Both Jimin and Hyun-ah have powerful voices, but the nuance from their voices is different. Hyun-ah is a little rougher, while Jimin is soft. It's definitely different, but their voices were still completely complementary. "Dreaming of our future, happy day." In the chorus, the other instruments added other effects, and the members of Edios began singing as well. Many fancy effects were added, and the song became ample. In front of Kang-yoon's eyes, more than 10 musical notes were being combined into one. Also, silver. When Edios' chorus was added, something shinier started showing itself in the middle of the white light. That foreign substance became larger, especially when Ailey's voice was added. Should I boost her a little more? Kang-yoon raised the volume of the mic that Ailey was holding. He also adjusted the equalizer. When he did, the foreign substance within the white light gradually took over the white light. However, there was a problem. Christie's notes slightly decreased the effects of the foreign substance. She strained her voice too much. Christie had a pretty voice. However, she lacked power. From how she was covering one of her ears, it seemed that she wasn't able to listen to her own voice and was shouting because of that. Kang-yoon raised Christie's voice on the monitoring speakers and decreased her voice on the overall speakers. The chorus was what was lacking in Jimin's song. Kang-yoon came to a realization after seeing this coincidence. Speak Happy Day was the song that ended just before it turned completely silver. He found a clue to that song right here. As the song continued, the piano turned into a string. Along with that, the drums, the bass guitar, and the electric guitar softened down as well. They were nearing the end of the song. We are full of excitement. Are we already in love? Ah, in the end, the white light turned completely silver and shone beautifully. At the same time, it made Kang-yoon's heart refreshed. Sir, did something good happen? After finishing singing, Kim Jimin asked Kang-yoon with curiosity, and Kang-yoon shrugged as he replied. Something good did happen. What is it? I'll tell you later. Rather than that, Kang-yoon stretched his arms before standing next to Kim Jimin. He then picked up the acoustic guitar placed next to her. President, when Young Mina asked in curiosity, Kang-yoon smiled as he spoke. Everyone's playing around, so I can't be the one left out. Let's do it together. Ha! Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere brightened even further. I'm so envious. I too. Meanwhile, in Moon-hee, who watched as all of this happened, looked at the singers in envy. Phew, that's fortunate. Jua was visiting the headquarters of MG Entertainment, and she was drinking coffee at Director Lee Han-seo's office. What is? I heard you're staying here for the time being. Fortunately, I have some room to breathe. Director Lee Han-seo chuckled after seeing that Jua was honest about her opinions. This cheerful lady was the same whether in the past or now. However, just what is happening with the company? As time passed, this company was straying further and further. They ended up contracting a construction company and started saving up. There was a lot of debt as well. Signs of ruin could be seen everywhere. How about some tea with? I like coffee better. Jua's love for coffee hadn't changed. Director Lee Han-seo coughed before speaking again. Your schedule has increased recently, hasn't it? Yeah. The rest period has gotten shorter as well. Well, I'll only get busier now that they started digging. Buffed, digging you say? When Director Lee Han-seo chuckled, Jua replied. I'm right, aren't I? Just why are they constructing a new building at this time? Can our budget even hold out when we're building a fancy office building? I don't even want to think about it. I should just work. Maybe that's for the better. Director Lee Han-seo also sighed at this frustrating state that the company was in. If push comes to the shove and our financial state becomes bad to the point of having to sell company stocks, no way. As stupid as they were, they wouldn't be that stupid. Let's stop talking about this. Oh, I met Jin-seo last time. Jua switched topics, saying that she had a headache, and the two continued their conversation. You will come to me again, dash. Kim Jae-hoon's voice and Seo Han-yu's voice created a harmony, while many other instruments decorated their voices. The good memories, the beautiful moments. Seo Han-yu's voice shook as she was deeply emotional. In front of her, Young Mina was performing some modern dance, something she had been learning recently. At the chorus, Kim Jimin and Lee Hyun-ah decorated the song even further with a soft harmony. When the song faded out, everyone started cheering. Wow, this is awesome. Wiping the sweat on her forehead, Young Mina smiled. It was very good to dance like that with everyone together. Joy was flowing in everyone's eyes as they all received the effects of the jam. Today's mood is awesome. I wish it can be like this every day. Everyone agreed to Kim Jin-dae and Young Chang-yu's words. Just as everyone was wondering what they should do next, Kang-yoon approached in Moon-hee, who was absent-mindedly sitting. Moon-hee. In Moon-hee. Yes. In Moon-hee, who was watching the singers jamming with envious eyes all this time, abruptly stood up after hearing Kang-yoon call out to her. Why are you so surprised? That's. Come here. Me. When In Moon-hee hesitated despite Kang-yoon's call, Kim Jae-hoon added as well. You should come over. Oh, but Uni, come over here. When even Kim Jimin urged her, In Moon-hee walked forward. When Kim Jae-hoon gave In Moon-hee the mic, Kang-yoon spoke. How about a trot as our last song? Why don't we go with Journey? In Moon-hee nodded at Kim Jae-hoon's proposal. The song titled Journey was a trot song that was popular amongst all ages. The reactions of Edios were split though. Is that Uni good? I don't know. Han Ju-yeon and Christy and were rather conservative, while Young Mina and Seo Han-yu were different. Uni, go for it. Break a leg. In Moon, he picked up the mic while receiving mixed gazes from her younger seniors. Kang-yoon spoke. Let's go with the C key. Okay. Lee Hyun-ji was the most joyful at Kang-yoon's words. As she was playing the keyboard, the C key was the easiest to play. Soon, the song began with the drums. Along with some sax sounds from the synthesizer, the bass amply supported the music while in Moon he sang. The Journey with My Beloved. Oh, in Moon he, Young Mina and Seo Han-yu started cheering for their junior. In Moon he blushed and added more power into her voice. As long as I'm with my beloved, today is the ooh. Kim Jae-hoon and Kim Jimin also chimed in with the cheering. The practice room soon practically became a cabaret. Sheesh, Moon he is really. Kang-yoon had a surprised expression while playing the acoustic guitar. In Moon he's voice seemed to have a charm of its own. Kang-yoon felt that he was subconsciously putting more power into his hands. Han Ju-yeon and Christy Yeon, who were wary at first, had both joined the chorus now, while Seo Han-yu and Young Mina were enjoying the mood with dancing. Seon B. Nim. World's mood is awesome. Yeah, did you feel that too? The people that were holding the cameras had a hard time trying not to move their shoulders along with the music. After In Moon He's song was over, all the songs they had scheduled for the day were finished. Well done, everyone. Kang-yoon spoke. But everyone seemed disappointed. Sympathizing with them, Lee Hyun-ji spoke. President, we're done recording, so why don't we just play around? Play around. Everyone turned around to Lee Hyun-ji. Well, it can't be helped if we're busy, but since we've set everything up, I feel like this is a little too short. Kang-yoon turned to look around at the others as well. Everyone's expression was flushed. More. Kang-yoon naturally knew their desire after reading their expressions. In the end, he shrugged his shoulders and spoke. Then shall we stay here for a bit longer? Oh. When Kang-yoon picked up the acoustic guitar again, everyone started cheering. Like that, World Entertainment's jamming session continued for a long time. A few videos were uploaded to Edios' fan page on Fine's Talk. It was a video titled, This Is How We Play Around. What's this? Han Sungjin, a longtime fan of Edios, clicked the video that had no views yet. But then, what in the world? What did he come across? It was a video about many singers, including Edios, playing around in a space that looked like a practice room. Young Mina danced, while the other members of World Entertainment played instruments and sang along with the song. But, this is playing around? Not a concert. They said they were playing around, but the video was a slap to the face of many live concerts. Han Sungjin was deeply immersed in the video and spent 3 whole hours watching it. Over and over. Ah, my goddesses. You never disappoint me at all. Leaving an article about it on the Edios Fan Cafe, he kept exclaiming out loud. Chapter 190. The trigger that made her start singing 1. Lee Shin-hai, a singer wannabe, was heading home late after her lesson at the Applied Music Academy. Munching on a piece of bread, she opened up Tune on her phone in search of videos of decent singers. However, one of the titles in the music category garnered her attention. What's this? This Is How We Play Around. The views were strangely high as well. Out of curiosity, she clicked on the video without thinking much about it. The video began with the drummer hitting the hi-hat. Soon, many people appeared in the video. But somehow, the people in the video were people she knew. Edios, Yunha, Kim Jae-hoon, and even White Moonlight. They were rather famous singers. Their practice video enraptured her ears immediately. A certain someone wants to be consoled, even more. Christy sang the main part while Kim Jimin and Lee Hyun-ah put harmony Indiana. Moreover, the electric guitar added to the crispness of the music, creating a pleasing sound, and the people that weren't holding mics were dancing. A man and a woman, who looked like they were more business-related than music, also entered her eyes. They seemed to be enjoying the music. Wow, Lee Shin-hai exclaimed. The video was quite long, but not once was she bored. The song changed and the woman being referred to as director moved to the synthesizer, while the president and composer, Kang-yoon, put on the guitar. The singers jumped around with the mic in their hands while some danced, and some jerked their bodies according to the rhythm. On the last song, a trot song, A trainee even came out and joined in. All the people within the practice room were being unified in the name of music. Isn't this all acting? Hey, I think it's even more difficult to act like that. Were you duped all your life? Kim Jimin and Kim Jae-hoon are singing together while Young Mina is dancing. Is that place a music safari? This is nice to see. I hope to see more of this in the future. The reactions in the comments were explosive as well. Lee Shinhai usually didn't comment on videos, but she added a comment today. I want to go to World. Kim Jae-hoon's song Boy maintained first place for 1 week and continued to be high in the rankings in the following weeks as well. This was much more meaningful since this all took place without him appearing even once on TV programs. 3rd in Heaven charts, 5th in MD Music charts, 4th in Nets.com. Mr. Jaehoon's album is doing well considering that it's been over 2 weeks since his album came out. He's practically the man of autumn. Lee Hyun-ji reported Kang-yoon of the stats with a satisfied smile. Kang-yoon also replied with a smile as well. The man of autumn. A nice name. It's also a bit cheesy as well. What? Are you calling me cheesy? Ha ha ha, maybe? Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders jokingly and flipped over to the next page. So it's the concert now. Director, is the subcontract going well? Lee Hyun-ji nodded his head. Yes, it's all going well. After all, the item we have is good. This is Kim Jae-hoon's solo concert after many years, so it's no wonder that many people are wanting to join us. But, are you not planning to get any investment? Since this is not a nationwide tour, we will not need that much money. Let's keep it to ourselves this time, and expand the scale if the reactions are good. At that point in time, I'm pretty sure people will flock to us for investments. Lee Hyun-ji understood what Kang-yoon was saying and nodded her head. I guess the results of this event will be important then. Okay, but wouldn't it be okay to go nationwide since it's Mr. Jae-hoon we're talking about? Kim Jae-hoon's skill, fandom, and audience calling power. In Lee Hyun-ji's view, all of those 3 factors were enough for a countrywide concert tour. However, Kang-yoon had a different idea in mind. Wouldn't it look better if we hold the concert because the people want it and not us? The people want it. Oh, Lee Hyun-ji seemed to have seen through what Kang-yoon meant and exclaimed in a small voice. What charm would we have left if we showed everything from the get-go? We'll reveal those charm points one by one and incite interest. People will want to see Jae-hoon's live stage, I'm sure of that. We're not showing any video footage of Boy this time, either, aren't we? Those things combined will all have an effect during the concert. I understand now. The 2 people continued to talk about Kim Jae-hoon's concert. They had a lot of things to talk about such as the subcontractors, the location, etc. Right now, it was October. They had a lot of things to do in a short period of time, so they needed to get things done quickly. The 2 talked for a long time before standing up. Mr. Young-min, is there a vacant vehicle today? Kang-yoon's gaze headed towards Young-min, the new employee. When he did, the guy abruptly stood up and replied nervously. Why, yes. There's one. Hearing the new employee reply nervously, Young Hae-jin and Lee Hyun-ji giggled. Young-min then reddened in embarrassment. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and got the keys from him. Thanks for your work. And also, you don't need to be so nervous. Not at all, sir. You're still the president. Ha ha ha. Then see you later, Mr. Young-min. Kang-yoon patted Young-min's shoulders before leaving. He wanted the new recruit to get used to the company's atmosphere as much as possible. He headed towards the practice room. Hyun-ah, president. When Kang-yoon entered, Lee Hyun-ah greeted him. When he asked where the other members were, she replied that they had private lessons to teach and other events to attend. Kang-yoon exclaimed after seeing Lee. Hyuna's outfit. Wow, a suit. Lee Hyun-ah usually wore more casual and contemporary clothes, but today she was wearing a semi-formal suit. Kang-yoon's words seemed to have made her embarrassed as she looked away. Does it not suit me? Not at all. It's fine. I always thought that you liked to wear short and strange clothes. Strange clothes. Lee Hyuna's eyes widened. She was called the Hongdae fashionista, but that got the strange clothes treatment from Kang-yoon. She trembled. Regardless, Kang-yoon grinned. It's nice. You look more like a Seonbi now. It feels rather strange. Lee Hyun-ah felt rather peculiar since Kang-yoon's words made her feel like she was rather old. Today was the day Lee Hyun-ah would hold a talk at Hallyo Arts University's Talk with Your Seniors event. Usually, a manager would accompany her. I get to attend a university event thanks to you, huh? I'm sorry. Actually, I was a little nervous. Lee Hyuna felt apologetic as she said those words. Actually, I think you came to me whenever you felt nervous. Yes, you're right. You noticed? At least try to deny it. Kang-yoon grumbled as he undid the handbrakes when the lights turned green. It didn't take that long to reach Hallyu Arts University. After parking, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyuna headed towards Professor Choi Chanyang's office. Mr. Kang-yoon, Hyuna. Welcome. I was waiting for the two of you. Professor Choi Chanyang had his unique soft smile on as he greeted the two. This Talk with Your Seniors event meant a lot for him since it was one of his former students doing the talk. You have to visit the Chancellor later, right? Yes. The time is a little awkward. As Kang-yoon had arrived a little earlier than requested, Professor Choi Chanyang spoke with a smile. Let me go with you after you rest a little. The Chancellor would love to see you. Okay then. The three enjoyed some snacks as they conversed. After Park So-young and Kim Jimin returned to Korea, Hee-yoon also returned to her usual lifestyle. The reactions are quite good. That's good. Hee-yoon sighed in relief after seeing Kim Jae-hoon's new album Boy was ranked in 3rd in Heaven charts, the biggest music chart. She was worried about what to do if Kim Jae-hoon rejected her song, but things had turned out well. She did not know that she would be able to collaborate with Park So-young and even Kim Jimin on the song, though. She found out later that her brother had a hard time during the rearrangement and that Kim Jae-hoon also had a hard time singing it. So it was good to see that the results were good. I guess it was worth my time. Listening to Kim Jae-hoon's voice through her headset, Hee-yoon, feeling satisfied, smiled. Hee-yoon logged out of the Heaven charts and was about to close the browser. However, an article on the portal site SACE had grabbed her attention. World Family? What is the intention behind revealing a practice video? What's this? Seeing the unfamiliar term, World Family, Hee-yoon clicked on the article. The article had no real content. It basically said that there was a video on Tune where the members of World Entertainment all sang together and that it was gathering attention on social media. The article just wrote that information with a provocative choice of words. Hee-yoon immediately went to Tune and found the video. This is it. When she clicked on it, the video started with a few beats from the hi-hat. Oh, the music from the video stimulated her curiosity. This isn't practicing. Hee-yoon tilted her head. This video just looked like playing around. Everyone freely sang, freely danced, and freely played instruments. She felt rather envious. Freedom. That word seemed to summarize the video. Looks like she's the new trainee. The new woman clearly seemed older than her. She decorated the last stage with a savory trot song, and the video finished with everyone fading out. After the video finished, Hee-yoon fell into contemplation. Wouldn't it be good if everyone can sing together? Should I think about it? The video seemed to have stimulated Hee-yoon, and new inspiration started popping into her head. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyuna visited the Chancellor of Hallyu Arts University along with Professor Choi Chanyang. The Chancellor judged that Kang-yoon was a rising star in the entertainment industry and made an effort to become closer to him while Kang-yoon also replied with courtesy. After their meeting came the main event, Talk with Your Senior. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyuna were guided by the Chancellor's secretary to a large hall where the students had gathered. Many students were already seated. Oh, Appa. Lee Hyuna, who sat down on her designated seat on the platform, felt nervous while looking at the many people in the audience. She grabbed onto Kang-yoon's arm in order to calm down. Kang-yoon patted her back in an attempt to calm her down. Soon, the formalities for the event was over and it came to Lee Hyuna's turn to talk. The one I'll be introducing this time is someone who. The main host was already introducing how Lee Hyuna had become a singer. Listening to her own introduction, Lee Hyuna tightly grabbed Kang-yoon's hands. Seeing that, Professor Choi Chanyang spoke. Looks like Hyuna is very nervous. I think so too. Hyuna, just think of it as going on stage to sing. Kang-yoon told her again, but Lee Hyuna didn't calm down easily. She was nervous on her first stage as well, so. She had flinched in the college pop festival as well, and Kang-yoon had to wake her up. Kang-yoon approached Lee Hyuna's ears. Hyuna. Yeah. Lee Hyuna was startled by the breath on her ears and shivered. It was a prank in order to wake her up. When she came to and shook her head several times, Kang-yoon spoke. Get yourself together. It's your turn to go on stage now. Ah, yes. Just think of it as rapping on stage. Don't be too nervous. That's not up to me. Even her hands were shaking due to nervousness. Kang-yoon patted her on the back. I know you can do it. Whoa. Then, Kang-yoon lightly pushed her forward. Then, Lee Hyun-ah was pushed onto the stage. The main host had just finished introducing her as well. Oh, Lee Hyun-ah, Lee Hyun-ah. While her juniors clapped for him, Lee Hyun-ah stood on the podium with an awkward smile. Chapter 191. The trigger that made her start singing, too. Hello, everyone. I'm Lee Hyun-ah from the class of '06 of the composition department. Lee Hyun-ah's crisp voice rang out through the hall, and the cheers died down in an instant. The fact that she was standing on stage for something other than singing pressured her a lot. The students were all filled with expectation, while the professors and the chancellor had the let's see what you have to say attitude. Pho. Lee Hyun-ah sighed briefly to shake off her nervousness and grabbed onto the mic. First up, thank you for inviting me to such an honorable place when there are many other seniors in the industry that are better than me. I may be lacking somewhat, but I hope I'll be able to spend a good time with you today. Oh. The audience replied with applause, filled with an expectation of her formal greeting. Kang-yoon made a satisfied smile after seeing that Lee Hyun-ah was no longer nervous anymore. Sheesh, there's nothing for me to worry about even though she dragged me all the way here. Kang-yoon chuckled. It was funny when he thought about it. Lee Hyun-ah wasn't someone who would get stage fright anymore after all the stage experience she has. Although he was asked to come, he felt like a fool for tagging along all the way here. Lee Hyun-ah started talking about how she had become a singer amidst the attention of many people. Actually, I never thought that I would become a singer. And that doesn't mean that I was passionate about composing either. If I had to choose something I liked, then it would be singing, I guess. I didn't want it as a job, but as a hobby. It's funny that I think like this even though I've enrolled in college, right? Anyway, I've enrolled in the Department of Composition and ended up joining a small club called Recovery. Right now, should be about the 5th gen. Does anyone here belong to Recovery? 5 people, a mix of men and women, raised their hands from one corner. Seeing her juniors, Lee Hyun-ah smiled. Oh, it's nice to see some of my direct juniors. Should this sister treat you guys to something good after this? Ha ha ha. Lee Hyun-ah's light joke made the mood lighter. Sheesh, she's completely made to be on stage. Kang-yoon put his hands on his chin while chuckling. Lee Hyun-ah calmly continued to talk. She talked about how she met Kang-yoon, the president of her current company, at the band Recovery, and how she went to the College Pop Festival and got 3rd place. She also talked about how that became a trigger for her to create her own band, and that she started activities after that. The students clapped when she talked about how the band was finally formed after some hardships. They knew how hard it was to form a team. Thank you. When Lee Hyun-ah bowed, people cheered even louder. The talk continued. She talked about how she met Kang-yoon during her activities as an indie band and how she joined World Entertainment. She also provoked the interest of the audience by talking about some of the episodes that took place until now. All of the audience clapped when she talked about how she went to Kang-yoon, asking him to accept the entire band. Lee Hyun-ah made an awkward smile and spoke. Actually, I was a lucky case. Other than me, there were many people who left their teams to join entertainment companies. It's a tragedy. I can't say where, but there was a place that offered me to join them before I went to World. Thankfully, I was able to avoid the tragedy thanks to the president. Lee Hyun-ah calmly continued. Actually, it would be a lie to say that I didn't want to join a company by myself. However, that worry didn't last long. My current company allows me to play the music I want on my heart's content. My juniors, World is awesome. Come to World. Ha ha ha. The students all burst out laughing hearing her promotion. That girl. Asterisk giggle asterisk. Kang-yoon abruptly stood up due to her actions, while Professor Choi Chan-young grabbed his arm with a smile. The chancellor also laughed. Lee Hyun-ah's story alternated between heavy stories and jokes and neared its end. After we released the OST album, we finally entered the major band industry. Thanks to that OST, we're being called to many places in the country and not just our regular stages. The current Lee Hyun-ah is living such a life. Phew, I guess that's all from me. Thank you, everyone. Wah! The students all applauded. Soon, it became Q&A time. The host thanked Lee Hyun-ah and started accepting questions from the students. The first question from a girl seated at the very front. Hello? My name is Lee Ji-sol, and I'm in my 1st year in applied music. You told us that you went major from being indie, right? Yes, that's right. Then what kind of preparations did you do before you went major? The first question was a hard one. This applied to many students who decided on singing as their career. Lee Hyuna thought about it for a moment before replying. What kind of preparations, huh? I don't think we did anything special to prepare for our major debut. It's just that. Just that. We kept playing music without rest. I think that's the most important part. She pulled out the mic from the stand and walked forward. I always stuck to the most basic things. No, it's not just me, but all the members of the band. We practice every day and perform on stage once a week. We also talked about the songs with the president once in a while. We tried to think up of new things, and we stuck to the basic rules in order to sing. I guess that's my secret. Then, the male student seated next to the girl who questioned just now raised his hand. Seonbi Nim, from what I know, it's not easy performing once every week. So what did you do when you had no choice but to not do one? We never skipped out on performing. When Lee Hyuna spoke, some of the students looked shocked. We had a venue that belonged to the company. Strictly speaking, we were given a better environment than most other bands. This also led us to not being able to use some of the other places at first, but we never skipped out on performance. Actually, this is mostly thanks to the president. He invested a lot of money to build us our own exclusive venue. Wow! The students exclaimed when they heard that. What company would go as far as to make an exclusive venue for a band? The students looked at Lee Hyuna enviously. I met a wonderful person. I'm still thankful for it to this day. Lee Hyuna glanced at Kang-yoon and gave him a wink. When Kang-yoon was at a loss on what to do, Professor Choi Chan-young grabbed Kang-yoon's arm and spoke. Ha ha ha, Hyuna usually don't go to that extent. Looks like you've gained her respect. It embarrasses me. Kang-yoon felt awkward due to all the flattery. Kim Jimin headed to the company after changing her clothes from her school uniform. It's somewhat not nice to practice at home. Since her grandma was resting here, it would be discourteous of her to practice her singing at home. When she opened the studio and entered, she found that the lights were on. Moon Hyuni. Oh, Jimin Seonbi. Hello. There was someone there at the studio. It was in Moon Hee, who was adjusting the mixer. Moonhee, it's really fine if you drop the formalities. Although she was a lot older than Kim Jimin, in Moon he still called her Seonbi. Kim Jimin felt awkward with someone older than her calling her that. No, I should maintain order. I find it uncomfortable. The two talked about that topic for a long time. In the end, Kim Jimin won the argument. It wasn't a 2 to 3 year difference, but over a decade. So in Moon he had nothing to say when Kim Jimin said that she found it uncomfortable. However, Kim Jimin also couldn't stop her from calling her Seonbi. After a squabble, the younger senior and the older junior started to become closer. What are you practicing, Uni? When Kim Jimin asked that while putting the guitar on the stand, and Moon-hee tidied up the score and replied, Sir Nam-hoon gave me an assignment. So I'm practicing that. Oh really? I was planning to play with you if you had some time. Would that be too difficult? Kim Jimin pouted in pity while playing her guitar. Should I play around a little? Yes, Uni. Your trot was amazing. I want to listen to it again. Trot was a rare genre these days, and it was even harder to find a singer for the genre. Kim Jimin had fallen in love with Moon-hee's voice that she heard during the jam a few days ago. What should we do then? Just as Kim Jimin was looking through the scores in joy, another guest arrived at the studio. Aju SSI'd. A lady came in looking for someone. It was Young Mina, wearing tightly fitting clothes. Kim Jimin, who was just about to play, took her hands off the guitar. Mina-uni. Hi there, Jimin. Is Ajusi here? The president? Kim Jimin shook her head. Thinking back, she hadn't seen him today at all. Ah, sheesh. His phone is off as well. TCH, I was looking forward to today. He wasn't at the studio nor at his office. Young Mina frowned. It was unknown how long her rest period would last. She didn't want to waste this time, so she was uneasy. Just where was this man gone? At that moment, in Moon he spoke. I heard that the president was going to university today. University? Young Mina blinked several times in surprise. In Moon he added, seeing that she was confused. I heard yesterday that he would be accompanying Hyuna Seonbi to her university. I heard he would go straight home from there. Wait a minute. You mean Miss Hyuna? Young Mina's eyes sparked. It was Lee Hyuna of all people? Just why? Feeling a menacing aura from Young Mina, in Moon he took steps back in fear. What? Why are you like that? Ugh. Without even realizing that in Moon he was trembling, Young Mina trembled for a moment before leaving the studio. Seonbi. Why is Minasian like that? You'll find out in a few days. Kim Jimin shook his head. In Moon, he blinked several times as she did not understand her words. Thank you for your work. All the events related to talk to your senior were finished after a photo shoot with the juniors. In front of the hall, Kang-yoon greeted the professors of the university as well as the chancellor. Here's my business card. The chancellor gave Kang-yoon his business card, and Kang-yoon gave him one as well. Thank you for today. I would love to treat you to a meal, but there's an important meeting taking place. Not at all. Thank you for calling us all the way here. The chancellor got in a car as soon as he finished talking with Kang-yoon. He left after saying that he would definitely treat Kang-yoon to a meal next time. After all the events were over, Kang-yoon started walking through the campus along with Lee Hyun-ah and Professor Choi Chan-young. The sunset is beautiful. Professor Choi Chan-young smiled softly while looking at the sky. The hill looks nice. Soon, the skies started turning dark. Kang-yoon nodded while pointing at the hill where the sun was setting. Lee Hyun-ah added, "Our uni looks the best during sunset. How about sunrise? I've never been here for that, so I don't know." Kang-yoon's question made Lee Hyun-ah stick out her tongue. The three of them headed to Professor Choi Chan-young's office on the hill. In front of the building, Professor Choi Chan-young spoke. "Then I'll be right back." When Professor Choi Chan-young went up to get his stuff, the two of them were left alone on the hill. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ah sat down on a bench. "You've done well today. You look like a proper Seonbi today." "Of course. I'm a graduate now," Lee Hyun-ah boasted in reply to Kang-yoon's joke, and the two giggled. After that, Lee Hyun-ah spoke calmly. "Appa, thank you." "Huh? For what?" "You know, for everything." She had received an uncountable number of things from him. Would she still be singing today if Kang-yoon wasn't here? A singer? Not to mention that she would have never gotten the courage to go to the college pop festival or show everyone her compositions in the first place. Kang-yoon had led her by her side at all the important turns in her life. Sheesh. It's natural for the president to take care of his singers. Kang-yoon smiled awkwardly and tapped on Lee Hyun-ah's shoulders. At that moment, she suddenly grabbed Kang-yoon's hand. "Hyun-ah, it's warm." Just as Kang-yoon was at a loss on what to do, Lee Hyun-ah turned around to look at Kang-yoon in the eyes. "I'll like you, Appa." The soft winds shook Kang-yoon violently. Chapter 192. The trigger that made her start singing 3W Wait. Kang-yoon was flustered due to the sudden confession. He thought that he tried his best in order to not give room for that. However, it seemed that it was a misconception on his part. He always looked at Lee Hyun-ah as a good little sister, but never as a woman. Regardless, Lee Hyun-ah approached him and leaned on him. "The first time I met you, I was flabbergasted at your actions. You lashed at me saying that my song was better than the others and told me to have confidence. And that ended up leading me to the College Pop Festival. Professor Choi was the one who applied for that. It wouldn't have been possible without you, though." Lee Hyun-ah continued. "After the College Pop Festival, my opinion about you took a complete turn. I found out that you weren't just a dreamer, but someone who had the power to realize his dreams. I also thought that I might be able to dream as well if I stayed with you." Lee Hyun-ah closed her eyes. Would she have been able to become a singer without Kang-yoon's presence? In the first place, would she even dream of becoming one? She was afraid of showing her work to the others. There was someone who pushed her back and gave her power on stage, and now he gave her the stage where she could sing to her heart's content. Such was Kang-yoon. How could she not fall for him? "Until now, I was watching your back, but I wish to look at the future by your side." Lee Hyun-ah spoke while her eyes shook. Meet him as lovers. She conveyed those feelings properly. Now it was his turn to answer. "I can't end this without wounding her, huh?" Kang-yoon closed his eyes. Lee Hyun-ah was a precious singer and a little sister to me. Lee Hyun-ah was definitely a charming lady. She was cheerful, proactive, and had pretty looks to boot. However, he already had a lady by his side. Lee Hyun-ah had no place in that. Eventually, Kang-yoon spoke after a long sigh. "Hyun-ah." Kang-yoon turned around and pulled himself away from her. When he did that, Lee Hyun-ah looked at Kang-yoon worriedly. "I'm sorry, Appa." Her voice trembled. His cruel words dug into her heart, and she teared up. Although Kang-yoon could have hesitated, he did not, as he had made up his mind. "Thank you for looking at me in such a positive light. I'll reply with my own personal feelings. I do not see you as a woman. You're a good little sister to me. Honestly speaking, I wish we could stay as the president and singer in the future." "Appa." His tone was soft, but his words weren't. He was cutting off whatever emotions she had towards him. However, Lee Hyun-ah still wanted to keep those emotions. Huh? Have you any? Never really thought of me as? Never. His words cruelly dug into her heart. Lee Hyun-ah no longer had the confidence to face him anymore. Huh. I thought I would. She stood up from the bench and walked into the sunset while swaying. Kang-yoon coldly spoke even though he could console her. You should wait for the professor. I'm sorry. I will take my leave first. Lee Hyun-ah slowly walked before grabbing a taxi. Seeing that, Kang-yoon covered his face with a bitter expression. I'm sorry, but this is the best I can do. He couldn't leave room for her to try again, whether it was for her, for him, or for everyone else. Kang-yoon took out a cigarette, which he rarely smoked these days, under the darkening skies. Late night, Lee Hyun-ah was sitting down by herself in the empty space that was luminous. Ha. There was not a single light on within the hall, and only a faint light could be seen through the door. As to shake off everything within her heart, she laughed like a madwoman. However, her sadness couldn't be shaken off so easily. Fine, go, you evil god. At that moment, the door creaked open. Miss Hyun-ah. Lee Hyun-ah turned around in surprise due to the sudden voice. When she turned around, she saw the curvy silhouette of young Mina. Why now? Of all people, she wanted to not find out. She rubbed her eyes and spoke as though nothing had happened. Miss Mina? What is it? I just finished practice. What happened to you, Miss Hyun-ah? What are you doing here? She was bellowing her lungs out in an empty concert hall. Young Mina tilted her head. Something was on my mind. It's nothing much. Lee Hyun-ah was about to say something, but she decided not to. Her pride did not allow her to say that she was rejected by Kang-yoon today, at least not to young Mina. However, a woman's intuition was good. Young Mina approached her and sat down next to her. Silence pervaded. Lee Hyun-ah did not tell young Mina to leave. After a long time, young Mina spoke. Juicy is such a bad guy, isn't he? Damn right. Bad guy. The two people found something to sympathize with each other. Usually, young Mina would be enraged if someone called Kang-yoon a bad guy, but right now, it was a little different. She seemed to have felt something. He doesn't get how we feel. Exactly. He doesn't even remember how he charms people. I hope he trips over. Ha. They say insulting someone together was the best way to become closer. The two became close in an instant, as though all of their past did not happen over a glass of alcohol. Recently, a wave of passion for music production was hitting the dorms of Edios, thanks to Seo Han-yu. Seo Han-yu was learning music production from Kang-yoon and was doing the assignments that Kang-yoon had given her. Doesn't a Kurzweil piano sound better? Christy asked Seo Han-yu as she was browsing through the piano sounds on the music software. Christy visited Seo Han-yu quite frequently whenever she was on the computer and learned some things. And as she had good ears, Seo Han-yu took all of her opinions into account. Really? Doesn't a hefty sound go better here? No. Look at the melody. The bass is a little too low here. I think a mutive fits better than Kurzweil here. Seo Han-yu followed Christy's words. She switched out the piano, balanced it before playing it back. She raised her thumbs up after hearing that the sounds had become better. You really have the knack for this, Uni. Sheesh, I really don't. Although she said that, Christy felt good regardless. She gave some of her input, while Seo Han-yu did her work. Seo Han-yu was given a lot of help by Christy in regards to the choice of instruments. The score production ended quickly thanks to Christy's help. Phew. This ended quickly thanks to you, Uni. Really? Oh yeah. What was that song just now? Is this for the new album? Seo Han-yu shook her head in pity. Nah, no way. I'm still far from that level. This is an assignment that the president gave me. So that thing you were learning last week. Yes. Do you want to try as well, Uni? I'm horrible with electronics, so no. Christy shook her head. She found just browsing the web a hard task, so tinkering with music software like that was out of her league. But it looks fun at least. I want to try. Christy could not leave the room and kept watching Han-yu working. The day after Lee Hyun-ah and Kang-yoon went to Hallyu Arts University. Kang-yoon was currently waiting for someone while smoking on the rooftop. Even if Hyun-ah decides to leave, that's for me to undertake. The smoke from Kang-yoon's cigarette clouded the skies. He couldn't do anything about human emotions. If Lee Hyun-ah decided to leave the company due to yesterday's matters, then he was going to let her go. As soon as He threw away the cigarette. Lee Hyun-ah entered the rooftop. Appa, sorry for calling you here when you must feel awkward meeting me. Her emotions from yesterday couldn't be seen anywhere, and she looked at Kang-yoon head-on. Kang-yoon calmly spoke. If you find it difficult to practice or do those stages, then I'll give you some days off. Go and rest a little. Or, you can. It's fine. Lee Hyun-ah interrupted him and spoke calmly. You hate it for personal things to interfere with official things. It also goes against your principle as well. So I don't want to do that. But this time, Kang-yoon looked at her worriedly. Lee Hyun-ah was definitely serious when she talked to him yesterday. She staked everything in. I'm also a professional. It's not right for me to do that because of this. Hyun-ah, thank you for your consideration, though. Really, you're the best president I could have. Lee Hyun-ah smiled and raised her thumb into the air. Seeing that, Kang-yoon felt extremely bitter. I'm sorry. Stop. You're making me feel more tragic. She stood next to Kang-yoon. Actually, I just expressed what was on my mind. You just didn't see me as a woman. Lee Hyun-ah lightly hugged Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon did not push her away this time. That's it. Unrequited love is painful, so I'm gonna stop. She then pushed Kang-yoon away. She was also declaring that she would no longer hold that incident to heart. If you don't have anything more to say to me, I'll get going. I thought up of a good song yesterday. Tell me if you need anything. Yes, President. Thank you. Lee Hyun-ah closed the door and went down to the practice room. I'm sorry. Kang-yoon muttered bitterly while looking at the shut door. White Moonlight's practice room. Lee Hyun-ah was writing down music notes and lyrics on a piece of paper while sitting in front of the synthesizer. I loved you, even as the days pass. Her mind was spinning violently. A completely different melody to the one she had written until now was being put into a piece of paper through her fingertips. A page, then another. The scores filled with ink were scattered across the floor while her forehead became drenched with sweat. Despite that, however, her teary eyes did not leave the score. Ha ha ha. So, yesterday, right? At a club. Oh, Hyun, at hashtag $%. Kim Jin-dae and Lee Cha-hee opened the door and entered the practice room. However, after seeing Lee Hyun-ah focusing on something, Lee Cha-hee immediately shut Kim Jin-dae up forcefully. At hashtag at $hashtag at %. Shush, come on out. Lee Cha-hee quietly dragged him out of the practice room. How are we supposed to look through all of this? Lee Hyun-ji sighed while looking at the number of videos on the server. Looks like the video we uploaded on Tune had some effect. It's not just some effect, I think. When Kang-yoon asked while sipping on his coffee, Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. There was an endless number of videos uploaded on their website. It wasn't a quantity they could look through. Even Kang-yoon, who was quickly skipping through the videos leisurely with a coffee in hand, became shocked after seeing the number of videos. Let's divide them up then. What a number, eh? When Lee Hyun-ji sighed, Kang-yoon shrugged. Turning off the computer, Lee Hyun-ji gave Kang-yoon some papers. It looks like it's not easy renting a concert hall at the end of the year. Kang-yoon sighed while reading the report that said that it wasn't easy renting a place in December. Other big-time singers had rented out the famous concert venues, so they were already booked. End of February. That was the only time we could get. That's not a good time. There would be no time to rest if we decide on a countrywide tour. I'm worried. Lee Hyun-ji agreed with him. You're worried about the condition of Mr. Jae-hoon's voice, right? Yes. It would be troublesome if he strains his voice too much. But we can't delay the concert too far if we want to see the effects that we stacked until now. Doing a concert in spring would mean that we won't see the effects, so we can't have everything. He thought of doing the concert in the summer, but in the summer, many other events other than concerts took place, so it wasn't a wise choice. Lee Hyun-ji spoke after thinking about it. Looks like we can only shrink the number of concerts. I guess so. How is the subcontract going? It's doing well. Since this is the first large-scale project by World Entertainment, many businesses want a share of the pie. It won't be that hard. These were some good signs. Kang-yoon finished talking about the concert, then spoke about the next topic. So the next topic is Miss Mooney, huh? What choice would she make? You mean whether she decides to stay at the company or keep her job as a teacher, right? They couldn't have her, someone who already had a job, be a singer. The moment of truth was coming. Kang-yoon calmly spoke. She'll be at her crossroad once the students start their winter holidays. She should be aware of that. You don't want to let her go, do you? Kang-yoon nodded his head. Naturally, but I can't force her to make a choice. I only want people who wholeheartedly want to stay in this industry. Kang-yoon raised his cooled coffee mug. Chapter 193. Staking everything on the line. 1. What do you think Miss Moon-hee will do? Lee Hyun-ji had her arms crossed as she looked out the window. Even if she was talented enough to shake the world, it would be no good if she wasn't motivated. Is there really a reason for her to give up a stable future for an unknown one? Lee Hyun-ji did not have that confidence in her. Kang-yoon spoke calmly after hearing her worries. How can we know what a person thinks? I too don't know exactly. Rationally speaking, there are no strings attached in her point of view, so she could just walk away and treat it as studying her hobby. My dear, you made a contract that's disadvantageous for us then? When Lee Hyun-ji asked jokingly, Kang-yoon smiled and shook his head. It's not really a disadvantage for us. If we treat Moon-hee well, then the other potential trainees will find out that we, as a company, will try to raise anyone with enough skill and not look at previous jobs or age. You know, the average age of freshly recruited trainees are getting younger and younger these days. I think this is a good way to improve our image. Now that I think about it, you're right. It would be all for the better if she does become a singer, but even if she does give up midway, we won't have any losses on our hands. Let's just consider it a 3-month investment to our company reputation. So better people might consider joining us later. So if the reputation of our company goes up, the quality of applicants for our company will increase as well, and indirectly affect our own artists as well. That's a lot of gains. Lee Hyun-ji nodded in acceptance. Having finished talking, Kang-yoon stood up from his seat. Then let's talk more later. What? Oh, it's time already. It was going past 6:30 right now. It was about time and Moon-hee arrived at the company. Kang-yoon headed to the studio in order to meet her. He told me that I shouldn't twist too much on this part, right? Miss In, if I focus on the score too much, I'll end up forgetting the important part of transferring the emotions. Miss In Moon-hee was contemplating in her mind when someone suddenly shouted behind her. Why, yes. When she turned around, it was the balding vice principal. He had puffed up cheeks and glared at her. You didn't answer no matter how many times I called. Miss In, have you finished the meeting minutes? What? Oh, yes, I have. Really? The vice principal gave her a suspicious glance and frowned after seeing the finished minute. Don't just think about going home all day and do more work. The vice principal was mad at her even when she did well. Just as she sighed, a colleague of hers next to her whispered to her. Looks like that guy's mad again. What does he have against you? I can't help it. He's had a grudge against me from the beginning of the semester. In Moon-hee lightly sighed after hearing the worries of another lady of the faculty. That balding vice principal always nitpicked with her and gave her tedious work to do. She just didn't understand why he hated her so much. Her colleague whispered again with a serious expression. Anyway, be careful. I heard that Octopus has a grudge against you for leaving on time. I'm finishing all my work, though. Okay, thank you for telling me that. In Moon-hee felt bitter. This social life in an organization was very difficult for her. Although she had other things on her hands right now, never did she put less effort into teaching. Just why was society like this? Oops, I'm late. Soon it became closing time. However, in Moon-hee couldn't leave the faculty office immediately due to some work and left a little later than usual. She was walking through the corridor, but then she just had to meet the octopus head vice principal. Miss In, going home already? Ah, yes. The thing is, TSK, you aren't a temporary teacher. The other teachers are still here, no? Go on. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Just what was he going to talk to her about tomorrow? She had finished her work. She checked over and over again to see if she had missed anything. She was unable to understand why the vice principal was doing this. Then I'll take my leave. In Moon-hee clicked her tongue and left the school after bowing to the vice principal. She got on the bus after she left school, but her mind was not in good condition. It really isn't easy, huh? Her job and singing. It wasn't easy to handle both at the same time. She sat by the window and leaned on the window before closing her eyes for a little. Can I really become a singer? She was having a hard time in society, and she wasn't able to practice a lot at the company either. Could she really overcome all of these obstacles and become a singer? It was nearing the end of the 3 months that the president had spoken about. However, she was still unable to come to a decision. I don't know. Her messy thought process did not seem to stop. At that moment, this stop is, In Moon-hee shook. herself up. When she had dozed off a little, she had heard the name of the stop she was supposed to get off on. She got off the crowded bus after clearing her thoughts up a little. But then, where is this place? When she looked around, it was an unfamiliar place. She had gotten off a stop early by mistake. As she was dozing off, she mistook the next stop for this stop. Really, nothing's going well today. Clutching her head, In Moon he sighed deeply. After practice, In Moon he left the booth exhausted. Thank you for all your work. Collapsing onto a chair, she drank the cup of water on the table. Thanks for your work. You're doing great, so you should just continue like this. Yes. Kang-yoon patted her shoulders before getting his bag. He was about to leave the studio first, but then saw that she was tired and asked, Aren't you feeling tired these days? Yes, what? And not at all. She unintentionally gave an honest answer before waving her hands. Her moment of distraction caused a tragedy. Kang-yoon was the president of a company. In terms of school, he would be a person above the vice principal and would be the equivalent of the principal. To think she showed a weak side to such a person. In Moon, he clutched her head. However, despite what she thought, Kang-yoon spoke with a soft expression. It shouldn't be easy working during the day and practicing during the night. Should we take a day off this week? And no, it's fine. In Moon, he replied tensely. However, Kang-yoon squinted his eyes in dissatisfaction and asked, What is it? Did something happen at school? And no, it's not like that. I don't think that's right. What happened? Did practice interfere with your schoolwork? Kang-yoon asked worriedly. She thought that she should have been on her guard at all times, but his kind words shook her heart. Despite that, she refrained from saying she was tired to the bitter end and smiled. Not at all. I'm having a lot of fun these days. I can become a singer again if I do this, no? Unlike what she said, one of her eyelids were trembling. Kang-yoon felt bitter while seeing her eyes. It's about time she's shaken. Wait a minute. Kang-yoon took out an envelope from the desk drawers in the studio and gave it to her. Song Tae-jim's dinner show? There's 2 of them. Take your boyfriend there. In Moon, he was dumbfounded. It was like she was a miner that had unexpectedly struck gold. Kang-yoon added, I won't tell you to write up a report about it, but I'm going to make you tell me how you felt for 10 minutes straight, so think about it well, okay? 10 minutes. A 10-minute speech required a lot of thinking to do. It might be better to write things down. Okay. Those are VIP seats. Have a good time. Thank you. In Moon, he bowed to Kang-yoon in appreciation. But wait, I don't have a boyfriend. Who am I supposed to go with? She had pleasant worries now. Her level of trust towards Kang-yoon had grown deeper by a level. Yeoksamdong, Seoul. It was a place filled with skyscrapers. In the middle of the district was a rather eye-catching traditional Korean building, a high-class Korean restaurant known for its good reception of guests. This place was under tight security, and the cars parked were all high-class ones. In such a place, the directors of MG Entertainment and the president of Yerong Entertainment, Kang Shermyoung, were laughing with each other. Ha ha ha. I'm glad to hear that loan got through. President Kang Shermyoung was holding a glass of alcohol on one hand and a young girl wearing hanbok, traditional Korean clothing, on the other, and poured director Yoo Jae-tae a glass. Haha. Yes. Are the preparations for the new girls at Yerong going well? You mean Winkle, huh? I should be able to show them at the end of the year or by early next year at the latest. President Kang Shermyoung grinned while receiving a glass from director Yoo Jae-tae. Then, director Kim Jin-ho asked, It was a girl group of 6 girls, right? Yes, director. They're fresh, and they've been preparing for years now. They've prepared themselves all right. Ha ha ha. Although they were talking about each other's companies, their mood was good. Director Moon Gwang-shik made an ominous laugh while stroking the lady wearing a hanbok next to him. Ha ha. I hope they don't overlap with our Hello Tint girls. Why, of course. There's no need for bloodshed. Unless, it's, Edios or something. Ha 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 ha. President Kang Shermyoung made a confident smile. 6 girls. They were young, and they had the skills. He believed that there was no reason for Winkle, the group he was preparing for a debut, to not win against Edios. Just as the mood was heightening, a man wearing a suit opened the door and entered. It was a skinny man in his 40s, and he wore glasses. So there's all of you here. Please excuse me. When he greeted everyone, President Kang Shermyoung squinted. That's not someone I wanted to meet in a good place like this. President Kang Shermyoung blatantly expressed his displeasure for the man. However, The man didn't seem to care and replied with a smile. It has been a long time, President Kang. Indeed it has been. I didn't want to see you though. Ha ha. I guess you hate me. When the mood was about to get cold, director Kim Jin-ho tried to stop President Kang Shermyung. There. Please calm down. Don't hate him too much, President Kang. He has with him a good present for all of us this time. Hearing that, President Kang Shermyung squinted once again. I don't want to get myself involved with the president of a news company that can only write trashy articles. Sheesh, President Kang. You know well that trash can be recycled into something good. Even though he was blatantly referred to as trash, the man did not lose his smile. It was getting scary at this point. Director Moon Gwangshik put the lady next to him on his lap before speaking. President Moon, you did well getting here. So those conditions last time are fine with you. First, please give me a glass of alcohol. I hope President Kang can pour me one. President Kang frowned, but still poured him a glass. He groaned after drinking the strong vodka in one gulp. Who shall I look into? The man's eyes gleamed frighteningly. Momentarily, the lady sitting on Director Moon Gwangshik's lap trembled in fear. Ha, it's fine, baby. Director. Cute girl. He put his thick lips against the lady's lips before speaking in a serious expression. There's a group named Heroi in Yunsol, right? I heard that the leader there is quite close to Han Ju-yeon. What? Han Ju-yeon? Isn't she from Edios? The man continued to speak as though it was absurd. There's nothing about Edios no matter how deep we dig into them. I put 2 teams against them and had them watch the girls 24/7, but we still got nothing. The president there seems really strict in managing his artists. In fact, we made losses thanks to petrol costs and living costs. We got nothing back. In the end, I had them pull out. No. I have some evidence this time, you know. Just trust me on this one. It's quite big, you know. Hearing Director Moon Gwangshik so confident, the man fell silent. It would definitely be big if he dug something out of the stars of world entertainment. However, it wasn't that easy. The people there had fixed schedules. His team stalked them for many hours, but even on their days off, they rarely left their houses at all. However, that director shouldn't be saying that baselessly either. Okay, I'll try it, however. The man looked at President Kang Shermyung again. Let me receive another glass. Strangely, I've taken a liking to you, President. President Kang Shermyung poured him another glass without a change in expression. There's no good ending getting involved with those guys. President Kang Shermyung internally sighed. Chapter 194. Staking everything on the line. 2. Unlike when he released his previous albums, Kim Jae-hoon didn't participate in many events this time. This was a complete contrast to the days he had very little sleep when he first joined World Entertainment. However, this didn't mean that Kim Jae-hoon played around all day. On my dull heart. Inside the empty concert hall of Lunas, he was busy practicing for his concert. From the moment he heard about the concert from Kang-yoon, he immediately started practicing. Although the venue was a little too large to be used by himself, his thick voice filled the concert hall. Kang-yoon, who was seated in the audience seat, watched as he practiced. Looks like he's excited. Kang-yoon picked up his pen and wrote down many things regarding Kim Jae-hoon, from his physical condition to the things he thought he needed, as well as ideas. His notes were filled with ink. This was the first personal-scale concert by World Entertainment. It was also the first concert for Kim Jae-hoon after many years. It was natural for him to take every little detail into consideration. I hope you stay happy. The voice faded out. After the song ended, the blinding white light in Kang-yoon's vision also died down. Phew. Thanks for that. When Kang-yoon applauded lightly, Kim Jae-hoon heaved a deep breath before sitting down on the spot. Was that okay? Yeah, it was all right. How are you feeling right now? I'm great. My voice is good and don't push yourself too far. We have a lot of time, so don't be in a hurry, all right? Kang-yoon warned Kim Jae-hoon several times, worried that something may happen. Hearing that, Kim Jae-hoon smiled and nodded. You don't have to worry about me. Do you think I'd miss such a good chance because I push myself too far? You strain your voice too much when you're excited. Anyway, don't practice for more than 5 hours a day. Isn't that too little? The president was telling him off for doing too much. Before Kim Jae-hoon could say anything, Kang-yoon shook his head. I get that you're excited for this, but we're doing an endurance race here. I'd be in a difficult position if you think that the 2 concerts we're doing now are the end of it. If the reactions are good, We're going on a countrywide concert tour. You can't push yourself too hard from the get-go. Right. A countrywide tour. Hearing the ultimate objective, Kim Jae-hoon's eyes shone and nodded his head. Okay, boss. You only call me boss at times like these, huh? Kang-yoon stood up with a smile and patted Kim Jae-hoon on the shoulders. Since we're doing this, let's go all the way to Jeju-do, yeah? Let's do a world tour next time, too. How about it? Ha. Okay, I'll believe you. A world tour. Hearing a dreamlike objective, Kim Jae-hoon started practicing again with motivation. After clearing up things, Kang-yoon quietly left the hall. It's dark already. When he looked outside, the sky was already darkening. He was about to leave thinking that he should go home early today when he came across the manager for the place. He briefly spoke with the manager. Is someone in the practice room right now? Hearing Kang-yoon's question, the manager thought for a moment before replying. Mina came during the day, and she should be practicing now as well. She's an amazing girl. She never stops practicing even though it's her rest period right now. She practiced more than any other member of her team. The manager wasn't praising her for nothing. Kang-yoon looked up towards the practice room. You want to visit her? She should be practicing right now. Hearing that, Kang-yoon walked upstairs. As the manager had said, he saw Young Mina still practicing. Juicy. Oops, looks like I've interfered. Seeing Young Mina shocked, Kang-yoon made a difficult expression. Don't look. She seemed embarrassed by the fact that her makeup was erased due to all the sweat as she covered her face with a towel and left the practice room. She wasn't like that before. Kang-yoon laughed before sitting down. Young Mina came back soon. She had changed her clothes and even put on some new makeup. You've transformed. Transformed? This is the usual me. Sure. I heard that women and makeup are of one mind and body. What? Young Mina glared at Kang-yoon. Oops, looks like I've interfered with your practice. I should have just gone home. She wasn't like this when she was with the other members. He was about to speak to her about getting dinner together when his phone suddenly started ringing. Excuse me for a sec. Hello? Who? Oh, hi me. Kang-yoon's tone of voice became high as he was in a pleasant mood. Who's that? Young Mina's eyes narrowed, hearing a woman's name. Wow, your number hasn't changed. Appa, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Indeed, it has been. How long has it been? I think it's been more than 6 years, no? It's probably more than that. I guess we met about twice after I moved companies. And we only met briefly at that. Oh, Appa, do you have some time right now? Right now? Now. Kang-yoon blinked his eyes several times. You're as direct as ever. Ha. Only you can say that about me. Anyway, I'm at a charity restaurant right now, so I wanted to see you. A charity restaurant? Well, do good things here, eat together and all. I think it's a good opportunity. It was rather sudden, but it didn't seem that bad. When he asked about the location, it turned out it was a 10-minute drive by car. Kang-yoon told her that he'd call back after asking the person with him before hanging up. Mina, have you eaten dinner? Not yet. What is it? Actually, Kang-yoon told her about the charity restaurant. Hearing that, Young Mina thought for a moment before nodding. It's a good thing we're doing. But my clothes aren't really that good today. Will that be all right? I think you just need to fix your makeup a little. Sheesh, you really don't understand a lady's mind. Even though you're a god at music. What? Is it so hard to say you're pretty? When Kang-yoon tilted his head, Young Mina pouted. However, she grabbed Kang-yoon's hand. Let's go then. I'm hungry. Mina. Quickly. Oh, okay. Kang-yoon felt that he had triggered her in a wrong way and left Lunas feeling rather weird. There were over 10 empty soju bottles rolling around in Lee Cha-hee's small apartment. Lee Hyun-ah was in the middle of those bottles and was smiling towards Lee Cha-hee with a rather vacant expression. Nyaha. Hyun-ah, stop drinking. It's fine. It's fine. Lee Hyun-ah was the one who drank most of those 10 bottles and was holding another bottle in her hand, and Lee Cha-hee tried to take the bottle away from her. However, they say a drunk person is quite strong. Lee Hyun-ah drank straight from the bottle. Oh yeah. Hyun-ah, stop already. It's fine, I say away. Like that, there was another empty bottle. Lee Cha-hee heaved a deep sigh. Seeing that, Lee Hyun-ah spoke with a sad expression. Cha-hee, you know, I'm really sad right now. Just why did a pretty girl like me get rejected? Because you're like this. You're white, yeah. Lee Hyun-ah laughed. She had no control over herself. Although she acted cool on the outside, it wasn't easy to shake off her feelings. Lee Cha-hee shook her head. You know? I even made a song about it. I did. Yes, yes. Good girl. Hey, just look. Look, erg. Lee Hyuna took out a score from her bag and waved it around in the air before collapsing. Sheesh. She acted like she was all right, but it doesn't seem like she's all right at all. Anyway, I'll make you pay tomorrow. Glaring at her friend, Lee Cha-hee moved her to a safe place that was her bed. She also picked up the score scattered across the floor. What score is this? She looked at the score out of curiosity, but the more she looked, the more shocked she became. She took out a guitar even though her friend was sleeping right now. Whoa! The melody and the lyrics were very poetic. Lee Cha-hee could not hide her shock as this music was completely different to the songs they did until now. A popular tonkatsu restaurant in Yeonam-dong. This place wasn't far from Lunas. Kang-yoon and Young Mina found a place where many people had lined up. It looks like that place. Young Mina pointed forward. She saw numerous cameras and other video equipment, as well as female celebrities giving out waiting number tickets while wearing maid uniforms. Wait, this is on camera. Kang-yoon stopped his footsteps. Although he came here since he heard that it was for charity, it would be a different story if this was going to be on camera. Moreover, he was here with Young Mina alone. It was the perfect situation for people to misunderstand. However, Young Mina urged Kang-yoon on as though it was nothing much. Who cares? You're a famous composer, and we were invited here too. I really don't want misunderstandings like this. Ah, sheesh. Young Mina grabbed Kang-yoon's hand before dragging him into the middle of those people. Kang-yoon was surprised, but when he came to, he was in the middle of the crowd. Soon, a lady wearing a maid uniform approached them. Aren't you? Minasian Binim from Edios. Are you Ju-hai? When Young Mina acted as she knew her, the girl took a 90-degree bow. Her name was Ju-hai, and she was from the group Kwanel, who recently had their debut. Hello? Sion Binim. Were you invited here? Yeah. Ju-hai, you're on this program. Ah, yes. Oh, you must be Muse. Hello. Hello. Kang-yoon greeted her as well. The people lining up started murmuring amongst themselves. While looking at Young Mina and Lee Kang-yoon, they especially seemed to be surprised at how Young Mina looked in real life. They were guided inside the restaurant as special guests. When they entered, the girl that called Kang-yoon, Lee Haimi, came out to greet them. She was wearing an apron and hugged Kang-yoon as soon as she saw him. Appa, it's been such a long time. Oh, my dear Appa. Haimi, long time no see. It's been a while. Kang-yoon patted Lee Haimi on the back before pushing her off lightly. WH, wah wah. What is that girl? Young Mina's eyes turned vicious in an instant. Regardless, Lee Haimi grabbed Kang-yoon's hands and spoke excitedly. I didn't know you didn't change your number for 8 years. It's so nice to see you. I thought you forgot about me since we haven't seen each other for so long. You're really careless, you know. No way. How could I forget about you after all that? Ha ha. Sit down then. I'll cook you up something nice. Lee Haimi had Kang-yoon sit in the best seat. Young Mina's face stiffened as she felt she was ignored. At that moment, one man approached Kang-yoon. It was Yoo Dae-jun, the main host for the charity program Friday night. After politely greeting him, he asked Kang-yoon about Lee Haimi's connection with the famous composer Muse. Kang-yoon thought for a moment before replying. I used to take care of her as her manager. She was still new back then. Oh, new, huh? How was she back then? Was she as unruly as she is now? When Lee Haimi glared at Yoo Dae-jun with her fist raised, many people burst out laughing. As Kang-yoon and Lee Haimi seemed to be on close terms, Young Mina's innards boiled. This man really. Since there was a camera recording them, it felt like torture for her. Moreover, that woman didn't leave at all. Like that, the girl named Haimi went back to the kitchen after 10 minutes of hanging around. It's nice to see her after all this time. Mina, what is it? What? What about me? Young Mina replied with a nonchalant face, but Kang-yoon asked again in confusion. Do you not feel well? Your expression isn't that good. It's because of you. However, she did not speak those words. It's nothing. Ah, I'm hungry. President, what are we eating today? Let's have a look at the menu then, shall we? Not seeming to notice how Young Mina felt, Kang-yoon nonchalantly read down the menu. A hotel in Shanghai, China. Thank you for all your work. Min Jin-seo waved her hand at manager Kim Ju-hwan in the hotel lobby. Thank you for your work, Jin-seo. You worked really hard today. It's my usual job. Min Jin-seo sighed. She had a continuous string of shoots to attend to for 3 days straight, and most of them required her to shoot through the night as well. She could only return to the hotel late afternoon, so manager Kim Joo-hwan felt bitter about her expression of words. Tell me if you need anything. Okay, you should rest too. Appa. Min Jin-seo rarely asked for anything. Manager Kim Joo-hwan looked at her with pity. Inside the suite, Min Jin-seo, who had just come out of the shower, looked down at the night city of Shanghai. It's dark. Now, she no longer felt anything about the night view. She took out a can of coffee from the refrigerator and sat in front of the computer. Although she didn't usually surf the web, she started searching one term starting some time ago. World Entertainment. When she entered the term on the web portal, many articles started. What's this? Usually, most of the articles were about how an artist from World Entertainment took first place in charts. But today, those articles weren't seen anywhere, and a strange article entered her eyes. Mino of Edios, World Entertainment, and Composer Muse. A pink-colored date between the president and employee? World Entertainment. Mina and Muse's public date? Date. Usually articles with question marks in the title weren't to be trusted. However, she found it strange that the two people were mentioned on the same line. Mina of Edios and Composer Muse of World Entertainment appeared in a charity restaurant for Friday night. The two showed a close relationship between employer and employee through a meal, and, the article wasn't anything special. Unlike the title, it wasn't anything like a scandal. The article mostly emphasized the friendship between the president and the artist. However, something did get on her mind. Why is that Uni grabbing his hand? Young Mina was grabbing Kang-yoon's hand and was making a V with the other hand in a photo. Chapter 195. Staking everything on the line. 3. Manager Kim Joo-hwan was smoking in a smoking room located on one side of the lobby. Jin-seo's schedule will only get harsher and harsher. What am I going to do? Manager Kim Joo-hwan was worried about Min Jin-seo as he smoked. Her schedule was tight enough as it was already, but it would only get tighter in the future. She was nearing the end of her contract now as well, so the fact that the company was having her work even more just showed how dire the financial situation was at the company. Just why are they putting up a building? Oh. Just as he was thinking about the company, his phone started ringing. When he picked up, it was Min Jin-seo. She usually doesn't call me for anything other than schedules. Hello? Appa, sorry for calling all of a sudden. Not at all. Is something up? Usually, Min Jin-seo had a very soft voice, but right now she seemed to be very urgent about something. Appa, please get me a ticket to Korea. Right now? What? Korea? Why so suddenly? Don't ask why. Just quickly. Jin-seo, you know you have a sked. Please. Min Jin-seo was reckless. As she usually didn't act on a whim like this, he thought for a moment before ending the call after saying okay. Just what is it? It's not easy getting a plane ticket at this time. He sighed before opening a phone app to book a flight. I'll be off then. Lee Samsoon waved at Han Joo-yeon and Young Mina as she left the residence. Have a safe trip. Thanks. Joo-yeon, are you going somewhere? I have an appointment. Although the members did not put on makeup in their residence, Han Joo-yeon had thick makeup on today. When Lee Samsoon left for her shoot, the two of them entered the room and got ready to get out. Han Joo-yeon was putting on some makeup next to Young Mina and asked her out of curiosity. Are you going somewhere? Nah, usual practice. You're putting on such thick makeup when you're going to practice? Moreover, she was waterproofing her makeup, so Han Joo-yeon's eyes widened. Young Mina was usually the most careless of the team, but she was completely different today. You know, I want to try things out at times. I call BS. Who is it? Tell this Uni. Han Joo-yeon snorted. There was no need for such an effort unless it was a guy, 9 out of 10. Moreover, Young Mina was even putting on a skirt, which she didn't usually wear. However, Young Mina snorted before retorting. I'm also a girl, you know. Oh? Tell me right this instant. Hey. The makeup is smudging. They wrestled for a while, but Young Mina never spoke a man's name even once. In the end, Han Joo-yeon became bored and stood up first. I'm leaving first then. You have an appointment? Wait, don't tell me it's the guy you spoke about last time. No way. I'm not that crazy, you know. Han Joo-yeon shook her head as she left. Right? I'm the problem here, not her. Young Mina shook her head and left the residence to head to practice. In the practice room, she changed her clothes as usual and put on the music loudly. She let the music take her body away and danced along with all the songs that Edios had sung until now. Pant, pant. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. 1 hour, 2 hours. As she continued to dance, her breathing became heavier. However, her moves never strayed from the original move, and she did not miss a beat. Her stamina was amazing, just as she was immersed in practice. You're practicing today as well? The door quietly opened and a big man entered. It was Kang-yoon. However, unlike before, she was ready and just waved her hand at him. Hello. Hi. You haven't changed. What do you mean I haven't changed? That sounds strange. Young Mina pouted before turning off the music. Kang-yoon smiled and gave her some drinks. Young Mina gulped them down. Since it's your rest period and all, why don't you go home like the oth? Oops. Kang-yoon immediately shut up after noticing his mistake. You know what kind of situation I'm in. Young Mina became dejected. Kang-yoon made a sorry expression and scratched his head. She had no family, no parents, no siblings. She was completely alone by herself. This was why he had to be very careful during the contract. As she had a high pride, the other members also found out later. This was a top secret that even her fans did not know about. Well, I can be forgetful at times. TCH. I guess I'll have to forgive you this time. Why don't you buy me a meal then? Young Mina just laughed it over. She really didn't like serious stuff. Kang-yoon nodded and smiled as well. You want strange photos taken again like last time? Whoa, strange photos? It was a perfectly normal photo between the president and an artist. You're being weird now. Young Mina stuck out her tongue. Kang-yoon sighed. Fine then. That's what it is. Hee. The reactions were good, weren't they? It was warm seeing a good relationship between the president and the artist. That's what it said, no? Warm? I'm glad that there's no scandal. Oh my, president. Aren't you too confident in yourself? A scandal with me? Ugh. Kang-yoon had nothing to say. He was worried that Young Mina had feelings towards him, but now that she rejected that idea outright, he felt embarrassed. Was I too sensitive about it? Or is she playing with him? Kang-yoon shook his head thinking that women were incomprehensible beings. In the end, he decided to think that complicating things would just make it worse and forgot about it. After shrugging, he spoke. Fine then. Let's just go get a meal. Yes. Oh, it's really hard practicing. Don't practice too much. You'll strain your joints. I'm fine because I'm young. I'm still in my prime. Ha ha ha. When Kang-yoon stood up first, Young Mina slowly stood up as well. However, her shirt loosened a little and her chest was exposed towards Kang-yoon. Oops. Kang-yoon momentarily didn't know where to look. Young Mina didn't seem to cover it up at all. If he pointed out, it would be weird, but it would also be weird if he didn't point it out, so he was stuck in a dilemma. Let's go then. She seemed oblivious to all this. Young Mina stood up and grabbed Kang-yoon's hand. Kang-yoon was about to shake her hands off when the door suddenly opened and a lady entered. Sir. The lady raised her voice high while widening her eyes. It was a beautiful lady wearing a long coat. Min Jin-seo. Jin-seo. Kang-yoon's eyes widened in surprise. Young Mina was likewise surprised. She was supposed to be busy in China. Just how was she in this place? Meanwhile, Min Jin-seo's eyes were fixed on Young Mina's hand that was grabbing Kang-yoon's. The description of the photo talked about how warm the relationship was between the president and the artist, but her worries were on point. She couldn't relax even after leaving her stamp on him. There was a lot she wanted to say, and her innards were boiling as well. Min Jin-seo just barely calmed down and looked at Kang-yoon. Hell.osjar. Aha. Hi, Jin-seo. Her voice was stiff and Kang-yoon immediately noticed her mood. He was in an awkward situation. Oops, looks like she's mad. Although Young Mina was young and was just an employee, she was still a girl. Moreover, there was that photo as well. It was no wonder Min Jin-seo was angry. Kang-yoon thought that he should clear the misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Young Mina also immediately realized Kang-yoon's change in attitude. There's something between these two. A storm brewed between the two women. The picture between the two. Kim Jae-hoon closed his eyes inside the studio as he immersed himself in singing. Wow. Kim Jae-hoon's emotional voice made In Moon-hee tear up. Seo Han-yu was controlling the mixer next to her with a serious expression. This is hard. I want a deeper sound. Seon Bi-nim, is something not going well? When In Moon-hee asked, Seo Han-yu nodded. Yes. I added a delay to this. Oh. A delay means that the track will be played back after a bit of time, and this doesn't seem to suit the music. I tried this to make the sound deeper sounding. This is strange. It was good when the president did it. It sounds like the president is really good at things like this. Hearing that, Seo Han-yu looked up. He makes songs, he can utilize these machines well, and his plans are. Actually, there's nothing he can't do. He's like a real genius. A genius? Is he that good? You'll be very hard-pressed to meet another person like him, even at other companies. Moreover, he's loyal as well. Maybe most women fall for him. What the hell am I saying? Seo Han-yu covered her blushing face and continued adjusting the mixer. At that moment, Kim Jae-hoon spoke of his opinion through the mic. Han-yu, why don't you try putting in an echo rather than a delay? Echo? I don't think it will suit this though. Just try it once. Seo Han-yu put echo in and decreased the bass a little. Kim Jae-hoon seemed satisfied again as he immersed himself into the song, while in Moon he turned around to Seo Han-yu again. What is the president like? What's his style? His style? You mean how he works with the artists? Yes. Seo Han-yu contemplated for a little bit. What was Kang-yoon's style of work? Business owners of entertainment companies each had their own style of work. There were people who read the trend and recruited people accordingly. Others were bossier and tried to have the artists do their bidding, while some only worked with artists of their style. As for what the ideal work style the artist wanted, I think our president is someone who will let the singers sing what they want, and he makes their songs work on the general populace. Really? He's making me sing trot though. In Moon, he tilted her head. It was true that she had questions about the genre of music she was singing. Although she wasn't questioning him since the practice was going well, she was still curious about why she was singing trot. When she heard that, Seo Han-yu asked back with a smile. Do you not like trot? It's not like that. In fact, I like it quite a lot. You are the best. When you sing trot, I haven't heard that much, but I think the president knows that as well. Am I that good? Seo Han-yu strongly nodded. Yes, I've never seen anyone sing trot better than you, Uni. You're embarrassing me. I'm serious. In my opinion, I think the president is pushing trot onto you because you're so good at it. Kim Jae-hoon was nearing the end of his singing. Being acknowledged by someone who was doing well in the industry, in Moon he blushed, but still felt really good. Because I'm so good at it. Seo Han-yu told her that after Nam-hoon as well. While she was being nagged at by the vice principal at school, at this place, she was acknowledged. They have trust in me. Being trusted by someone wasn't something she had felt with anyone. Kang-yoon was sweating profusely as he looked at the two ladies seated in front of him, Young Mina and Min Jin-seo. Girls. The two ladies were both smiling at him, but clearly, they weren't smiling. The two seemed at odds with each other. What beauty jjigae should we order? Seafood. I want ham. Young Mina replied seafood, while Min Jin-seo wanted ham, so Kang-yoon was in a dilemma. Both of them did not relent their choices. Let me just order the assorted one then. With lots of noodles. Kang-yoon sighed and mediated between the two. At that time, he felt a strange sensation on his legs. Jin-seo. When Kang-yoon looked down after making the excuse that he dropped something, he saw Min Jin-seo hitting his legs with hers. She was very pouty and had puffed her cheeks. Kang-yoon sighed a little before shaking her head. We do need to have a talk, but it's somewhat difficult to talk alone too. Kang-yoon also wanted to take care of her more, but it was somewhat difficult to do in this situation. Unfortunately, he had no choice. He could only secretly message Min Jin-seo that he was sorry when he went to the bathroom. The owner of the restaurant served them directly and even gave them a lot of free food like extra dumplings and drinks. However, the mood at the table wasn't that good. They only smiled when some fans approached them wanting an autograph. The beauty jjigae boiled. Kang-yoon scooped the soup up first and gave a bowl to Min Jin-seo. Thank you. Min Jin-seo looked at Young Mina with a victory expression. This girl. Young Mina pouted with an expression of displeasure. However, thank you for the meal. When Kang-yoon gave Young Mina a bowl as well, Min Jin-seo's expression turned dark as well. Moreover, juicy. Let me do it for you. It's fine. Don't refuse. Young Mina took the ladle away from Kang-yoon, while even acting cute, and scooped Kang-yoon a bowl. Whoa. Ha ha ha. There was no need to mention that Min Jin-seo was boiling with rage on the inside. They didn't speak a lot during the meal. Young Mina and Min Jin-seo did not speak a word to each other as though they were uninterested. They only replied to Kang-yoon's questions. It was like walking on a thin sheet of ice. Were these two always at odds with each other? While paying for the meal, Kang-yoon was rather confused. Min Jin-seo had a look at the time in front of the store before speaking. Sir, I think I should get going now. Already? Yes. I don't have a lot of time until my flight. What about your manager? Min Jin-seo shook her head. She meant that he wasn't here. Kang-yoon spoke worriedly. I'll give you a ride then. It's fine. I can just take the taxi. No. You have to go right now, right? Let's go. Min Jin-seo followed Kang-yoon unwillingly. She tapped on her phone a few times as she followed him. Just as Kang-yoon was walking forward, Young Mina grumbled next to Min Jin-seo. You fiery fox. You're no better, Uni. What was that? Just as the two spat flames from their eyes, Kang-yoon turned around. Girls, come on. Yes. The two smiled as though nothing had happened. I should come here quickly. I can't leave him alone, even if I have to. Seeing Young Mina, Min Jin-seo couldn't be at ease at all. Following Kang-yoon, she bit her lips slightly. At that moment, Juicy, can I go with you? You'll be lonely when you drive back by yourself. Young Mina asked Kang-yoon with an I don't know anything face. She what? Min Jin-seo's expression turned extremely dark in an instant. Chapter 196. Staking everything on the line. 4. I should give Jin-seo more care. Kang-yoon shook his head at Young Mina's proposal. If he said okay here, he would be a fool. I appreciate it, but you don't have to. You should be tired too. It's fine, I'm still young. I have a lot of energy. Unlike what Kang-yoon thought, Young Mina looked like she would tag along at all costs. Although she had to have what she wanted, Kang-yoon could not relent this time. There's something I need to talk about in private with Jin-seo, okay? TCH. Young Mina glanced at the two with dissatisfaction before smiling in understanding. You should have told me that beforehand. You're making me out to be an inconsiderate woman. You are. Min Jin-seo couldn't say that out loud and looked at Young Mina with a weird gaze. Unlike what she thought, though, Kang-yoon was speaking the opposite. Not at all. Thanks for your consideration. No. Jin-seo, have a safe trip back. See you later. I'll go back then. Young Mina bowed to Kang-yoon before disappearing quickly as though she felt sorry. Sheesh, she's so energetic. Sir. Just as Kang-yoon muttered that while looking at Young Mina running, Min Jin-seo stood next to him while voicing out seriously. Kang-yoon spoke softly as though he did not sense how she felt. We're finally alone. You're right. Let's go quickly. You'll miss your flight. Kang-yoon drove Min Jin-seo to the airport. Usually, a couple inside a car would have a good mood between them. However, the time they had alone wasn't that good. Are you doing well in China? Yes. I heard you had a lot of delicious food. Yes. I heard you're shooting with Huang Sheng. How is he? Is he good? Yes. Min Jin-seo only said the word yes to every one of Kang-yoon's questions and kept looking outside the window. She was obviously dissatisfied with him. Kang-yoon seemed to have noticed that and asked carefully. Jin-seo. Yes. What is it? Did something displease you? No. Does he seriously not realize? He had a smile on his face while he was with another woman. She didn't want to show him her jealous expression, so she couldn't help but look away. Seeing that, Kang-yoon noticed that something seemed to be up and tried to talk it over. You're going back even though it's been less than 2 hours since you've arrived. It must be hard for you. A little. I'm sorry. If I knew you were coming, I would have made some time. Strictly speaking, this wasn't Kang-yoon's fault. It was her fault for coming here without notice. However, Min Jin-seo flinched when Kang-yoon said that it was his own fault. However, she did not stop gazing outside the window thinking that it wasn't good enough yet. Even though you're here, it's not easy eating just with the two of us. Even though I know I can't help it, I still feel unfortunate. Right now, your position is very sensitive to scandals. I still don't understand if I did the right thing. Back then, considering the position you're in, I feel like I wasn't mature enough. Kang-yoon sighed deeply. Then, Min Jin-seo spoke quietly. You promised me you won't regret it no matter what happened. I did. But do you think I would feel good if something happened to you because of me? I don't mind. No matter what happens. Min Jin-seo finally turned around to look at Kang-yoon. I love my dream. However, I love you. The one who realized my dreams just as much. That's why I will not miss both of you. You promised me that you could do that for me. I did. That's fine for me. I believe in you. Even if something bad happens, I will not regret it. Min Jin-seo put her hand on Kang-yoon's hand that was on the gear stick. Her eyes were filled with determination. I shouldn't be shaken either. Kang-yoon resolved to himself as he felt the warmth on his hand. Goodbye? In Moon, he waved her hands at her students that just finished cleaning up and started working on administrative work in the classroom. Teachers have so much useless work to do. They had their hands full with not only teaching, but they also had so much administrative work to do as well. It wasn't easy just creating teaching materials, but most of their work hours were spent on administrative stuff. In Moon, he sighed while creating documents necessary. Just when she was working, a knock sounded on the door. "Miss In, come here." When she lifted her head up at the presence, she saw the fearful vice principal with the balding hair. For some reason, he had a vicious expression. He showed In Moon his blackened fingers and spoke with a bitter expression. "Isn't the classroom too dirty?" "What? We just finished cleaning." "Tsk. It's because children study in these environments that their health is getting worse. Clean up quickly." "What? Ah, yes." That octopus had probably rubbed his fingers between the frames of the sliding doors. Such an amount of dirt was natural under doors. He was just picking on her at this point. Huh. Sighing, In Moon he took out some baby wipes and started wiping the door frames. However, that wasn't the end of it. The vice principal entered the classroom and clicked his tongue while looking at the notice boards on the back. "Why don't you try changing the notice boards to be a little brighter?" "The notice boards? I just changed it out yesterday. It feels too childish. It feels more like kindergarten than an elementary school. It's messy too." In Moon, he was flabbergasted. She stayed at school until late at night yesterday, cutting up colored papers into fruit shapes like apples and grapes. The children were happy with it, but the vice principal was saying something about it now. However, as she was in a lower position, In Moon he endured her boiling insides. "Understood. Also, come to my desk later." "Okay. Can I ask why?" "I need to send a notice to the Board of Education, so have a look through it and edit any errors." The vice principal was shaking In Moon, his mindset harder than usual. "You're late." "I'm sorry." In Moon, he hurried inside the studio and felt very sorry for Kang-yoon. As she wasn't able to come to the company at all for the past 2 days, she pushed herself to come today. Although the weather was getting cold, sweat drops were forming on her forehead. She was running even when she had heels on. "It looks like the school is very busy recently. I shouldn't be affecting this place because of my work. I'm really sorry." "No. It can't be helped in situations like this." Kang-yoon made In Moon he sit down and gave her some water. In Moon, he gulped down half of a 1.5 L bottle and breathed out. "Thank you." "Phew. Okay. Shall we start after you calm down a little?" "Yes." Kang-yoon prepared for the practice as he always did. He also did not forget to say that there was a lot to practice since she hadn't come to practice for the past couple of days. In Moon, he soon began practicing. "My shaking heart." In Moon, he had her eyes closed and raised her voice inside the booth. The good twist in her voice spread around through the studio, and the musical notes created light. However, Kang-yoon shivered, feeling a sticky sensation. It was the sensation that was given off by gray light. Although this was trot, In Moon he's singing was making a gray light. Is she putting too much of her emotions in? Or is it another problem? Was it because she missed out 2 days of practice or something? She usually created white or silver light with her voice alone. Kang-yoon wondered. After the gray light continued for several songs in a row, Kang-yoon called her out of the booth. "Moon-hee, I don't think you're in a very good condition today at all." In Moon, he looked down. Actually, she also felt that she couldn't sing as she wanted to. Kang-yoon declared rest after seeing her dejected. She collapsed onto the sofa with drooping shoulders. Seeing her so powerless, Kang-yoon asked, "Did something bad happen at school?" "No, it's not that. You can't talk to me about it. It's not like that. It's fine." In Moon, he buried her head between her knees. Something welled up in her chest when she met a superior like Kang-yoon after having to handle the sharp gazes of the vice principal all day. Kang-yoon sat down next to her and patted her back. "Looks like something happened." Kang-yoon's hand was warm. Actually, he was supposed to get angry right now. She would have nothing to retort if Kang-yoon scolded her for not focusing properly despite all of his investments in her. However, he was consoling her and was trying to encourage her instead. He was a drastic contrast to the picky vice principal at school who used all sorts of excuses to make her work more. Having to practice after all the work and stress at school. It should be hard. You're doing well. I'm so sorry. I'm not usually like this. It's okay. That word, okay, made her emotions burst out. Her back started trembling and her knees started getting wet, while Kang-yoon took out some tissues. After some time, I'm sorry. I've shown you an embarrassing side. In Moon, he wiped her tears with some tissue and looked down. It's fine. Let's just keep this between us. Okay. The Sionbaes were right. Did they say something? When Kang-yoon asked in curiosity, in Moon he spoke. Han-yusin Abe told me that you're a trustworthy president that lets the singers sing the songs they want, while Jimin Seonbi told me that you're her savior and a father figure to her. Also, Jaehyun Seonbi said, Stop. You're giving me goosebumps. Ha ha ha. In Moon he then smiled. Anyway, I feel like I can understand what kind of person you are, President. What kind of person am I then? Am I a warm person? Kang-yoon chuckled. The feeling of warmth on top of feeling goosebumps was a little hard to describe. Feeling that it was time to ask her the important question, Kang-yoon looked at Moon-hee in the eyes. Okay, Moon-hee. Yes, President. Then, do you think you can trust me and follow me? Perhaps he felt like this was the right time. Kang-yoon hesitated a little before asking in a firm tone. His words implied that he will make her a singer without fail if she continued to have trust in him. She spoke calmly without hesitation. Actually, I was hesitating. It's not that I hate being a teacher, but I couldn't say that I was happy being one either. Above all, there's stability that's incomparable to anything else. I thought that I would not be able to give that up. But now, her voice was a little tense. I think I can give up on that stability if I'm with you, President. You only live once, right? I'm giving up something really big here, you know? You can make me big, right? Kang-yoon nodded firmly as well. Of course. I'll make all the people in the world know your name. I'm going to record your words. Go ahead. I take responsibility for my words. In Moon, he grabbed Kang-yoon's extended hand. This was the moment in Moon he officially joined World Entertainment after 3 months of probation. Miss In, what does this mean? After the morning faculty meeting, the vice principal seemed flabbergasted by the letter of resignation that in Moon he placed on his desk and blinked his eyes several times. It's as you see. It's a letter of resignation. A letter of resignation? You're resigning. Scratching his shiny head, the vice principal snorted as though he found this absurd. Miss In, I think you're doing this because you worked a little overtime for the past while, but you can't get through society like that, you know? Just because it's a little difficult, you shouldn't give up a job that you painstakingly worked to get in. I've thought about this deeply for a long time, and I've come to a decision after a long period of consideration. Hey, Miss In. The vice principal was flabbergasted. He couldn't understand what this bold lady was trying to do here. Was she going to report him to the Ministry of Education? As he was aiming for the seat of the principal, he had a lot of things he should be worried about if people decided to look into him. He felt shivers down his spine. Is she testing me? Or is she trying to rebel? No way, that can't be true. The vice principal frowned. He called her out during classes to clean the flower garden, but that was because the flower garden was too dirty. The fact that he gave her some work after school hours was because she was the youngest one of the teachers. Other than that, all of her work was because she was the youngest member. There's not a lot of time until the holidays, so trying to rebel won't look good on your resume. I will resign after my current class graduates. You don't need to be worried about that. I'm not trying to rebel. Miss In, that's not the problem here. In the end, the vice principal became angry. On the surface, he was worried that in Moon he was resigning, but in actuality, he was worried that in Moon he may report him for his actions to the Ministry of Education. It's not a huge problem. It just might ruin your chances to become principal. Miss In, what rudeness is this? A person would become scary if someone else found out about one's true inner thoughts. The vice principal was no exception. The loud noise attracted attention from the others, but in Moon he calmly continued. Pardon me, I was out of line. There's no way you'd be such a shallow man that only picks on their subordinates for the sake of their own promotion. Isn't that right, vice principal? Miss In, when the vice principal glared at In Moon she put her hands on his desk and approached his face. The after-school studies expenses that you took from me. I'm planning to take it to the Ministry of Education. What? Wait, Miss In. So don't touch me. V.I.C.E-P.R.I.N.C.P.L. In Moon, he got away from his face and slammed down the letter of resignation with a smile on her face before returning to her seat. Seeing her bold actions, the others around all widened their eyes in surprise. What's up with Missin today? I wouldn't know. Maybe it's that day? What? Women become Catwoman or something on that day. Her colleague teachers started whispering amongst themselves in curiosity, and the faculty office became filled with whispers. Aren't you going to your classes? Yes. Of course, those whispers instantly died down when the vice principal shouted, You, that be asterisk TCH. I thought she was a calm little sheep. The faculty office became empty in an instant, but the vice principal trembled and could not hide his frustration. He was angry that he couldn't do anything to Moon during the 2 months that the resignation letters were being processed. Chapter 197. Everything has its uses. 1. It was a natural instinct for men and women in their primes to be drawn to each other. Regardless of industry or place, members of the opposite sex were drawn to each other. As such, relationships existed in whichever form, and it influenced a lot of people. Inside a car under a bridge on the Han River, Han Ji-yeon of Edios and Do Chong-soo, the leader of Heroi, a group under Yunsul Entertainment, were talking to each other. Ah, that's good. It felt so good driving like that. Han Ji-yeon stretched her arms out and smiled. Call me anytime. I'll always. Tell that to the girlfriend. Haha, we aren't in a relationship yet. When Do Chong-soo grinned, Han Ji-yeon also smiled as she replied. I don't know. Maybe not yet. Ha ha ha. The vague answer made Do Chong-soo shrug his shoulders. Although idols enjoyed everything in secret, many considered Edios as an exception to that rule. But right now, a member of that very group was in front of his eyes. As a man, the higher a mountain was, the deeper the desire to climb it. Should we get some wind? When Do Chong-soo left the car while hiding his inner thoughts, Han Ji-yeon also left the car. Snap! Snap! At that moment, a small sound. Then the sound of quick footsteps could be heard. Appa, did you hear anything just now? No. When Do Chong-soo tilted his head, Han Ji-yeon also became less suspicious. It shouldn't be anything much. Right. Nothing bad would have happened, she thought. Rather than worrying about that, she wanted to enjoy her momentary breakaway. The next day, it was mid-November. Although it was a little late, Kang-yoon gathered all the artists and employees of World Entertainment at the studio. This was for the monthly meeting. Is everyone here? The director isn't here yet. Young Hae-jin replied to Kang-yoon's question. As Kang-yoon had already heard that Lee Hyun-ji would be a little late, he said that it was okay and started the meeting. We'll hold Jaehoon's concert in February. Edios will do an album in spring next year as well. As for Yunha, I think we should wait a little more. White Moonlight, you guys keep doing what you're doing now. This is the general outline. If anyone has any opinions, please speak up. Kim Jimin replied to Kang-yoon. Is it okay for my activities to happen at the same time as the unis? You two take completely different fields, so it should be fine. Oh wait, I think spring should be fine. Spring of 20 or something. How about it? I think it's good. Okay, then let's talk about that later. Yes. Kang-yoon spoke about the various schedules that the artists had and went into detail about what World Entertainment strived for. The employees wrote down records and noted the things that they needed. When Kang-yoon spoke about how he was pursuing a joint project with Feinstalk to create a music platform and the fact that he was creating a theatrics department, the artists all widened their eyes. Wow, it really looks like we're on our way to a big company. When Young Mina gasped, Kang-yoon replied with a smile. This was only possible thanks to you all. You guys are doing your best, so I should do my best as well. Although it would take a lot of time for our projects to see the light, it will benefit everyone. Next month, we'll have someone who can take care of actors and actresses as well. If this goes well, the artists here may receive help in the form of music videos or musicals, so I hope you get along well. Yes. Everyone had different reactions. The members of Edios looked as though this was natural, while Kim Jae-hoon looked a little surprised. The members of Whitey Moonlight discussed among themselves about what they should do in the future. Hiccup. The youngest one, Kim Jimin, had hiccups due to the sudden surprise. You can talk to me in private if you want to know about something. Kang-yoon was about to finish the meeting when the door to the studio slammed open and Lee Hyun-ji came in. Her face looked flushed. Director? President. Pant. As Lee Hyun-ji was mostly calm, This was a surprise to Kang-yoon as well. Lee Hyunji's flushed appearance made the artists and other employees surprised as well. Seeing that, Kang-yoon approached her and calmly spoke. Director, calm down a little before you speak. Ah yes. Only then did Lee Hyunji realize that other people were here and took deep breaths. After calming down, she took out her phone and showed it to Kang-yoon. Ju-yeon of Edios enjoys a date night out with Tae, the leader of Heroi. A pink mood between the two of them? What? Kang-yoon's brows twitched. Seeing that, the others seemed to be curious and approached him to see it. But Kang-yoon put down the phone, face down, and spoke. Let's end the meeting here today. Then take care. Yes. Everyone wondered, but they all left the studio one by one. The artists were leaving one by one, but Kang-yoon had Han Ju-yeon stay behind. Ju-yeon, shall we talk a little? Mina, you too. Yes. A while later, the four of them sat down on the sofa in one corner of the studio. Let's have a talk after you two see this. Kang-yoon showed the two the news article. Han Ju-yeon, you. As soon as she read the article, young Mina's eyes trembled and she abruptly stood up. At Yerong Entertainment's president's office, smiles were blooming. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your work. Looks like I'm indebted to you this time. I'll treat you to something big next time. Yes, yes. Ha ha ha. President Kang Shermyoung laughed heartily on the phone. He scheduled an appointment before ending the call. Heroi, those boys were a pain in Japan, but I guess this makes it harder for them to keep being active. Who told them to be so vulnerable? If Edios goes down as well, it will be better for Winkle as well. Ha ha ha. Joyfully, he even gave his secretary, who brought him tea, some pocket money. The secretary refused it several times before accepting it and left his office. Ju-yeon of Edios. Tae of Heroi takes her out for a spin? Tae and Ju-yeon, a love between two artists of different companies? On his monitor, there were many articles full of scandals as well as the reactions of the fans. Hey, you damn brat. We're at such an important moment. Are you even human? Huh. President Chu Manji glared at the muscular man in front of him. It was very rare for him to get angry. However, the muscular man, Du Chong-soo, replied in a strong tone. We aren't in a relationship, never. It's just a drive in the car. Hearing that, President Chu Manji abruptly stood up and pointed his fingers at him. Who said that you two were in a relationship? Why did you allow for such articles to appear by getting caught? Did I tell you off for sleeping with? Who was it? Ami from CCR. No. Why do you think I did that? That's President Chu Manji sighed. It's because you didn't get caught. Do you think I'm telling you off because you met a girl? Why give those trash something to bite on? What are you going to do about the fans that will no longer be fans? Moreover, don't you know that the Japanese fans are sensitive to things like this? We're already having a hard time competing with the guys over at Yerong in Japan, and you just had to do this. And moreover, why touch Edios of all people? Didn't I say that everyone should keep a close relationship between the people at World? I didn't do anything. Shut up. Just stay holed up somewhere quiet for the time being. Phew. Du Chong-soo left the office quietly. I can only hope that people will eventually forget about it. Looks like Yerong will take the winter market this time. By himself, President Chu Manji sighed deeply. Sob. Han Ju-yeon teared up after reading the articles that stemmed from her momentary breakaway. Even young Mina flinched when she teared up, but Kang-yoon coldly spoke. It's not looking good for both of us. In the case of Yunsul, the hit won't be small. This scandal should have affected their Japanese album this time. Our fans are shaking as well. Your fans especially, Ji-yeon, are showing signs of breaking away. Sob. This is why idols should not get caught up with scandals. Han Ju-yeon's sobbing became louder. She finally realized the consequences of her actions after listening to Kang-yoon's words. She did that without much thinking as she wanted to relieve the stress from her long career of singing, but she did not realize that the consequences would be so big. Returning the phone to Lee Hyunji, Kang-yoon calmly spoke. It's not like you were actually dating, so there's a room for excuses. However, since the two of you were alone in a car at night, it's not looking too good. I guess, aren't we better off since we're in a rest? Period. When Young Mina spoke with a calmer voice, Lee Hyunji spoke. Better off than Yunsul, at least. They got hit right in the middle of their activity period. However, this will affect our next album as well. Imagine the word, Tae's girl, tagging along with you every time you do something. Would the fans like that? Han Ju-yeon buried her head on the table. Guilt and remorse on top of other mixed emotions made her unable to hold herself together. She didn't want her actions to damage the other members as well. Clap, clap. At that moment, Kang-yoon clapped to get attention. That's enough scolding. Let's think about the solution. Young Mina's eyes shone when she heard those words. I knew you were good, President. You're the best. Mina, leave that for later. TCH, even though I'm complimenting you, fine. As he knew that young Mina spoke those words to brighten the mood a little, Kang-yoon continued to speak. First, I think we should give a formal explanation. Let's upload a notice to the fan cafe. Ju-yeon, you will have to do this. Me? Han Ju-yeon looked at Kang-yoon with reddened eyes. Hearing that, Kang-yoon said that it was natural and nodded his head. I know that you don't write a lot in the fan cafe, but that's precisely why it will be more effective. Han Ju-yeon, who rarely writes, uploaded an apology. We can convey to the fans sincerity like that. Don't make excuses and apologize properly. You're at fault for breaking the fantasies of your fans. Also, don't forget to say that you will not act lightly in the future. Yes, I understand. Is there anything else I have to do? Han Ju-yeon accepted quickly. Kang-yoon continued to speak while opening up a calendar app on his phone. Rather than you alone, Ju-yeon, this is for all of Edios. Let's pull the date forward for the album. What? The album? Even Lee Hyunji's eyes widened at Kang-yoon's words. Aren't we doing one in spring? We're not delaying it, but pulling it forward. There are two meanings behind this. Regardless of our explanation or apology, Ju-yeon and Tae will stick to each other in the search terms for a while. And that will stick to the people as well. Since it's like this, let's just use it as a marketing strategy. I think a Christmas single would be perfect. It would be good if the album is good. Maybe people will think that we did this on purpose for marketing strategy. After all, they will listen to it if they search for her name. Lee Hyunji clapped in understanding. Actually, a scandal was the best form of noise marketing. While Young Mina and Han Ju-yeon blinked several times, Kang-yoon spoke on. Stars are supposed to shirk away from activities when a scandal occurs. However, there's no reason to do that if it's false. Although their rest period will decrease a little, we should undertake that risk. Is that okay with you, Mina? Asterisk Psy star. I accept it with a wide heart. Young Mina put her arm around Han Ju-yeon's shoulders. Thank you. Treat me to something later. I'm getting a lobster off you this time for sure. Young Mina's words made the four of them laugh and ended the meeting on a bright note. After Han Ju-yeon and Young Mina returned to their dorms, Kang-yoon opened the article on his computer and frowned. Director, you told me a place called Starfree kept digging into our backs, right? At Kang-yoon's question, Lee Hyunji replied with a frown as well. Yes. The managers found them taking photos of us in secret and warned them. They're quite vicious. They keep stalking us even though they were taken to the police several times for it. Now that I think about it, wasn't the first article from them as well? Yes. Kang-yoon thought for a moment before looking at Lee Hyunji with determination. Do you perhaps know any lawyers? A lawyer? Why do Lee Hyunji realized Kang-yoon's intentions immediately. They're hindering our kids so much, so we can't leave them be. The lawyers I know are quite expensive. Is that all right with you? Kang-yoon replied without hesitation. It doesn't matter how much they cost. We have to make sure an event like this never happens again in the future. We need to teach them a lesson about trying to touch the world family. Leave that to me. Lee Hyunji put her thumbs up. Chapter 198. Everything has its uses, too. Good. Writing the last quaver? Note, Hee-yoon stretched her arms out. It always felt good to finish off a song. The song she wanted all the singers of World Entertainment to sing was finally finished after a few days of work. It will be Christmas in a month, so a carol-like feeling would be good, right? Would he like it? Imagining her brother in a joyful mood, Hee-yoon made a smile. She wanted the fans to feel what they felt from the video on Tune last time again with this song. To strike the iron while it was still hot, she immediately called up Kang-yoon. After a few connecting sounds, a voice could be heard over the phone. Yes, Hee-yoon. Did something happen? No, actually wait. Maybe something did happen. What? When Kang-yoon's voice rose due to the misunderstanding, Hee-yoon panicked a little and explained the situation. She had made a song from the inspiration she got from the jamming video. When it was about the song, Kang-yoon calmed down a little. Sheesh. And here I thought something bad happened. So something good happened. Send it over. I'll call you back after listening to it. Hee-yoon sent the file over to Kang-yoon. A while later, Kang-yoon called back. It's a good song. It feels like a Christmas carol too, right? Being acknowledged by her brother, Hee-yoon's voice became a little excited. I made it after looking at the video on Tune last time. I thought it would be a good idea to make a group album like MG and Yeon. Really? That's a nice idea. Our artists specialize in different themes, so it would be nice to have them all singing one song. Right. Hee-yoon felt excited since it was going so well. However, the words from the phone were completely unexpected for her. Hee-yoon, I'm sorry to say this, but can I use this song on something else? Something else? For what? I want to use this for Edios's Christmas album. I was just about to call you up for this, but I didn't know you had such a good song. Hee-yoon was confused due to the sudden change. It hadn't been long since Edios finished their activities. Why would they make a comeback at Christmas? It hasn't been that long since Edios's activities ended, hasn't it? Yeah, but something popped up on our side. I think we'll have to do a flash appearance before resting some more. Really? That's a pity. That's not what I had in mind after all. Hee-yoon found it to be a little unfortunate since that wasn't her original intention when she made this song. Then, Kang-yoon softly consoled her. The song is good enough to be used anywhere else. I don't think it's right to use it like this, but we aren't in a good situation here. Thanks to you this time, I think we'll be able to shorten our preparation. Thank you so much, and sorry about this. It's fine. I'm glad to hear that I can help. As for songs, I can just make more. It was fine as long as it helped her brother. Hee-yoon asked when Kang-yoon can come over to America again before ending the call. It's not easy to get inspiration like that. What do I do? Now, Hee-yoon turned on the TV to cool off a little. After the scandal between Han Ju-yeon and Tae, many journalists and fans flocked to Edios's dorms in order to get a glimpse of Han Ju-yeon. Wow, that's a lot of people. Ailey sighed while looking at the crowd of people outside the window. Meanwhile, Christy, who was watching TV in the living room, spoke without much care. They are what they are. What's Ju-yeon doing? She's lying down on her bed. Sheesh. Even though we told her it was all right. Christy shook her head. Han Ju-yeon apologized to everyone for inconveniencing them and did not leave her room. She didn't even eat either. It's not like meeting a guy is a sin or something. It is. You know, I sometimes get scared when I talk to you, Illy. Huh, really? Just as the two quarreled, the doorbell rang. When Christy had a look through the intercom screen, she saw manager Kim Dae-hoon and Kang-yoon outside. As they got notified that Kang-yoon would be visiting an hour ago, everyone had put on makeup and were ready. A while later, Kang-yoon and all the members of Edios gathered around in the living room. I came here because I don't think the situation allows for you to come to the company. Kang-yoon pointed at the people outside. When he did, Han Ju-yeon looked down. Her eyes had swollen up due to all the tears. Young Mina hugged Han Ju-yeon and asked, President, those people are inconveniencing us to no end. Both the front and back doors are blocked, so I have to cross the fence to go to practice. Ugh, we got a new car yesterday, and it's been tinted as well. You can go to practice using that. In the meantime, team leader Dae-hoon will take care of you girls. It will be uncomfortable for a week or so you'll have to get used to that. Okay. Those damned useless people. Young Mina grumbled. As always, she was direct about her opinion. Some of the members giggled. Kang-yoon also chuckled and continued to speak. But still, we're gradually clearing up. Ju-yeon uploaded an apology to the fan cafe as well. Although many people still have their doubts, you'll have to undertake that risk since you were the source of the problem. Be careful for a while. Don't take any actions that may cause trouble. Yes. When everyone replied in unison, Kang-yoon started talking about the album. This was the reason he was here today. He played the song he got from Hee-yoon with the speakers in the living room. The wonderful piano sounds as well as other instruments rang out in the living room, and the members of Edios concentrated on listening. A carol? It was a piano song, but they felt like just adding bell sounds would turn this into a Christmas carol. The song passed by in a flash. How is it? Kang-yoon asked after the song ended, and Christian replied, Is this a Christmas song? Yes. How does it feel? It feels good. I think it will be really good if the ups and downs are a little more distinct. Kang-yoon agreed to her words. That's what I think as well. I'm going to rearrange this song. You girls are going to have a busy time starting December, so you have to prepare for it, okay? Yes. The meeting didn't last long. Kang-yoon told Young Mina to take good care of Han Ju-yeon before turning around to see Oh Han-yu. Can I have a word with you, Han-yu? Yes. Kang-yoon entered a room with her. It was the room that was revamped into the music room last time. He had a look at the machines before speaking. I want you to do the mastering this time. Me? I don't think I'm up to par yet. Seo Hanyu shook her head. Mastering required good ears and experience. She did not believe that she had enough experience and asked back. When she did, Kang-yoon replied with a smile. Of course, we're doing this together. I'm not letting you do this alone, so don't worry about that. Oh really? I'm going to advertise that you participated in the mastering this time. That's what I need. Does such a thing have an effect? Kang-yoon patted on Seo Hanyu's shoulders as though it was obvious. Of course. To strive to learn something new. This is why people like the COU of Edios. It's also why you have the least number of breakaway fans. That's true, I guess. Seo Hanyu blushed as she was a little proud of that fact. Keep practicing until you are able to produce music on your own later. Who knows? You might become a prominent producer in the future. No way. That can't happen. Oh, I think you can. Seo Hanyu waved her hands, saying that it won't be easy, but Kang-yoon encouraged her. Kang-yoon headed to his next appointment after leaving Edios' dorms. Although the time was early evening, the high-class bar, the place he was appointed to meet at, was ready to receive guests. Welcome. The employee greeted Kang-yoon politely and took him to the other guest who was waiting already. President Lee. The one waiting for him was none other than President Chu Manji. His cheeks were rather skinny due to all the hardships he had recently with the scandal. After a handshake, they started talking over a glass of wine. I'm sorry for not keeping my people in check. President Chu Manji spoke bitterly while pouring Kang-yoon a glass. Kang-yoon also poured Chu Manji one and replied bitterly. I'm sorry instead. I know I can't help the feelings between men and women. The responsibility goes to us after all. Would you like to smoke? Kang-yoon accepted the cigarette that Chu Manji gave him. Kang-yoon spoke while lighting Chu Manji's cigarette. What happened, so I think the problem here is how we clean up. Didn't you release an album in Japan? That's the problem right now. Heroi's fanbase is mostly made up of teens and people in their 20s, and it came as a huge shock to them. Moreover, I wasn't able to prevent the article from going up this time. Although I can't do anything about the first article, I tried to prevent other people from writing about the same thing, but it seems like someone had their hands in this, and I couldn't stop them at all. Breathing the smoke out, President Chu fell into contemplation. I think I'll have to bear with the hit on the album this time. Edios is better off in that regard since they're in their rest period. Oh, the tag will be a problem. We're giving out explanations as well, but journalists these days are trash. They can only write provocative things. XX is man, XX is girl. These tags will not disappear easily. Kang-yoon rubbed the cigarette in the ashtray to put it out and spoke over a glass of wine. It won't be easy, but I'm planning for a frontal breakthrough this time. What do you mean, a frontal breakthrough? I was originally planning an album for spring next year, but I pulled it ahead to Christmas. Hearing that, President Chu Manji's eyes widened. Whoa there. Are you aiming for a noise marketing strategy? There's that too. Ha ha ha. Something seemed to have flashed in President Chu Manji's mind, and he laughed heartily. Wow, it really is a frontal breakthrough. That's just like you, President Lee. I think we should continue our activities as though nothing happened. After all, it's not true. For that to happen, I believe that we should apologize to the fans first. In any case, it's our fault for breaking the fantasies of our fans. I think we'll only have an effect if we come out straight about it and say sorry. Ha ha. Looks like I'm learning from you today. But is it really all right to tell me something like that? When President Chu Manji said that, Kang-yoon smiled as he replied. No way, you aren't planning to eat and run, are you? Ha ha ha. Eat and run, you say? The cheap words made President Chu Manji laugh even more. Well, I'm not that cheap. Unlike Yera. Oh, have you heard about that rumor? Which rumor are you talking about? President Chu Manji spoke quietly. Kang Shirmyung from Yerong secretly met with the directors at MG. I don't know what went between them, but I feel like they would have done something. Is that so? Yerong and MG entertainment companies. Kang-yoon didn't have very good feelings towards either of them. President Chu Manji seemed to be the same as he spoke with a stiff expression. In my opinion, this scandal happened at just the wrong time. And there's a group in Yerong that's active in Japan right now, and I heard that there's a group similar to Edios coming out soon too. Moreover, MG and you have had a bad relationship for a long time. Am I over-speculating things? That's quite complex. Kang-yoon's words had a lot of complex emotions in them. A little past 2 in the afternoon. Lee Hyun-ji looked at the new desk in the office with a smile. So it's today. It's about time. Kang-yoon also felt a little excited as he looked at the time. The employees were notified as. Well, so they just kept on working as usual. Not long later, the door to the office opened and a rather chubby man entered. Welcome, Mr. Ji-jun. Kang-yoon stood up from his seat and gave him a light hug. Hello, President. It was a short, chubby man wearing a suit. He was Kang Ji-jun of former Kyoto Entertainment. He had officially come to World Entertainment after dealing with his former company. Lee Hyun-ji also greeted him with a handshake. Hello, President Kang. I mean, you're a team leader now. It might be a little awkward, but let's get along together. Not at all, Director. I should get used to this in the future. When Kang Ji-jun asked where his seat was, Young Hae-jin quickly came and guided him to his place. He took a liking to his desk and put his luggage on the desk. After unpacking, he headed towards the rooftop with Kang-yoon. Do you smoke? No, I don't. Okay. Kang-yoon was about to pull his pack of cigarettes out, but pushed them back in before speaking. We're going to work properly starting tomorrow. Please write up a guideline for raising actors with the knowledge you had at Kyoto Entertainment. Understood. And also, Kang-yoon calmly continued. Next year, Min Jin-seo will come to our company. It won't take long, so please get ready to support her in ways that do not lose out to MG Entertainment. Kang Ji-jun gulped in nervousness as he was still in disbelief about this. Chapter 199. Everything has its uses. 3. Can I ask how we're picking acting trainees? Kang-yoon had instructed him to think about how to operate the theatrics team during the M&A period. Although it was a simple instruction, this was an important decision that would decide on the path of the department as a whole. Hearing an important question, Kang Ji-jun sat upright and replied calmly. Originally, I was planning to upload a notice to Yanhwanet and do an audition, but I changed my mind after seeing how World operates. I'm planning to go to schools and streets and directly pick people out myself. So it's a method frequently used in the past. Perhaps Kang-yoon was implying that Kang Ji-jun was being old-fashioned here, but Kang Ji-jun replied with a smile. Yes, perhaps you think that there's no need for me to go around myself since there are a lot of potential trainees. However, I believe that my effort will not betray me. I haven't changed thinking like this whether in the past or now. Kang-yoon looked at Kang Ji-jun in the eyes. Unlike their meeting at the restaurant, Kang Ji-jun had confidence in his eyes. Although it was hidden behind his chubby and naive appearance, Kang-yoon could see his determination. Okay then. In regards to actors and actresses, Mr. Ji-jun. No, I shall call you Team Leader Kang from now on. You're in charge of everything, Team Leader Kang. Tell me if you need anything. Thank you, President. In the future, I'll only point the general direction. You can consider this your own business and achieve your goals. If we actually separate the different branches later, it may become a business bigger than the original Kyoto. Haha. Thank you for those words. Kang Ji-jun was thankful that Kang-yoon had accepted him into the company, but now he felt even more humbled that Kang-yoon was supporting him. He firmly shook hands with Kang-yoon and returned to his desk to clean up. After the conversation, Lee Hyun-ji approached Kang-yoon. President, wait a moment. Did something happen? She gave a file to Kang-yoon. When he opened it, he found a copy of the lawsuit. There were photos that our managers took of the journalists trying to photograph our artists. They told me that they took photos because these journalists went to no end. Manager Dae-hoon kept copies of it. That should be enough evidence, huh? There was quite a lot of evidence. Though, the matter at hand is how much compensation we can receive since it's not easy calculating losses. Hearing that, Kang-yoon replied with a smile. As for calculating the losses, I think we can provide evidence from the fact that we had to cancel the next album and had to delay our progression to the overseas market. We can also use the fact that the speculative article has given us tremendous losses in profits and the damage to Ju-yun's mental health. Oh, please tell this to President Chu Manji as well. To President Chu as well? Yes, 2 is better than 1, isn't it? Lee Hyun-ji nodded her head in understanding. Haha. Okay then, where are the materials? I'll send you via email. Lee Hyun-ji excitedly returned to her seat. She felt excited to make them pay for their actions. After talking with her, Kang-yoon headed to the studio to do the rearrangements. In front of the computer in the studio, Park So-young was in a deep worry while clutching her head. This is really hard. She received the latter parts of Edios's new Christmas album. Actually, it was the latter parts on the surface, but it was actually everything other than the intro part. Kang-yoon's rearrangements are good even though there is EDM and piano mixed in together. So why is my part like this? It felt like a weird thing to happen. The mood of the song was rising, so she couldn't just keep it there. She could only sigh. Just as she had her worries, the studio door opened and a lady entered. So-young, Hyuna-uni. Lee Hyuna seemed to have come down after practice as she had her hair tied and was wearing training clothes. Park So-young had called her for help since she was getting nowhere by herself. What's the part you're stuck at? It's this part here. Park So-young moved the mouse cursor over to one part of the score. I'm not really good with digital stuff. I should listen to it first. When Park So-young played it back, an EDM beat started flowing out along with the piano. The ups and downs made Lee Hyuna move her shoulders. Unintentionally, Lee Hyuna played it back several times before speaking. So it's rising? Yes. Did you make this? The intro is really good. It's calm on the surface, but it's strangely attractive. No, it was Kang-yoon that did it. Really? He really has a knack for this, huh? Lee Hyuna felt a little dejected hearing that Kang-yoon was the one to do this. However, she soon cheered up and continued to speak. No wonder. There's a clear difference starting here. It's like it's separated. Really? Yeah. I think the bass is too low and the ups and downs are too weak. Increase the bass a little and make the ups and downs a little clearer. Okay, I'll try. Park So-young controlled the computer. Soon, she finished and played the music back. That's a little better. But don't you think the vocal line is a little weak here? You're right. Everything is a problem. When Park So-young clutched her head, Lee Hyuna chuckled. Try again. Do you think that man made you do this for no reason? Sheesh, Uni. You can't talk about him like that. I can. Sheesh. Lee Hyuna didn't leave immediately and helped Park So-young do the rearrangement. With her help, Park So-young was set on a clear direction for the rearrangement and soon approached the chorus part. When the first verse was finished, Park So-young stretched her arms as though she had cleared a hurdle. Thanks, Uni. I think I can do the second verse by myself. That was nothing. Rather than that, can I ask you for a favor? A favor? Wait a moment. Lee Hyuna left the studio as though she had remembered something. She returned a while later, and in her hands was a notebook. Can you have a look at this song? It was a score. Park So-young received the score without minding it much and started playing the notes on the synthesizer. Huh? What's this? The music that she started off playing light-heartedly started ringing inside her heart. Hidden Catch was infamous for correctly photographing celebrity scandals. Their articles were provocative, offensive, and above all, precise. Thanks to that, many people clicked on their articles when their title included the word exclusive. Their secret to success was super close-range photos. Their stalker-level photography was the secret to their success. Although their actions were controversial in that it intruded on a celebrity's privacy, their 007, like espionage missions and their backers, the public's right to know, were things that allowed them to evade trouble until now. However, bam! Editor-in-Chief Bae, what is this that I'm seeing? The president of Hidden Catch, Yoo Mi-young, slammed down on his desk with his fist. In front of him was a notice that arrived at his company. Editor-in-Chief Bae Oh-min picked the paper up with shaking hands. Obstruction of business, intrusion of privacy, and it looks like they've geared up this time. Do you think I'm blind? Who the hell is this bastard? President Yoo Mi-young seemed enraged. Although he had released numerous articles until now and received not so little sums of money from advertisers, there were no companies that outright took legal measures against them. Lee Kang-yoon, he's the president of World Entertainment. Lee Kang-yoon, the owner of Edios? Is this because of that scandal? I think so. What the? Is that F*** screwed up in the head? What does he think the public's right to know is? President Yoo Mi-young snorted. However, Editor-in-Chief Bae Oh-min told him that they shouldn't stay still. Since the opponent took legal measures, we can't stay still either. We should either call for a lawyer. What lawyer? We don't have that kind of money. President. Editor-in-Chief Bae Oh-min widened his eyes, but President Yoo Mi-young shook his head with a smile. Did they take losses because of us, or what? Is it a crime to write an article based on facts? It's fine. I can just tell him a few things. But you won't be able to survive if you're afraid of small companies like that. Trust me. President Yoo Mi-young seemed confident. Is the president doing this because of Yerong or MG? World isn't a place to look down on. Meanwhile, editor-in-chief Bae Omin couldn't help but feel worried. He felt that something had changed about the president after his visit to that high-class restaurant, but he couldn't say that either. Thursday, 1st of December, 2012. Edioz's Christmas album was released simultaneously on all the major platforms including Heaven, MD Music, Nets.com, and other places. It was a digital single titled White. As soon as the album was released, many people looked for the music as the effects of Han Ji-yeon's scandal hadn't died down yet. Tae's girl Ji-yeon? Edioz releases their Christmas album, titled White. Such articles filled the internet. All of these articles are like this. No wonder they're called trash journalists. Lee Hyun-ji turned off her PC 5 minutes after opening her browser and sighed. Kang-yoon didn't feel any different. True journalism has long since been lost. At least on the internet, anyway. Anyone can be a journalist on the internet these days. Just how long are we supposed to wait? It was no wonder that Lee Hyun-ji was getting angry. She was worried about Han Ju-yeon, who had a schedule along with the other members of Edioz. I'm worried about Ju-yeon. Edioz's schedule seemed really tight. Kang-yoon replied while looking at Edioz's schedule that continued throughout the weekend without rest. When feeling complicated, it's better to just focus on work. There's no room for thought when the body is tired. While they are focusing on their work, we just have to concentrate on removing their obstacles. Is that going well? Yes, it's going smoothly. President Ha Se-yeon is also coming. So things are becoming big. I got it. While the war was happening in the office. Wake up, sleepyheads. In their dorms, Young Mina poked at Christy and to wake her up. However, she glanced up at Young Mina before covering her head with the blankets. Damn girl. That ticked Young Mina off. She pulled the blanket off her and assaulted Christian. Wake up, girlie. We're going to Wonju today. Ouch. Ouch. Don't touch me there. Alrighty, little girl. Let's see how much you've grown up. Notice related to the showcase of Edioz's Christmas single, White. Hello, World Entertainment here. We're notifying you of the showcase of Edioz's Christmas single, White. So please check the details below in order to participate. Date: Thursday, December 1st, 2012. Time: 7:10 p.m. Location: Angel's House, Wonju, Gangwon Province. Omitted. This album is limited to 10,000 copies. Those at the showcase can buy one. The profits from this album will all be donated to charity. Please contact us at merry@christmas.com. A notice regarding Edioz's showcase was put up on Edioz's fan cafe, Aries, World Entertainment's website, as well as Fine's Talk. As this was about the showcase, the reactions were hot. Min_lovely, Angel's House? Isn't that too far? So_love. Wonju, huh? I live in Busan though. T to the power of T. Ris_owns_me. Is this for charity? Maybe because it's Christmas? I__shaps. Shiver emoji. Uncle_fan. Anyone up for carpooling? Edioz forever me. Although it was rather far away, the fans showed a proactive reaction to the extent of organizing carpooling. Of course, many fans showed dissatisfaction due to the scandal as well. Predian, are you sure Han Ju-yeon isn't dating Tae? Ju-yeon_flower. Didn't they do an interview denying that? Predian, duh, of course the company will deny those claims. Songs_on Ji-yeon, are you paranoid? World doesn't lie. The media was spreading provocative articles around with the scandal, but the fans stayed firm. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji checked the reactions online in real time as they prepared for the showcase in Angel's House in Wonju. They were all trainees the first time we were here. Time sure does fly. Lee Hyun-ji had come here early in the morning to prepare for the showcase, and she stepped outside to rest for a little. She muttered those words as she looked down on the building from the hill behind the church. Kang-yoon, who was also resting here, replied with a smile. Back then, we both belonged to MG. Now, Jin Seo is the only one there. We've all left. Time flies. I wonder what would have happened if we stayed there. Kang-yoon stood up and stood next to Lee Hyun-ji. Lee Hyun-ji stretched her arms out and smiled. If the chairman was still in health and the directors didn't do stupid stuff like that, we might have conquered the entertainment industry, I guess. Ha. Isn't that exaggerating? Lee Hyun-ji widened her eyes. Oh, you're looking down on both of our skills. The sturdy platform that is MG, you're planning and production skills, as well as my administrative support, along with the chairman's financial support. I don't think I need to say more, do I? Although Etios had failed miserably in America, I believe that it would have been a different story had you been there. Kang-yoon did not reply to that. Would it really? At least he wouldn't have failed miserably. Well, the past is the past. We're slowly forming a platform like we were at MG. I'm really looking forward to next year. Kang-yoon laughed at Lee Hyunji's words. As the two were having a warm conversation, a van arrived at the foot of the hill. Looks like they're here. Kang-yoon pointed at the van, and Lee Hyunji walked first. Looks like our main characters are here. Shall we go too, then? Okay. Looking forward to the showcase, the two climbed down the hill. Chapter 200. Everything has its uses for. The members of Etios headed to the waiting room prepared for them as soon as they arrived. This was the largest room other than the main hall at Angel's house. There were many mirrors, clothes, and cameras, so it was just like a waiting room at TV stations. Riss, your eye makeup is ruined. Where? Wait, you're lying. Young Mina giggled after seeing that Christy and had put on thicker makeup on her eyes than usual. The waiting room was usually tense, but as veterans, the girls were in a leisurely mood. Although their expressions contained leisure, all of the people in the waiting room moved around busily. Even Lee Hyunji applied powder to Seo Hanyu's face, trying to help, while Kang-yoon also covered up a pimple on Han Ju-yeon's face with concealer. Ju-yeon has it the hardest this time. Kang-yoon's soft words made Han Ju-yeon fall silent. According to the original plan, they could prepare their next album with leisure. She felt sorry to the members of the group since she had interrupted their rest, and to Kang-yoon as well. After the concealer makeup, Kang-yoon gave her the lipstick. What color was this again? Red velvet something. Anyway, you prefer this color, don't you? It's red velvet. How did you know that? Han Ju-yeon looked at Kang-yoon in surprise after accepting the lipstick, but Kang-yoon replied with a smile. This much is basic since you guys are my kids. Well then, looks like you're all done. Change your clothes and get ready. Yes. Han Ju-yeon blankly watched as Kang-yoon left the room. No manager was as delicate as Kang-yoon. Moreover, he wasn't a manager, but the president. At that moment, Young Mina came to her. You like him? Whoa. Yeah. When Young Mina pouted in jealousy, Han Ju-yeon shook her head and chuckled. Sheesh, I swear you're haunting him. All members of Etios knew that their leader liked Kang-yoon. They also knew that she got jealous easily. Han Ju-yeon sighed, seeing that their leader became childish whenever he was involved with something. Haunt him? What? Nothing. I can understand. If it's a guy like him. God damn it, what do you mean? When Young Mina became angry, Han Ju-yeon started giggling. Thanks to this friend of hers, she felt like she was getting better. MG Entertainment, China branch, located in Shanghai. Inside the meeting room of a building that looked very fancy on the outside, the branch president put down the script that the producer and a screenwriter had brought and shook his head. I apologize, but I don't think Jin Seo fits this role. This drama was a romantic comedy about a lady who was over 90 kilograms in weight, losing weight, and taking both love and work. It was titled The Doll-like Lady. However, the producers seemed to have confidence in this work and tried to persuade him. This drama will make it big without fail. The plot is likable by both men and women. Moreover, we already have Zhong Taishu and Yang Zheng as her counterparts already. It will be perfect with Miss Min Jin Seo. Zhong Taishu and Yang Zheng were extremely famous actors in China. Both of them were good-looking and had extremely good acting skills. However, the branch president was firm in his stance. Looking at the scenario, it looks like Jin Seo will have to act as a fat lady. That means Jin Seo will have to dress up like a fat lady. It's not easy for her to show such a side. When the branch president looked like he would not change his mind, the screenwriter, a lady, spoke up this time. I am confident in my scenarios. Moreover, as far as I know, these types of scenarios are quite common in Korea as well. These types of scenarios are becoming more and more popular in China as well. I hope Miss Jin Seo can come to a decision after reading it. Even the writer tried to persuade him proactively, but the branch president did not give approval easily. With Jin Seo's personality, I don't know what decision she would come to. However, this does not fit with the company's instructions. An action genre would be much better. The company's motto was that she should only show the beautiful and princess-like side of hers. It was better to not take this scenario if she had to disguise herself as a fat woman. If this was action, At least she would look cool. But a fat lady? The branch president thought a little before speaking. Okay, I shall contact you later after looking over it. We'll be waiting for a positive reply. After seeing the producer and the screenwriter out, the branch president returned to the meeting room. At that moment, a female employee, who was cleaning up the meeting room, was about to take the script. Assistant Manager Yoon, just throw that away. What? President, don't we need to give this to Miss Jean Co to have her look over it? It's fine. That will bring more trouble anyway. Branch president? The female employee was shocked, but the branch president did not retract the order. In fact, he went a step further. Just shred it. Leave no traces. Understood. Also, don't tell anyone that those people visited today. Especially Jean Co, you got that? After warning the employee, the branch president went back to his office. Jean Co won't stay put if she finds out, though. If she found out, huge trouble would occur. This was like not giving her a choice. She thought that something was going awfully wrong here. Let's just do as I'm instructed. However, she came to a realistic decision and brought the script to the shredder. Wonju, Kangwon-do. Although the showcase took place in the countryside, many people had arrived in order to meet Edios. The Angels House's sports field had already become a temporary parking lot, and some of the fans even rented a whole coach in order to come here. There were 500 people attending the showcase. Considering the size of the audience or the size of the stage, it was no different from a fan meeting. However, various instruments were installed within the hall, while many cameras were recording the whole thing. This was a large-scale project that would be broadcasted live to Fines Talk. The lights are shining. Inside the hall where the rehearsal was happening, the 6 girls danced in unison while Han Ju-yeon sang. A powerful voice rang out from her, and the sounds were adjusted accordingly to the venue. So this is what it's like to be on the scene. President Ha Se-yeon's eyes gleamed as she exclaimed at the sounds from the speakers that rang in her heart. Kang-yoon smiled as he replied. To her childish reaction, this is why people go to live concerts. Is this your first time at one? Other than during college festivals? I don't remember going to one. Looks like you studied a lot during your student days. I might look like this, but I majored in engineering. Things turned out this way. The boys there were all not to my liking. Oh my, what am I even saying? Haha. Majoring in engineering means not going to concerts? I didn't know that before. President Ha Se-yeon's face reddened a little as she realized that she was using weird logic. Kang-yoon concentrated on the light that Edios was making with a smile. It's white. What is the mechanism behind making a silver light? Even while recording this album, all he saw was a white light. Although white light was sufficient to satisfy the audience, Kang-yoon wanted more. He didn't want to stay satisfied with just white light and wanted to create music that produced silver light. To your heart, I'm. Lee-young winked and twirled her fingers. Seeing that, some of the staff cheered soundlessly while waving their hands. It was at that moment. The white light shook and the light became more intense. It's being influenced by the choreography. It looks like I should make that stand out a little more. While watching Edios' dry rehearsal, Kang-yoon thought about a lot of things. After the rehearsal, Kang-yoon headed to the lights director. Director, can I have a look at the progression for white? Over here. Kang-yoon had a look at the progression of the lights that contained every single beat of the music. I'd better remove all the lights with color on it. And the psychedelic lights too. Wouldn't it be better if I used moving lights? After thinking, Kang-yoon spoke his opinion to the lights director. Please remove all the lights that have color. That will make things bland though. Is that all right? I think we should focus on contrast. Also, why don't we add moving lights for a fancier effect? Understood. Instead, can we do one more rehearsal for that? Yes. Kang-yoon radioed the manager. Is it the dress rehearsal already? No, they can come out as they are now. Okay. Soon the manager brought the members of Edios back to the stage. Thank you, President. Not at all. Please take care of us. Yes. The rehearsal took place again. The lights with the red and blue tones disappeared and the moving lights took their place. The stage became somewhat simpler. Oh, you're gleaming. When Lee-young stepped forward, the 3 spotlights installed at the center all shone down upon her. The lights overlapped with each other to create a fancy effect. The remaining members of Edios waved their fingers in the air and made her stand out. The gloves they were wearing stood out against the light. After the rehearsal, the audience started entering the hall one by one. People started sitting down on the 500 chairs prepared for them. At the same time, Red lights appeared on the cameras, indicating that they were on air. The curtains covered the backstage, and behind it, Edios, Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ji, and Ha Se-yeon gathered around. Before any performance, Edios became nervous. Knowing that fact, Kang-yoon spoke calmly. Many things have happened until now. But even so, you're in a better position than when you just returned from America. Everyone nodded. Back then, they had doubts about being able to make a comeback at all. If it wasn't for Kang-yoon, none of them would have talked about releasing an album. I always say this, but leave everything else to you and perform to our best efforts. When Young Mina interfered, Kang-yoon made an awkward smile. You know me well. How many times do you think we've heard that? Ha 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 ha. Everyone giggled. Kang-yoon also chuckled and put his hand out. Go and break a leg. We are Edios. Dreamy Edios. Showtime. Edios. The 9 pairs of hands all rose into the air. Everyone became determined, and the members of Edios stood in line. Han Ju-yeon also stood at the right end, which was her beginning position. At that moment, Kang-yoon approached her. You're too tense. You'll get injured like that. Ah, yes. Like always, Kang-yoon patted her shoulders before going off somewhere. Should I create a big scandal too? Just as Young Mina grumbled on the inside, the sound director's voice could be heard over their earpiece. We're starting. When everyone nodded their heads, the curtains rolled down and the members of Edios showed up in front of the audience. The showcase for Edios' Christmas single, White, among the cheers from the audience. I will stay with you and look after you. We all want you to stand up again. With Han Ju-yeon's voice as the start, Edios' stage began and the audience all stood up from their seats. Although there was the handicap that she was involved with a scandal, Han Ju-yeon looked at the audience with determination. Cheer up, we came all the way here, just a little more. Her voice rang even more within the hearts of the audience. Wah! The audience cheered for Han Ju-yeon, who seemed to be more energetic than ever today. The scandal? Everyone here didn't mind such a thing and waved their hands. Seeing that, Han Ju-yeon seemed to have gained more energy and showed the full extent of what she could do. I don't know for sure, but I know that we can change this. You are the main dash. Seo Han-yu was the next one to sing. As Han Ju-yeon had gone full power from the beginning, Seo Han-yu had to raise her voice as well. Uni. No one among the members of Edios could win against Han Ju-yeon in terms of vocal power. Seo Han-yu glared at Han Ju-yeon briefly before continuing with her part. Kang-yoon's eyes gleamed when she saw that the light had become even stronger than what he saw during the rehearsal. Looks like Ju-yeon is working hard. Is she planning to spend all of her energy in 1 hour? He had just told her that there was no need to be so tense, too. Kang-yoon shook his head. Looks like Ju-yeon's quite passionate today. You tell me. Lee Hyun-ji muttered as she was of the same opinion. I told you not to push it. Kang-yoon shook his head thinking that singers were very stubborn beings. Perhaps thanks to Han Ju-yeon's efforts, the showcase ended on a positive note. Edios' Christmas song, White, started wiping the charts, and the girls started an intense schedule. Although the scandal was mentioned in the news article at times, Kang-yoon did not stay still about it. World Entertainment claims damages against Hidden Catch. Hidden Catch sued for defamation of Ju-yeon of Edios. Intruding a celebrity's private life? Is Hidden Catch going to be sued? Around 2 weeks before Christmas, the war between World Entertainment and Hidden Catch surfaced on the internet. Chapter 201. A very scary Christmas for someone. Whoa, are these guys not afraid of the fans? What do they think they're doing? Seeing the articles on the internet, President Yoo Myung-woo snorted. Considering the reputation they had to upkeep as well as the relations they had to maintain, suing a news company was the worst decision possible. Should we write another scandal? You know, like, about Lee Kang-yoon or something. Do you have something good? Wen Bae-oh-min snorted with his lips curved. President Yoo Myung-woo became curious. Not yet, but don't you think I can get something if I watch him 24/7? Not a bad idea. Good. I'll give you a team, so try writing an article about Lee Kang-yoon. Perhaps he'll come to me for negotiations later. Okay. Journalist Bae-oh-min returned to his seat to get his camera gear and leave the company. After he left, President Yoo Myung-woo frowned while looking at the lawsuit. Let's see what happens when you piss off a journalist. His eyes were on fire. Starting off with the showcase, Edios started their activities. The showcase that took place in Angel's house, Wonju, had good reactions from the public. They could present to the public a positive image as they announced that all the profits from the album sales would be donated to charity. Naturally, the public showed a positive reaction. Although articles about Han Ji-yeon's scandal popped up from time to time, the general opinion was shifting towards a positive note. This time, World Entertainment minded more about the media by accepting most of the interviews. I thought handsome composers like Muse were the only people at World Entertainment, but the director is a beauty as well. Thank you. Your skin is so smooth too, Miss Ji-yeon. It's like you're still a teenager. Business people are so good with words. Ha ha ha. Lee Hyun-ji was having an interview at World Entertainment Studio with someone from HMC's popular celebrity news program, Celebrity Night News. Although it was growing in popularity amongst aspiring artists, no one knew very much about World Entertainment at all. As this interview took place along with a reveal of The Office, HMC station sent their #1 reporter, Han Ji-yeon. The interview progressed under a good atmosphere. Although this was the first time Lee Hyun-ji was taking an interview for a TV program, she was very proficient. She calmly introduced the company and made it so that people would look forward to what the company would do in the future. The reporter, Han Ji-yeon, nodded her head at Lee Hyun-ji's answers and asked the most important question. An unfortunate event took place recently. I'm really careful about asking this, but is that all right with you? It's fine. You got into a legal battle with a news company regarding matters involving Edios this time, haven't you? I wish to know the reason behind World Entertainment's strong legal actions when many stars could only stay still despite the damages done by the general public. This was the question that most people wanted to know the answer to. In a battle between celebrities and media, the celebrities were always the weaker party. The media could give rise to a star or be their downfall. As such, even when receiving damages, most celebrities did not take action due to realistic reasons. That's a question I have to be careful in answering. People have the right to know, and celebrities are public figures. It's natural for the public to be curious, and the media take the roles of fulfilling their desire to know. However, celebrities are humans too. Lee Hyun-ji sipped the cooled coffee before continuing to speak. They have their personal lives, and that should be respected. Only then can they show a good image to the public. However, some parts of the media go overboard and make it harder for us to do so. Although the reality is that it is hard for the stars to take action, I could not let a family member suffer. A family member? The family members of World Entertainment. This cannot happen again in the future, so we had no choice but to take extreme measures. Lee Hyun-ji's determination was recorded on the camera. It was very rare for stars and companies to do an interview when unfortunate events took place. At best, it was a phone interview or an anonymous interview. However, Lee Hyun-ji invited a reporter to the company and took the interview boldly, and her determination was shown to the whole country through the TV program. Dang, world is good. It's good to see you taking care of your artists. Here's a thumbs up. Man, director Lee Hyun-ji sure is pretty. I want her as my wife. Hey, she's mine. After the interview went on air, the general public was leaning towards World Entertainment. Edios' activities were going well, and Lee Hyun-ji's neat appearance and calm attitude affected the people positively. However, Hidden Catch did not stay still. Lee Hyun-ah of White Moonlight, a dinner with a middle-aged man. A sexual favor? They counterattacked with articles with provocative titles. Their target was Lee Hyun-ah this time. They had photographed Lee Hyun-ah, who was dining with Professor Choi Chan-young, to talk about her upcoming song, and wrote an article about it. Not even 90 minutes passed until the article was uploaded on the internet after the photo was taken. 9 p.m. It hadn't even been 30 minutes since the article went up. Sob. I'm sorry. Kang-yoon sighed while listening to Lee Hyun-ah's sobbing voice over the phone. Calm down first. No. I just ate dinner with the professor like I always did. I'm really scared right now. Lee Hyun-ah was scared. The word sexual favor had a very big impact. A suspicious photo and a series of playful words made Lee Hyun-ah suffer due to all the bad commenters. The director and manager Dae-hoon are going to your house. Don't come out of your house and don't access the internet, okay? Yes. Don't access any sort of media. Don't think about the article either. Okay. Kang-yoon finished the call after saying the same thing over and over again. Lee Hyun-ah wasn't a veteran celebrity with a seasoned heart, so he was worried that she may take drastic actions. Actually, he wanted to go himself, But Lee Hyun-ji and manager Kim Dae-hoon were more than capable, so he decided that he had to solve this problem first. Let's start with the correction. The priority was to publish an article that corrected the facts under World Entertainment's name. Kang-yoon contacted all the journalists he knew. No, he even asked President Chu Man-ji for help. If that's the case, then okay. Thank you so much. After explaining his situation, President Chu Man-ji also promised to get the journalists he knew to help out. A little less than 2 hours had passed since the original article was published. He first called Professor Choi Chan-young. All right, if you need it, I'll give out explanations myself. Professor Choi Chan-young gladly stepped up after listening to the situation. Thank you. However, I need to upload some personal things about you, Professor, in order to solve this quickly. Go ahead and do it. Professor Choi Chan-young didn't say much. He also found it absurd that he was involved with a scandal. With his permission, Kang-yoon first uploaded a correction on World Entertainment's website and White Moonlight's fan club, Rebirth Luna. Omitted, the male in the photo of the article is Professor Choi Chan-young of Hallyu Arts University. The vocalist of White Moonlight, Miss Lee Hyun-ah, had met him to talk about her new song, but a photo was snapped by a paparazzi. Omitted. After the notice was published, the journalists that he had called, as well as the ones that President Chu Man-ji called, arrived at World Entertainment. Kang-yoon brewed some coffee for them and spoke about his matter. Thank you for gathering here today. Your journalism. He even used flattering words, which he usually didn't use, as he talked about the topic. The journalists accepted Kang-yoon's request under the implication that they could interview the artists of World Entertainment later. After the journalists called their contacts, correction articles started being uploaded on the internet. Vocalist Lee Hyun-ah of White Moonlight was actually consulting to the man in the photo, a professor at music college, for her next song. Lee Hyun-ah, the man in the photo, turned out to be one of her old professors. A trivial misunderstanding ruins an artist. Lee Hyun-ah complains that it's hard to eat with one of her teachers. The articles were published 3 hours after the supposed scandal was published. It was midnight. The next morning, the bad comments had mostly disappeared after the correction was published. Kang-yoon was sitting on his office chair blankly as he had stayed up all night monitoring those articles. Good more? I guess not. Lee Hyun-ji greeted Kang-yoon with likewise tired eyes. She gave Kang-yoon some energy drinks. Thank you for that. Wow, that's good. Is Hyun-ah okay? She was able to fall asleep only in the morning. The bad comments were endless when the article was about sexual favors. It's a sensitive topic. Let's include this matter in that as well. They only published the correction article at 7 in the morning. Lee Hyun-ji frowned in frustration. The word sexual favor was a very provocative word. By adding a question mark at the end, they left themselves a way out if it turned out to be wrong. The view count increased, and the stars mentioned in the article would receive damage. Kang-yoon bit his lips. This must be their retaliation for the lawsuit. They're coming out strong. I think so too. They're just like a news company. This must be a sign that they will resort to drastic methods if we don't retract the lawsuit. What are you going to do? At Lee Hyun-ji's question, Kang-yoon closed his eyes for a moment. I can't get emotional about this. If we act weak because of this, they'll take advantage of us in the future. After thinking, Kang-yoon replied calmly. We'll keep on going with the lawsuit. As far as I know, the lawyer you introduced to me is doing a great job. Yes, he has good connections. It's just that it's expensive to get him to work. Please look for ways to include this matter into the lawsuit. We can't be the defending side all the time. Lee Hyun-ji understood and passed a file to Young Hae-jin. World Entertainment's office was very busy due to the trouble they had with Hidden Catch, but the artists at the company weren't influenced all that much. When Hidden Catch published an article about World Entertainment, a correction article was published soon after. There was a week left until Christmas. The internet was still hot with the media. At first, there were a lot of bad comments, but people became more and more immune to speculative content, and their trust towards Hidden Catch started falling. That resulted in a fall in view count, and unlike a week ago where the view count was sky high, they couldn't be ranked in the top 10 this week. At the president's office in Hidden Catch, President Yoo Mi-young shouted while slamming down the book in his hand on the desk, "Are you writing articles with your foot?" Journalist Bae Oh-min lowered his head while inwardly complaining. Damn it, why don't you try doing it? The quality of the photo or the quality of the article hadn't changed at all. However, The readers had changed. Too much stimulation made them insensitive to those kinds of articles. Moreover, correction articles were published less than 2 hours after the original article was published, so at this point, the public was more you guys again than before. My head is aching. Hey, why are the views half of what it was before? If it keeps going like this, we are going to get less ad revenue, and we'll starve to death. He scolded journalist Bae Oh-min. The journalist was frustrated since he was being scolded despite putting all of his efforts. President, we watched them for 24/7 and wrote articles about them every day. World Entertainment shows no sign of becoming tired and countered every time we did something. In fact, they would have gotten more recognition now because of the articles. I want their image to fall, so that they won't be able to continue the lawsuit. Don't you hear me? We're trying, but the people are. I'm not listening to your excuses anymore. Go and work. President Yoo Myung-woo waved his hand in displeasure. Journalist Bae Oh-min left the office while barely calming down. I'm having a hard time because I'm working with an idiot like him. Scolding his subordinate, President Yoo Myung-woo lit a cigarette. This is getting frustrating. World Entertainment's office. Lee Hyun-ji sighed, while looking at the article Hidden Catch released about Kim Jimin. They should be aware that we're taking photos of them too. I don't understand their actions. Kang-yoon was confused as well. In order to get a photo of Kim Jae-hoon, a man and a woman duo had trespassed onto Kang-yoon's front yard. I have heard rumors about how vicious President Yoo Myung-woo is, but I didn't realize he was this bad. It's the kids that suffered. The managers too. Kang-yoon felt sorry for his artists. Although he had decided to take this damage in order to not experience such a thing again, leaving the paparazzi tailing them was a very tiring matter. Despite that, it was worth his efforts. Won't be long before the fat lady sings. Wow, you still use such an expression? Lee Hyun-ji smirked while showing Kang-yoon some documents she received from the lawyer. Chapter 202. A very scary Christmas for some too. What? Do I sound strange? Not really. It just feels novel coming from you. Kang-yoon had a look at the current status report. It stated that they could look forward to good results by mid-January as the materials provided by him, as well as the current situation of the media, was very good. On the last page, they also warned him not to negotiate any settlement money on a personal basis. So they're doing their best as well. Getting results by January was unusually quick. This meant that the lawyer she had hired was someone very powerful. Lee Hyun-ji looked proud of herself. I told you to leave it to me. Kang-yoon gave her back the report and headed to the studio in order to meet Kim Jimin. Kim Jimin and In Moon he were talking to each other in the studio. Sir. When Kim Jimin was about to stand up, Kang-yoon waved his hand at her, gesturing to her to sit down again. Sit down. Are you all right? Yes. Kim Jimin made a resolute smile at Kang-yoon's question. Although she had almost no schedule right now as this was her rest period, she participated in some events for fundraising for disabled people. However, a photo taken of her when she was frowning due to the bright light became a problem. An article that suspected her that she disliked disabled children was published. The articles these days are becoming weirder and weirder. It usually isn't like this. In Moon, he also bit her lips. Her expression was flushed due to anger. Kang-yoon calmly explained to them the current situation. Right now, journalists think that putting a question mark at the end will solve everything. However, the celebrities mentioned received damage. I uploaded explanations and corrections as soon as those articles were released in order to decrease the damages as much as possible. Also, the readers are becoming more immune after all that, so they won't be as radical as they were before. I knew that you would take care of everything, sir. Kim Jimin had complete faith in Kang-yoon. This was why she wasn't shaken that much. Her eyes were calm. Kang-yoon chuckled. Looks like I will have to do better then. Please bear with it for a while. I'll make sure that things like this will not happen again. Yes. A star that had 100% faith, as well as a president that was trustable. In Moon, he was witnessing such a scene before her eyes. So cool. This wasn't a small situation, but she felt like this crisis would be dealt with soon enough. A high-class Japanese restaurant in Uedo. In the VIP room of a very expensive Japanese restaurant known for having several first-class chefs, President Kang Shermyung had a faint smile on his face as he picked up sushi. You said you wanted help? President Yoo Myung-woo of Hidden Catch was seated opposite to him and had a stiff expression on. Lee Hyun-ah, Kim Jimin, Kim Jae-hoon, and even Edios. You've written articles about all of them. The reactions were immensely popular since the contents were so stimulating. Not only did you take the rankings, but your very own website was also the topic of discussion for many. You should have earned a lot this time. Just in what way can I help? On the surface, the situation didn't look bad at all. Noise marketing was going extremely well, and the name Hidden Catch was firmly engraved in the minds of the people. However, the reputation of Hidden Catch, known for telling the masses stimulating facts, was starting to crack after focusing on the celebrities of world entertainment. Whenever they published something, World retaliated with a correction article in less than an hour, and the switch in public opinion was happening quicker than ever. The war between World Entertainment and Hidden Catch. As World Entertainment had strict control over its celebrities, Hidden Catch was having a hard time. Do you know about Kang-yoon? Kang-yoon, isn't he World's president? Since he himself was a famous composer, there would be an effect if there was some information about him. However, President Yoo Myung, who had no information, however little, about Kang-yoon. All he knew that he was extremely doting towards his celebrities and that his schedule was all over the place. He had expectations about President Kang Shurmyung knowing a thing or two about him. Yes, Kang-yoon, huh? There's not much information about him. President Kang Shurmyung did not speak easily. As the more desperate one, President Yoo Myung, who lowered his stance. Even a small one is fine. Like a woman, or even a small habit. A woman, huh? He's known for not having any womb. Oh. At that moment, he clapped as though he had remembered something. You are aware of the fact that MG doesn't have a good relationship with Min Jin-seo, yes? What? Ah, yes, I do. Just what about it, though? Why would Min Jin-seo appear here? When President Yoo Myung, who tilted his head, President Kang Shurmyung smirked. As you know, Kang-yoon is originally from MG. From what I've heard, he's the one who excavated Min Jin-seo. Isn't that a story most people know about? President Yoo Myung, whose reaction was bland. However, the important part came after. When he was still there, Min Jin-seo listened to the company's instructions very well. However, once he left, she changed 180 degrees. She now became the most uncooperative star of the company. However, the company isn't able to do anything to her despite knowing that. However, she still does not accept offers from other companies. Perhaps you're implying there's a relation between Kang-yoon and Min Jin-seo, but wouldn't she have switched over to World Entertainment as soon as it was founded? That's precisely what I'm talking about. She didn't. That's why. President Kang Shurmyung looked at President Yoo Myung, who with a smile that was not a smile. You should look into that, no? Oh ho. If things went well, a super scandal on a scale completely incomparable to before would erupt. The two shook hands with one mind. That damned devil's bumfluff. 3 a.m. Han Ju-yeon frowned while looking at the snow in the sky. Lee Sam-soon, who was rejoicing because of the snow, was shocked at Han Ju-yeon's reaction. Ju-yeon, what's up? My brothers have to clear the snow. Han Ju-yeon pouted. Any sorts of girly emotions towards White Christmas was all but gone, and she was talking like a soldier, so it wasn't that surprising that Lee Sam-soon was surprised. However, there was a reason for that. Oh yeah, your brothers are in the military. Yeah, I have to visit before the year passes. Originally, she was planning to go during the rest period, but she wasn't able to due to the scandal. However, Han Ju-yeon resolved to herself that she would definitely make a visit once their current period of activities was over. Today's our last day of activities, no? Should I go with you this time? Really? My big brother is a fan of yours, so I'd be thankful if you do. Okay, what about your second brother? Lee Sam-soon knew that Han Ju-yeon's brothers were twins, so she had some expectations as she asked. A handsome brother of a friend. It was no wonder she took an interest. The second brother likes Jimin. TCH. Just when Lee Sam-soon was pouting, the rest of the members of Edios left the building. Manager Kim Dae-hoon had checked on everyone before driving them to Mokpo for their next schedule. Edios' day started off very busily with an event at a department store in Mokpo. Mokpo then Daejeon, then Seoul. Their schedule began during the night, and now they only had one event left to attend to. Their van was headed towards the World Cup Sports Complex. Why don't we eat out tonight? Yeah. At Lee Sam-soon's words, Ali looked at manager Kim Dae-hoon with expectant eyes. When the other members looked at him with glistening eyes as well, manager Kim Dae-hoon chuckled before speaking. Of course, we're holding a party today. I knew it. Meet. Meet. Just as everyone was shouting meet, manager Kim Dae-hoon shook his head and spoke. Meet is fine and all, but let's hold the party at the dorms. What? At the dorms? When Christy asked him while blinking several times, manager Kim Dae-hoon sighed as he spoke. The hidden catch guys are annoying these days, you know. But eating out should be fine, no? When Christy felt it unfortunate that they couldn't eat out, Young Mina stepped in. Riss, let's hold one at the dorms this time. The president will have a hard time if they do something. Phew, Mina. You can act a little mature now. Heh, I was always like this. However, Appa, let's go with beef, yeah? Manager Kim Dae-hoon wordlessly showed them the company card he got from Kang-yoon, and everyone cheered. The van entered Seoul now. The road was slippery due to snow as they approached the World Cup sports complex. It's snowing, so don't be in a rush. Drive slowly. Yes. Manager Kim Dae-hoon warned the new addition to the management team, Oh Tae-jun. Inside the van, the members were busy chatting. Damn, the couples can go to hell. Victory to singles. I feel lonely. To hell with couples. Singles shall go to heaven. Oh, Lee Samsoon and A. Lee looked at the snow outside the window with spite. Lovers could be seen in the streets, but they had no lover to speak of. To hell with couples. Even Christy chimed in. The ladies with men by their side had pissed them off. Unlike during their trainee days, no one tried to flirt with them, so they hated Christmas more and more as time went on. However, there was someone who thought differently. Men are no good. Being alone is the best. Han Ju-yeon lied down after speaking her bit. This incident seemed cruel to her, and she didn't seem to want to get involved with men anymore. Seo Han-yu sighed after seeing her so dejected. But still, you will have to meet someone some D-kayak. Bam! The vehicles suddenly shook and the members of Etios started wobbling. Kayak. Act. Young Mina and Han Ju-yeon were barely able to hold on, but A. Lee Young and Han Ju-yeon lost balance and fell over. Lee Samsoon and Christy were able to hold on by leaning against the seats in front of them. Is everyone okay? Ugh. Young Mina asked after barely calming down. The peaceful van had turned chaotic in an instant. I told you can rest for today. Kang-yoon smiled as he spoke to In Moon-hee, who had come to practice. In Moon-hee smiled back saying that it was okay. I had a lot of assignments given to me by Sir Nam-hoon, and I also want to become like Jimin Seonbi quickly. In Moon-hee was full of motivation after she had come to a decision. As for Kang-yoon, he was glad that she was adapting well since she had a hard time adapting to world entertainment at first. Moreover, she was very motivated when learning from Nam-hoon. It seemed like he didn't need to be worried about In Moon-hee anymore. I am waiting. Savory music flowed within the studio. As her voice was creating a silver light, Kang-yoon became more greedy. Why don't I try having her debut in Japan first? Normally, going to Japan after spending some time in Korea was the norm, but he felt that going over to Japan first and having her debut there was a good idea. Her voice was just that charming. He felt like it could even bridge the gap between cultures. If we can do that, we'll be able to make a branch in Japan and... Kang-yoon wrote down what was in his mind. He thought of methods to collaborate with other companies as well as creating his own business there. He was writing down his thoughts while listening to her voice when his phone suddenly started ringing. He saw that manager Kim Dae-hoon had called. Usually, he sounded calm, but he shouted in urgency this time. We're at XX Junction, and we got into a car accident. We were waiting for our signal, but another car crashed into us after violating their signal. An accident? An accident? Kang-yoon's eyes twitched. Are you okay, team leader? What about the girls? I'm fine. The girls aren't severely hurt, but some of them have abrasions. What hospital are you at? Kang-yoon wrote down the hospital on his memo and immediately headed towards the office. Etios got into an accident. Lee Hyunji's eyes widened after hearing about the circumstances. Are the girls okay? They don't seem to have any severe injuries. But still, it looks like both of us will have to get involved this time. Okay, what should we do? Kang-yoon asked Lee Hyunji to call for Kim Jimin and Kim Jae-hoon, while he called the parties involved for the event Christmas Party with STN, which was the destination for Etios' next event. An accident? Whoa. The hosts were very confused. STN was a company that was just getting big and had planned a Christmas party to promote themselves and had scouted Etios to participate in the event, but there were problems with that. I'll have to apologize. It seems that Etios will not be able to make it there. The other party had nothing to say to that. In any case, They had to accept the losses since this was an unfortunate event. However, Kang-yoon's words didn't end there. Instead, we can send you other artists, Yoonha and Kim Jae-hoon if you so wish. I'm sorry for causing an inconvenience when you have called Edios for a specific reason. Yoonha and Kim Jae-hoon? It wasn't a loss, monetarily speaking. Yoonha and Kim Jae-hoon combined were more expensive than Edios to call. After a while, Kang-yoon got an answer. Since this is an unfortunate event, okay. But still, thank you for doing this. Not at all. We're sorry for worrying you. I think they'll be able to make it if they depart now. Okay. I hope Edios makes a quick recovery. After the call, Lee Hyun-ji called him. Jimin will arrive in 5 minutes, and I'll be picking up Mr. Jae-hoon. I've already called the host. You can go there directly. There was no problem with the contract, right? Yes. Then please take care of the two. After sending Kim Jimin and Kim Jae-hoon, who were both resting at home, to the World Cup Sports Complex, Kang-yoon headed to the hospital. When he arrived at the ER, manager Kim Dae-hoon greeted him with a bandaged head. Team leader, are you okay? I'm fine. It's just an abrasion on the head. Go have a look at the girls first. They seem shocked. What happened? Manager Kim Dae-hoon said that a car had violated traffic lights and skidded right into them. He comforted Kang-yoon by saying that he was the one with the most injuries. Kang-yoon then immediately headed towards where Edios was. President. The members of Edios had band-aids plastered on their knees and elbows and teared up after seeing Kang-yoon. Seeing that, the doctors and nurses that were treating them were surprised. Kang-yoon patted Seo Han-yu, the one closest to him, and asked the doctor, "Is anyone seriously hurt?" The doctor, who seemed like a medical resident, spoke calmly after fixing his glasses. From the X-ray, there's no one with a serious injury. Thankfully, it's just scratches and bruises. But even so, it'll be better to keep watching them since this is a traffic accident after all. The doctor said that there weren't any problems. Kang-yoon couldn't stay still when he saw that Ali's knees were red. Aren't they injured a lot for just being an abrasion? We checked, but it's just a big scratch. Kang-yoon had the 6 members of Edios as well as the 2 managers hospitalized after checking up on the members. Although there weren't any serious injuries on the surface, it was customary to keep watching for a few days as this was a traffic accident. It was unknown when symptoms would appear. After going through the hospitalization process, Kang-yoon returned to where Edios was. You girls were shocked, weren't you? What happened to the event? The clock was already pointing towards 9. Young Mina was worried that the company may be inconvenienced because they weren't able to participate in the event. However, Kang-yoon patted Young Mina's head saying that it was okay. It's fine. I've taken care of it. You girls just have to have a long rest in the hospital for a few days. She would have asked how he took care of it if it was someone else, but Young Mina didn't ask since it was Kang-yoon. Not only her, but the rest of Edios. We're also the same. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. When Seo Han-yu looked like she was about to cry, Kang-yoon shook his head. It's not you who caused the accident. There's nothing for you to be sorry about. But even so, you should be very shocked right now, so you can just rest at ease. Don't think about anything, okay? Yes. Kang-yoon told them that they would be taken to hospital beds soon and was about to leave. At that moment, Lee Sam-soon, who was looking at the phone, approached Kang-yoon. President, have a look at this. What is it? Kang-yoon received the phone from her. Edios gets into an accident at XX Junction, Seoul. Signal violation called for misfortune? It didn't mention who violated the signal and did not mention what caused it. It just implied that Edios was in the wrong. The article was being popularized since it mentioned traffic signal violation by a celebrity vehicle. Desperate final struggles. Kang-yoon's eyes flamed up after seeing the article published by Hidden Catch. Chapter 203. A very scary Christmas for some. 3. The white snow falls on. Wow. The mood at the World Cup Sports Complex was reaching its peak. The audience was waving their hands when Kim Jimin sang the carol, and she also became energized and sang even better. General Manager of STN, Young Jae-taek, sighed in relief as he watched Kim Jimin sing. I was worried about the event since the accident happened and all, but Yoonho isn't. Lacking at all compared to Edios. Thank you, Director. Lee Hyun-ji, who was watching the event as well, waved her hand. Not at all. In fact, I'm sorry we caused you trouble. As the event reached its final parts, General Manager Young Jae-taek looked much more at ease. He almost despaired after hearing about Edios' accident. However, World Entertainment had sent over other artists of their company to compensate, and there were no problems with the event. Usually, many people just forget about it when there's an accident. World sure is different, though. Different, huh? That's a nice word. Thank you for saying that. Oh no. In fact, I'm thankful instead. You saved my life. After the event, General Manager Young Jung-taek gifted World with a coffee machine and some coffee capsules that STN produced. Lee Hyun-ji tried to refuse, but she had to accept it as the other party would not take no for an answer. With lots of luggage, Lee Hyun-ji got in the van with Kim Jae-hoon and Kim Jimin. Director, shouldn't we visit the hospital? Kim Jimin asked carefully after the van departed. I also think we should visit. Kim Jae-hoon agreed, as he was also worried about Edios. Lee Hyun-ji told them to wait for a little and called Kang-yoon. She got the answer that they were hospitalized and were currently resting in a VIP ward. They're hospitalized in a VIP ward. Okay then, let's make a visit. There seems to be a separate entrance as well, so we should be able to visit without causing a disturbance. Okay. When they arrived at the VIP ward, they saw that the members of Edios had a room for each of them. The girls said that they were fine with rooms for two, but Kang-yoon had gone with expensive VIP wards due to security problems. As VIP rooms only had one bed each, they had to be separated. Lee Hyun-ji and her company headed to Young Mina's ward first since she was the leader. Are you alright? Yes. It just surprised me a little, but I'm doing fine. Young Mina didn't have any injuries, thankfully. When she asked about the current state of the other members, she answered that most of them were just bruised at best. The fact that their faces weren't injured were also very fortunate since their face was like their life, as they were celebrities. Where is the president? He went out saying he had to smoke. Sheesh, he really should quit smoking. Young Mina grumbled since she didn't like Kang-yoon smoking. Soon, Lee Hyun-ji visited the other wards. She came back to Young Mina later, but Kang-yoon still couldn't be seen. He still hasn't come back? Not yet. Should I call him? When Young Mina took out her phone, Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. He should be doing something now. Let's not disturb him and wait. Yes. There was no way Kang-yoon would stay still in the current situation. Since she knew her well, Lee Hyun-ji focused on calming everyone down. Since Lee Hyun-ji and the other two were in Young Mina's ward, the other girls also gathered here. Everyone had calm expressions, but some of them were still shaking. My dear, you girls must be hurt. Lee Hyun-ji stayed up the night of Christmas, as everyone else couldn't fall asleep easily. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon was calling someone in a smoking room located some distance away from the hospital front. Okay, thank you for your permission. Not at all. In fact, I'm thankful that you're so open to negotiating the settlement money. The other party sighed out in relief. This was the driver that crashed into Edios' van. Since this was 100% his fault, he would be fined hugely if negotiations didn't go well, but he was thankful since Kang-yoon was so open to negotiations. As this was a celebrity van, Kang-yoon could take the role of negotiating. I hope we can meet in better conditions next time. Also, be careful driving. Okay, but as for the pixelization, we'll put our effort into it. Also, the footage will only be used for broadcasting. I will make sure that no one can identify you. After the call, Kang-yoon called Mivlish, the company he requested the video editing for. Although it was the middle of the night, his call got through since he had notified them beforehand. Okay, we'll start editing immediately. You said that rendering it will end by morning at the latest, right? Of course. Please take care of it then. Don't forget to pixelate the other party properly. After the call, Kang-yoon had a look at the time and saw that it was getting past 2 a.m. Edios' traffic accident. Yinha and Kim Jae-hoon make up for the gap. Edios' traffic accident. Celebrity vans can ignore traffic signals? He called journalists he knew and asked them to be as moderate as possible in the articles, but he only got the reply that it would be hard to do so without proper evidence. For now, the situation couldn't be reversed easily. Man, I'm craving another smoke. After lighting up his cigarette, Kang-yoon consoled himself as time slowly passed. When he had a look at Edios' fan cafe, Aries, there was a discussion about whether it was speeding or not, as well as comments that prayed for Edios' safe recovery. There were also comments that were disappointed with World Entertainment. Yeah, let's just hold on until morning. Looking forward to the time this would all change, Kang-yoon consoled his bitter feelings. The next day, after receiving the video early morning, Kang-yoon uploaded the video to World Entertainment's website. The video showed how another vehicle crashed into Edios's van, so the internet erupted into a hot discussion. Edios's traffic accident. Another car crashed into them. Edios hospitalized after another car crashed into them. Fortunately, there are no major injuries. Edios gets into a traffic accident, but the event goes as planned. Company teamwork shines through. The general opinion shifted drastically after the dashcam footage was revealed. It was a complete contrast to when the accident had just taken place. Moreover, the fact that World had sent Kim Jae-hoon and Yoonha to fill Edios's gap became known, and the fact that Kang-yoon had them hospitalized in VIP wards also became known as well. After it became known that Kang-yoon had settled with the other driver, most of the bad comments had disappeared. Instead, the spears were pointed towards Hidden Catch, this time for writing misleading articles. It was BS again? Hidden Catch is even using traffic accidents for their profits now? Everyone, this just shows how trashy journalists are these days. Hidden Catch just isn't trustworthy anymore. The portal sites now became hot with the truth behind Edios's accident, as well as the articles that Hidden Catch had published. The dissatisfaction with their misleading articles had exploded now. Celebrity paparazzi are getting overboard. Is it fine to let them be? Misleading articles are ruining celebrities. Moreover, the other journalists and news companies wrote about the battle between World Entertainment and Hidden Catch, so the situation now became known to many people. President, the ad companies are pulling out. Just this month, I get it, so you can leave the report there. President Yoo Myung, who waved his hand in annoyance when the manager in charge of ads carefully spoke. However, the manager couldn't stay still as he was worried. We've lost nearly 50% of our ads compared to last month. They're saying that putting ads on a non-trustworthy site may affect their products as. I get it, so get out already. President Yoo Myung, who shouted. His eyes were filled with annoyance. After sighing, the manager left after putting the report on his desk. World. At this rate, his company would be shaken. He gritted his teeth as everything went bad after being involved with World Entertainment. Due to the traffic accident, Edios did not participate in any of the end-of-year award ceremonies. Many fans found it unfortunate and wished them to have a quick recovery. Kim Jimin received the New Artist Award, while Kim Jae-hoon got the Golden Disc Prize as his album sales were within the top 3 of all artists. After the busy 2012 went past, 2013 arrived. Mid-January, the court judged that Hidden Catch's speculative articles had indeed defamed Edios and affected their album sales. 30 million won, $30,000 in compensation. It wasn't a large amount, but the court acknowledged that Hidden Catch had damaged World Entertainment with false and speculative articles, and also that they used malicious interpretations in their articles. Once news about the court case was released to the public, they would no longer be a properly functioning news company. So we didn't get that much for compensation for the damages. Kang-yoon sighed as he thought that the compensation was too little. Then, Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. They told me that they can get more money out if you give them more time. What are you going to do? Hearing that, Kang-yoon shook his head. This is fine. Hidden Catch has lost all reliability as a news source anyway. Any more than this will not benefit us, I guess. Anyway, it won't be easy for them to prepare that much money. I heard that they lost more than 80% of their ads. Lee Hyun-ji smiled in ridicule. More than 80% of the ads had disappeared from Hidden Catch's website. The remaining ads were mostly adult ads and loan ads. Not only that, but their view count was also decreasing, so they weren't able to get much ad revenue. There was also the compensation money on top of that. It was practically their doom. Let's end this here. I don't see the need for our artists to be mentioned in news articles for these kinds of things any longer. Lee Hyun-ji agreed to Kang-yoon's words. World Entertainment had nothing to gain even if they tried to squeeze more out of an already sinking company. She looked for documents about Kim Jimin's album that she had prepared to give to Kang-yoon, but then she seemed to have thought of something and looked at him. Oh yes, President, you said you were going to America next week. Yes, since we're done with the big matters, I think I can leave for a week. Even though I'm a busy man, I should attend my sister's graduation at least. Lee Hyun-ji gave Kang-yoon some papers as she received a cup of coffee from Young Hae-jin. Is Miss Hee-yoon coming over to Korea? Then, yes. I told her that it was okay to keep studying there, but she told me she wanted to start making songs properly. Hee-yoon was coming to Korea. Lee Hyun-ji was also happy that their exclusive composer was coming back to Korea. Looks like everyone will be happy. They now have another person to consult their songs with. Kang-yoon asked Lee Hyun-ji to take care of the company while he was away and stood up from his seat. He was headed towards the rooftop when his phone suddenly started ringing. Jua. Appa. How have you been? A high-pitched voice rang from his phone. Kang-yoon replied joyfully. I'm still as ever. What about you? What were you doing until now? Man, I just arrived back in Korea. I'm heading over there now. You're coming here? Her sudden visits had changed. Kang-yoon burst out laughing and shook his head. Sheesh. Okay, I'll be waiting then. That's a bland reaction. I'm going there even if you tell me not to. I also have something I want to talk about with you. Geez. Fine. After the call, Kang-yoon headed towards the rooftop. The rooftop was empty and was filled with the frosty winter wind. Once Hyun comes, I'll have her work on Moonhee's song for a while. Also, Kang-yoon was organizing his plans when the door to the rooftop burst open and someone came out. Appa, I'm here. When he turned around, he saw Jua. Kang-yoon was about to wave back at her, but he saw that she had thinned out. Jua, why have you lost so much weight? Kang-yoon was surprised to see Jua so skinny. However, she shook her head as though it wasn't anything much. Nah, it's nothing. I had a tight schedule recently. I finally got some time to breathe. But still, have you been to the hospital? Nah, I don't need to. I'm fine. Jua acted strong, but Kang-yoon spoke with a serious expression. Didn't you push yourself too far? Well, a little. Nah, I'm fine. I'm here for business today. For business. When Kang-yoon looked surprised, Jua replied with a grin. Hyun's graduation is approaching. You're going too, right? Well, of course, are you going as well? Of course, a friend of mine is graduating. Since you're going as well, let's go together. She showed him the plane tickets as though she had booked one already. She showed him 2 first-class tickets. Kang-yoon's eyes widened. You're giving me a ticket too? This is… Nah, don't mention it. We aren't strangers. Jua gave Kang-yoon the ticket. Kang-yoon was about to refuse since first-class tickets were expensive, but Jua smiled and spoke. I'm not giving this to you for free. Just help me out a little when we get there. Help you out. That made Kang-yoon feel more at ease. He asked what it was about, but she didn't answer him. It's a personal matter. I'll tell you once we get there. Oh, I have to go to the company now, so see you later. Already. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since she had arrived. Kang-yoon pitied Jua. However, she smiled at him as though he didn't need to be worried. I'll call you later. Jua rushed down the stairs cheerfully. Just how is MG managing their artists? Kang-yoon felt bitter after seeing that she had lost so much weight compared to before. Chapter 204. Graduation Ceremony, A Renewed Heart, 1. The Olympic Sports Complex was one of the biggest indoor sports facilities in Korea. It had 20,000 seats, was sufficiently wide for a concert, and the facilities were evenly spaced out through the building, so it was loved by many singers. However, it had been a long time since it was built, so the acoustics weren't that great, and there was also the matter of light bleed as well. Despite all these disadvantages, it was a place beloved by many singers for holding concerts. It's been a long time since I last stood here. Kim Jae-hoon was standing on the floor beneath the stage and exclaimed as though he was joyful. Behind him, Lee Hyun-ji, smiling awkwardly, felt apologetic. We wanted to do a concert in the multi-purpose hall of the Central World Cup Stadium, but that was fully reserved. I don't really mind the place. I really like it. He had heard from Kang-yoon that he had contracted all the subcontractors for the concert before he went to America. Since he had prepared meticulously as well, what was remaining was whether the tickets for the concert would sell out or not. So the ticketing begins in a few days. Kim Jae-hoon gulped in nervousness when Lee Hyun-ji said that. How many people would come and listen to his songs? This wasn't only a matter of profit. His pride as a singer was on the line as well. Seeing him so stiff, Lee Hyun-ji tried to calm him down. Mr. Jae-hoon, it will go well. Don't worry. You don't need to be so nervous about it. Ha. Okay. Kim Jae-hoon nodded his head while feeling the warmth of Lee Hyun-ji's hand on his back. Do you need anything else? A pretty stewardess asked Kang-yoon at the bar lounge, but he shook his head saying that it was okay. It's fine. Thanks for telling me. This was the first time in Kang-yoon's life that he was using a first-class seat in a plane, so he asked the stewardess some questions, and she answered like a professional. Just as when Kang-yoon was about to turn around and go back to his seat, The stewardess carefully asked Kang-yoon. Is there anything you need? Um, I'm sorry, but can I ask you for an autograph? Okay. Do you have any paper? Kang-yoon took out a pen from his chest pocket, but she didn't have a paper on hand. Kang-yoon contemplated a little before taking out a business card from his wallet and signed his name there before giving it to her. Thank you. Receiving the autograph, the stewardess's eyes shone. This was an incredible gain. Regardless, Kang-yoon smiled as he spoke. Then, best of luck with your job. After the conversation, Kang-yoon returned to his seat. However, just as he sat down, Jua started poking at him. Hey, what is it? Ugh. Kang-yoon didn't understand why Jua was doing this. Was giving an autograph something bad? Kang-yoon titled his head. Is it because of the autograph? The business card was because there was no paper. I know that, but, Sai, you're clueless when it comes to things like this. What do you mean? Clueless? Kang-yoon blinked several times dumbfoundedly, but Jua did not answer. Something like that. Jua did not mention that the stewardess with Kang-yoon's business card was taking glances at him. Doesn't he know that men that fly first-class seats give business cards to stewardesses they've taken a liking to? From the look of that stewardess, she was definitely on cloud 9. If Jin Seo found out, ugh. Just as Jua shivered, Kang-yoon spoke in a nonchalant voice. It's the company business card. What was that? That business card doesn't have my personal number. It's just a business card that only contains the company number. Only then did Jua nod in acceptance. Experiencing a few hiccups midway, the flight safely arrived at the airport. Kang-yoon and Jua quickly went through customs and stepped on American land. Hyun naturally came to meet the two, and after a brief greeting, Jua left saying that she had some business to attend to in MG Entertainment's American branch. Kang-yoon headed to Hyun's house with a rental car. Inside the car, Hyun talked to Kang-yoon about a lot of things joyfully. She talked about her college life as well as the songs, and Kang-yoon reacted to her suitably here and there. So Reina has started her activities for real. Kang-yoon's eyes widened when he heard about one of Hyun's friends, Reina. She's still a minor role actor, but she did also say that she was rising fast. Apparently, it would usually take more than 4 years to get a minor character role. Reina should do well, right? Kang-yoon thought back to Reina from when she visited Korea with Hyun. She had both the talent for singing and acting. Moreover, she was hardworking as well. He believed that she was more than talented enough to become big. He stepped on the brakes as he approached the traffic lights that had turned red. Reina sometimes talks about you. She wants to see you in Korea once she becomes big. Really? But how big is big? A main role at the Broadway musical. Then I guess I'll have to wait 10 years at least. Really? Kang-yoon accelerated after the lights turned green. After driving for quite a long time, the two arrived at Hyun's house. Parking the car outside the house, Kang-yoon entered the house and unpacked his luggage. Yes. All right. Please take care of the company. After calling Lee Hyun-ji, Kang-yoon lied down on the sofa. Looks like I should hurry with Jaehoon's concert once I get back. The special equipment team seemed worrying. Fatigue overwhelmed him due to jet lag. However, even though he had closed his eyes, thoughts about Kim Jae-hoon's concert swirled in his mind. Thinking about how he put less effort into his concert due to the matters with Hidden Catch, the thoughts about the concert didn't leave his mind. That space needs special attention to acoustics. I'll only be able to produce a good sound if I invest 2 days of time into acoustics at least. Also, take me away. ZZZ. The sound of a knife hitting the chopping board, as well as a beautiful voice woke Kang-yoon up. How was your day? Your day? He heard familiar voices. Kang-yoon opened his eyes hearing the familiar voice. When he did, he saw 2 ladies with aprons on, Hyun and Jua. Doenjangjigi was boiling on the stove, while Hyun was chopping spring onions on the chopping board. The notes the 2 girls created were producing bright white light. How nice. The refreshing sensation from the white light made Kang-yoon wake up. Feeling movement behind her, Hyun turned around to see him. Huh? Appa, you woke up? Yeah? Jua's here. Sure, I'm here. I'm going to sleep here as well. Fine. Since they were going to sleep in separate rooms, Kang-yoon allowed it. Dinner was a doenjangjigi meal. Giving Jua, who was eating gluttonously, some water, Hyun showed off her maturity. When their bowls of rice were almost empty, Jua sighed with a serious expression. Appa, can I ask you for a favor? Is it the one you talked about last time? Yeah. Jua didn't mention her favor during the flight either. A favor that required a first-class plane ticket? Kang-yoon waited for her words with a likewise serious expression. After hesitating a little, Jua started speaking with a stiff expression. I'm going to audition for Unite Music. Unite Music? Kang-yoon's eyes widened. Unite Music was a colossal entertainment company in America. It was one of the top 4. They were a huge capital in the music market. I sent them a video of me half a year ago, and I was contacted a while back. They asked me whether I'm willing to participate in an audition. So you grabbed the opportunity. Congratulations. Yes, and so. Jua paused for a moment before speaking with a firm tone. Can you watch me practice tomorrow? You know, everyone does it better when you watch them. Kang-yoon's eyes shook at Jua's words. She didn't know that Kang-yoon's ability to see musical notes, but she was aware that Kang-yoon brought out the best of any artist. Not seeming to notice his surprise, Jua grabbed Kang-yoon's hands desperately. Appa. Kang-yoon sighed briefly. She was practically saying that she wanted to succeed going to America, which they had failed last time. It's not that I don't know her skills, but in Korea, Jua was the first one that came to mind when it came to dancing. Her dance just had that much charm. However, would her dances work? In America as well? Silver? No. As an East Asian, it needs to be gold at least. That much was necessary in order to bridge the cultural gap and the bias that stemmed from it. Kang-yoon believed so. When's the audition? In 2 days. There wasn't long left either. Kang-yoon clutched his forehead. You should have told me beforehand. The thing is, I tried to, but both you and I were busy. At first, I thought about doing it on my own, but no matter how hard I thought about it, I don't think I could make it by myself. Hee, I'm sorry. Jua stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. She looked very cute, but he had plans tomorrow. Things aren't looking good. Yeah, a little. I don't think I can help you. Hearing that, Jua's eyes widened. What? I have an important meeting tomorrow. There's a company I have a meeting with due to some stage equipment tomorrow. Ah, okay. Jua's shoulders lowered in dejection. Kang-yoon couldn't hide his sorry feelings either. I'm sorry, but I think you'll have to try this audition on your own this time. Really? I guess there's no helping it. If she knew this was going to happen, she had to mention it beforehand. Jua regretted it. Hesitation led to this result. Despite that, she did not make a big deal out of it. I guess I can't help it. Huh. I'm sorry, there's the flight as well. That's fine. We aren't strangers. Jua waved her hand. No one rejected anything she said. Although it had become strange, even MG Entertainment listened to her words. However, Kang-yoon was, Hee-yoon, I'm going to sleep first. Okay, I've laid the mattress out for you. Dejected, Jua left her food and dejectedly walked into the room. Hee-yoon spoke to Kang-yoon after the two of them were left. Can't you help her after your meeting? This meeting will be a long one. Also, it won't be easy for Jua to get accepted in the audition. What? Hee-yoon asked back as though Kang-yoon was speaking nonsense, but Kang-yoon shook his head. Cultural barriers are frightening. It's incredibly thick and tall. As an East Asian, the only thing that would work is overwhelming skills. Of course, Jua indeed has incredible skills, but I don't think. You don't think? I don't think she's at the point where she could overcome that cultural difference. To be exact, her dancing skills alone should be fine, but it won't be easy due to other physical factors. Her body figure, her atmosphere as well as her origins, etc. There are a lot of barriers she has to overcome. To win against people from America, only overwhelming skill could bridge that gap. Oh, only then did Hee-yoon accept Kang-yoon's words. She looked at the door. Jua just went in with pitying eyes. 2 days later. Then we'll call you later. Thank you. Jua, who had danced in front of a white man who was twice, no 3 times as big as her, left Unite Music with sweat all over her body. I knew it, but it's still hard. Although he said that they'll call her later, his expression was full of disappointment. She couldn't forget the expression when he was surprised about her small stature and when he smiled bitterly, saying that she seemed to lack energy when she was dancing. Jua collapsed onto a sofa in the lobby of Unite Music. Damn it! Her loud cursing made the people around look at her with weird gazes, but she didn't care. The disappointment of having missed a great opportunity didn't go away easily. Let's go. She was about to return after staring blankly for a long time, but just as she was about to, her phone started ringing. Yes, Appa. It was a call from Kang-yoon. Unlike before, she accepted the call with a rather awkward voice. How did the audition go? Jua didn't want to say that she failed. She wanted to boldly say that she could pass without Kang-yoon's help. Of course I did well. Who do you think I? Really? Silence pervaded the call for a long time. I know it already. Be honest about it. The silence seemed to say those words. After the period of silence, Jua snapped. Yeah, I failed. I failed, okay? Do you feel good now? Huh? Why can't you just let me be? Is that so hard to do? You evil. Jua sobbed. He should have helped if he knew it was going to be like this. Just why? Just as she was about to vent all of her frustration at him, a calm voice sounded over the phone. There's another audition. How is it? Want to do it? An audition? Jua stopped. Do you know who Carrie Claudia is? Carrie Claudia? It's an audition looking for her partner. How is it? Want to do it? A super popular singer who was ranked 5th on the Billboard charts. That's who Carrie Claudia was. Jua's eyes started shaking. Chapter 205. Graduation Ceremony. A Renewed Heart. 2. A Partner. Carrie Claudia is doing an American tour from May to July. A notice recruiting a female dancer for the title song Coming had just appeared. Wait, a dancer? And from May to July. Jua's voice became louder. Appa, I have my own activities to do at that time. And also, a backup dancer? You know who I am, and you still say those words. Well, you're completely new to the American market. You can't just kick it away because this is dancer recruitment. Also, don't you think that kicking away this opportunity is not good just because of immediate profits? He was completely right. Being pointed out by Kang-yoon, Jua became silent. Jua, even if you're the best in Asia, here, you're just… I know, all right. You don't have to tell me that. Jua grumbled at the phone since her pride had snapped. The people in the lobby looked at her like looking at a strange person, but nothing entered her eyes. You can't do this to me. I can't. Ha. Sheesh, you're one tough woman. Appa, Jua snapped, but Kang-yoon spoke calmly without minding that. Yun Jua, go back. To your roots. Ugh. She had nothing to say. She had constantly reminded herself that she was starting from the bottom, but it seemed that going back to her roots wasn't that easy. Jua looked down powerlessly. Come home once you set your mind. Okay, fine. After the call, Jua put her phone inside her pocket. TCH. This is frustrating. He always pokes where it hurts. Grumbling at Kang-yoon, who wasn't even here, Jua left the lobby with a frown. The concert business was hot from December to February. This was the period when most concerts took place. As such, Ellen Illumination, one of the best concert lighting companies in Korea, was having a very busy time. That day is Fallon's concert, and the day after that is at the president's office. The president, Kang In-soo, had a satisfied smile on his face while looking at the plans that were filled until March. It would be nice if this actually happened. Since the business was going well, he was feeling good. It would be wonderful if every day was like this, but that was simply impossible. Just as he was about to sign some documents, the telephone started ringing. President, there's a guest. Being guided by a secretary, the short-statured middle-aged man extended his hand to President Kang In-soo. Long time no see, President Kang. Welcome, Director Yu. It's been a long time. The middle-aged man, Director Yu Jaeyoung-tae of MG Entertainment, received a cup of coffee from the secretary and crossed his short, thick legs. I should have visited more frequently, but lately, I had some things to do. Forgive me on that one. Not at all. I should have visited as well. Nah. Rather than that, Secretary Yoon is as pretty as ever. After complimenting the secretary's looks, Director Yu Jaeyoung-tae started talking about his reason for visiting. We decided to hold an encore concert with ECTM, this time at the Central Hall. President Kang, you are going to join us, aren't you? Is that so? I'll definitely be joining since you're inviting me. When is it / Although Director Yu Jaeyoung-tae's words had a slightly imperative tone, President Kang In-soo's eyes shone. ECTM was currently the most well-off male idol group that MG had right now. Moreover, Central Hall referred to the biggest concert venue in all of Korea, the multipurpose hall of the World Cup Stadium. There was no reason for him to back out on this. It's at the end of February. As for the date. But then, when Director Yu Jaeyoung-tae told him about the date, President Kang In-soo's eyes turned strange. It just has to be on that day. What is it? You can't join me. The thing is, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the last week of February. Kim Jae-hoon's concert just had to be on that day. Director Yoo Jae-tae, seemingly unaware of it, urged him to speak. You have plans already? Oh well, I can't help it then. You can't just break a contract. ***, it's not like that. Kim Jae-hoon versus ECTM. World Entertainment versus MG Entertainment. Comparing the size of the stage as well as the size of the audience, the more profitable one was clear in his eyes. Hey, this is unlike you. Ah, not at all. We can do it. Ha ha. Night? I knew it, President Kang. Actually, you would have put me in a difficult position if you rejected me. Ha ha ha. Director Yoo Jae-tae pat President Kang-in-soo's shoulders joyfully. He promised him to treat him to dinner before leaving. I'll send you the papers by today. Yes, Director. After Director Yoo Jae-tae left, President Kang-in-soo sighed in his office. Yeah, MG is better in many ways, I'm sure. He was worried that a strange rumor would appear within the industry, and he also felt apologetic, but profit was more important. He picked up his phone after resolving himself. World should be in a tight spot this time. Leaving Ellen Illumination, Director Yoo Jae-tae smirked. Actually, there was another lighting company that MG had subcontracted for ECTM's concert. However, he went to Ellen Illumination for the encore concert. There was the fact that Ellen Illumination was one of the best in the industry, but there was also another purpose. If the contract goes down the drain, they'll have to pick other companies, and it won't be easy installing all those equipment. Moreover, Lee Kang-yoon isn't the type of guy who would randomly pick his business partners. Lee Hyun-ji will be in a tight spot too then. This seems fun. Thinking that World Entertainment, a thorn in his eyes, will have a hard time this time. Director Yoo Jae-tae felt refreshed. The day of Hee-yoon's graduation. Before they left the house, Kang-yoon smiled awkwardly while looking at the entrance ticket for the graduation ceremony. To think you'd need a ticket to go to a graduation ceremony. It feels kinda weird. Hee-yoon smiled as he tied Kang-yoon's necktie. The graduation ceremony is separate for each department. They also collect the names of the attendants beforehand. I got two because both you and Jua were coming. They are all done. Kang-yoon was satisfied with his indigo-colored tie and put his coat on. Jua, who was putting makeup on in the living room, suddenly shouted. Hyun, tint, do you have any tint? Tint. I only have an orange one. That's fine. Can I borrow it? I forgot that I ran out of it. Jua borrowed a tint from Hyun and put it on in a hurry. After everyone was ready, Kang-yoon drove everyone to the college. Then see you later, Appa. Hyun headed towards the second floor as they entered the hall. Kang-yoon and Jua entered the hall after handing in the tickets that Hyun gave them. Appa, is that an instrument? Jua was taken aback by the grandeur of the pipe organ that was on the stage. Kang-yoon exclaimed at the bright white light that the pipe organ was producing and nodded. It's called a pipe organ, and it's nicknamed the King of Musical Instruments. The King of Musical Instruments, huh? Well, it's huge, and it's cool too. I want to dance to it. Nice idea. The two headed to some seats in the middle of the crowd where they could see the stage well. Looks like she set her mind. The dejected Jua from a few days ago wasn't here anymore. She seemed unwavering as though she had come to a decision. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? No, it's nothing. You're no fun. Jua seemed mesmerized by the grandeur of the pipe organ as she closed her eyes and listened in. Some time passed, and the graduation ceremony began. Amidst a serious atmosphere, the conferment ceremony for the master's degree began. Everyone passionately applauded when a physically impaired person received an honorary master's degree. After the master's degree, the conferment of the bachelor's degree began. Number XX, 9283-585 Hyun Lee. After her colleagues received theirs, Hyun received the degree from the dean. Seeing Hyun having a light hug with the old dean after a handshake, Kang-yoon's eyes reddened. His sister was barely capable of everyday life before, and now here she was, receiving a degree after a long period of studying overseas. And with music of all things. He only wanted her to stay healthy. Here. Oh. Kang-yoon wiped his tears with the tissue that Jua offered him. It seemed that he got emotional. When Hyun turned around to greet everyone else, Kang-yoon couldn't even look at her straight. Jua would usually tease him for such actions, but she only patted his back this time. You've worked hard. Kang-yoon smiled gently seeing Jua act like this. After the conferment ceremony, Hyun, wearing a gown, ran towards where Jua and Kang-yoon were. Appa! Kang-yoon excitedly rushed into his arms. Whoa there. Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon seemed excited as though she was liberated. Seeing a good scene, Jua took out her phone and opened the camera app. There, photos are for times like this. Stay there. Appa, try this on. Kang-yoon put the academic cap on Kang-yoon's head. Wearing such a thing for the first time, Kang-yoon felt a little strange. There, here it goes. Jua took photos of the two and received the academic cap from Kang-yoon. Soon, Kang-yoon's friends came around and greeted Kang-yoon, and Jua took photos and left behind memories of graduation. On the way to the cafeteria, prepared for the graduates, Kang-yoon asked Kang-yoon as though he had remembered something. Isn't Reina graduating this year as well? She took a year off for her musical. She'll graduate next year. She told me she couldn't make it today. After that, the three of them continued to immerse themselves in the joy of graduation. After the meal, Jua went to the MG Entertainment's American branch for practice, while Kang-yoon headed home to pack her things. Appa, don't you have to help Kang-yoon out? Seeing that Kang-yoon was accompanying her to the company, Jua asked in surprise, and Kang-yoon shook his hand saying that it was okay. Most of it is done. Kang-yoon should be fine doing the rest. But even so, she should. Don't you need my help right now? Jua was at a loss for words. He was harsh at times, but at times like this, he was also. Jin Seo has it good. What? Nah, it's nothing. Fine, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Ouch, it hurts. Jua put Kang-yoon into a headlock. As soon as they arrived at the branch company of MG Entertainment, Jua changed her clothes and did some light stretches. Kang-yoon played the video of Carrie Claudia's Coming. Jua lightly tapped with her foot along with the cheerful jazz music. So I have to dance like the woman next to her? Jua pointed at the white woman who appeared in the chorus and danced next to Carrie Claudia. Yes. But man, both of them are so tall. They look to be 170 at least. I heard that Carrie was 172 centimeters tall. That's huge. Won't I end up looking like a cicada on an old tree? Actually, you might complement each other. You can't change your height, so don't worry about that. Okay. Jua couldn't take her eyes off the singer in the video, Carrie. Carrie was very proficient with the dance that required moving elastically while in a horse-riding stance. But meanwhile, the other white woman couldn't keep up easily. It was a small difference, but Jua's eyes were sharp. She's a little awkward on this part, isn't she? It's not a big difference, though. Can you fill that gap? With enough practice, sure. Kang-yoon nodded his head, seeing that Jua was confident. After the video ended, Jua stood up and stood in front of the mirror. Then shall we start? Jua made a wave with her body. Seeing her so confident, Kang-yoon thought, gold, huh? It won't be easy. It wasn't a problem with her. Kang-yoon watched carefully as Jua produced music notes with her steps. It's not about her foundations. The problem is how to create gold light. Kang-yoon thought about how he could make a white light dance to silver, then to gold. All dances had a highlight. The highlight of Cummings' choreography came just after the horse-riding stance, where the sexy legs were emphasized along with a seductive expression. Jua also seemed to have noticed the importance of that part as she repeated the same part and thought about how to make it better. It's hard. She repeatedly went back to the horse-riding stance and continued until the wave part, but Jua didn't seem to like her moves. White. Even to Kang-yoon's eyes, there were no signs of silver. Forgetting to eat dinner, Jua kept repeating the same moves, but she ended up collapsing on the floor without being satisfied with her moves. Ugh, so tiring. Let's rest a little then. Kang-yoon also gave her some advice throughout, but it wasn't easy creating a silver light. She tried smiling, emphasizing her legs more, and tried many other things, but nothing was satisfactory. Just as Jua was lying down on the floor after drinking some water, Kang-yoon played back the video. How is Jua different to Carrie? Kang-yoon contemplated on the differences between the two people as he kept watching the long legs that Carrie showed through her skirt. Jua is small. The women in the video all have tall heights and pretty legs. However, their legs aren't extremely pretty according to the standards here. Aren't we too focused on copying the video? After organizing his thoughts, Kang-yoon called out to Jua, "Can you try doing what I say?" Do what? Kang-yoon asked for a change in the choreography. He left out the wave after the problematic horse-riding stance and switched it out to a move that emphasized her waist a little more. Jua was worried while changing the choreography. Is it okay to change the choreography like this? It'll be better than just wearing clothes that don't fit you. Okay. Jua changed the choreography, like what Kang-yoon said. Moreover, Kang-yoon had her tie the bottom of her shirt to show off her belly button a little. Pervert. I'm just trying things out. Ha ha ha, it was a joke. Then here it goes. When the music flowed out, Jua did a light twist. When she did, her thin stomach was revealed, and it emphasized her thin waistline and hips. She gave Kang-yoon a slight wink as she did the dance. That was the end of the changed choreography. Appa, how was it? Jua asked Kang-yoon, who was standing there absent-mindedly. But he didn't answer her, as though he had come across something strange. Yes, that's it. Silver. Kang-yoon clenched his fist while looking at the light created by Jua. Chapter 206. Graduation Ceremony. A Renewed Heart. 3. Well done. It's much better than before. Kang-yoon encouraged Jua with a slow clap. However, Jua shook her head, thinking that she was still far from good. What else can I do from here? I get what your intention is, but it's not easy to express it. I'm shorter compared to them too. Ha ha ha. When Jua dissed herself, Kang-yoon laughed. Your laughter is uselessly loud, you know? Asterisk giggle asterisk, you're imagining it. Hey. Ha ha ha. When Kang-yoon didn't stop laughing, Jua poked Kang-yoon on the waist several times. Like that, having a grasp over things, Jua practiced without rest, and Kang-yoon also watched over her dance without leaving. Time passed by quickly, and it was now 15 minutes past 3 in the night. I can't go on anymore. After her final round of practice, Jua collapsed onto the ground. Kang-yoon sat next to her. Well done. Fo. You too, Appa. Not caring about the floor, Jua poured the water Kang-yoon gave him all over her face before standing up. Look at the time. Looks like I held you for too long. Sorry about that, Appa. Looks like Hyun will get mad at me. Jua expressed her apologetic feelings after practice. Then, Kang-yoon lightly pushed on Jua's forehead with his forefinger before chuckling. You feel sorry now? Ouch, that hurts. I'm fine, so just focus on the audition. Sheesh, you just won't let me compliment you. Okay. Jua stood up after playing around with Kang-yoon. Now it was time to go home. Picking up the towel on the floor, Jua asked Kang-yoon as though she had remembered something. This would not be sufficient, right? Probably. Jua sighed at Kang-yoon's words. It's hard. Just how much better do I have to be? Perhaps this was as far as she could go. Jua was worried. Even on their way home, Jua's worries deepened. In the afternoon of the next day, Kang-yoon woke up exhausted thanks to his phone, which started ringing right above his head. Hello. President, it's me. Director? It was a call from Lee Hyun-ji. Kang-yoon cleared his throat before sitting upright. Ugh, sorry about that. Did something happen? Sorry for waking you up. But it shouldn't be nighttime there, right? Yeah. It's a little past 3. In Korea, it was a little past 8 in the morning. When Kang-yoon seemed to have woken up properly, Lee Hyun-ji started speaking. Ellen Illumination broke our contract. I didn't want to talk about work if possible, but I couldn't help it because this is an important matter. Oh, what did they say about the reason for it? Kang-yoon's expression turned serious. They told me they're lacking finances due to all the work that's coming in. Did you tell them that we could pay them more for the deposit? Yes, but they told me it's difficult considering all the manpower and other elements as well. In my opinion, though, I think they contracted another company. They're saying they'll pay the penalty for breaking the contract even though they told me they were lacking finances. Kang-yoon agreed to Lee Hyun-ji's words. This industry is all about trust though. They're short-sighted. Looks like they came across something more profitable if they decided to break the contract. Perhaps. Rather than that, I'm worried about us. It's hard to find companies as big as Ellen when it comes to lighting. There was a reason they went with Ellen Illumination despite the costs. Ellen Illumination had a specialized team for concerts consisting of professional light designers. Even the plans for the stage lights had been finalized after several meetings. This wasn't a simple situation, but Kang-yoon was rational about it. It'll be foolish to keep waiting for a bus that's already left. Since it's like this, we'll have to look for other companies. Okay, since we got the final plans, we should be able to save some time on that. I'll send you a list of companies by this afternoon. The final plans, huh? Okay, thank you for your work. After hanging up, Kang-yoon sighed shortly. I liked Ellen since they had both lighting designers and lighting directors. Can other companies keep up with them? Stage lighting design was in charge of not only installing the lights, but deciding when each light turned on and when they turned off. He was looking into special equipment for the concert, but now that the basic lighting had run into problems, he had a headache. I should look into light designers. Kang-yoon went to the living room after organizing his thoughts. Hee-yoon was waiting for Kang-yoon, all clothed up. "Appa, you just woke up?" "Yeah, looks like I was tired." "That's not like you. Get ready quickly. We're going to be late." Urged by his sister, Kang-yoon hurriedly got ready to get out. Today was the day they went to see the Jimmy's Awards, one of the biggest music awards in the world. Kang-yoon was able to get his hands on 2 tickets when it was hard getting just one. Moreover, he had VIP tickets for the front seats. "I'm so excited." Hee-yoon couldn't hide her excitement as the two drove towards VTNM Radio Music Hall where the Jimmy's Awards were held. "To think I'd see Ingarian in real life. Isn't she a pianist?" Hee-yoon's eyes shone when she mentioned the blind pianist. Kang-yoon was also excited to see many of the top artists in the world. Soon, the two arrived at VTNM Radio Music Hall. How large is this place? Hee-yoon's jaws were agape as she watched the scale of the concert venue that seemed to be capable of holding 100,000 people, not to mention a tenth of that. Kang-yoon was also flabbergasted by the sheer size of this place. The Jimmy's Awards began long after the siblings had entered. Musicians that shone this year in many fields of music were given the honor of receiving a prize, while the audience was able to enjoy themselves with the music of the best singers. They sure are different. Kang-yoon was unable to take his eyes off the various singers of different genres, giving the audience something to enjoy. Over 100 backup dancers, wires, small fountains, and other fancy stage mechanics, ballet, modern dance, orchestra. This seemed to be a combination of all the music of this world. Amazing. Kang-yoon's eyes widened seeing that most of the singers produced silver light. Compared to Korea, where the majority was white, stages that produced silver light were common here. Moreover, some of the stages had gold mixed with silver, so Kang-yoon was enjoying his time here as well. "Thank you." Wow. A rock band from England, named Red Hustle, just finished their stage and the audience erupted into cheers. Wow. Hee-yoon was also shouting into the stage, and Kang-yoon fell into thought. But there isn't a proper gold light. What's the reason for that? How could Samuel produce gold light back then? There should be a reason for that. The skills of the singer, the compatibility of the song, the environment on the stage, the audience, etc. Kang-yoon thought about many things required for a stage, but he couldn't come to a conclusion. Is a gold stage such a faraway objective? He believed that gold was necessary for Jua to pass her audition, but he himself couldn't grasp any clues as to how to produce it. What's the reason for that? Kang-yoon fell into contemplation. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. This is today's last stage. He's a frequent guest to the Jimmy's Awards, isn't he? He's here this year as well. Ha ha ha. Let's meet him. Please welcome Samuel John. Son, dashed. Along with the introduction from the host, an insane amount of cheers filled the venue. The lights turned off and the cheers from the audience died down. The spotlight slowly turned on and a black male wearing a white suit appeared. Waya, bringing with him some insane cheers, he slowly walked forward while tapping on the ground, and then suddenly, what? He disappeared. He vaporized into thin air. Just as the audience was about to erupt into murmuring, a loud boom sounded. At the same time, the lights on the stage all turned on at the same time before a fanfare-like noise erupted out. At the same time, the hologram that disappeared like smoke appeared again, this time, with the real Samuel in tandem. It's Samuel. He's real. The real one appeared this time. Before the audience even had time to breathe, he started dancing with his signature soft wave. At the same time, a pleasing voice started flowing out, and the audience couldn't help themselves. Kang-yoon couldn't close his mouth after seeing that the beginning performance had instantly mesmerized all of the audience. This is gold light. His stage was producing gold light like it was natural. The faint yet widespread gold light smeared into all of the audience, and the audience started waving their hands in the air along with the rhythm. Kang-yoon also subconsciously waved his hands in the air and felt the power of Samuel's performance. Today was awesome. On their way back, Hee-yoon couldn't hide her excitement. It helps you out a lot, doesn't it? Yeah, it was just the best. Wow, the world sure is wide. You're right, Hee-yoon. What? Whose performance impacted you the most? Hearing the sudden question, Kang-yoon thought for a moment before mentioning one person. Samuel Johnson's. His singing, to his stage manners as well as his treatment of the audience. He really is a super singer. I'm going to join his fan club. You're going that far? Of course. He was super awesome. What about you, Appa? I think so too. The last stage was the best. It would be great if such a singer sang my song. Kang-yoon's eyes shone as she watched the rain outside. Kang-yoon replied with a smile to his sister's dream. You should make a singer rise to such a position with your song instead. Really? Then I guess that makes me a star maker? Ha ha, that's right. But nah, Samuel is too high for an objective. I'll leave dreams as just dreams. When Kang-yoon shook her head saying that such an objective was too difficult, Kang-yoon rubbed his sister's hair. Let's do it one by one. We can do anything if it's the two of us. I guess. We overcame that loathsome disease too, right? Yeah. The car headed home like that. Carrie Claudia had a good personality. She always looked after her staff and tried her best to treat her company members better, and this was the reason why many people around her liked her. However, even she had her bad traits. Thanks for your work. We'll call you if we need you later. On the day of the audition for recruiting Cummings' dance partner, Carrie spoke with an emotionless tone to the black male dancer who had just finished dancing. The black male left dejectedly, and the overall director for the concert, Smith, tapped her back. Carrie, I told you not to be so harsh on the participants. What's wrong this time? What are you going to do if strange rumors float about? However, Carrie was very proud of herself. I can do that much. It's not like he's one of ours. Such actions aren't that good. Stop it already. Valento, please send in the next person. She acted harshly towards the applicant, but was incredibly nice to her manager. Seeing that, Smith sighed with a frown. Phew. Soon, the next applicant entered, and Carrie asked her with a smile. An East Asian? Looks like you're the only one among today's applicants. What's your name? My name is Yun Jua. The other applicants usually showed with comfortable clothes for dancing, but Jua showed up wearing a purple one-piece dress, the same one that was worn by the partner for Cumming. Her feminine traits were being emphasized by the dress, showing off her waist and a bit of her stomach. You came prepared. Thank you. Good, I like it. I wonder how much you can show me with all the preparations you've done. Shall we have a look? Carrie pressed the play button on her remote, as though there was no need to wait any longer. After Jua's dance began, Carrie's eyes narrowed. She's incredibly good. Her steps, the movement of her waist, as well as her turns. All of her moves were graceful. The dancer in front of her was truly skilled, unlike the other applicants until now. However, something did tug on her mind. She's too short. And then there's the fact that she's Asian too. This applicant's dance was definitely good, but that's all she had. It would be a stretch to hire her while taking those risks. She usually turned off the music once the chorus began, but she continued watching Jua's dance. Smith, what do you think? Let's watch a little more. He seemed to be of the same opinion. When the music entered the chorus, the choreography was at its highlight, the horse riding stance. However, this applicant didn't dance along with the choreography and suddenly did a turn. What's she up to? Carrie and Smith's expressions changed seeing that. Chapter 207. Graduation Ceremony, A Renewed Heart 4. Jua twirled her arms once and raised them up before sitting down on one knee in that position. Then, she spun around as she sprung back up before looking down. Following that, she drew a circle with her arms as she stepped forward. At that moment, Carrie Claudia stood up from her seat and stopped her. Wait. While the music was still flowing, Jua stopped in her tracks nervously. Carrie asked Jua while throwing her hair backward. This is different from the original choreography, isn't it? Yes, I've changed it a little. I don't think it's a little, though. What's your reason? Jua took a deep breath seeing that Carrie was asking her with sharp eyes. This was the most crucial moment. Jua felt that this would make or break this audition and looked at Carrie straight in the eyes. I've imagined going on stage with Carrie. I thought that there should be something common between us if we're going to dance together. I believe that that shared trait is energy. Energy. Yes, explosive energy. But when I practiced, I thought that it would be hard for me to show off all that energy with the original choreography. That's why I changed it a little. Originally, this part would emphasize feminine beauty when rising from the horse riding position, but I added a little more difficult moves like looking at each other and sticking around each other. Having heard Jua's explanation, Carrie stood up from her seat with a puzzled expression. Then, she went forward and stood next to Jua. It was Smith's turn to be confused. Carrie, Smith, watch our dance and see how it is. What? Smith was very surprised since Carrie had never once stood up from her seat during the entire audition. Regardless, Carrie turned around to Jua and gestured to her to start. Then shall we have a go? What? Okay. Although an unexpected situation occurred, Jua calmed down and stood next to her. Music started and Jua started dancing with her. Before the chorus, the important point was to synchronize every move. The other participants had no problems with this either. This is the core part. Jua's eyes shone when the chorus began, and the highlight was to be put on a show. Although this was choreography she wasn't used to, Carrie followed Jua's moves well. She even comprehended the wave that Jua added. Jua wrapped her arms around Carrie's neck. Then, both of them did a vertical wave. Wow! Carrie exclaimed in surprise. When she had a look at the mirror, she saw that Jua was making her stand out by twirling around her. Her short stature wasn't a problem. In fact, she was standing out even more precisely thanks to Jua's small height. She's quite the item. It's hard finding female dancers like this. Even Smith, who was watching with his arms crossed, widened his eyes in surprise. Carrie, who was originally going to stop after the first verse, ended up dancing along until the end of the second verse. Phew, hurrah. When the music stopped, Carrie burst out laughing. Smith, how is it? I don't think we need to continue the audition anymore, is there? Smith uncrossed his arms and replied with a satisfied smile. I'm of the same opinion. Jua, would you like to join us? Carrie Claudia, who was sweating after that dance, extended her hand to Jua. Jua grabbed her hand firmly. Thank you. Ha ha ha, very good. Then shall we go and have a meal? Jua gladly followed behind Carrie. Jua, you sure have your luck with people. It's not easy finding a good producer like that. Inside Carrie's car, she and Jua sat down in the back seats, having a conversation. The two seemed very close to each other, as though they were longtime friends. Carrie liked the fact that Jua did not put the fact that she was a singer herself in her application and staked everything with her dancing. In fact, she turned out to be one of the best artists in Asia. Moreover, they had a lot of things they sympathized with as superstars, so it was somewhat natural for them to be so close. That guy, I'm not sure about anything else, but his eyes are out of this world. From one glance, he knows whether a stage will succeed or not. Sometimes, I even think that he can see music. Ha ha ha, see music? That sounds fun. Their drive back to Hee-yoon's house, where Jua was currently staying, was quite harmonious. The manager, who was driving, took detours so that the two could converse for a little longer. That dance I showed you today? He was the one who suggested to me to change it. He said that I might not be capable of dancing the original choreography with you. Really? As Jua might be trying to smoothen her path to America through her, Carrie ignored some of her words. The car soon arrived at Hee-yoon's house. Thank you. I'll see you in 2 days. Then see you at practice. Carrie, as a superstar, had a lot of stalkers and did not get out of the car. When Jua entered the house, the siblings greeted her warmly. Congratulations. I'm glad that there's a good result. Jua, congratulations. Kang-yoon patted Jua's shoulders, while Hee-yoon grabbed her hands to congratulate her. Jua hugged the two of them and expressed her thanks. Thanks so much. Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon smiled in satisfaction. Our little Han-yu is turning into an otaku. Ailey seemed upset with Seo Han-yu, who walked out of the room filled with musical equipment, with oily hair. Uni, please, don't call me an otaku. Otaku, what else can I call you? Look at your hair. What's up with that? My hair. Seo Han-yu stroked down her oily hair, but she went back into the room as though nothing had happened. Our youngest member has turned strange. Seeing the shut door, Ailey grumbled. When she did, young Mina, who was drinking fruit juice, interrupted. What's so strange? It's a healthy hobby. She hasn't had a shower in days. You call that healthy? Although the older members had different opinions about her hobby, Seo Han-yu herself knew nothing of it. Inside the room, Seo Han-yu was having a passionate conversation about rearrangement and producing with Park So-young. Uni, isn't Gem 3 better than Gem 1 here? Really? Gem 1 is more refreshing sounding though. But Gem 3 has more mood. Let's try both of them. This assignment is hard. Thanks to Kang-yoon's assignment, the two of them were having a hard time working. Although the two of them looked exhausted, their eyes were filled with vitality. On the flight back, Jua presented Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon with first-class tickets as thanks for the audition, and the two of them were able to fly back to Korea in comfort. Hee-yoon fell asleep when the lights were off, but Kang-yoon had a score in his hands with earbuds in his ears. This song looks like it'll be hard to use if I don't arrange it properly. There's no special trait. Listening to the song that Hee-yoon made for everyone to sing together, Kang-yoon shook his head. The song's ups and downs were vague, and it had no distinct color to it either. It sounded like each individual's traits were killed off, trying to put it together. Kang-yoon noted down the things he deemed needed editing before pulling out the earphones from his ears. He sat upright and looked outside the window. He saw that the outside sky was filled with the night stars. How nice. Unlike Hee-yoon, who was having a comfortable sleep with her chair laid completely back, Kang-yoon wasn't able to fall asleep easily. He asked the stewardess for some newspaper. Thank you. Kang-yoon opened the newspaper. He skimmed over the politics page and reached the entertainment page. New trot albums releases are decreasing as the trot industry is decreasing. The trot industry is in dire straits. Due to the recession of the industry that started in 2007, the number of new trot albums are decreasing gradually. Amidst the growth of the girl idol industry in 2012, the trot industry has omitted. Namhoon, a popular trot artist, claims the need for trot albums that can sympathize with the 20s and 30s. The growth of idol albums is expected to continue in 2013, and whether the trot genre can survive remains a mystery. Kang-yoon deeply sympathized with the article. A trot for everyone. I need to make such a song. It's not easy to do, but if I do, this situation will be an opportunity for me. Organizing his thoughts, Kang-yoon closed the newspaper. When they arrived at the airport, Lee Hyun-ji had come to pick the two of them up. Thanks for all your work, President. And Hee-yoon, congratulations on graduating. She seemed very worn out as she had to fill in Kang-yoon's empty spot. After a brief greeting, the three of them drove back to the company. He was originally planning to drop Hee-yoon off at the house, but they all headed to the company due to her insistence. Inside the car, Kang-yoon was able to get notified regarding the concert. I've met the companies you've picked last time, but when I did, they were all too lacking somewhat. Among the list of companies that Lee Hyun-ji had sent over, Kang-yoon had picked two and told Lee Hyun-ji to negotiate with them. She talked with two companies, but both of them had points that were lacking compared to Ellen Illumination. Both of these companies told me that they can take on 5,000 to at most 10,000 people large concerts. However, since the scale is double that, they told me it isn't easy to do it. They both told me that only companies on the scale of Ellen can do it. The other large companies are all booked during that time. This won't be easy. Companies that were as large as Ellen in scale were all booked that day. Kang-yoon's frown deepened. When they arrived at the company, Hee-yoon went to the studio while Kang-yoon went to the office. The owners of Hanbit Illumination and BN Illumination were waiting for Kang-yoon and greeted him as soon as he came in. Hello, my name is Lee Kang-yoon. Hello. After a brief exchange of greetings, the four of them sat down. Although Kang-yoon was under jet lag, he tried not to show it and consoled his body with some strong black coffee. From what I've heard on my way here, I heard both of you can handle up to 10,000 people. When Kang-yoon spoke, the president of Hanbit Illumination, Ju Tae-young, spoke first. Yes, the advantage of using our company is that we bought new gear recently. You'll have no worries about aged equipment. Not to lose out, BN Illumination's president, Moon Jae-hyun, also spoke. We have 15 years of experience. We have worked with musicals, concerts, as well as other stages. There was only one spot anyway. As this was business, the owners of the respective companies appealed their strong points to Kang-yoon. However, Kang-yoon thought differently. The Olympic Sports Complex can hold 20,000 people. Also, the tickets are sold out for all 3 days. The two business owners became silent. If the contract went on as expected, then they would have no worries about money. Since the two companies can handle 10,000 people each, why don't you both contract with us this time? What? I won't shave down the price just because I'm hiring two businesses. Both of you just need to focus on your work. How does that sound? The two men's eyes widened. If that happened, World's profit would decrease. What does World gain from this? President Moon Jae-hyun carefully asked. Then, won't that mean less profit for World? Kang-yoon smiled as he spoke as though there was nothing to worry about. Maybe, but instead, I'll have more things I can try out on the stage. Also, I'll reinforce the design. I'm going to add some things to the design that Ellen gave me. Can you handle it? We can. President Ju Tae-young nodded. Kang-yoon continued to speak. Also, I'll be adding all sorts of special effects. You will have to work with a team that's not from Korea, so the lights will be very important. You two companies will have to work extremely hard. There was no investment without reason. Kang-yoon put full effort into lighting, and in order to achieve that he had a meeting with a special effects team from America to bring out its full potential. There was no need to drag on any further. The two presidents stamped the contract that Lee Hyun-ji gave them, shook hands with Kang-yoon, and left World Entertainment. Having cleared one piece of work upon arrival, Kang-yoon seemed to be drained of energy as he collapsed onto a sofa. This is exhausting. Thank you for your work. Lee Hyun-ji got Kang-yoon some honey tea. Kang-yoon smiled powerlessly as he drank the sweet tea. Thank you. I'll doze off a little. Okay, when should I wake you up? Wake me in an hour. Emptying the tea, Kang-yoon soon fell asleep. Seeing that, Lee Hyun-ji chuckled. What a passion he's got. Mr. Jae-hoon must be reassured working with him. She picked up the papers written in English that Kang-yoon had put on his desk. Chapter 208. It is not easy to create a legend. 1. Yinsul Entertainment's advancement into the Japanese market was hindered. As such, they turned around and aimed for the Chinese market. Their original plan was to gather know-how from working with Japan and slowly work towards China and other parts of Asia, but President Chu Manji decided to gamble and go for the big market first. Although it was a gamble, it went well, and he was currently at a huge entertainment company in China, ETM Entertainment. Thank you. President Chu Manji thanked the employee that gave him tea with his little Chinese knowledge. The secretary, who was wearing a Chinese dress, did a light bow before standing next to him, waiting for the president. A while later, a thin man wearing a suit came out to greet President Chu Manji. Welcome. I'm Faye Xin. I'm Chu Manji. Pleased to meet you. Although this was the first time they were meeting, the mood between the two was quite harmonious. They've already negotiated on the terms, and the only thing left was to seal the deal. There were no headache-causing business terms here. President Faye Xin asked as he put down the teacup. Diatin will begin its entrance to the Chinese market as a model for the Hayes department store. This means you will have to delay the release of your album. Are you alright with it? I can't help it, since Hayes wanted us strongly. It's thanks to that we could get investment. I think I came across a good business partner. The two of them shook hands. Hayes department store's investment, as well as the contract with ETM Entertainment. Yinsul Entertainment was going one step forward into the Chinese market with Diatin. When the fingerprint-less hands violated her feeble body, a moan escaped her mouth. Right there. A little more. Her voice rose as the hand that stroked her body became stronger. This is the best. The silhouette of her, as well as the person on top of her, was indescribably. Ayak, next to her, who was enjoying the hands of the masseuse, a scream suddenly sounded out. Does it hurt a lot? The masseuse, who was pressing down on a man's back with her elbow, shrunk back due to the sudden scream. Does it hurt? When a scream took place of the answer, the masseuse wiped the sweat on her forehead after having pressed on the man's wide back with her elbows, and asked worriedly. Meanwhile, the man receiving the massage, Kang-yoon, smiled awkwardly as he replied. I'm fine. When he barely answered, the masseuse apologized again before pressing down on Kang-yoon's wide back with her elbows. Sack. Kang-yoon endured the pain he felt from his back and wiped away his tears. Hearing that, the lady next booth, Lee Hyun-ji, couldn't hide her laughter. It seems like even you are bad at some things, President. It doesn't hurt, that ch. Kang-yoon abruptly raised his body from the pain and asked the masseuse to go a little easy on him before lying back down again. Friday night. This event stemmed from the fact that Kang-yoon had told Lee Hyun-ji that he would grant one thing she asked of him since Lee Hyun-ji was complaining about overworking. As she relieved her stress through massages whenever she was tired with work, she brought Kang-yoon to a shop she frequented. As a result, Kang-yoon was in agony. Only after a long time did Kang-yoon get used to the massage. When it seemed so, Lee Hyun-ji turned to face Kang-yoon. When you were in America, President, I visited Chairman One. Really? Is he doing well these days? I want to say yes, but unfortunately no. She shook her head and continued to speak with a bitter expression. His body is one thing, but the hospital told me that his mental shock is bigger. Now that Chairman One cannot work, MG Entertainment is under the rule of President One Jinpyo. But in truth, the directors have practically taken over. One Jinpyo, you say? He should be Chairman One's son. I think I saw him back when Edios had their debut. When Kang-yoon acted like he knew him, Lee Hyun-ji nodded. Yes, he is indeed Chairman One's son. He actually majored in art in America. He doesn't have any relation to business management, but since his father is like that, MG is in a crisis in many ways, huh? There's the building as well. If Chairman One found out, he should be very disappointed. This should not be the time to be putting up a building. You think so too, President? When Lee Hyun-ji asked, Kang-yoon nodded his head strongly. Constructing a company building that can house businesses like tourism, mascot business, and a theme park. Since the Chinese market is growing, this is definitely a growing market as well. I believe that it's thanks to this that they were able to get a loan. However, I don't think this is a good time for it. What do you mean by time? How long has it been since MG has produced a proper artist? Oh, after Kang-yoon left, MG did not produce any artists that made it big. The most recent artist that debuted from their company, Hello Tint, was also not producing great results. Of course, they were producing profit thanks to the know-how they've accumulated over the years, but it wasn't to the point they were able to save up some money for other businesses. MG's debt ratio increased immensely even though they didn't have that much loan to pay off until now. Such a strong business might turn into prey for private equity funds. No way. That's going too far, isn't it? Right? Huh? Or shall we gobble them up? Lee Hyun-ji burst out into laughter at Kang-yoon's joke. Ha ha, that sounds okay. At this time, both of them treated it as a joke. Hyun, are you ready? Putting his coat on to get to work, Kang-yoon knocked on Hyun's room. Just a moment. Some busy rustling sounds could be heard over the door. As Hyun made breakfast and had to get ready to go to work, Hyun's mornings were very busy. But soon, the door opened and Hyun walked out, wearing a coat. Let's go. Kang-yoon got in the car that he had bought a while back with his sister. This was a second-hand car that he had bought just before he went to America. Lee Hyun-ji told him that a second-hand car was not good to do business with in Korea, but Kang-yoon persuaded her by saying that he'll buy a brand new car and hire a driver if the business goes well. I'm not saying you should buy a high-class sedan, but you could go with a better car, no? On their way to work, Hyun asked rather grumpily as she did not like to see Kang-yoon driving a used car. However, he shook his head. I'll have to save up so that the others can have a better environment. Sheesh. You'll ruin your body, you know. Since they left early, the traffic wasn't jammed yet. When they arrived at the company, Lee Hyun-ji was already waiting for them. You're early today. And hello, Miss Hyun. Hello, Director Uni. Lee Hyun-ji and Hyun enjoyed some coffee while looking out the window. Now that Hyun was back in Korea, Lee Hyun-ji seemed to like the fact that there was someone to talk to during her morning coffee. And so wow, really? Kang-yoon felt a fatherly smile as he saw the two getting along like sisters. When work began, Hyun went to the studio, since that was where she would be working. Kang-yoon installed Hyun's equipment that she had brought from America in an empty room next to the studio, and that place became Hyun's workplace. Just as she was trying out playing the synthesizer in her workroom, Lee Hyun-an knocked on her door. Uni, Hyun, can you have a look at us? Hyun helped out White Moonlight upon Lee Hyun's request, and also worked with Seo Han-yu and Park So-young's work. Since she was their exclusive composer, it was somewhat natural for her to participate in the various songs of the artists in the company. Moreover, as she was working on everyone's song, her workday passed in a flash. Thank you. When Seo Han-yu and Park So-young left her workspace after thanking her, Hyun collapsed back into her chair. Phew, that was hard. Just as she stretched her arms out, a knock sounded on her door. Come in. When she replied, the door opened before two people came in. They were Kang-yoon and the sole trainee at World Entertainment, in Moon-hee. President and Moon-uni. Kang-yoon's presence at work was like a mountain. When everyone sat down, Kang-yoon calmly talked about why he was here. I'm here to talk about Moon-hee's song. Her song? Is she going to debut already? Wow, she's quicker than Jimin. Hyun's eyes widened. Kim Jimin had spent 1 year as a trainee before debuting. She thought that that was plenty fast. In Moon, he was going to break that record already? However, Kang-yoon shook his head in denial. Her debut season is far from now. But you're getting her a song already? Since there was a song she was working on right now, Hee-yoon's tone of reply was quite thorny. However, Kang-yoon replied with calm words. You'll have to put a lot of effort into Moon-hee's song. After all, you'll have to make one that's suited for her. Make one that's suited for her? What do you mean? Hee-yoon tilted her head in confusion, but Kang-yoon continued. Moon-hee, Hee-yoon, the two of you should stick together for a while. Even in Moon-hee's eyes widened, but Kang-yoon had no mercy. Moon-hee, your work will be done within the week, right? Yes. It will be over after the closing ceremony. Aren't you afraid? In Moon, he closed her eyes at Kang-yoon's question. Obviously, she was afraid. However, she liked singing more than she was afraid. I am, but well, there's nothing much to life, is there? Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon ended up chuckling at her answer. Since it's like this, I'll take responsibility for your life. No matter what means I have to. Wait. Appa, you what? Hee-yoon's eyes suddenly turned scary as she misunderstood Kang-yoon's words. What is it, Hee-yoon? Responsibility? Appa, what's your relationship with Ouch? Kang-yoon, who noticed where she was going, gave her a solid smack on the forehead. Late night. Aboard Kang-yoon's car, Kim Jae-hoon was headed towards the Olympic Sports Complex where work was currently ongoing. He wordlessly looked at the giant stage that he would be standing on. However, his eyes were shaking. Hyung, what is it? Thanks. Kim Jae-hoon barely hid his emotion and spoke with a trembling voice. The par lights were being moved around, the moving lights were being installed in the ceiling, and the speakers were being hung in the air. Preparations to receive 20,000 people as audiences were going on. Kang-yoon patted on his shoulders. Aren't you nervous? I am nervous. A lot too. But even so, Kim Jae-hoon shouted as he ran towards the stage. I feel awesome. This nervousness, I haven't felt like this in such a long time. This is the best. Some of the workers looked at Kim Jae-hoon with strange gazes, but he did not mind. Leaving Kim Jae-hoon, who wanted to look around, to the manager, Kang-yoon took out his credit card for the people who were working throughout the night. Not long later, the workers thanked Kang-yoon and Kim Jae-hoon for the unexpected snacks and were able to take a short rest. Eating some rice balls, Cho Han-yeol, a light designer, spoke while showing Kang-yoon the plans. Like what you told me, I've left places for the fountain and the laser. How heavy were those devices again? They told me that they were 44 pounds each, so it should be around 20 kilograms. That should be fine. How big are they? Kang-yoon talked about the stage devices with the designer and settled on the plans. After a short rest, everyone returned to work and Kang-yoon also took Kim Jae-hoon and left the place in order not to disturb them. Let's go now. Just as they were about to return in satisfaction for the progress, Kang-yoon's phone started ringing. It was a call from America. Kang-yoon naturally answered in English. This is Lee Kang-yoon speaking. This was a person related to the American company that lent Kang-yoon special stage equipment. The usually polite voice sounded somewhat hurried today. President, we've got trouble. Did something happen? Something happened during customs. Most of the parts passed through safely, but we got notified that one of the core components had trouble getting through and is held at the airport. What? Kang-yoon's eyes widened. Chapter 209. It is not easy to create a legend, too. This was what the caller said. All of the other components managed to pass customs without a hitch, but the most important part that actually shot the laser, named Bimvotan, did not get through. As Kang-yoon had heard that passing through customs wouldn't be a problem when he first did a meeting with them, he was at a loss. Didn't you say that there will be no problems with passing through customs? I apologize. This is the first time it happened to us as well. We got one through Japan no problem, and Japan has even stricter customs. I did not realize that it would be a problem in Korea. Kang-yoon heaved a deep sigh. I should have expected this when they guaranteed me that it would get through. It was his fault for not being thorough. He was at fault for not expecting the what if. Kang-yoon no longer blamed the other party. Right now, what mattered more was to look for a solution. Okay then. For now, I'll have to look for a solution. Since it's tied up at the airport, it won't be easy for it to get here on time. I apologize. If you need it, we can send you other devices. The caller apologized deeply, but Kang-yoon shook his head. Right now, looking for a solution is the priority. For now, Please focus on getting out of the airport. Understood. I'll take care of the matters here, so please do your best on your part. After the call, Kang-yoon called Yu Dong-chul, the general director, as well as the lighting designer, and explained the current situation. Yu Dong-chul's expression turned yellow after hearing that they wouldn't be able to use the laser. That's a big problem. If it's like this, we'll have to change all of the tones used in that part. Jo Han-yeol, the light designer, bit his lips with a serious expression. Changing the lights wasn't so easy as it sounded. It had to be done while considering the traits of the song, the stage, as well as other stage devices. Yu Dong-chul, the general director, also crossed his arms and frowned. President, if it's like this, we can't use the sprinkler device. We were originally going to attract attention by shooting lasers at the spouting water, but without the laser, we can't do that. The lights can't fill the job of the laser. Kang-yoon was of the same opinion. However, there was something more important than that. For now, we can think of two things. One is to remove the sprinkler and fill it with something else, or two, look for other devices that can work with the sprinkler. Let's see what we can do with this. You've made it clear for us. General Director Yu Dong-chul smiled. Although this was a crisis, the leader wasn't wavering, so there was no confusion among the crew. Kang-yoon clapped to gather attention. It'll be too hard to think of one right now. For now, it'll be better to think about it while we do other things. I'll also look into things that can replace it. If you think of anything, please give me a call. If there's nothing that can replace it. Kang-yoon had an intense glint in his eyes. We can just start over from scratch, so don't think about it too seriously. The two of them laughed, seeing that Kang-yoon was trying to smooth over this serious situation. Sangwashang ite arako, lega kobore nai yoni. Let's walk looking up, so that the tears won't fall. Inside the booth, In Moon, he holding a microphone, was practicing enka, a popular Japanese music genre, with her awkward pronunciation. She was singing an enka from the 60s, which was rarely heard in recent years. Suitu shino, gamboti no yet. Remember that spring day, on this lonely night. Her voice harmonized with the melody without many difficulties. Just as she was singing, a voice could be heard from her headphones. Moon-hooni, your pronunciation must be a little clearer. Outside the booth, in front of the mixer. Hee-yoon's eyes were sharp as she watched in. Moon-hee inside the booth. Okay, let's try that again. In Moon-hee's voice flowed out from the speaker once again. Hee-yoon flipped over the pages of the book that was titled Japanese Free Talkings with Lee Chang-yeon. She wasn't studying music, but Japanese. At this point, I feel like I got to know Moon-hooni enough. But why is Appa telling me to stick with her? Was she somehow different from the other singers? It had been a few days since she had started watching In Moon-hee practice trot and enka. It wasn't easy to notice any different points about her that the other singers did not have. Well, since it's him that's telling me to do this, he should have his reasons. The brother she knew of never spoke without reason. Wait. WH what? Inside a director's office at MG Entertainment, a very loud noise could be heard. Jae Jua, you want 2 months off? How can you tell me this at such an important time? Director Jung Hyun-tae felt his vision blurring after hearing Jua's words. The company was already lacking money due to the construction, but she was going to rest for a whole 2 months? If it was anyone else, he would have punished without a second thought, but it was Jua of all people. I'm not telling you to give me 2 months off for nothing. How many days did I rest last year? HMHM, that's... Her emotionless words made Director Jung Hyun-tae shrink back a little, and feeling empowered from that, Jua pressed on. I didn't say this before, but I'm not on Hello Tint's level where I can be ordered around as I wish, right? But I still did your bidding. Korea in the morning, Japan at night, and Vietnam the next day. Just what the hell is up with this? My schedule was like this all of last year, without a single day off. Forget it, and don't schedule anything from here to here. Otherwise, I might just act like Jin Seo. Director Jung Hyun-tae paled when he heard the word Jin Seo. Jua at least pretended to listen, but Jin Seo. Jua, the thing is, I'm off then. Having finished speaking, Jua slammed the door open and left. She had digested a tough schedule until now without a single complaint, but she was getting frustrated on the inside. Looking at the door, Director Jung Hyun-tae heaved a deep sigh. Jua, this girl, she always brings back a bomb when she comes back from America. Who am I supposed to get to fill her part? If Jua leaves a gap, there was no choice but to have other artists fill the gap. He picked up his telephone to call the secretarial office. Your heart is distancing away from me. I don't have the courage to grab it. Various fancy lights fell upon Kim Jae-hoon's head, and a dry ice fog was on the stage. At the same time, the place he was standing on started moving upwards into the air. Kang-yoon, who was watching that from below the stage, spoke to General Director Yoo Dong-chul. The levitation device isn't bad, but dry ice, huh? Old tricks work. The best. Rising to the air is simple, but it will definitely gather attention. General Director Yoo Dong-chul had confidence in his job. While working, he told Kang-yoon to leave this to him, and the result was this levitation device. Seeing Kim Jae-hoon rising into the air, Kang-yoon narrowed his eyes. How about using a fog machine instead? Since dry ice fog is too heavy, it won't rise, and the levitation device will be revealed. A fog machine can't produce as much smoke. That's why I use dry ice. This is difficult. This is very good, but I'm worried that it may have the inverse effect if the levitation device is revealed. While Kim Jae-hoon passionately sang, Kang-yoon discussed the stage with the general director. However, there was no clear solution in sight. They had finished 99% and were striving towards doing the last 1%. Just as the two were having a serious discussion, President Ha Se-yeon, who was watching Kim Jae-hoon's song, approached the two. Jae-hoon appa. President, what is it? Is something not working out? President Ha Se-yeon seemed to have become curious after seeing Kang-yoon make such a serious expression. Kang-yoon sent away the general director and smiled as he replied. It's not much. The stage just isn't 100% satisfactory. Really? I think it's really good though. Of course, there's the fact that I'm a member of Kim Jae-hoon's fan club. Seeing President Ha Se-yeon full of smiles unlike when she did business. Kang-yoon chuckled. Now that's good to see. Oh, I haven't thanked you yet, have I? Thanks for the screen. Kang-yoon thanked her for the screen, which was a big part of the stage. Thanks to President Ha Se-yeon, he could have the costs necessary for the screen. Not at all. I'm thankful instead that I could be of help to the concert. Jae-hoon appa. Kang-yoon coughed awkwardly and turned around to Kim Jae-hoon. The levitation device was lowering now, and his voice was slowly fading out. There's a lot of dry ice, but it's not going up at all. At that rate, a part of the device will be revealed. Kang-yoon approached Kim Jae-hoon, who was talking to the staff about the stage. How's the stage? The acoustics are really good, and the reverb is just right as well. But when I go up, the lights are too blinding. I can't see what's in front of me. Kim Jae-hoon was uncomfortable with going up. He nodded when the lighting director told him that he would reduce the lights. At that moment, Kang-yoon took out his walkie-talkie. This levitation device, let's just put it below. What? When everyone was confused, Kang-yoon continued to speak. Let's change it so that it's not a levitation device, but it's a lift that comes from below the stage. I think this is our best option since we're using dry ice and the lights are just right for it as well. That will be easier for us, but it'll take 2 days at least. Is that all right with you? Moreover, a lot of other possibilities will open up once a lift was installed. When General Director Yoo Dong-chul spoke worriedly, Kang-yoon pressed on. Rather than practicing while things are half finished, it'll be better to do proper practice even just once. I'm sorry for my stubbornness. Not at all. It's easier for us since you are so decisive. You listen to our opinions a lot as well. Actually, Yoo Dong-chul didn't like that levitation device either. And now, Kang-yoon was telling him he would remove it, so he felt more comfortable instead. Jae-hoon, I'm sorry about that. Please be patient. I'm fine with it. It's for a better stage after all. When Kang-yoon expressed his apology, Kim Jae-hoon shook his head. To strike the iron while it was hot, they started installing the lift immediately. 7 days later. 5 hours until the concert. The last wave of the cold had struck today. Outside the Olympic Sports Complex, people wearing thick coats were waiting to enter the venue. I'm looking forward to Todd Day. So cold. It was so cold that it was hard to talk, but the audience were of one mind. The final rehearsal was taking place on the stage. I wait for you with tears. Kim Jae-hoon checked on his mic and his in-ear monitors one last time, while the staff took their respective positions. In front of the stage, the lighting director and the sound director tried their best to adjust the overall settings, and the beauty of the stage brightened as they continued doing their work. After the dress rehearsal, the curtain to the stage lowered. At the same time, people started entering. So cold. The audience received a pack of milk and bread each and made their way to their seats. The snacks were a token of apology for making them wait for a long time outside. The highlight was the caricature of Kim Jae-hoon on the bread. People were touched to receive such service, and some people uploaded photos of them to their social network. I'm so touched by Kim Jae-hoon's consideration, uwu. I was cold and hungry, but Lord Jae-hoon consoled my heart with bread and milk. While the fans consoled their hunger with some food and warmed up, Kim Jae-hoon was doing some mind control in his waiting room. Phew. He looked back at past events. After his debut as a stage, he walked on the path of success, but he fell due to his previous company. Then he went to the military. After that, he struggled to get back on his feet, but nothing good happened. However, he met Kang-yoon, and then, he was here today. Perhaps this is all a dream. He pinched his cheeks, and it hurt. It didn't seem to be a dream. Just as he chuckled to himself, Kang-yoon entered after knocking. Hyung, I'm here to see how you're doing. Kim Jae-hoon smiled at him as though he was all right. Who do you think I am? I guess you're right. Kim Jae-hoon raised his hand. Kang-yoon spoke after giving him a high five. Go break a leg. Yes. Kang-yoon no longer spoke and left the waiting room. Looking at the closed door, Kim Jae-hoon muttered in a small voice. Thanks for everything, Hyung. He felt that he would cry if he looked at the door any longer, so he looked away. A video about Kim Jae-hoon started playing on the screen. A video from before his debut to when he just debuted, as well as footage of him receiving some prizes, all played back on the screen. Then, the video started playing back Kim Jae-hoon coughing amidst a blizzard. It showed the audience that he was falling into the abyss along with the narration that something bad happened to his vocal cords. It peaked out when no one looked for him after he was done with his military service. Those of the audience who knew a lot about him deeply sympathized. There was not a single subtitle, and it showed them all of his past. That rang deeply in the hearts of the audience. Some of them even started sobbing. However, he did not stop singing amidst the blizzard. Then, the sun started shining and the blizzard started waning. The dark screen gradually brightened up and all the lights started shining as well. At the same time, are you ready? The voice that the audience wanted to hear so much filled the venue, and then, Waya dash. They replied with immense cheers. At the same time, the screen was split in two before Kim Jae-hoon walked out. That was how the concert began. Chapter 210. It is not easy to create a legend. 3. The board. Meeting room at MG Entertainment. President Won Jin-pyo grabbed the mic with a powerless expression. And that concludes today's meeting. The directors lifted their heavy asses off their chairs after the declaration. Just as everyone stood up, Director Lee Han-seo quietly approached President Won Jin-pyo and quietly whispered in his ears. President, are we really using that much budget in the next quarter? President Won Jin-pyo had a look at the director who had a worried face. The budget plan that was passed today seemed absurd even to his eyes. The current MG Entertainment's financial situation meant that they should reduce the budget. However, the directors passed the budget plan using the reason that the celebrities are earning enough money. There was only one hand that was raised in disagreement. It was Director Lee Han-seo. What power do I have? President Won Jin-pyo powerlessly drooped. Seeing that, Director Lee Han-seo seemed upset and pressed strongly, which was unlike him. President, we don't know what will happen to the company at this rate. Right now, our artists are complaining about their tight schedules, and the company's mood is also. At that moment, Director Young Hyun-tae interrupted after patting his back. President, thank you for coming to a difficult decision. Director Lee Han-seo expressed his displeasure, but Director Young Hyun-tae ignored him outright with a leisurely expression. Director Young, right now I'm... Oh, Director. Lee Han-seo got upset, but Director Young Hyun-tae brushed his shoulders and continued on. We'll have it hard in the short term. But look at the long term. This is all just an investment. Let's look at the future, shall we? Hearing that, Director Lee Han-seo snorted. Huh, what? Long term? Do you think I don't know that you've doubled the budget for the construction? At this rate, the entire company might be shaken from its roots. No. Director Young Hyun-tae didn't seem to like his words. Our company isn't some random run-of-the-mill company. We won't be shaken just from this. Let's have a look at it in a more positive light. Why do you think the president approved of it? Fufu then. I'll see you later, Director. When Director Young Hyun-tae waved his hand and left, Director Lee Han-seo bit his lips. Positive light. How am I supposed to view this positively? How was he supposed to look at the current situation positively when the directors simply outright ignored the president? He was planning to take his hands off the company once it stabilized, but looking at things now, director Lee Han-seo sighed deeply, seeing that the company was being swept up in a storm. I can't imagine you not being there. But Kim Jae-hoon's quiet voice harmonized with the piano sound and mesmerized the audience. After the first verse, the instrumental accompaniment flowed out, and a solo violinist rose onto the stage. At the same time, the dark blue-toned lights brightened up, and other instruments started joining as well. The pretty violinist, wearing a long dress, disappeared after raising up the mood, and Kim Jae-hoon received the mood and sang to his heart's content. I love you and only. Kim Jae-hoon's strong voice dug deep into the hearts of the audience. The faint fog and the par light added more depth to his expressions. The screen on either side showed Kim Jae-hoon's immersion into his song, and that made the audience fall more deeply as well. Kang-yoon was standing next to the lighting director where he could see the whole stage. In his eyes, the vocals, the instruments, the dance, the lights, and various other elements were creating white light. Inside the white light was a trace of silver light. The real deal starts from part 2. He was expecting a completely silver light, so he was a little disappointed. Despite that, Kim Jae-hoon was receiving a lot of cheers from the audience, so Kang-yoon looked forward to part 2. Things were progressing smoothly, and he felt a presence behind him. When he turned around, he saw Lee Hyun-ji. Director, wow, this is such a good place. Why did I miss such a place until now? Seeing Lee Hyun-ji's nonchalance, Kang-yoon chuckled and led her to somewhere else. He did so in order not to disturb the directors. While Kim Jae-hoon's stage continued, she spoke. Looks like Mr. Jae-hoon has ground his gears this time. I can feel something from his voice. Is that so? Don't you feel anything? I think he's really prepared a lot. Actually, Kang-yoon felt that as well, but he didn't show it. Although he didn't say anything, no one would have looked forward to the concert as much as Kim Jae-hoon did. At that moment, Kang-yoon saw that the musical note from Kim Jae-hoon had turned from blue to deep indigo. It was very rare for the musical note to change in color in the same song, so he widened his eyes. What is it? He forgot that he was talking with Lee Hyun-ji and turned around to Kim Jae-hoon. But I might be a little lacking to love you. Kim Jae-hoon's musical note started shaking. Blue turned to indigo, then back to blue again. Blue created white light, but indigo, silver. He finally saw the silver he wanted, but the silver light appeared and disappeared. The blue note and the indigo note switched too frequently. Kang-yoon observed carefully and saw that something was preventing Kim Jae-hoon from deeply immersing himself in the song. Then, he seemed to have noticed something and headed to where the directors were. There, he saw that the sound engineer was adjusting the mixer while sweating heavily. Why did the volume change so suddenly? The volume knobs that were adjusted perfectly seemed to have gotten off point a little. Seeing the sound engineer hurriedly trying to adjust it back, Kang-yoon pointed at the knob that had Kim Jae-hoon monitor written on it. What? When the sound engineer blankly stared back at him, Kang-yoon pointed at Kim Jae-hoon. Observing closely, Kim Jae-hoon was tilting his head to the right. It was the ear that he was wearing the earbuds on. Noticing what Kang-yoon meant, the sound engineer quickly adjusted the mixer, and Kim Jae-hoon regained stability. I love you. When he did, the blue note disappeared, and the indigo note was maintained continuously along with the silver light. Seeing that the sound engineer had adjusted things properly, Kang-yoon returned to Lee Hyun-ji. She seemed to have felt that something had changed as well. Wow, I might turn into one of his fans at this rate. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lee Hyun-ji with gleaming eyes like a teenage girl, Kang-yoon burst out laughing. Part 1 ended after more than an hour. Kim Jae-hoon had finished singing the songs on his second album, My Heart Flows to You, and greeted the audience. Thank you. Wah. See you in part 2. The stage darkened out, and the lights in the audience seats turned on. There was a short 10-minute interlude, and the venue erupted into bustling. 10 minutes was short, but it felt like a long time for the audience. 10 o'clock. For 59. 121. Behind the stage were artists that were about to go on stage. Wow, I'm really nervous now. Yoon Ah-yoon peeked out the curtains and stifled her breath after seeing so many people in the audience. You aren't alone in that. Kim Jimin gave her rival as well as friend a hug to encourage her. When she did, Yunayun curved her lips. Fufufu. The leisures of being the first place. What? I don't like it when you put it like that. Nah, it was just a joke. Thanks. I've never stood in front of so many people before. There was less than a minute left. Yunayun felt her heart thumping louder and her legs shaking as time ticked, but she tensed her body. Let's go. Yunayun's voice was shaking as she said that after hearing that the video was being played back, signaling for part 2. Kim Jimin hugged her again, telling her to calm down. We're doing this together, so let's do our best. Yeah, perhaps this was what it meant to be rivals, yet friends? Kim Jimin pushed Yunayun lightly through the screen to encourage her. Go break a leg. Feeling the warmth on her back, Yunayun showed herself through the large screen. Waya! The audience cheered, seeing someone unexpected. There was also the fact that the concert was doing well. Yunayun raised her mic in nervousness since she was standing in front of 20,000 people. I don't know what will happen in the future. The audience waved their hands when she sang the title song for Kim Jae-hoon's first album, In My Dream. Since Park So-young had rearranged the song for a female vocalist, the mood was just right as well. A new encounter always excites me. I'm so nervous. Although she was singing like nothing was happening to her, she felt all those gazes pressing down on her. The cheers were exciting her, yet their eyes were pressuring her. Her decision was to close her eyes. All the love stories seemed like a fairy tale. Just as her part was being finished, a slight vibration occurred on the stage. Here she comes. It was the vibration from the lift. When she heard that, Yunayun raised her voice and opened a pathway for the next part. Wearing a short, glittery dress, Kim Jimin entered with her back facing the crowd, and the audience erupted into cheers once again. Waya! Awesome! A known duet. You mean Elha? Who cares? Seeing a duet of two rivals at a concert of all places? Giving them nicknames on the spot, the audience screamed in joy. This has a good reception. Lee Hyunji watched the reactions of the audience from behind the stage and smiled at Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon replied to her while putting his hands on his chin. It's a combination that people wanted to see for a long time. Along with Jae-hoon and Junyeol's duet on the last day. Look at them, they've all lost it. All of the audience had fallen for the stage of the duo. Kim Jimin and Yunayun's voice fit each other perfectly well, and everything else, like the stage devices and the rearrangement, was nearly perfect as well. Silver. It was okay, but he wanted more. He was looking forward to gold. However, Kang-yoon was satisfied after seeing that the audience cheered for the two. Let's not be in a rush and do things one by one. Kang-yoon noted down the things he needed and resolved himself. After Kim Jimin and Yunayun's stage was over, Kim Jae-hoon naturally entered the stage, and the mood of the concert was raised even further. Kim Jae-hoon showed an even more wonderful stage in part 2. He showed off songs that he sang before coming to World Entertainment in part 1, while he sang songs that he composed after joining World Entertainment. Part 1 was comparatively calm, while part 2 was vibrant and beautiful. The lights created a beautiful effect while the various stage devices danced around. The lift device repeatedly carried dancers onto the stage, while various other devices added to the effects as well. Kang-yoon listened to the walkie-talkie and grasped the overall situation. Floodlight 14, move it down a little. Quickly. Yes. The people behind the stage were moving busily to produce all these effects. Hey, that's number 15. I'm sorry, sir. Of course, there were some mistakes made, but nothing that actually hindered the performance. Like that, the concert reached its peak, and the concert where everyone was sweating was reaching its end. The Doll-like Lady press release. In an art hall located in Shanghai, a famous production company Zhejiang was holding its press conference of the drama. The main character, Xiao, is a lady that couldn't get a job and couldn't love as she wished. However, this lady resolves to become better. Soon after, she gains those things one by one. We strive to show the process. The director of the drama, Shakun, introduced the scenario as well as its actors. Both the male and female actresses introduced were famous actors in China. The scriptwriter, the actor, as well as the director, were all veterans. That concludes my part. I'm willing to receive questions. Following that, the journalists asked questions. Sometimes, they asked some difficult questions, but the actors and the production crew were able to laugh about it. However, some of them asked some really difficult questions. I have a question for the scriptwriter. At first, I heard that Min Jin-seo was the one you had in mind for the main character. I'm curious about the reason why it was changed to Cao Ling, instead. This was a very difficult question for the production crew. What the journalist was asking was practically, why has a super actress rejected your script? Cao Ling's hands were shaking as well, and her expression was full of displeasure as well, while the warm atmosphere at the venue froze in an instant. Xia Kuan, the director, sighed as he spoke. Actually, we did approach Miss Min Jin-seo first with the script. However, he drank a bottle of water in one gulp before speaking again. Phew. We approached her first, but we didn't even get to meet her. The company rejected the script saying that it didn't suit her image. They told us that they'll call back after showing her the script, but we got nothing back. Such a thing happened. The pens of the journalists moved around fast. Their pens naturally turned into swords. Xia Kuan sharpened their knives on top of it. Since this is an opportunity, allow me to say this. Korean Wave, I'm very pleased with it, yes. However, we value guanxi relationships very highly. I hope those coming from Korea will know this. Relationships. Xia Kuan emphasized such a word before standing up. Not many hours after the press conference was held, a Chinese web portal was filled with stories about Min Jin-seo. Korean actress Min Jin-seo is actually an actress that ignores guanxi. Chapter 211. The difference between real and fake. 1. After the last wave the cold swept past, the warm breeze of March arrived. A warm wind was also blowing over world entertainment as well. The results of this concert are really satisfactory. Kang-yoon smiled in satisfaction while reading the report that Young Hae-jin gave him. Seeing him smile, Young Hae-jin spoke with a stiff voice as this was the first time she had written something like that. Why yes, the ticket sales, as well as the advertisements, have gone extremely well, and also, Miss Hae-jin, you don't have to be so nervous. Take your time. What? Why yes. Kang-yoon smiled and encouraged Young Hae-jin. Lee Hyun-ji told him that she had educated her a little, and the results were showing. Since she was writing reports and was reporting to the president of the company, this meant that Lee Hyun-ji's workload was decreasing. Thanks to that, Lee Hyun-ji was able to work on music charts at Feinstock. After listening to Young Hae-jin's report, Kang-yoon replied satisfactorily. Thanks for your work. I look forward to the next time as well. Thank you, sir. Only then did she relax somewhat and return to her seat after giving Kang-yoon a bow. Kang-yoon put down the report on his desk and finished up the matters with the concert. Mirage Company promised to help out next time. This might be better than just getting refunds. He could get refunds for the special equipment he couldn't use from the American Special Effects Company, but he went easy this time as he valued relationships more. Just because they made one mistake didn't mean that they would make another one. Mirage Company, who had never imagined that this would happen, had promised better quality service in the next potential concert. At a cheaper price too. As for tickets, they were sold out, the best possible result, and the advertisement and promotion worked out well too. So this was a satisfying result financially. The profits were good, but there was some trouble with the process. Jaehoon told me that he had a hard time looking forward on the stage, while Jimin and Nail also mentioned to me about the lights as well. The acoustics were SOSO as well. It was a little too bright overall. The audience was satisfied, but the singers weren't. Moreover, monitoring speaker, the instrument players didn't get proper audio feedback. On the second day, the order of the lift was wrong, right? If things went wrong, there might have been a huge accident. Due to a mistake from the stage staff, the order the violinist and the dancer went on the lift was almost swapped. There were a lot of other episodes as well. Kang-yoon had noted down the things that occurred in the concert while listening to the conversation on the walkie-talkie. His efforts would prevent such accidents from happening in the future. Ugh. Kang-yoon stretched his arms out after signing the Kim Jae-hoon concert sales report. He had a look at the time and saw that it was 6 p.m. Should we go home early today? Young Hae-jin and Yoo Young-min cheered when Kang-yoon gave them the best possible option. After sending away the employees, Kang-yoon also got ready to go home. Unfortunately, though, such joy didn't reach Kang-yoon today. Team leader Ji-jun, did something happen? Kang Ji-jun gave him a call from Lunas, where his office was. He spoke with a very urgent voice. President, something big happened. Something big. Can you open your browser right now? Kang-yoon opened his browser. thinking that this must be something serious. When he entered SACE, the web portal, the word Min Jin-seo was the first on the rankings. Min Jin-seo is titled as the actress who ignores Guanxi. China claims they don't need actors that ignore Guanxi. Chinese veteran actor Yang Huabai says, "We don't need actors who look down upon our culture." Kang-yoon felt that something was off here. Unless something happened in China, there was no way such articles would appear here in Korea. Did something happen to Jin-seo? What is all this about? I don't know the details. From what I've looked into, this seems to be a misinterpretation of a drama press release in China where she rejected a script. Rejected a script? Isn't that something common for an actor? I think this is more complicated than that. The scriptwriter didn't even get to meet the actress, and the company rejected them outright. I think the Chinese dissatisfaction towards the Korean actors ignoring Guanxi stemmed from that. So she became the scapegoat. Kang-yoon sighed. She wasn't involved in any scandals until now. As she always gave off the tidy and clean image, this little matter may snowball into something big. Kang-yoon was worried about her, but he looked at the situation rationally. What is MG doing about this? They claim that they'll do a public apology tomorrow. Wait, what? A public apology? Again, why am I supposed to do such a thing? Min Jin-seo glared at director Kim Jin-ho, seated opposite to her, with frosty eyes. Director Kim Jin-ho, who had urgently flown over from Korea, tried to console her while sighing. Jin-seo, don't get angry, Ann. Wouldn't it be strange if I didn't get angry here? A public what? Just what did I do wrong? She also gave the restless branch president in the corner a glare. Who is it that didn't even give her a choice by not showing her the script? The branch president, who was the source of all this, couldn't even lift his head. Director Kim Jin-ho also gave the branch president a glare before nodding. Yes, of course, you did nothing wrong. But shouldn't we put out the biggest fire first? Fire? Yes, the fire should be put out. But why is it that I have to be the role of the fireman when it's the company that set things on fire? Can an entertainment company really do this? Director Kim Jin-ho's head was steaming. She was as uncooperative as always. If she wasn't a top star, I would have just... Barely suppressing his feelings, Director Kim Jin-ho tried his best to smile. Why, yes, you're entirely right. We should be the ones taking care of this. But can't you do this just once? This is a huge matter, and it will be troublesome to drag it on. If that happens, your reputation will receive a hit, no? You know how extreme the Chinese fans are. If we don't take care of this, we won't be able to do any more work in China. Although she was extremely angry, she was aware of the severity of the situation. She felt disgusted, but she bit her lips and spoke. Okay, thank you for coming to a difficult decision. Then let's begin. What? Begin what? Director Kim Jin-ho brought out a camcorder that he instructed the manager to bring beforehand. Rather than bowing your head at the press conference, we should better prepare here. After that, Min Jin-seo gave glares towards the employees of the Chinese branch while repeatedly saying sorry. So we're starting off with 33%? President Ha Se-yeon crossed her arms while looking at the business agreement. This ratio, it's definitely more competitive compared to the 46.5% that the other distributors use. President Ha Se-yeon was satisfied with this. Unlike other music distributors, who practically took half of the profits from the music sales, the distributor that Fines Talk and World Entertainment were creating this time decreased their share. It was a strategy to become competitive in this market, and was also catered towards the artists more. It won't be easy to generate profit for the first few months. However, I believe that things will change in the future. If things go as we expected, we'll cross the line in Q4 of this year. President Ha Se-yeon drew a circle around the fourth quarter on the calendar where the sales would overcome the investment. We should best promote ourselves until then. I'll also increase the channels related to celebrities. Tell us if you need anything. We'll help you whenever possible. Yes, Director. Rather than that, how about we go for a drink tonight? When President Ha Se-yeon gestured drinking with her hands, Lee Hyun-ji smiled as she replied, I'm in. The two ladies got along very well even while drinking. The number you're trying to reach is currently unavailable. In the middle of the night, Kang-yoon tried calling Min Jin-seo several times, but the phone only repeated back the same words. Since such a thing happened, the company must have taken her phone now. When such a huge scandal occurred, even top stars would be under the management of the company. There was no way getting a call through to her would be easy. Due to his concern, Kang-yoon was unable to sleep until late into the night. He read articles about Min Jin-seo and only fell asleep late at night. The next morning, Kang-yoon headed to Lunis to see Kang Ji-jun. The situation isn't looking good. Kang Ji-jun brewed some tea for Kang-yoon and explained to him the current situation. I've heard the specifics from an acquaintance of mine in Shanghai TV. False rumors are being widespread. Simply rejecting a role is being spread around as looking down on Chinese culture. Does that make sense? It doesn't, but it still happened. Does being a top star allow her to look down on scriptwriters like that? We were the ones to give rise to the Korean wave, but can you still look down on us? Such rumors are being widespread. Chinese journalists are over-exaggerating things even further. I think that some Chinese entertainment companies who are wary of Korean actors have a role in this as well. That sounds plausible. Someone like Min Jin-seo should be a huge fish. She was never caught up with scandals until now, so they can shave all of her reputation if they make her the scapegoat this time. How is MG acting about this? They claim that they'll hold a public apology at 11 a.m. in our time. That's a measure I don't understand. Kang-yoon couldn't understand what MG was doing. Apologizing practically meant that Min Jin-seo admits that she took such actions. They were implying, we were in the wrong, so let's stop it here. This won't do. Team leader, do you have a passport? A passport? I do, but don't tell me you're... Understanding what Kang-yoon meant, Kang Ji-jun's eyes widened. Regardless, Kang-yoon gave Lee Hyun-ji a call. I'll be in China for the next few days. Yes, there's nothing urgent for a while, so it should be fine. Then, please take care. After a brief call, Kang-yoon turned around to team leader Kang Ji-jun. Let's go. President. Wait for me. Team leader Kang Ji-jun followed Kang-yoon after hurriedly putting on his coat. I am very sorry. Regardless of what happened, I apologize that I've incited public criticism as a public figure. I deeply apologize to the scriptwriter who had me in mind, the producer, and also many of the fans who are disappointed in me. Rather than explaining the complicated situation, I believe that my apology comes first. The press conference that MG Entertainment was holding was revealing Min Jin-seo's apology video that they recorded beforehand. The journalists wrote down their articles while watching the video with sharp eyes, and some urgently. Called somewhere. The duration of the video was about 5 minutes, and after that, director Kim Jin-ho deeply bowed towards everyone. Hello everyone. I am director Kim Jin-ho of MG Entertainment. First, I apologize to many of the fans in the country who are disappointed. Our employees, as well as Jin-seo, are deeply reflecting. We'll let this be our lesson and strive our best to not let such a thing happen again. Also, as soon as he finished his words, Director Kim Jin-ho ended the press conference. The journalists, who had a lot of questions, naturally rushed towards him for questions, but he shut his mouth firmly and did not speak. In the end, all this was for naught. Meanwhile, with her entire schedule canceled, Min Jin-seo was spending time at the hotel. Get lost from our country. I really liked her, but I'm disappointed now. When you go, spit out everything you earned here. She had never seen the script in question. She wasn't just feeling wronged, she was flabbergasted. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be hit with a stone doing nothing? I want to see him. She always wanted to see him, but those feelings were stronger than ever today. Just where did my phone go? She looked for her phone because she wanted to hear his voice, but she couldn't find it starting last night. The manager told her he hadn't seen it either. She tried calling, but the only message she got that it was turned off. This was too good to be a coincidence. Just at this important time, she couldn't remember his number either. Go back to Korea. Die. Watching the internet with vacant eyes, she no longer had the confidence to read any further and pulled out the power. After standing up from her seat, she buried her face in the sofa and sobbed. Sob. Her heart ached. Perhaps this was what it felt to fall to the depths of the abyss from the highest position. Sir, I want to see you. She remembered him, who opened her a path when she had it the hardest. He was her light. If it was him. No way, he can't come all the way here. Min Jin-seo made a powerless smile after looking up, teary-faced. Korea and China were close, yet so far away. Moreover, Kang-yoon had a lot of people he had to look after. Would he come all the way here just to see her? Just as she was about to stand up, the telephone in her room started ringing. It was a call from the hotel front. I didn't order room service. Jin-seo. A very familiar set of Korean words could be heard. This was his voice that she wanted to hear so much. After that, nothing came to her mind. 91st floor. See you there. Finishing the call, she hurriedly fixed her makeup and headed to the 91st floor. She ran towards the man walking around restlessly on the lounge of the 91st floor. Sir. Before the man even looked around, she hugged him tightly. Feeling the warmth, he spoke warmly. You've had it hard. Asterisk sob asterisk. The words she couldn't hear. Until now melted her heart instantly. The man, Kang-yoon's, shirt became soaked with her tears. Chapter 2:12. The difference between real and fake. 2. To think she'd get to see him here when he didn't even give a call. Of course, there was the fact that her phone couldn't be seen anywhere. However, it wasn't easy to show an aloof expression when she was all alone in this situation. Emotions started swelling up in her heart. Asterisk sob asterisk. Bad. Guy, you're the worst of them all. Sorry, I'm really sorry about that. Kang-yoon bitterly patted her back. Just how hard did she have it? Kang-yoon was rather confused thanks to Min Jin-seo's flood of emotions, but he proficiently consoled her and allowed her to calm down on her own. She did nothing wrong, yet she still had to apologize. It was a very hard thing to accept that no one understood her frustration. Even her company, who was supposed to be on her side, didn't understand her at all. Kang-yoon couldn't hide his bitter expression. Only after a long time did Min Jin-seo carefully let Kang-yoon go. Are you calmed down now? After escaping his bosom, she looked down in order to hide her reddened face and eyes. Kang-yoon had her sit down and pulled out a can of coffee from a nearby vending machine. Thank you, she replied in a quiet voice after accepting the warm can. She was no longer sobbing, and after drinking a little, she finally calmed down. I didn't want to show you this. Min Jin-seo feigned a smile and wiped out the tears in her eyes. She wanted to show him that she was a woman who he could rely on. But reality hadn't changed. When Kang-yoon saw that she had calmed down somewhat, he asked her about the script. I never saw the script in question. The company didn't even show me. I knew it. Kang-yoon sighed. He found it strange that Min Jin-seo had rejected a script without even reading it. She was known to go over all of the scripts that came her way no matter how many there were. Her eyes were set on fire. The branch president caused trouble with the scriptwriter who had come to the company to liaise me. I never saw the script though. What? Then the one who rejected them at the door isn't you, but the company. The silent nod made Kang-yoon flabbergasted. In the end, didn't this mean that Min Jin-seo was cleaning up an issue that had nothing to do with her? This was unacceptable by his standards. I didn't want to, but the director told me that I had to apologize if this was to end quickly. I wanted to consult you, but I had neither my phone nor time to call you. Even if I drag this out, the media will make things even bigger. Even if that's so, wait. You don't have your phone. Kang-yoon had a question on his mind. Yes, I remember bringing it to my room yesterday, but it disappeared right after that. Huh. Kang-yoon was flabbergasted once again. There were some cases of companies taking away the phones of their celebrities in order to not cause any more trouble. As a former manager, he knew very well that this happened under the instruction of the company by the manager, so he was shocked by the actions of MG Entertainment. We can't drag this any further. However, Kang-yoon didn't talk about the phone. Right now, it would do him no good. I'll have a phone ready to go by later today and leave it with the lobby. Don't tell or show anyone, even your manager, okay? Even the manager? Absolutely no one. Okay. Min Jin-seo nodded subconsciously, seeing that Kang-yoon had a deadly serious expression. After emphasizing that several times, Kang-yoon gave her a light hug. I'll solve everything for you, so don't worry about it too much, okay? Okay, I trust you. There was not a lot of time. Just as he was about to leave the lounge, Min Jin-seo grabbed him. Is there anything else? Sir. Yeah. When Kang-yoon looked puzzled, Min Jin-seo's face reddened as she spoke. Would you like to have some ramen at my place? Of course, it was a joke. Kang-yoon gave her one final hug before heading to the lobby. Tehran Aro, Gangnam, Seoul. This place was known for housing many domestic and foreign banks and stock firms, and this place practically led the Korean financial business. Even amongst this place, there was a building that was rather eye-catching, and one of the top floors was Erickton Capital. In the branch president's office that had the best view, a tall, Caucasian man was talking to his guest with fluent Korean. Haha, looks like I should invite President Won Jin-pyo next time too. The guest, Director Jung Hyuntae of MG Entertainment, replied with a smile. I'll be thankful if you do. Thank you for your consideration. From what I've heard, the Vietnamese branch is currently being built. How about the branch president at that place? Ha. Your intelligence knows no bounds. Branch President Richard. Ha. Director Jung Hyuntae laughed heartily. The Caucasian man smiled proudly and headed to the window after putting down the luxury wine glass on the table. After pulling the curtains up, he spoke. I'm glad that shrinking the scale of MG is going well. MG's cash possession is going down as well, and its debt ratio is going up. At this rate, I believe we'll have a smooth time when we buy it. For now, it's all going as planned. We're also pruning unnecessary trainees and celebrities. Splendid. The investors will be happy to hear that things are going well. Looks like I've met an incredible business partner here. Oh, you can't abandon Yun Jua and Min Jin Seo. Ha. Of course, I'm aware of Min Jin Seo as well. Director Jung Hyuntae's eyes widened after laughing heartily. You don't say? Min Jin Seo is at the core of the Korean wave. Branch president. Min Jin Seo is a problematic child. Moreover, such an incident happened this time, so taking her will be more losses rather than gains. Oh no. The Caucasian man frowned. Just because some dirt got on her, her essence does not change. Yun Jua and Min Jin Seo are what do you call it in Korea? The chicken? The duck? That lays golden eggs. It's a goose. Anyway, they're worth that much. I don't know much about acting, but I believe that actresses with such an aura about her are very rare. I wonder who dug her up. Anyway, Min Jin Seo will have to stay. *Ahem starred. Director Jung Hyuntae coughed awkwardly. He wanted to do away with her since she acted so arrogantly all this time. Understood. Fufu. I have faith in you, director. Seeing the Caucasian man's soft smile, Director Jung Hyuntae took out the business card he received before. Branch President of Erichton Capital, Asia Branch. Richard Traxon, the hedge fund known to buy insolvent enterprises and making them into promising companies, took interest in MG and called. He still couldn't believe that he grabbed such an opportunity. This is the opportunity of my lifetime. Director Jung Hyuntae smirked while putting the business card back into his pocket. While Kang-yoon was meeting Min Jin Seo, Kang Ji-jun was gathering intel in his own way in China. He analyzed the current situation regarding Min Jin Seo with the information he got from his acquaintances in the Chinese media. A few hours later, the two of them met in a cafe. As you probably know, the situation isn't looking good. Kang Ji-jun started off with a grim expression. Unlike before, MG isn't covering for her anymore. After the incident, the Chinese media is relentlessly attacking her, saying that this was an unseen side of a Korean goddess, and arrows of criticism are heading her direction even in Korea. Right now, the criticisms against Korean companies and the Korean celebrities have stopped, but those attacks are headed towards Min Jin Seo directly. If you were in charge of Jin Seo, what would you have done, team leader? Hearing Kang-yoon's serious question, Kang Ji-jun closed his eyes. It was a gesture that he needed some time to think. Soon, he organized his thoughts and spoke. Any more activity in China will be impossible. Actually, a scandal of this scale requires the company to try and end it with whatever means possible. If it was up to me, I would have prioritized taking down those criticisms from the internet, even if it meant going to the Ministry of Public Security. And I would have Min Jin Seo halt her activities for a while. So in the end, you and I are of the same opinion that we should hide Jin Seo from public eyes and settle her down as much as possible. Yes. However, now that the situation has become big, I don't think we can help. It won't be easy for her to come under our wing too. Kang Ji-jun blurred the end of her words and shook his head. The Min Jin Seo of the past had plenty of merits, but right now, she was like a rose with thorns. Will Kang-yoon really accept her? He was asking that. However, Kang-yoon firmly spoke. Let's proceed with our plan immediately. I'll head to MG right now. That means, Jin Seo, let's take her away. Kang-yoon stood up from his seat, judging that there was nothing more to talk about here. Kang Ji-jun grabbed Kang-yoon. President, please wait for a moment. If we grab Min Jin Seo now, then we'll have to take the risks that come with her as well. Right now, world is on the rise without any huge scandals. We might give rise to rumors. You should think twice before you act. If things went wrong, another huge scandal would occur. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. That much risk is cheap compared to the fact that we'll get Jin Seo in our ranks. If we take her now, MG won't be able to talk about the contract penalty. If we have a look at MG's current countermeasures, Min Jin Seo is like an abandoned child, so they'll instead like it for someone else to take her. But it's not just anyone but Min Jin Seo we're talking about here. Would they let her go so easily? When Kang Ji-jun made a puzzled expression, Kang-yoon smirked. Let's try anyway. Well, in the first place, they were the one in the wrong, so they'll know that they'll be in a disadvantageous position the more they drag this on. Just looking at the current incident, a lot of their actions would have gone against their contract with Min Jin Seo if they went into detail. Kang-yoon called Min Jin Seo with her new phone number and told her about his opinions. Hearing that she would finally be freed from her contract, Min Jin Seo spoke with a calm voice. All right, I'll call you back in an hour. After the call, Kang-yoon called Lee Hyun-ji this time. It was to get a contract ready. She spoke with a firm voice as though she was waiting for this. Please take care of things properly. Understood. Thank you for preparing it beforehand. Well, there's no need to thank me. Just get me a souvenir on your way back. She hung up the call as though she was busy. Kang Ji-jun, who was listening to the conversation, started chuckling. The director sure is as cool as ever. Isn't she cute? President, no. Kang Ji-jun shivered as he once saw her scary side. 1 hour later, Min Jin Seo called back. Sir, I told them what I think and Min Jin Seo sighed. Was breaking a contract this easy? It will be done right away. The penalty for breaking the contract wasn't necessary either. Who did you call? President Won Jin-pyo. He told me he was sorry for not taking care of me properly. Kang-yoon felt bitter as well. What could the powerless president do? He could stamp on some documents at least. Kang-yoon decided to hurry. I'll go to the hotel right now. Yes. Please come quickly. After the call, Kang-yoon grabbed Kang Ji-jun's arm. President, let's hurry. The two of them left the cafe and grabbed a taxi to go to the hotel that Min Jin Seo was in. Evening. Director Young Hyun-tae, who had just come back from Erikton Capital, was humming as he entered his office. He called his secretary and gave her instructions. Call the Chinese branch and have them call for all the journalists they know. Understood. Also, tell Jin Seo that she's on break since she doesn't have any activities for the foreseeable future. Let her enjoy her time off since she wasn't able to until now. Also don't forget to say sorry. Sir. However, the lady secretary bit her lips. Becoming curious about the reason, he asked about the reason and she replied in a small voice. Min Jin Seo has broken the contract. She is no longer an actress with US. Wait. What? What do you mean? What about the penalty? The president used his authority to dissolve the contract, so there's no penalty either. That damned one family. What? Is he King serious? Director Young Hyun-tae's screams resounded out loud in his office. Chapter 213. The difference between real and fake. 3. Meanwhile, President Won Jin-pyo was heaving a deep sigh while looking at Min Jin Seo's contract papers. If we can't handle her, I guess the answer is to let her go. He was well aware of the animosity between the directors and Min Jin Seo. Min Jin Seo was always on edge somewhat. Whether it was in the Chinese branch or the Korean HQ, she always acted as though she was like a hedgehog with its spikes raised, and the directors had a hard time dealing with her as well. They each did their own jobs, but they never got along very well. It was purely a business relationship. Today, he finally gave her freedom by using his authority as the president. No matter how disdained his position was, he still had that kind of power. Pant asterisk. Director, you can't do this. You get out. He was about to go home after taking care of some paperwork, but the door suddenly slammed open and Director Young Hyun-tae entered. Behind him were secretaries that were trying their best to hold him back. What is it? President. Is it true? Director Young Hyun-tae asked with a flushed expression, and President Won Jin-pyo calmly replied. What is it? Please calm down. I'm talking about Min Jin Seo. I heard you let her go for free. Min Jin Seo? It's true. There wasn't long left until the end of her contract. So I let her go so that no more rumors will circulate. What about it? Director Young Hyun-tae clutched his head. The words he heard from Richard at Erikton Capital's office resounded in his brain. President, you can't. Min Jin Seo is someone we need. What do you mean? You were dying to fire her for quite a long time now. I thought you didn't take proper countermeasures this time precisely to let her go. That's... Hearing that, Director Jung Hyuntae became silent. Yes, President Won Jin-pyo was right. There wasn't a long time until the end of the contract, and there was no reason to keep her with all the scandal that was in the media. However, Director Jung Hyuntae now had a reason to take her back. Min Jin-seo is a talent that we need. We can't just fire her because of a minor matter like this. Hearing that, President Won Jin-pyo became angry. Before this, and now that. I don't get what your intentions are, Director. So what? You're saying that I've made the wrong decision. President, I don't mean that, but... What do you mean you don't mean that? This won't do. Let us have a nice, long talk, shall we? Did I ever look down on your career experience? If so, then you should give me some respect for my position, don't you think? What kind of rudeness is this? Director Jung Hyuntae had to pay the price for being brash. As soon as her contract with MG Entertainment was finished, Min Jin-seo switched hotels immediately. It wasn't easy to avoid the journalists waiting at the hotel lobby, but thanks to Kang-yoon and Kang Ji-jun, she was able to slip through them at the parking lot. The place they headed to was Shanghai International Airport. In a VIP room, Min Jin-seo read the contract that Kang Ji-jun had handed her. Exclusive contract. Contractor, World Entertainment Inc. Oo Dong, XX-gu Seoul. CEO, Lee Kang-yoon. Contractee, Min Jin-seo. Article 1. The purpose of the contract. The contractor does business in general entertainment. The contractee provides services in this industry. The contractor and the contractee hereby agree. Omitted. Article 2. Exclusivity. The contractee agrees to perform any services related to forms of entertainment, broadcasts, concerts, movies, commercials, photo shoots, books, publications, music records, mascots, and any other form of entertainment that directly or indirectly requires image rights, provided to the contractee exclusively for. Omitted. Article 3. Duration. This agreement enters into force for 3 years from signatory date. Any extension is principally required to be negotiated by both parties 2 months prior to. Omitted. Article 4. Deposit. The contractor will pay the contractee the sum of 2 million won, 2 billion KRW, 2 mil USD, within one week from the establishment of this agreement. Article 5. The range of business and the obligation of exclusivity. 1. The contractee will make all reasonable efforts to perform services to the best of their ability. Omitted. Article 6. Sharing of profit. For the duration of this agreement, all financial profits resulting from services covered by the scope of this agreement will principally be shared between the contractor and the contractee at a 4:6 ratio, respectively. Omitted. I never knew I'd be signing a contract at an airport. The conditions written on the contract differed hugely to when she made her debut. Moreover, the deposit was a huge 2 billion won and the duration was only 3 years. She asked carefully, "Isn't a 2 billion won deposit only reserved to top-tier actresses? I like it, but this would mean more. Pressure on World Entertainment." Hearing that, Kang-yoon laughed. Ha, you're being too considerate. You don't have to worry, young lady. The company has grown a lot now. We didn't spend money on the wrong things, so we have enough leeway. Min Jin-seo was surprised by the change of World Entertainment in such a short period of time. When she heard some news about them from time to time, all she had learned was that Kang-yoon was having a hard time, but it seemed that it was no longer like that. Min Jin-seo also expressed her curiosity about the conditions of the contract. Normally, companies would use 5 years as the duration, don't they? I think 3 years is too short for 2 billion won. Moreover, I'm not exactly in a good state right now, am I? This time, Kang Ji-jun was the one to reply. It seems like Miss Jin-seo and the president are on good terms. That's because he's a good man. Min Jin-seo flinched, but she soon regained her expression and waited for an answer. Miss Jin-seo, you have some choices. One is to increase your share of profits and decrease the overall contract deposit. This also means that the duration will increase. I'll do that then. What? She replied so quickly that it made Kang Ji-jun surprised. Why? You'll have less money in the short term. Hey, are you all right with that? It doesn't matter. Rather than money. She turned around to Kang-yoon. I need a place where I can work for a long time in comfort. You can. Increase the duration to 10 years for all I care. Kang Ji-jun was flabbergasted by her words. Since when was contracting a top star so easy? Was this about contracting a rookie? Or a star? Kang Ji-jun found it absurd. Director Jung Hyun-tae, who didn't get anything out of meeting with the president, returned to his own office while trembling. Hey, Secretary Yang. The violent way of calling made the secretary open the door very carefully, and when she entered, he glared at her and started giving her instructions. How many journalists can we gather right now? It's too late right now. Shut up. How many are there? The secretary opened her notebook and checked the available journalists. We can call up to 6 including Star Asia and Today's Entertainment. They are the ones that are most favorable towards us, and always. Forget the details. Call all of them. Call them and tell them that Min Jin-seo. Director Jung Hyun-tae calmed down a little and glared at her. Tell them that Min Jin-seo broke the contract midway to go to World Entertainment. Right now. What? That's not the truth, though. They were supposed to write a false article? She couldn't hide her shock. Don't you hear me? Get to it right now. However, she had no choice but to follow instructions. Director, your eyes are turning red. Jung Hae-jin brewed some coffee for Lee Hyun-ji, who couldn't go home despite this being late in the night. Thanks. You can go home now. No. I'll stay. Today's an emergency after all. It wasn't just her. Yu Young-min stayed behind as well. These three contributed a lot to the fact that Min Jin-seo could get her contract while still in China. Yu Young-min carefully asked Lee Hyun-ji, Director. What is it? Mr. Young-min. Isn't our work done since we sent the contract over? I'm curious as to why we're still staying here. It was a rather rude question. No, perhaps it was a natural question. However, Lee Hyun-ji replied to him with a smile. This is about a contract of a star who was formerly with MG. We don't know what might happen. Since you're staying, stay a little longer, okay? Even though she replied in kind, Yu Young-min still seemed puzzled. However, his expression didn't last long. Kang-yoon gave the company a call. He told them that the contract with Min Jin-seo was successful and gave them a photo of the important parts of the contract. Ha ha ha. 1.7 billion deposit, 6:4, and 6 years? Wow, that's quite a feat, President. What magic did you use? Huh. This isn't good. What's not so good about it? I was even thinking of 7:3 for 2 years. Looks like we can celebrate. A contract condition like that when it was a superstar like Min Jin-seo was a hugely successful one. Just considering all the profits that she would bring in 6 years made Lee Hyun-ji inexplicably joyful. Of course, they had a lot of hurdles to cross in the future. While she was in the clouds, Kang-yoon spoke. Calmly, please get some articles published right now. Right now? So quickly. Yes. Right now, they let Jin-seo go, but they might act dirty later. I think releasing the circumstances behind the contract and talking a little about future plans will do. All right, I'll make a post on the website first. After the call with Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ji quickly gave out instructions. Miss Hae-jin, please get ready to upload on our website, and Mr. Young-min, please get an interview ready. We'll hold one in Lunis, so call them to go there. Let's move then. Quick. Yes. The three people started moving busily. Not even an hour later, Lunis was filled with journalists thanks to the scoop. We, World Entertainment, have created an actor team and entered an exclusive contract with the actress Min Jin-seo for 6 years. The journalists went into overdrive. The ones with a quick temper released articles already after just the first sentence. However, there was no way they wouldn't ask about Min Jin-seo's currently tarnished reputation. It is predicted that Miss Min Jin-seo will have a hard time in the future thanks to the trouble she caused in China. What are you planning to do with that? Lee Hyun-ji calmly replied to the man's difficult question. As far as we are aware, this incident is a scandal stemming from various misunderstandings and false rumors. However, we still deeply apologize for any inconvenience caused by this to everyone as public figures. We believe that it was a pity for a girl's dreams to be drowned by a scandal like this. I hope everyone can watch as she returns with better acting. Isn't her contract with MG still ongoing? This time, it was from another journalist. A lady this time. Lee Hyun-ji acknowledged that as she replied. Yes. However, Jin-seo herself wished to end the contract with MG Entertainment, and the president and the directors at MG Entertainment were kind enough to break the contract without the penalty for breaking the contract. I wish to show you the contract, but it's a pity I can't. Lee Hyun-ji proficiently handled the interview, and the internet started being filled with Min Jin-seo switching companies. Haha. Welcome, journalist Kim. Director Jung Hyun-tae welcomed the numerous journalists that were famous in this industry in his office. Journalist Kim shook hands with director Jung Hyun-tae as he replied, "Hello, director. I was touched by your actions today." Touched? Well, I'm a man of such caliber. Ahem. Was that a bad joke? Ha ha. Director Jung Hyun-tae had everyone sit down. It was for the interview. However, the same journalist suddenly spoke up. Director, I was surprised and touched to hear that you sent a top star like Min Jin-seo away without any negative impact. What do you mean? I just called you here precisely to tell you the opposite, though? Director Jung Hyun-tae tilted his head due to those words. Regardless, journalist Kim continued to speak. Ha ha ha. Your joke isn't funny anymore, director. You don't have to tell us. I heard that the directors let her go without receiving the contract penalty. What? What do you mean by? Looks like rumors about the disharmony between the directors of MG and Min Jin-seo were all false. It's not easy for a company to let a celebrity go just like that. I've been working this job for 10 years, but this is the first time I've heard of such a good story. Director Jung Hyun-tae couldn't hide his shock as he realized that any articles published here onwards would not be to his intentions. Min Jin-seo's switch. 2. World Entertainment. 3. Min Jin-seo New Company. 4. Magnanimity. 5. Double chapters. Bam. As soon as he sent the journalists away, director Jung Hyun-tae slammed down on his desk. What is all? He lost in speed. Just 1 hour. If he was quicker by 1 hour. If he actually published an interview that talked bad about Min Jin-seo, that would make him a man who conflicted himself. Lee Hyun-ji, Lee Kang-yoon, you too. He was flabbergasted. The opponent seemed to have read his mind. Damn you. Director Jung Hyun-tae threw around all the paperwork on his desk in order to vent his frustration. Chapter 214. Before he knew it, he's famous? 1. You must have had it hard. Lee Hyun-ji went to greet Min Jin-seo, who came to the country using a VIP-only route. Min Jin-seo brightened after seeing Lee Hyun-ji, who had treated her well even while she was still at MG. Director Uni. My dear? You're here, Jin-seo. Min Jin-seo ran up to Lee Hyun-ji and ran into her embrace. Seeing that, Kang-yoon and Kang Ji-jun commented. She acts like an adult, but she's still a kid. I didn't know she had such a side to her. Kang Ji-jun was surprised by her actions since all of her appearance on TV was that of an unapproachable goddess. Min Jin-seo glared when Kang-yoon called her a kid, and everyone started laughing. Ha ha ha. Min Jin-seo could also laugh at ease as well. How long had it been since she last laughed like this? At the airport, Kang-yoon told her that he would take her home, but she shook her head saying that her parents would be even more worried if she went home now. Then should I look for a hotel? It's fine. I don't want you to spend money on something like this. Wow, you can speak such words now. Kang-yoon gently pat Min Jin-seo's head. Feeling good, she smiled, and seeing that, Lee Hyun-ji, who sat on the passenger seat at the front, laughed. Someone might mistake you for lovers. Aren't you too close? It was a light joke, but Kang-yoon flinched. He was still hiding their relationship because he had judged that it wasn't the right time to reveal it. It was decided that Min Jin-seo would stay at Lee Hyun-ji's house for the time being. Lee Hyun-ji agreed and said that it was good to have someone living with her, while Min Jin-seo also had no dissatisfactions. With that, her residence was settled. The four of them headed to Lee Hyun-ji's house like that. What a nice house. Lee Hyun-ji's house was a luxury apartment located on the 40th floor. Kang-yoon drank some coffee that she brewed while looking out at the night scenery of Seoul. Next to him was Lee Hyun-ji, who had changed to comfortable clothes. It hasn't been long since I moved here. We're doing pretty great, aren't we? It's all thanks to you. I appreciate it. It's the truth. Lee Hyun-ji smiled contently. I did have to get a loan, but I like it. My next objective is Songbuk-dong. How's that? Ha ha. Sounds nice. Kang-yoon laughed when he heard that she wanted to move to an even more expensive place. Lee Hyun-ji turned around to see Kang Ji-jun and Min Jin-seo, who were talking at the table. Those two, what do you think? Do you think they'll get along well? Kang-yoon replied carefully to that question. From their personalities, yes. Both Jin Seo and Mr. Ji-jun are quite cautious when it comes to working. They aren't people that would make mistakes. But I'll have to see how it goes to know for sure. Well, I guess that's true. The two people turned around to the window and talked about the current situation. Thankfully, the situation in Korea was resolved rather easily. Your actions contributed a lot to this, Director. Not at all. It was sheer luck. I heard later that MG called for some journalists as well. That was an hour before our articles were published. Their intentions were obvious. They're funny guys, or maybe they don't have a brain. Did you tell me all that because you knew MG might retract their statement? Lee Hyun-ji was curious. She was thinking, would MG really go that far when it happened? Kang-yoon nodded his head as he replied. Decisions there aren't made by just one person at MG, right? The president and the directors. There's plenty of room for confusion. Moreover, the directors might not be on the same wavelength. Also, Min Jin-seo was one of their top stars. There's no way there would be no rumors. Lee Hyun-ji agreed to Kang-yoon's words. Right now, MG's internal was no different from chaos. The directors with power were practically directing the company on their whims. Due to their pursuit of blind profit, the company as a whole was being driven up the mountain. She made a bitter expression before switching topics. Chanyang Xianbi told me he has something to ask of you. Ask of me? What is it? It's something he talked to you about a long time ago. Did you promise him to do a speech or do a special lecture? A special lecture? Oh, hearing that, Kang-yoon was reminded. The next day, Kang-yoon visited Professor Choi Chanyang immediately. I should have been the one to go to you. I'm sorry. Professor Choi Chanyang greeted Kang-yoon, who came to his office. The female assistant, who just entered his office, looked at Kang-yoon and couldn't hide her shock. Assistant Yoon, I'm sorry to ask, but can you get us some? Yes. Before he even finished his words, she brought them coffee. Hello, I'm Yoon saying hi. Hi there. Kang-yoon greeted her lightly. In that short period of time, she had taken off her glasses and untied her hair. She put down the coffee and left very slowly. After sipping the coffee a little, Professor Choi Chanyang talked about the special lecture while pointing at the calendar. When's a good time for you? I have to finish what I'm doing right now, so I think I'll have time in April. April? Huh. Then how about the week after midterms? I think students will lose their motivation to listen to lectures, so I think that's a good time. Everyone will love it. Kang-yoon nodded. Okay, but I think the students here are better than me, so I'm somewhat worried. Not at all. How can someone like you say that? I don't know what I can teach them, but okay. Professor Choi Chanyang noted down Kang-yoon's special lecture day on the calendar. Meanwhile, just as the assistant's phone was about to be put on fire, Professor Choi Chanyang softly spoke. Assistant Yoon, this is a secret between the three of us. Yes, I trust you. Professor Choi Chanyang's words made her dejected since she wanted a lot of thumbs up from the internet by posting this news. Lunchtime. Kang Ji-jun was headed to Lee Hyun-ji's residence in order to meet Min Jin-seo. As Min Jin-seo was refraining from going outside in order to prevent her exposure to the public as much as possible, he had come all the way here. There's nothing you want to do? Yes. Her tone of words made Kang Ji-jun puzzled. She was so cheerful when Kang-yoon was present, but she was like a stone doll when he wasn't here. Despite that, he asked her for any genre that she wanted to do in the future, but she shook her head saying that nothing came to mind. Is she burned out? It was rather plausible considering what she went through until now. Ever since her debut, Min Jin-seo had practically no rest. She needed rest, but Kang Ji-jun had to consider the company's situation as well. Although it's a 6-year contract, the company spent 1.7 billion won on her. I also need to show them what I can do. Ugh, do I need to persuade her to do something? However, that didn't seem right. He was in a difficult position. At that moment, the bell suddenly rang, and when he had a look at the interphone, he could see Kang-yoon. Although it was a sudden visit, Kang Ji-jun opened the door. President, you didn't tell me you were coming. I'm here to see the two of you. Is Jin-seo inside? When Kang-yoon went inside, Min Jin-seo's expression turned bright in an instant. Sir. Hi. Have you been resting well? Yes. Kang Ji-jun couldn't help but laugh at himself when he saw the change in Min Jin-seo. This lady, when she could make such a beautiful smile, Kang-yoon sat opposite the two in order to discuss plans for the future. Jin-seo, is there anything you want to do in the future? Something I want to do? Actually. Min Jinseo hesitated a little before replying carefully. Actually, I want to study. Study? I want to go to college. She replied in a small voice since she knew it wasn't going to be easy. Kang Ji-jun's eyes widened since he never got anything out of her, while Kang-yoon crossed his arms. Thinking back, Jinseo only graduated high school right. It seemed that she wanted to study acting properly at a college and also enjoy campus life. Hearing that, Kang Ji-jun objected immediately. Even if you go to college now, there's nothing for you to Leah. At that moment, Kang-yoon raised his hand, gesturing him to stop. He was gesturing that they should listen a little more. Kang Ji-jun coughed awkwardly, and Min Jinseo continued speaking. I don't care if it's just for a short period of time, but I want to live like an ordinary person. I know that it's impossible, but even if it's all false, for just 1 year, no a month, no even a week is fine. Her voice became smaller and smaller. Her voice contained deep yearning for an ordinary lifestyle. Not acting one through a drama, but actual ordinary life. This didn't mean that she wanted to give up acting because she signed the contract. What it did mean, however, was that she possessed two desires that conflicted with each other. When her words ended, Kang-yoon calmly spoke. Jinseo, you should know as well that what you just talked about isn't easy, right? However, team leader Kang here will do something about it. What? Est, sir. Both Min Jinseo and Kang Ji-jun were deeply surprised and looked at each other. Regardless, Kang-yoon just smiled and continued to speak. Team leader Kang. Yes, President. From this moment onwards, Jinseo is under your care. I will not bother you whether you have her do a drama or do some training. You will decide the matters about college, no, everything that is related to Jinseo in the future. Just report me on your activities. I won't interfere with anything. As for the budget, you can talk to the director about it. President. Kang-yoon was telling him that all authority in regards to Min Jinseo was given to him. Kang Ji-jun always had his doubts, so he couldn't hide his shock. I understand. Kang Ji-jun nodded, still confused. Hearing an answer, Kang-yoon turned around to Min Jinseo. Jinseo? Yes. Consider team leader Kang to be me in the future and follow him. He's a very capable and a good man, okay? She was a little dissatisfied that Kang-yoon wasn't in charge of her, but she still nodded her head without a word. 1 year. I think that should be plenty. Right. It's more than enough, President. Who else had so much faith in him? Kang Ji-jun's shocked eyes turned into that of motivation. In March and April, World Entertainment was rather busy with matters about Min Jinseo. The media relentlessly talked about whether World Entertainment wanted to switch from a music-specific company to a general entertainment company. They especially asked for interviews regarding what piece Min Jinseo would return with, but Kang Ji-jun declined all interviews and hid her deeply. By the end of April, people's interest in her started fading. Appa, quickly. You'll be late. Inside the studio, Hee-yoon urged Kang-yoon on after instructing in Moon-hee on things to practice. I know. Wait. Don't practice too much today and… Appa. You don't have to tell her that so many times. Hee-yoon was excited today. Today was the day she went to Hallyu Arts University with Kang-yoon for his special lecture. She looked forward to seeing what Korean universities looked like, as well as how her brother would look in front of an audience. However, unlike her, Kang-yoon told in Moon-hee the same thing 3 times before leaving the studio. Sheesh, Moon-hee isn't an idiot. She won't like it if you tell her the same thing over and over again. But she'll forget if I don't go that far. That's true. The siblings drove to Hallyu Arts University. When they went to Professor Choi Chanyang's office, he was waiting for them. Welcome, Mr. Kang-yoon. Is she perhaps your sister? Hello. My name is Lee Hee-yoon. Hee-yoon smiled and greeted him with a bow as though she liked the fact that she was recognized as Kang-yoon's sister. After shaking hands, the 3 of them headed to the lecture room after a brief conversation. When they entered the lecture room, the 30 people that had applied for the lecture were. There's a lot of students. Due to the lack of seats, some people were standing at the back and even in the corridors. The 3 of them laughed awkwardly. The lecture room was meant to house 30 people, but there were at least 3 times that today, nearing 100. Before he started the lecture, Professor Choi Chanyang asked a student who was sitting down at the very front. I haven't seen you before. What brings you here? I'm sorry. I heard from her that the composer muse will be doing a lecture today. Can I listen in? The girl made a cute expression and pointed at the student next to her, who actually applied for the class. Professor Choi Chan-young never told anyone who was going to do the lecture today. Assistant Yoon. There was only one person that could do this, so the culprit was obvious. He could prevent her from posting anything online, but it seemed he couldn't do anything about her mouth. His kind expression turned dark. Appa, you're quite popular. Hyun poked on Kang-yoon's waist and chuckled. Chapter 215. Before he knew it, he's famous? 2. I'm sorry about this, Mr. Kang-yoon. Professor Choi Chan-young apologized to Kang-yoon, but Kang-yoon waved his hand saying that it was okay. It's okay, but there are a lot of students here. Kang-yoon scratched his cheeks awkwardly while looking at the lecture room that was filled to the brim with students. Hyun was watching Kang-yoon with interest as she wanted to know how he would solve this problem. Let's get this out of the way first. Kang-yoon turned around to the students. Is there an empty lecture hall nearby? I think I can proceed with the class like this. When he said that, one student voiced out. It's a few minutes walk, but room 302 of my department is currently empty. It can hold more than 100 people. Really? When Kang-yoon turned around to Professor Choi Chan-young, he asked which department he was in. After that, he gave a call and received permission to use it. Having gained permission, Kang-yoon spoke to the students. Well then, let's go to room 302 of the building next door. Everyone left the lecture room like a tide before Kang-yoon and Hyun got their stuff ready. Professor Choi Chan-young couldn't hide his sorry feelings and spoke again. I'm sorry. It looks like I was too complacent. I should have considered the fact that your reputation is completely different from before. Can I live up to their expectations? I'm rather worried. Seeing Kang-yoon act worried, Hyun put his hand on her brother's shoulders. You're still going to do well, aren't you? Yeah, I will. Hey, you're messing my hair. Kang-yoon rubbed Hyun's head before heading to the building next to his current one. When the 3 people entered, the students were all in their seats and were waiting for him. Kang-yoon wrote his name on the whiteboard and bowed towards the students. Hello, everyone. Some of you may have seen me before, but I'm guessing this is our first meeting for most of you. I'm Lee Kang-yoon. When the lecture started, the students started applauding. Muse was a composer that entered the ranks of hit song makers within 3 years of appearance. He made a forgotten star popular again and had succeeded with rookies as well. Above all, he was known as the Midas's hand that never failed in the entertainment industry. As the majority of the students here had half a foot into the music entertainment industry, they were passionate about getting to know Kang-yoon. Maybe this is why the musicians crave for a stage. Kang-yoon had this rather sudden thought due to the immense eruption of cheers. However, he saw the eyes of a female student who was passionately staring at him in the front seats and started his lecture. What is your name? My name is Jang Yeonju. The female student went stiff for a moment before replying with a crisp voice. This made all the other students focus on her. Kang-yoon had a look at the register and noticed that she entered the applied music department as a vocalist and asked, "What do you think entertainment is?" Entertainment? Having fun. While some people giggled, Kang-yoon nodded and continued to speak. You're right. Having fun. Entertainment is about having fun. Then, what do you think is the ideal environment that musicians look for in entertainment companies? A company that, does fun things. The laughter became even louder. However, Kang-yoon smiled and agreed with her answer. Yes, they do fun things. To be precise, they provide an environment for people to do fun things. When the other students cheered, student Jang Yeonju shrugged. While the mood was getting heated up, Kang-yoon asked his final question. Then what do you think an entertainment company looks for in their artists? An artist, that can do fun things. You're right. You're rather smart. Everyone, give her a round of applause. The majority of you sitting here must be related to the entertainment industry in one way or the other. Employment, founding, and many other forms must exist. For that, you have gotten through the fierce competition to come to college, and you're now facing the future. What I am about to tell you today are the standards that entertainment companies use to evaluate people, as well as those entertainment companies in general. I hope I can be of help. Kang-yoon's declaration made the students' eyes light up with passion. A government facility in Sejong City, belonging to the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism, MCSD. In the bureau of the busy facility was one person who was having a headache due to a decision about a party in the near future. World, Do I send it or not? Senior Chief Young Cha-soo had circled the words, World Entertainment. Personnel, wondering about something. He knew that World Entertainment was a rising star in the music entertainment industry during the past 3 years, but it was a hard decision whether to invite them or not since it was rather young as a company. Junior Chief Min Young-chan, who was next to him, said that it was okay to invite them. They satisfy all the conditions for the invitation. The scale of their company, the number of artists in their possession, as well as others. What they lack are time and reputation. I think that it's all right to invite them. Yeah, time is the most troublesome thing. The so-called 3 big entertainment companies are all at least 10 years old or older. Won't they say something if we invite a company that was only founded 3 years ago? The entire premise of this party is to listen to the noble opinions of those that have quite a large influence over the Korean culture. But considering the things World CEO, Lee Kang-yoon has achieved now, that's why it's even more troublesome. Lee Kang-yoon. It's not that I don't know about him. I've read the report already. We're okay with him, but would the others be? Just as Senior Chief Young Cha-soo was sighing because he couldn't make a decision, a man with a balding head entered his office after knocking. Vice Minister. The 2 men abruptly stood up from their seats. Vice Minister Han Young-won gestured to them to sit down and spoke about his matter. I've read the report. You're wondering. About one person? Yes, sir. I'm worried that other people may. You have a lot of work to do, so don't take any more time on this. Send it. What? When Vice Minister Han Young-won approved it with ease, Senior Chief Young Cha-soo was rather dumbfounded. We can't be inviting the same people over and over again. Let's invite some new people this time. Send them the invitation. Let's see how those other CEOs react. They always say that they have an open attitude, so let's see if it's true or not. Yes, sir. Looks like this party will be a fun one. Vice Minister Han Young-won signed the papers on the spot. The 2 others smiled as well. Back to the lecture. You can make a comeback in life by becoming a star through enormous effort. Such hopeful words didn't exit Kang-yoon's mouth. Everyone knows that the gate to this industry is a small one. Out of 1,000 trainees, maybe around 100 people will have their debut. One out of those 100 may or may not become a star. If I told you you can become that one person, then I'd only be giving you false hope. Everyone here has stepped into a cruel, merciless league. Kang-yoon's pragmatic words made the students halt their breath. He was incredibly realistic and told them the cold, hard truth. It was also words that Kang-yoon could speak since he had once lost everything. Here, everyone becomes desperate. That's why there are a lot of traps as well. I will make you into a star, but I need X amount of money to do that. If you sleep with this guy, Fu. These kinds of dirty behind-the-scenes exchanges are commonplace as well. Everyone became silent. They thought that Kang-yoon would be somewhat different. They thought that Kang-yoon would try to give hope to the youths. The students looked down in dejection. At that moment. However, you can't see it, but there is a path. Let me say that again. It's not that a path doesn't exist. It's that you can't see it. What you need to do is to find that path. I don't know if what I'm about to tell you is the correct path, but I hope I can be of help. The sudden twist made everyone raise their heads. Having attracted attention, Kang-yoon spoke calmly. Singers and composers have different strategies. Likewise, other fields have different strategies as well. Since the majority of you here are aspiring vocalists, I'll focus on this part. First, the way to become a singer, and among them, I'll focus on trainees. Even the students that were absent-minded until now raised their pins up. I believe you all know that there are traits that companies prefer. To put things simply, MG prefers trainees with a solid foundation and good looks, while Yerong looks for something rather unique, whether it be your voice or your dancing or your looks. Yoonsul is a little different. Their preferences differ according to the season, and, I guess telling you this might get me a scolding from President Chu. Ha ha ha. The students laughed as they loosened up a little. Kang-yoon also continued his speech in a lightened tone. Your individual traits are the most important there, but their standards are rather abstract. This is the most difficult part. The standard of individual traits differs by year. You'll be better off solidifying your foundations. Yoonsul is the company with the strongest influence over their artists. If you strive towards entering it, then you'll naturally be preparing for other companies as well. At that moment, one student, a girl, raised her hand. What does World look for then? Hearing that, the other student all agreed and started asking. I want to know as well. World. When the students erupted into chatter, Kang-yoon raised his hand to quieten them down and spoke calmly. World? How should I put this someone to my liking? What? That can't be right. You're an evil boss. Ha ha ha. The rather abstract words made everyone complain, but Kang-yoon smiled as he continued. Ha ha. This might sound a bit difficult, but the motif of my company is to let singers sing the song they want. My role is to judge whether that song will appeal to the public or not. To sum things up, I want people that can make other people enjoy themselves with their own color of music. That's hard. That's the most difficult one. The students complained, but they understood why World was able to succeed. Kang-yoon's awkward expression made Hee-yoon giggle, while Professor Choi Chan-young smiled without a word. After summarizing the companies, Kang-yoon talked about compositions, concerts, as well as other things that were related to the industry. The students focused on his words as Kang-yoon talked about the majority of fields related to the music industry. Like that, 2 hours flashed by without a single moment of rest. And that's it from me today. Does anyone have any questions? A girl with braided hair raised her hand. I'm Moon Jin-hee from the Applied Music Department. I'm preparing to become an idol singer trainee while studying. Am I perhaps too late? How old are you? I'm 22 this year. Kang-yoon heaved a short sigh. It won't be easy. Oh, I don't mean that it's difficult. Let me put this simply. What you're saying means that you will have to compete with teens, and that means that you need to have something competitive about you, Miss Jin-hee. A female idol will have male fans. And to do that, being young is actually quite advantageous. Or, you will have to have a weapon of your own. A weapon of my own? The dancing skills of Edios's Mina is an example. Ugh. The student turned pale with fright. Jua and Mina's dancing skills were ranked in the top 3 of all the female artists in Korea. She appealed to Kang-yoon, asking if there were any other methods. Seeing her expression, Kang-yoon replied calmly. I'll be a bit blunt about this. Miss, you're quite a beauty. However, there are plenty more like you in this industry. That's reality. Then, I'm no good after all. She became teary-faced. Even her teary face was rather pretty, and it looked like she must have had a lot of guys fall for her. Her tears contained the words, "Can't I do something at World?" in them. Kang-yoon spoke calmly while ignoring her actions. I'll be honest here. You are quite eye-catching. Eye-catching? Yes, that's a big advantage you have. Some people have a hard time getting attention no matter what they do, but you're eye-catching even when you stay still. But right now, that's all you have. While everyone watched with bated breaths, Kang-yoon stood in front of her. People are bound to have expectations for people who catch their eyes. The fans are no different. As long as you have something that can fulfill their expectations, you will have become a person that you want without you knowing it. Kang-yoon took out a pen and wrote something down on her notebook, which was on her desk. Being coy won't get you anywhere in this field. Having read Kang-yoon's message, her face became beet red. Having returned to his podium, Kang-yoon declared with a calm tone, "That marks the end of today's lecture." Wah! Kang-yoon finished his lecture amidst the cheers of the students. After that, Professor Choi Chan-young offered to treat Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon to a meal, and they headed to a nearby restaurant. Professor Choi Chan-young went as far as to order some high-class wine to thank Kang-yoon for handling more than 100 students. While the 3 of them were having a meal, Lee Hyun-ji, who was given a call beforehand, entered their room. "Director Uni, you're here." Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon greeted them while Professor Choi Chan-young waved his hand at her. The 4 of them talked about today's matters. Lee Hyun-ji listened to the advice that Kang-yoon gave to the students. "I'm worried that they might spread it on social media as some secret sauce. At most, it'll be just some advice. There's no guarantee that they'll pass with that alone." That's true, but the students are right on one thing. World's conditions are the hardest to satisfy. They have to do well in what they want, right? Haha. When even Lee Hyun-ji agreed with the students, Kang-yoon smiled awkwardly. He felt like he was the university admissions officer of some prestigious university. They talked for a while before Lee Hyun-ji took out an envelope from her bag and gave it to Kang-yoon. "What's this?" "An invitation." "An invitation?" When Kang-yoon opened it, he got an invitation that was wrapped in a rather luxurious-looking string. "We cordially invite you to the party hosted by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism for influential figures of the music entertainment industry. Date omitted. Influential figures? Did the MCSD hold such a thing? When Kang-yoon wondered about the influential figure part, Lee Hyun-ji explained. About the party. As the Korean wave became bigger, the MCSD started inviting the big names of the entertainment industry in order to solidify their relationship with the entertainment people. The presidents of big companies like MG and Yoon will all be attending. Being invited to this party means that we are accepted as a big company. It looks like I can't miss it. Yes, it means that we're given acknowledgement. A total of 3 people are invited, 2 from management and 1 celebrity. Usually, the most popular celebrity. It will be somewhat wrong to bring Jin-seo since she has just joined us. Who should I take? Thanks to the invitation, Kang-yoon started wondering about who to take to the party. Chapter 2:16. They meet 1. Lee Hyun-ji also gave opinions about who to bring to the party. This is a position that will represent the company, so I think we'll have to take leaders if it's a group. Like Mina or Hyuna. If we include Jimin or Mr. Jae-hoon, who are solo artists, that brings the list down to 4 people. There's Jin-seo as well, but she hasn't done any official activities after she's joined us, so I think it's too early for that. Kang-yoon nodded his head in agreement. Okay, if we had some time, I believe Jin-seo would have been the best choice, but it's rather unfortunate. If we pick one, the other 3 might be disappointed. There's that too. Moreover, we might incite unnecessary trouble with MG. Speaking of which, it might be a little weird to take Mina since Edios was originally at MG. Hearing Lee Hyun-ji's words, Kang-yoon shook his head. Let's not mind something like that. We've already burned the bridge. In the first place, it was their fault, and we are just doing our best. I don't think we need to be considerate of them. I guess you're right. Lee Hyun-ji shrugged her shoulders and smiled. Sometimes, you're rather reckless, President. Every man will take action when it comes down to it. Anyway, to come to a conclusion, Kang-yoon fell into contemplation for a while before voicing out his opinion. I think Mina will be the most suited for this job. Mina? I thought Jimin would do fine. She's someone we've raised from scratch, so wouldn't that show off our abilities as well? Yunha. She made her debut under World Entertainment, so wasn't she more suitable? Was what Lee Hyun-ji was saying. However, Kang-yoon thought differently. There's that, but this is the first time we're showing up to such a place. We're lacking in scale compared to other companies. I don't think we should be lacking power as well. I'm sorry to Jimin, but with these criteria, Mina has more power. Moreover, I also think that Mina will be able to act with caution in the party since she has more experience. So to sum it up, it's the group you created, President, and since they have a lot of experience, Mina is the best choice. Yes. Lee Hyun-ji thought a little before agreeing to Kang-yoon's words. Okay then. Should I tell Mina then? No. I'll tell her, and I'll ask you to do something else. Like that, the 2 decided on young Mina to take to the party. Meanwhile, Hyun was talking about music with Professor Choi Chan-young. Wow. This is the first time I've heard of such a melody? This is so good. How would you go about rearranging this music? You said this was originally an EDM, right? I would. Kang-yoon smiled in satisfaction seeing that his sister was passionately talking about music with the professor. Due to the unexpected strike from Yerong Entertainment in going to Japan, Yoon Entertainment turned their eyes to China. Thanks to that, they were able to get a contract signed with one of the top entertainment companies in China, ETM Entertainment. However, what they expected to be a smooth sail did have some unexpected obstacles. Wait, rethink the contract. Director Zhang Wuwei. This is different from what you told me. Inside his office, President Chu Manji used his little Chinese knowledge to express his current feelings. However, the person on the other side of the phone was sighing with a sunken voice as well. We're also in a rather difficult position. It was the Hayes department store that decided to hold off on the contract. Hayes did? Do you know why they did that? In 1 week, Dietine was going to go to China for a photo shoot and they had left out their schedule for that. But now there was suddenly this. President Chu Manji tried his best to calm down, but the pressure on his heart was rather large. From what I hear, they seem to be torn between Dietine and a group called Winkle. Wait, Winkle? Aren't they from Yerong? President Chu Manji was really surprised now. Yerong must be busy in Japan now, but they're suddenly in China? Moreover, it hadn't been long since Winkle debuted, and they were coming to China already? No, rather than that. The fact that newbies like Winkle were trying to compete with a veteran like Dietine scratched his pride. That Winkle team seems to have given them quite a good offer. It looks like it isn't just a financial matter. They seem to be rather proactive. The manager over at Heia's department store seems to have taken a liking to a girl named Jean Hai-young from that group, but I don't know any details. I'm telling you this to be careful, but I think we'll have to prepare a lot. Since this is using singers as models, it looks like they want flawless planning and budget use. After the call, President Chu Manji palmed his forehead. Kang Yoon, this guy, he just had to interfere with other people's business. Sheesh, he's incredibly sensitive to the smell of money. Now then, what do I do about this? It wasn't easy to get the attention of the advertiser. All of the company's resources must be put into it. President Chu Manji's worries deepened as he looked outside the window. I'm sorry, Director Young. Hyuntae was bowing his head to Richard. As Min Jin CO was stolen by World, he was at unease all this time. It's fine. However, unlike what Director Young Hyuntae thought, the Caucasian man, Richard, had no change to his tone of voice. It's just, I'm a little disappointed in you, Direk. I'm sorry. Before he could even finish his words, Director Young Hyuntae shouted even louder. However, Richard's scary words did not end there. Being criticized by the public means that she has the power to attract attention? No? That means she is the interest of many people. Even if their interest wanes, she'll be able to make a comeback again with some sponsors Those were some scary words, but Richard continued to speak with a cold smile. But, you just let go of such a valuable star just like that? I'm disappointed. Phew. Richard heaved a deep sigh before turning around to the window. You were invited to the party. This time, no? What? Ah, yes. I shall go as well. You too, branch president? But there's no need for you to. Director Young Hyuntae urged him not to, but Richard curved his lips and shook his head. I'm curious now, as to who the man that is blocking our way is. Edios returned to their respective homes after getting discharged from the hospital. This was per Kang-yoon's instructions. Thanks to that, Illy and Christy went back to America, while the other members went back to their respective homes to meet their families. HAA. However, there was also someone who stayed at their empty residence. This is boring. Thanks to no one being there to send her off, Young Mina didn't want to go to practice either. TV was boring, and computers were never her hobby. She was just unmotivated today. Young Mina lied down on the sofa. TCH, they're so apathetic. How could they leave her all alone to go to their families? However, she did understand. Experiencing such a thing, the first thing that would be on their minds was their families. I want to see Ajusi. Ding dong. At that moment, the bell suddenly rang. Who is it? She hadn't ordered anything online, so it rather annoyed her when something broke her out of her train of thought. However, when she had a look at the interphone, the man she wanted to see so much was standing right there. It took an instant for annoyance to turn into joy. Yes. No, wait. However, she hadn't put on her makeup right now. Please wait a moment. Young Mina went to the bathroom quickly and started putting on makeup. She even changed her clothes in a flash before opening the door. You had me waiting for 30 minutes outside the door. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders while entering. The faint fragrance in the air as well as Young Mina's college girl aesthetic would make anyone's heart pound. Who told you to visit so suddenly? Unlike her emotions, her words were rather twisted. Kang-yoon smiled and patted her head before sitting down. As all the members of Edios as well as their manager were given leave, she was really alone now. What were you doing? Studying and some reading. Don't lie to me. Young Mina became embarrassed and coughed awkwardly. TCH, I was resting, all right? I can't be practicing all day. Yeah, well done. You must be rather bored right now since the others aren't here, right? Well, it's not that bad. Kang-yoon chuckled seeing that Young Mina was trying to act tough. Actually, he did not say that he was worried about her being alone. He knew that Young Mina wanted to look tough even though she easily felt lonely and was weak at times. He asked her about a few things before taking out the invitation. What's this? An invitation to a party? Yeah, I hope me, the director, and you, the three of us, can go together, representing the company. Represent the company? Young Mina blinked several times dumbfoundedly. She was wondering if it was all right for her to represent the company. Kang-yoon added, right now, the artist that represents World Entertainment could be said to be Edios. Although you girls came over from MG, I was the one who produced you guys, and your comeback was through me as well. Your current position is no different. I want you, the leader, to represent the company at the party. are you really fine with me? When Young Mina asked again while blinking, Kang-yoon nodded. Of course. That makes me nervous. You need me, right? What? Ah, yes. I guess. Although the words were rather abstract, Kang-yoon answered anyway. Then, Young Mina's expression became bright again. Good. I'll be your face at the party. But, Young Mina twisted her body and asked, do we need to dance there, like a waltz or something? Kang-yoon was at a loss for words. At the K-pop party hosted by MCSD, the venue was a huge lounge of a 5-star hotel in Gangnam. The venue started being filled with the people that were invited to the party. Hello. Hello there. Like the party's theme, the music being played was K-pop, and various invitees greeted each other over a glass of wine. All of the participants were influential figures in the entertainment industry. Among these people were director Young Hyun-tae of MG Entertainment, President Kang Shermyoung of Yerong Entertainment, as well as President Chu Manji of Yunsul Entertainment. Next to them were celebrities that represented their respective companies. Flom, so boring. Jua, who was next to director Young Hyun-tae, was sighing, wondering when this boring business conversation that director Young Hyun-tae was having would end. Although she was supposed to be busy in America right now, she had cleared some time in her schedule for this. She was also promised to never be bothered again until her matters in America were over. Jin Ha-young of Winkle, who followed President Kang Shermyoung, was busy greeting the influential figures in a polite manner. I heard Kang-yoon Appa was coming. Is he not here yet? Director Young Hyun-tae was as boring as he could be. Business talks could be made fun, but he just had to talk about it in the most boring way possible. At that moment, someone caught her attention. Miss Jua. Yes? Ah, yes. He was the tall Caucasian man, Richard. Richard was interested in Jua while Jua was interested in this Caucasian man who could speak fluent Korean. Ha ha ha. It must be boring for you, isn't it? Boring? Yeah, a lot. Ha ha ha. Richard toasted with Jua and continued to speak. I like your honesty. I hear that a lot. You were called Richard, right? I heard you invested in us. Things turned out that way. MG is a rather solid company. There are good stars like you, Miss Jua. Actually, money is the only thing I have. Uft. Jua burst out laughing. It was rare to see people who boasted about money. Uftaraha. Richard, ha ha. I'm serious, you know. Should I show you my bank balance? Ha ha ha. This leisurely attitude of Richard's tickled Jua's curiosity. Maybe British gentlemen were like this? The tall height and their unique leisurely attitude. Jua's wariness was being loosened up without her knowing. At that moment, people at the entrance started becoming noisy. Looks like he's finally here. Who are you talking about? When Richard asked, Jua smirked and started walking. It's World. It was fun talking to you, Richard. See you later. When Jua left, Richard smiled coldly again. World, huh? Well then, should I meet them too? His eyes turned sharp like a hawk's, and he started walking towards Kang-yoon, who was greeting other people. Chapter 2:17. They meet, too. Kang-yoon felt a strange gaze land on him as he shook hands with Minister Young Man-soo. Who is it? It felt as though someone was scanning him from head to toe. Kang-yoon felt a weird aura about a Caucasian man. The two met eyes briefly. What a strange guy. He wondered if he had seen this man before, but no one came to mind. At that moment, someone grabbed his shoulders. Appa. Jua. Kang-yoon's eyes widened. Jua was supposed to be in America right now. She should have been in the middle of practice. As though she understood what he was worried about, Jua sighed. I took some days off. I have to be practicing, but this damned company won't let me. They really make me do everything. You have a hard life. Kang-yoon shook his head. While he understood, he found her pitiful as well. Soon, Kang-yoon and his company greeted all the people from the government and entered the venue. Although this was the first time Kang-yoon and his company was attending this party, no one looked down on them. Recently, Min Jin-seo joined their company as well, and the scale of the company had become incredibly large. I'm honored to spend some time with the people who lead the Korean culture. Also, after a boring speech from Minister Young Man-soo, the events proceeded one by one. People reported about how widespread Korean culture has become, as well as how the government will support the celebrities that are popular in other countries. The majority of the content was that the government will give support in various directions and negotiate with other countries in order to help the celebrities that go to foreign countries. That is it. Does anyone have any questions? Senior Chief Young Chasu finished his presentation. However, no one raised their hand. Everyone believed that nothing good would come out of sticking out like a sore thumb. At that moment, one person raised his hand. May I ask a question? It was Kang-yoon. When Senior Chief Young Chasu allowed him to speak, he started speaking calmly. Not long ago, there was an incident where the opinions about the Korean wave deteriorated rapidly due to the actress Min Jin-seo. His words made the people of MG Entertainment, who were directly involved with this incident, shocked. Not only that, some of the famous journalists that were invited to the party focused their eyes on him with interest. What the public thinks the reason is that Min Jin-seo arrogantly ignored the script without even giving it a glance. Of course, I'm not saying that she actually did so, but that's not the point here. Anyway, thanks to the incident regarding Min Jin-seo this time, the image of Korean actors and actresses have fallen in China. Not only but the actors and actresses that are already active in the Chinese industry received damage. The ones that aimed for the Chinese market now have a higher hurdle. The reason for all this is that we were plastered with the image that we ignored Chinese guanxi, or relationships, so to speak. Kang-yoon took a sip of water before continuing to speak. Right now, this situation still hasn't been resolved. Thankfully, the singers have it easier. But what I want to say is that trivial happenings causing big scandals like what happened this time occur frequently in this industry. I am very thankful that the government is paying attention to the Korean wave, but I wish to know what the government can do for the celebrities that have received damages like this. Senior Chief Young Chasu became silent. Although he spoke quite a lot, what Kang-yoon was basically asking was, what can you actually do for us? The actual plans to support the celebrities that popularize Korean culture. After contemplating for a long while, Senior Chief Young Chasu started speaking. First, I am deeply sorry about what happened to Miss Min Jin-seo. What comes first is to never let such a thing happen again. So we. However, he couldn't speak so easily. He had spoken abstract words precisely in order to boast that they were doing something, but now he was asked the concrete details. Ah, damn it. It's not like we can do anything. About the Chinese media. The faces of the vice minister and the minister behind him were getting uglier and uglier. When he didn't get a reply, Kang-yoon opened his mouth. We wish for the government to stand firmly behind us with clear standards. Someone interpreted Min Jin-seo's incident as such, that the Korean actors are becoming too big in China, so that the Chinese government intentionally drove the incident in such a direction. Well, it's only an estimate since we don't have clear evidence, but it's plausible considering which party has the most to gain out of this incident. After all, the empty spots left behind by Korean actors and actresses like Min Jin-seo were filled by Chinese ones. I just thought, what if the government used their influence and helped her out a little? I apologize. I was just too bitter about our Jin-seo. Looks like I've overstepped my boundaries. Silence flowed. Kang-yoon's words resounded deeply within everyone's hearts. Actually, everyone here fought for themselves for this Korean wave and never had firm support. In fact, most of them started from scratch when going to foreign countries. We shall look into it more deeply. It wasn't Senior Chief Young Chasu that spoke, but Minister Young Man-soo behind him that spoke with a serious nod. World Entertainment, Lee Kang-yoon, this guy isn't ordinary. Those words weren't empty promises. They will make their move. Richard's eyes shone brighter as he watched Kang-yoon. Make those heavy asses sit up in their seats. After the announcement, the party resumed. Kang-yoon toasted with President Chu Man-ji and talked about recent matters. If it's Min Jin-seo, she'll definitely be able to stand on her feet again. Thank you for your words. Kang-yoon smiled at President Chu Man-ji's words. He knew that President Chu Man-ji meant his words. Fufu. There's you, who's willing to go against those arrogant dudes for Min Jin-seo, so she will definitely make a comeback. What? Go against them? I know. Oh yeah. Do you know that World Entertainment is the #1 company that trainees want to enter these days? Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Thinking about it, his website servers almost couldn't handle the influx of videos seeking to apply to their company. If any of our recruits go your way, please chase them away. Oh, President Chu. I don't care about anyone else, but I don't want to be compared to you. It might make me look bad. Kang-yoon smiled as he toasted with President Chu Man-ji. While they were talking, Juye from Dietin had a smile on her face with both of her hands holding chocolate tarts. Yeah, you'll get fat. No. Julia looked as though she was about to cry and did not put down the chocolate tarts. But President Chu Manji became stricter. You have a photo shoot as well soon. You're the main model, so do you want to look fat in that? Ugh, can I start tomorrow? Please, please. President. Please. She tried to appeal with cuteness, but President Chu Manji snorted. Put them down. TCH. In the end, she frowned and started eating the cabbage salad she brought. Pitying her, Kang-yoon made a bitter smile. Yeah, good luck. Asterisk sob star. Thank you, composer. Our president is so evil. What was that? Heek. Julia ran towards the vice president with her plate. Sheesh, even though she's the center visual of the team, she's so cocky. Oh, how good would it be if she was a little like Hyun-young? Seeing that, Kang-yoon shook his head. There's no fun in everyone being nice. It's because there's a girl like that teen is popular, don't you think? Haha, I guess. Oh, President, can I ask you for a favor? A favor? I think I need your help a little. If it's all right with you, may I visit your company sometime? Kang-yoon nodded his head. Anytime. Thank you. President Chu Manji took a step back. As soon as he did that, President Kang Shermyoung of Yerong Entertainment and Director Young Hyun-tae of MG Entertainment approached them. Behind him was the tall Caucasian man. Hello, President Kang. President Chu, President Lee. It's been a long time. President Kang Shermyoung shook hands with President Chu Manji and Kang-yoon with a smile on his face. It wasn't a smile on the inside, though. Director Young Hyun-tae did the same. It's been a long time since I saw both of you. Especially you, team. Leader, President Lee. I guess that's the case. It has been a long time, Director. As there were no good feelings between Kang-yoon and Director Young Hyun-tae, a sharp air flowed between the two. Even as they talked about recent matters, they probed each other out. Well then, let's see, huh? Richard looked at Kang-yoon. Moon-hee, shall we stop here for today? Hee-yoon asked in Moon-hee, who walked out of the booth exhausted. However, in Moon-hee shook her head saying that it was okay. No, it's fine. I'll go home after one more hour. Okay then. Hee-yoon closed her music notebook and stretched her arms out. She had thought up of dozens of melodies while listening to In Moon-hee singing. However, none of the melodies were usable. When In Moon-hee left the studio saying that she wanted to go to the bathroom, Hee-yoon put her head against the desk. Trot is really hard. It's not about the melody. It's about how to effectively put emotions into the song. Hee-yoon shook her head since she didn't get much inspiration. She finally realized why Kang-yoon told her to listen to In Moon-hee's voice. Not only was In Moon-hee really capable, but the genre she was doing also wasn't an easy one. Just as she was filled with worries, the door to the studio opened quietly. Huh? Hyuna-uni. You aren't busy, are you? It was Lee Hyuna who walked in. Hee-yoon gave her a seat. I have something I want to consult you about. Lee Hyuna took out a piece of crumpled paper. This was the song that she showed off several times before. As Hee-yoon knew her style, she put the score on the music stand. Then I'll start playing. Hee-yoon started playing Lee Hyuna's song. A calm melody started ringing inside the studio. It doesn't feel bad at all. Hee-yoon's eyes widened since this song was dramatically different from the song she had made until now. The conversation between World Entertainment and MG Entertainment became the center of attention instantly. Not only did World take Edios and Min Jin-seo, who were originally from MG, but even the president was also originally at MG, as well as the director. There were rumors of enmity between them as well. There was no way these people, who liked to gossip, would stay still. I'm really glad to see that you've made it this far. Director Young Hyun-tae toasted Kang-yoon with a smile. Thank you, sir. It looks like you're having a good time, Mina. I'm glad to see that you're doing good over at World. Young Mina greeted him politely as well. Thank you, Director. Yes. Mina, you don't smoke as you did before, do you? It was a light jab. Just as Young Mina's eyes were about to turn scary, Kang-yoon stepped in. Ha, Director. That was when she was still an immature trainee. She never touched it since she debuted. The people around reacted sensitively to that. Young Mina looked as though she didn't react to his words, but she was actually boiling on the inside. Is that so? Smoking isn't easy to stop. 1 or 2 years of not smoking doesn't mean you've completely stopped. I just said this out of worry for you, Mina. Don't take it to heart. Young Mina found it absurd. Then there was no reason to talk about it here, no? Young Mina looked up at Kang-yoon, feeling warm from her hands. Kang-yoon's hands had covered her hands. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be protected? She felt much more at ease now. Kang-yoon continued to speak. I'm really thankful for your magnanimity to care for someone that left the company, Director. You don't have to sugarcoat it so much. You're embarrassing me. As Director Jung Hyuntae had a leisurely smile on his face, Kang-yoon smiled right back at him. Haha, not at all. You're worth respecting. I'm really thankful for your magnanimity to let Eddies and Jin Seo go. Although they weren't able to continue working with you, I heard you supported them a lot. Wait. Stop. Director Jung Hyuntae suddenly shouted. Oh no. Kang-yoon brought out a sensitive topic as well. Who do you think you're touching? Oh yeah? You want to fight? Then let's fight. His heart was on fire as well. It was clear that MG would be at a disadvantage if they went into detail about Min Jin Seo or Edios. Nothing good would come out of talking about that here. Director Jung is no good. Seeing Director Jung Hyuntae so helpless, Richard stepped in. Chapter 218. They meet. 3. Director Jung. I've been waiting for quite a while, you know. What? Ah, yes. Branch President. Director Jung Hyuntae didn't know what Richard's intentions were. Originally, they agreed that Richard was not going to do much here, but he stepped up now. This wasn't within his plans. No matter how incompetent he was though, he did have some discerning eyes. Richard smiled and urged Director Jung Hyuntae. Haha, it looks like you were caught up in talking about past events. Won't you introduce him to me? The flow of the conversation was interrupted thanks to Richard's interruption. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji whispered to each other. Looks like he isn't ordinary. I think so too. Just as the two whispered to each other, Director Jung Hyuntae cleared his throat and introduced Richard to the two. This person is Richard Traxon, and he's the greatest investor to our company. Branch President, this is. Along with Director Jung Hyuntae's introduction, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji shook hands with Richard. Hello, I'm Lee Kang-yoon. Hello there. You can call me Richard. I heard a lot about you. Although the relationship between MG and World is complicated, I've always wanted to meet you. Richard smiled. His expression, though, contained a hint of coldness. Regardless, Kang-yoon smiled as he replied. Your Korean is really good. Although MG and World have different goals, I hope we can continue to be in a good relationship. I try my best to learn. I hope we get along. I'll invite you out sometime. Although they both had smiles on their faces, sparks could be seen between the two. Turning around, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji discussed the impression they got from Richard. This man named Richard, I can feel something's cold about him. I personally find him scary. Kang-yoon agreed to Lee Hyun-ji's words. I think so too. I got the impression that there's something hidden behind that smile of his. Maybe I'm biased since he's an investor in MG, but I don't think he's an easy person to deal with. Director Jung Hyuntae was easy to deal with since I could basically read what he's up to, but that Richard guy doesn't show what he's thinking at all. I think we need to be careful of him. We don't know what he's up to by investing in MG either. Kang-yoon nodded in agreement. The party continued after that. Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon greeted various people. Many people that were invited to the party wished to meet Kang-yoon, and Kang-yoon did not reject anyone. Thanks to that, he was able to get to know a lot of people, and he gained a lot of information as well. Not long later, Kang-yoon was able to find President Kang Shermyoung in one corner. He, unlike everyone else, brought Jin Hae-young of Winkle, a new group, rather than someone from their most famous group, Cranbugs. Oh, President Lee. It's been a long time. President Kang Shermyoung extended his right hand out as he greeted Kang-yoon. No matter how much of an eyesore Kang-yoon was, he couldn't show that here. Next to him, Jin Hae-young, who was eating some vegetables, also took a deep bow. Kang-yoon replied with a smile and talked about China, a hot topic for everyone here. I heard that you were going to China. Haha, you're quick to the news. We are moving around quite busily. Oh, does World have any plans to go to China as well? President Kang Shermyoung's eyes gleamed. President Chu Manji alone was a strong competitor. If Kang-yoon decided to step in as well. Fortunately, Kang-yoon shook his head. It would be a lie to say that I don't have any plans, but it won't be happening for the foreseeable future. You don't have any plans right now? Right now seems like the biggest opportunity. Of course, he was just probing him out. Kang-yoon replied with a smile. Even if it's the biggest opportunity, it will be the worst opportunity if I decide to jump in without any preparations. Haha, I learned something new today. Kang-yoon had no foreseeable plan to go to China. President Kang Shermyung toasted Kang-yoon with joy. Now I just have to push Yoon-sul out of the picture. He had heard that MG had no plans to go to China either. As long as Dietin was out of the picture, he would be able to monopolize the huge Chinese market. Just as he was fantasizing, Kang-yoon's gaze turned around to where Jua and Young Mina were. But it didn't seem that normal there. Hee-hee-ha. Unipt. What's wrong with you? Hey. Kang-yoon could see that a lady wearing a black dress was trying to hug the lady with the white dress. Those girls. Young Mina, with a rather flushed face, was trying to hug Jua, while Jua was trying her best to break away from her. It was clear that some alcohol had a role in this. He apologized to President Kang Shermyung and headed towards the two. Jua Mina, what are you two doing? Appa, you're here? This girl's completely out of her mind. Whoa, Aji, it's the Aji I like. Young Mina, who was in Jua's arms, ran into Kang-yoon's arms immediately after she saw him. He wasn't able to hide his shock in this situation. Mina, what's wrong with you? Are you drunk? Drunk? No, I'm completely fine. Hee. Mina was creating an embarrassing scene in front of many eyes. Although not many people had seen them yet, Kang-yoon was worried. Kang-yoon called out to Lee Hyun-ji, who wasn't far away. She was surprised to see what was happening and hurried towards them. I think I'll have to take Mina home first. Please take care of the aftermath so that no one talks about this in the future. Lee Hyun-ji nodded at Kang-yoon's request. Okay, but there aren't any drinks here with high alcohol content. But she's turned into a koala now. No, maybe a panda suits her better? Lee Hyun-ji giggled as young Mina had locked her hands around Kang-yoon as to never let him go. While Jua and Lee Hyun-ji were giggling, Kang-yoon was not in a good mood. Mina. Let go of me first and… Hee. This is good. It sh the Aji I like. Seeing Kang-yoon sweating profusely, Jua was laughing out loud. Ha. Oh man, my stomach hurts. Kang-yoon sighed a little before lifting young Mina. It was the so-called Princess Carrie. Oh, you're quite strong, Appa. Jua joked with Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon Appa. What is it? Don't do something indecent. Hey. Kang-yoon frowned and hurried to the parking lot. Some people looked at him, and Lee Hyun-ji immediately went up to them and started talking. Fine's Talk, located in a building in Junction Digital District, was getting bigger and bigger. As the number of users increased, the company's scale was getting larger and larger as well. In this situation, Fine's Talk was putting its effort into launching its music service. So we're being stopped at the final moment. President Ha Se-yun clutched her head while reading the report in her office. The deterioration of relationships between them and the companies listed in the report made her expression dark. Senior Chief John Hyung-taek, who was responsible for business related to the music service, continued his report with a grim voice. The existing music distributors, that is, the telecommunication companies, are objecting to our launch. All of those companies are saying that they will not provide their services if someone works with Fine's Talk's music service. Isn't that considered collusion? If we went into a lawsuit, she was almost reckless, but she soon calmed down. A lawsuit was a long process. Although Fine's Talk was getting bigger, they were still lacking compared to bigger companies. If we raised the ratio of our shares to 40%, then we'd be no more competitive than others. The distribution is holding us back at the last moment. All right, looks like I should talk with World first. Okay, Senior Chief John, you can do what you were doing. Understood. I'll first tell the developer team to keep programming per the original design. Yes. After Senior Chief John Hyung-taek left, President Ha Se-yun fell back on her chair. Just what's so good about this music business? Sheesh, it isn't easy to break the norms. Her sighs filled the office. Even during his manager days, where everything was a war with time, Kang-yoon rarely drove past the speed limit. He never made a situation where he needed to drive fast, and if such things happened, he tried to look for faster routes. Kang-yoon put a lot of effort into providing a safe and fast service for the celebrity he was in charge of. Thanks to that, his driving habits were very gentle. However, today was an exception. Vroom. Hee. Go. I love you. My president, I love you. Ugh. Kang-yoon was barely calm while listening to the screeches coming from young Mina. His GPS navigation repeatedly told him to slow down, but Kang-yoon ignored all of them. Maya juicy, you're so pretty. Mina, I'm driving. And let's go somewhere good. Who cares? Speaking some scary words, Young Mina, who was on the back seat, tried to hug Kang-yoon. Even though her eyes were practically out of focus, she didn't seem like she would go to sleep anytime soon with all her energy. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon had to stop midway several times and take her off him. Hee-hee. Asterisks I start. Young Mina clung to him like a child. The faint smell of alcohol as well as the faint smell of shampoo tickled his nose, but that all didn't matter to him. Thankfully, there was an end to his agony. After wrestling with her for over 2 hours, Kang-yoon was able to take her to her residence. Mina, let's get off. Hee. Young Mina jumped right into his arms. Fine, sheesh. Kang-yoon carried Young Mina into the residence. There, having made it to Young Mina's room, Kang-yoon practically threw her on the bed like he was throwing luggage. His throw contained his frustration towards her. She fell asleep as soon as she was in bed, as though nothing had happened. Kang-yoon powerlessly walked out of her room and sat on the sofa. Phew, there just had to be no one at the residence at a time like this. Kang-yoon sighed as he wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Murphy's Law said that there was no one at the residence today. Krrrhhhhhh. Kang-yoon laughed, hearing the rough breath noise coming from the room. Alcohol turned that girl strange. Just what did she drink? Phew. It wasn't that Young Mina was bad with alcohol. Moreover, she was aware that today's event was an important one, so she should have been careful. Just why did she cause such a disturbance? While he thought about many things, the empty residence entered his eyes. It feels rather cold here. Maybe because there's no one here? Edios's residence was always bustling. Now that everyone was given leave after the traffic accident, it was rather empty right now. Thanks to that, Young Mina was all alone. Kang-yoon went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. There's some food at least. I guess it's enough for one meal. Kang-yoon then had a look at Young Mina's room again. She's had it hard, being all alone in a place like this. Of course, that didn't mean that she wasn't in the wrong for today's incident. This and that was separate. After thinking for a while, Kang-yoon took out his phone. Looks like I should have Hee-yoon help out. The next day, Young Mina twitched due to the sunlight shining through her window and opened her eyes. Ugh, her head started aching. I remember drinking with Juoni yesterday. Did the party go well? Huh. She was remembering what happened yesterday until she heard the sound of chopping outside her room. Today wasn't the day where the caretaker would visit, so Young Mina opened her door while rubbing her eyes. The person she saw in the kitchen was someone completely unexpected. Hee-yoon, you woke up. Young Mina's eyes widened, but Hee-yoon, wearing an apron, continued chopping vegetables as though nothing happened. Uni, what brings you here so early in the morning? Well, let's talk about that later, shall we? Why don't you go wash up? I'll have breakfast ready. Hee-yoon made doenjang jjigae and some side dishes. As Young Mina rarely had homemade meals, she was touched. Uni, you're the best. I'm touched. Young Mina ate greedily. The jangjorim and the doenjang jjigae were fantastic. She was happy. Uni, seconds. Young Mina kept on eating without a word. A while later, feeling full, she made a smile of satisfaction. Pho? Thanks for the meal. Thank you, Uni. You're welcome. Here, give me the dishes. What? No, I'll wash the dishes. Young Mina said she would do the dishes, but Hee-yoon pointed at the table. You see that laptop over there? There's a video on it. A video? About what? Watch it and visit my brother. Young Mina, who was rather worried because parts of her memories from last night were missing, nodded her head and went to see the video. There was indeed a laptop in the living room. Is this it? She played the file that was titled Young Mina Video, which was the only file on the desktop. When she did, the video about how she clung on to Kang-yoon while he was still driving started being played. WH, what is this? Young Mina's eyes turned into that of shock. Her own self was clinging on to Kang-yoon while uttering nonsensical gibberish. All filmed. Did I make a mistake yesterday? The sky suddenly turned yellow. She was supposed to be representing the company at the part. Young Mina quickly got ready to get out and headed to World Entertainment. When she arrived at the office, Lee Hyun-ji told him that Kang-yoon was on the rooftop, and she hastily walked up to the rooftop. Ah, juicy. Slamming open the door, she called out to Kang-yoon, who was looking down from the rooftop. Kang-yoon waved at her, and she hastily walked towards him. As soon as she walked up to him, she immediately bowed. I'm so sorry. You had to go through much because of me. It was clear that an important event was ruined thanks to her. Alcohol. The alcohol was the problem. Then, Kang-yoon sighed before speaking. Yeah, you should be. Just how much did you drink yesterday? It was just 4 glasses of cocktail. I'm sure of it. What cocktail? Young Mina then spoke with a whisper-like voice. Blue something? It was some kind of jewel. It was so tasty, Young Mina stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Blue sapphire? The drinks that appeared yesterday were all expensive. I think they all had high alcohol content. Is that so? Maybe that's why I started feeling good, and my memory stopped there. Kang-yoon sighed. Thankfully, Lee Hyun-ji managed to take care of the aftermath so that no one talked about it. If Young Mina accidentally did something, Kang-yoon glared at Young Mina. Mina, although nothing bad happened this time. Yesterday is a mistake, right? Yes. I'm reflecting. Young Mina became dejected, but Kang-yoon shook his head as he continued. Although nothing much happened, I don't want to see this happening again. We were representing our company there. I hope you understand the significance of it. Yes. I'm sorry. Okay. That's enough. Kang-yoon no longer told her off. He had faith that Young Mina would not do such a thing again. He smiled and switched topics. Was breakfast good? What? Yes. Hyununi's cooking was the best. Come around next time for a meal. It must be boring for you to be all alone at the residence. Yes. Young Mina looked down. She felt sorry and embarrassed by Kang-yoon's consideration. Was he even aware that his actions were stirring even more feelings in her heart? She smiled while feeling the hand rubbing her head. Chapter 219. An Unexpected Attack. 1. I understand. So it's hard to get permission to do business, am I right? Lee Hyun-ji was putting her hand on the keyboard with her cell phone between her neck and shoulders. She showed her marvelous skills of giving instructions to Young Hae-jin and Yu Young-min by alternating her glances between them and the shelf. Unlike Yu Young-min, who had no clue what to do, Young Hae-jin brought exactly the documents Lee Hyun-ji wanted. Yu Young-min's eyes gleamed in amazement. Seonbi, how did you know that the director wanted those documents? Young Hae-jin felt proud hearing that. It works once you get used to it. Maybe I'm not used to the job. I don't understand anything when the director is like that. When Yu Young-min made a teary expression, a man's voice could be heard from behind. Maybe you'll be able to guess when you consider what kind of work the director is doing. President. It was Kang-yoon, who came down from the rooftop. It was kind of their fault for leaving the door open for ventilation and not noticing his arrival. Kang-yoon smiled as he spoke. Miss Hae-jin had a hard time at first working with the director. It's always difficult when you first start. You're doing fine as you are now, so you'll become better sooner or later. After encouraging the two, Kang-yoon walked to Lee Hyun-ji, who had just finished her call. She relayed what she talked about over the phone. Fine's Talk gave me a call. They told me that it won't be easy to get permission to do business. I did expect that, but still. It's because of the companies that are already there, isn't it? I think so, yes. Lee Hyun-ji sighed before speaking. It won't be easy getting into a market dominated by a few companies. President Ha Se-yeon also seemed to be preparing for a long fight. I should have a meeting with her soon. I have a couple of ideas in my mind, so I think we'll get something good out of a conversation. After speaking, Kang-yoon returned to his seat and turned on his PC. Kang-yoon was looking over the account of Kim Jae-hoon's concert before turning around to Lee Hyun-ji. Director, don't you think it's about time we set up an intranet system? An intranet? Lee Hyun-ji tilted her head at Kang-yoon's words. Shouldn't we invest in getting trainees or doing albums with the money rather than setting up an intranet system? We aren't big enough to warrant an intranet, and also, you know that MG is the only place with an intranet. I don't think it's necessary. She usually didn't object to Kang-yoon's ideas, but she had her doubts this time. However, Kang-yoon voiced his opinion calmly. Maybe we don't need it right now, but if we set up the intranet right now, we'll be able to work more efficiently when the company grows. Moreover, we are going to expand in the acting performance department starting with Min Jin-seo. So I think an intranet will become a must in at least 2 years. 2 years, huh? Lee Hyun-ji contemplated. In reality, having their own intranet would make work much easier. They would have a clear plan to work towards and reports would become easier, saving time. The problem was the initial cost. Since they had to consider security, it would cost a lot. It would cost as much as a release of one album if they decide to use money. This was why she was having a hard time agreeing. Noticing her worries, Kang-yoon continued to speak. Saving time is the same as saving money. I feel that. It's worth investing. Well, I guess you're right if we consider the future. If you think that now is not the right time, we can do it later. I want to set up an intranet sooner or later. After all, you're more knowledgeable when it comes to taking care of the company's internal matters. I'll leave that to you. Okay. Oh, I almost forgot. Lee Hyunji clapped as though she remembered something. You do know that we have a dinner appointment tonight, right? You mean the one with President Chu? Yes, I remember that. I'm not that enthusiastic about it, though. President Chu is quite a shrewd man. Kang-yoon burst out laughing when she said that. When it became evening, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyunji headed to a high-class Japanese restaurant where President Chu Manji was waiting. This place was known as the Holy Grail for those talking business, so it was hard to eat here. Guided by an employee, they were led to a room where President Chu Manji and Ju Ye from Jietin were waiting. Welcome. Oh, Hyunji. President Chu Manji seemed glad to see Lee Hyunji and was about to give her a hug, but was firmly rejected by her, so he made an embarrassed expression. Hey, it's between us. There's a young girl here. Please be formal, President. When Lee Hyunji pointed at Ju Ye, President Chu Manji instead burst out laughing. It's fine. She already knows what there is to know. Lee Hyunji snorted before sitting down. When Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and looked at President Chu Manji, he also looked back with a leisurely attitude. I said it back then, but you were really impressive at the party. The guys from my company could do nothing but cry at the actions of the government, but you decided to go and give them a lesson. Ha ha ha. It actually made me feel really good. Kang-yoon smiled sheepishly. I just said what was on my mind. It would for the better if the people of our industry get some firm support from the government. But most of the time, they are late to the party, so I think I was just a little bit frustrated. It's not just you. All of us know it. It's just that we aren't able to express it properly. Those people have black hearts. Ha ha ha. They then talked about recent matters. When the food started coming, they all started to eat. As they were eating, President Chu Manji talked about the matter he called them here for. Actually, I brought you here today because of an important matter. What is it? When Kang-yoon made a confused expression, President Chu Manji continued to speak with a serious expression. Actually, Jietin is going to China soon. We got a contract, and we had a photo shoot scheduled this week as well. However, Hea's department store decided to delay the photo shoot. When I looked into the reason, I was able to get the intel that Yerong was doing something with Hea's. I don't know what exactly went on behind the scenes, but I was able to get that. Winkle from Yerong was being discussed as a strong competitor for Jietin. So to sum it up, Yinsul and Hea's were doing business together, but Yerong decided to jump in. Ugh. President Chu Manji groaned in anger. Although he was usually a bright man, his emotions were leaking as he couldn't hold his anger this time. Lee Hyunji spoke with a serious expression. At this point, you have a bad fate with them. Didn't President Kang Sherm-young do something similar in Japan? Really, that man has a problem. He uses any means possible in order to earn money. He'll fall hard one day. President Chu Manji sighed and drank some alcohol. Kang-yoon toasted with him lightly as he spoke. If it's something that requires negotiation with a department store, is it about being a model for the department store? Since it's related to Jietin, I don't think this is music related. If I remember correctly, the Hea's department store is quite large in China. Yes, it's about being a model. Hea's is ranked within the top 5 of all department stores in China. Their growth is fast and is generally considered to rise to rank 3 within a year. The reason they picked Jietin as a model this time was a part of that. In the department store's perspective, it is no wonder that they have to have deep considerations. Although the reputation of Korean stars went down a lot with the matters related to Jin Seo last time, the singers still have it good so. But isn't Jietin more popular than Winkle? They shouldn't be ignoring the reputations of the groups in Korea. When Kang-yoon made a confused expression, President Chu Manji sighed. At first, I thought that too and didn't think much about this. But now that the photo shoot was delayed and the rumors that are floating around, it made me uneasy. Moreover, even ETM Entertainment, who we planned this with, doesn't know why Hea's department store decided to do this. This will be annoying if this is because of lobbying or sponsors. What was once a guarantee became postponed. The Hea's department store wasn't a corporation that had a leisurely attitude about doing things. The fact that they delayed in doing something was plenty to make President Chu Manji feel uneasy. Lee Hyunji quietly spoke. There's no reason for such a huge company to do sponsors like that. If it's found out, their reputation will go downhill. Forgive me for saying this, but I think they may have found Yeron's offer more tempting than Yoon-sul's. Although it might sound a little offensive, President Chu Manji didn't mind and spoke. Is it that after all? At this rate, they might break the contract. Just as President Chu Manji tried to cover his worried face with his hand, Lee Hyun-ji asked quietly, President Chu, what is it that you really want to say? President Chu Manji fell silent. This was an important moment. Even Ju Ye, who was eating greedily until now, put down her chopsticks and nervously gulped. It was quiet to the point that the ticking of the clock could be heard. When President Chu Manji hesitated to speak, Kang-yoon calmly, you should tell us without worries. We know that this isn't easy for us either. Eventually, President Chu Manji's eyes looked resolved. This matter about Jieting going to China, won't you do it with us? The table fell silent once again. After switching to world entertainment, Min Jin-seo spent practically no time as a public figure. For the first few weeks, she rarely left the apartment. When she opened her eyes, she started watching movies, dramas, and reality shows on TV, and wore the same training outfit for an entire week at a time. Thanks to that, her skin tone had become somewhat whiter, but she had also started gaining weight. Despite this, Kang Ji-jun did not tell her off or anything. In fact, he helped her out by ordering fried chicken at night. Her current lifestyle continued for almost 2 months. Min Jin-seo eventually felt pressured by Kang Ji-jun's actions. I feel sorry, team leader Kang, not to mention the president. I do need to work. She was extremely apologetic as she was on the phone with Lee Hyun-ji. However, the voice from the other side was soft. You worked hard until now. You must be burned out. You can rest as long as you want. Thank you. After the call, Min Jin-seo threw her phone onto the sofa and lied down. I'm like a pig. She pinched on her stomach, which looked just right. Although no one would say anything about her, the previous her would find this unacceptable. Should I start jogging tomorrow? She made a decision before standing up. At that moment, the bell rang. When she had a look at the intercom screen, she saw Kang Ji-jun with snacks in both of his hands. So you were resting. Kang Ji-jun smiled and started unpacking the sundae and tteokbokki that he brought. Eating, Min Jin-seo asked, Team leader, is it really fine if I don't do anything? Yeah, it's fine. You can just rest easy. It feels somewhat awkward. Min Jin-seo found this funny since this kind of life was unimaginable while she was at MG. She was beginning to get worried that she might be forgotten by the public after resting so long. It's really fine. You can just rest without thinking about the difficult things. But the company invested a lot of money in me. Nah. When she said that, Kang Ji-jun waved his hand. Complicated stuff like that can come later. I'll tell you this. You were worth that investment. That's why the president invested in you. Really, the president isn't the type of person to invest that kind of money just because he knows you. Or is it that you want to make a comeback quickly? Not yet. I just feel so apologetic. Both to Sir and to you. She wanted to rest a little more. That was her honest opinion. Apologetic, huh? Why don't you do this then? Do what? When Min Jin-seo blinked, Kang Ji-jun smiled and spoke. You said you wanted to go to school, right? Yes. What does that have? To go to school, you will have to study, right? Why don't you try studying since you're resting anyway? Should I? Is there an academy or something I can go to? If a celebrity decided to go to an academy or a cram school, it would instantly make it to the news. Min Jin-seo didn't want any attention on her yet other than through acting. Noticing her worries, Kang Ji-jun nodded. Okay, you can start with online lessons. And if you need to, we can look into academies later. Your first objective is the college entrance exam. Can I do it? It's fine if you don't. It's just an experience. Min Jin-seo nodded with a smile. Seeing that, Kang Ji-jun made a satisfied smile as well. Let's introduce her to many things in her rest period. The coming year will make her rise to new heights in her career. I think getting in love is also a good option, but I won't be able to handle the consequences, so no. Kang Ji-jun wrote down the things necessary for the plans he had. Chapter 220. An unexpected attack. 2. President Chu Manji was resolved when he said those words, but Kang-yoon couldn't accept his proposal easily. That's not something I can decide easily. Kang-yoon sighed as he spoke. This means that we would be joining the fight between Yoon-sul and Yerong, in China no less. We'd naturally become enemies with Yerong. As far as I am aware, World and Yerong don't have a good relationship either. President Chu Manji ended up uttering what he was thinking in a hurry. He was well aware of what President Kang Shirmyung thought about world entertainment. However, despite the slightly offensive words, Kang-yoon spoke calmly. We never directly went against them. I'll be honest here. For us to do this, we'd be carrying some risk as well. Is there something that world had to gain from interfering? Tell me what you can offer me. That was what Kang-yoon was saying. President Chu Manji noticed what Kang-yoon intended to say and replied. I heard that you visited China recently. Yes, I visited because of Jin Seo's matters. You had another objective, did you not? Another objective? Edios. They need to go to China as well, don't they? Kang-yoon's eyes widened. Yes, I've met a few people related to the Chinese media, but the results weren't that good. I heard that connections were a must in order to work in China, but it wasn't easy to find one. That connection. President Chu Manji's eyes gleamed. I'll find one for you. No, I can be one. President. Actually, if it's you, President Lee, I think you'll do fine in China even without any foundations. It's just that you'll need time. I'll shorten that time for you. Kang-yoon looked towards Lee Hyunji. Lee Hyunji wrote something on her phone and showed it to him. That's not enough. Kang-yoon nodded and continued to speak. This is about us. Making enemies with Yerong. I heard that Yerong was on close terms with MG recently, so it might mean even bigger trouble for us. I'm sorry, but it's hard for me to decide. President Chu Manji also knew what Kang-yoon and Lee Hyunji's intentions were. Give me more. After thinking about it, President Chu Manji sighed and spoke again. I heard that Jenny was leaving Modern Farmer. Lee Hyunji replied to that. Yes, she consumed much of her image, so it's about time she stopped going there. Why are you talking about that? I'm not sure, but do you know producer Yeo Han-ji? His words were rather sudden, but Lee Hyunji nodded. I do. He's the producer that received a colossal sum of money to go to a private TV station from a public TV station. I will make it so that someone you want from your own company to feature in a show handled by him. Lee Hyunji was at a loss for words, and President Chu Manji continued to speak. World stars don't appear in reality shows that often. There's the reason that music alone is sufficient of a promotion, but the power of TV shows in Korea is great. Moreover, there would be an even bigger impact if someone who rarely shows up on TV showed up on a reality show. Moreover, this is about producer Yeo Han-ji, so viewership is guaranteed. That's the extent I can guarantee you. President Chu Manji closed his eyes. He offered his conditions, so it was up to Kang-yoon to decide now. Lee Hyunji wrote some words on her phone. Again and showed it to him. I'll follow your decisions, President. She meant that the offer outweighed the risks of going against Yerong. Seeing Lee Hyunji's message, Kang-yoon turned around to President Chu Manji again. Can I ask you one thing? What is it? What I'm going to do is planning. Well, I'll be doing some on-site work as well. Yes. Why do you ask? Kang-yoon's eyes gleamed. Then, let me participate in this project not as the CEO of World Entertainment, but as an individual producer. Although he sounded like he was just playing with words, this was important. He was going to collaborate with Yoon Sul as an individual producer, and thus his actions did not represent the actions of World Entertainment. Although it might not make much of a difference, it was a good enough of a safety precaution. Okay, please take care of us in the future then. Noticing Kang-yoon's intentions, President Chu Manji smiled as he shook hands with him. 2 days later, leaving the office to Lee Hyunji, Kang-yoon flew over to China. As Yunsul Entertainment hadn't set up their own office, their work was done in an office room allocated to them by ETM Entertainment. Although he was still feeling the jet lag, Kang-yoon started working immediately. The models used by Hae's department store include famous actresses, and there are even novelists. Most of these are famous people. They focused on popularity rather than looks. Moreover, most of these models were over 30 years old. Just why did they decide to go with Jetin this time? President Chu Manji said that the Hae's department store was looking for a big leap. He aimed precisely for that. Jetin fits the criteria in that sense. Not only was the group hugely popular in Korea, but they were also young as well. They didn't lack anything. The photo shoot was suddenly delayed. It was by the department store themselves no less. This means that something's changed internally. Kang-yoon thought about many situations, such as a simple change of mind from the one in charge of this project to the lack of funds. It'll be foolish to keep looking at them. What's important is that Jetin makes an appearance in China. It's pointless to be hung up on this. I think I should consider the worst-case scenario and start from scratch. Let's make a plan first. When he summarized the situation, he saw a way out. Kang-yoon brought together the team members and held a meeting. The team leader's awkward Chinese pronunciation made the employees of ETM Entertainment a little agonized at first. Still, it took less than 10 minutes for those people to be absorbed by Kang-yoon's actions. After the meeting, Kang-yoon called President Chu Manji. "I'm sorry. It's not easy to meet the director that was in charge of this." He heard President Chu Manji's dejected voice, but he encouraged him. "It should be them that are in a difficult position, but it seems like they aren't. I think they have a plan to replace ours." "Wait, to replace us? You mean, Yerong?" President Chu Manji wished Kang-yoon to not say those words, but his wish didn't come true. "I'm not sure, but bad premonitions are right most of the time. That makes me feel powerless. I wish that it wasn't true, but since it's you saying it, I think you are right." President Chu Manji sounded powerless as he said that, but Kang-yoon spoke rationally. "I believe that they're weighing their options. Otherwise, there's no way they rejected meeting you. I don't think it'll be easy to meet them no matter what we do for a while." "That's painful. I'm sorry. I might have dragged you into a mess." Kang-yoon encouraged President Chu Manji. President Chu Manji bitterly told him that he'd be back soon. An hour later, President Chu Manji returned with a bitter expression. "President Lee, I thought about it as I came here, but I believe that Hayes talked extensively with Yerong. I didn't know they'd move so fast." President Chu Manji was restless and couldn't even sit down, but Kang-yoon was calm. "I think that it's better if we don't go to Hayes department store starting tomorrow." President Chu Manji spoke with a deep voice. "Shouldn't we try at least?" Hearing that, Kang-yoon shook his head. "Originally, yes. But looking at things now, President Chu Manji emphasized his words. "I think our opinions differ on this part. I will choose to meet them somehow and get this cleared." Kang-yoon no longer tried to persuade him otherwise. However, some things did tug on his mind. "I think Yerong is several steps ahead. If the situation keeps dragging on like this, we won't be able to do anything. We need to change the situation." Kang-yoon turned his eyes to his project proposal that he wrote. "President Kang, wow, I'm really liking you more and more." "Kai-huh." The chubby man wearing a suit laughed while receiving a pour of wine from a lady next to him. President Kang Shermyong, who had a lady of his own next to him, drank the wine with a leisurely expression. "I'm thankful that you said that. Fufufu. I won't forget this grace. A man who can appreciate the arts." Hara. On the suited man's wrist was a gold watch that he had never worn before. Unlike President Chu Manji, who dueled solely with his planning skills, President Kang Shermyong used various other methods to get what he wanted. "What grace? I just got you that because you didn't seem to have one that fits your status, Director Lu Yang." "Ha ha. You're good with your words too. Well, this is why the girls of Winkle are so good, I guess. Because they're under the care of someone like you. They're lacking, but I'm glad that you think of them that way." The man's words continued. "Actually, the other directors don't know their stuff. I decide everything. You saw last time, didn't you? That whatever team is left in the dust with a single word from me. Trust me, and trust me only. Trust me, and you'll get everything you want. Everything. Ha ha ha. This humble Kang Shermyong is really at ease to meet a man like you, Director. Here, have another glass." "Thank you." The two drank throughout the night. President Chu Manji visited the Hayes department store every day, but he wasn't able to meet the director that was in charge of the project. In fact, on the fourth day, he wasn't even able to meet the secretary before he was chased out, so his self-confidence fell rock bottom. Is the contract just for show? President Chu Manji left the department store, feeling flabbergasted. He wanted to complain to the man in charge, but he never got to meet him. There was no way he had any influence in this country. Damn it. In front of the department store, President Chu Manji spat on the floor in front of a lot of people. They're scheming to break the contract. Haha, does everyone here work like this? This was the first time he was treated like this after the contract was signed. Just what kind of work ethics did this Hayes department store have? At this rate, even ETM Entertainment might turn their back on him. However, complaining outside their door did nothing in his favor. In the end, he returned to ETM Entertainment. He powerlessly walked towards the office, where Kang-yoon worked for the past 4 days without rest. When he went there, he saw Kang-yoon greeting him with a grown beard. "Did something." happened? President Chu Manji looked down, saying that the contract looked like it was out of reach as well as the story of being rejected at the door. Hearing that, Kang-yoon felt extremely bitter. So it comes down to that after all. You knew this would happen? I predicted as such. Yerong is quiet, but you're in a rush. This means that Yerong has an ace up their sleeves. Hayes' management is avoiding meeting with you, so their management was likely bought out by Yerong. President Chu Manji thought so as well, but he didn't want to believe that it was true. He was that desperate this time. Seeing President Chu Manji make a sad expression, Kang-yoon handed him an envelope. What's this? The results of 4 days of work on my part. It might be useless now. Working with Kang-yoon didn't change anything. He took out the contents with a powerless expression. Reading the crucial keywords with what little Chinese knowledge he had, he widened his eyes. Signed department store? Wait, isn't this place? Having come across the critical part, President Chu Manji asked with surprise, and Kang-yoon replied with a smile. Hayes department store isn't the only department store out there. Signed department store. This place looked like they were investing in marketing as well. Thanks to the authority you assigned to me, I was able to create an interesting result in collaboration with ETM Entertainment. An interesting result? Signed department was ranked 7th in the industry. They're investing heavily in marketing to leap into the top 5. I created my proposal based on that, and I received positive feedback today. I didn't think that they'd reply immediately. I thought I'd have to wait longer. Kang-yoon's smirk looked like an angelic smile in President Chu Manji's eyes. Chapter 221. An unexpected attack. 3. Signed department store. Huh. Don't tell me why you never left this place for the past few days was all because of. President Chu Manji's touching expression made Kang-yoon scratch his bearded chin awkwardly. At first, I created proposals for both possibilities. As you originally intended to, one was to send to Hayes department store, and the other was for Sign. I sent the 2 business proposals to both stores on the same day. Sign department store showed a positive reaction, while Hayes did not give feedback at all, not even a negative one. That's strange. There's also the fact that I didn't get to see anyone in charge, and now this. Perhaps there's something that they don't want us to find out. Hearing that, President Chu Manji felt a shiver run down his spine. Kang-yoon continued speaking calmly. I think we're already past the point of no return with Hayes department store. From now on, we need to focus on working with Cyan. I feel like I lost to Kang Shermayog now. When Kang-yoon heard that, he shook his head. No, it will be different this time. Different? How? Would you? Have a look at page 3. President Chu Manji flipped over the papers that Kang-yoon had given him. There, he saw the dates of Jietin's photo shoot and the public promotion date of both department stores. Now that I think about it, Hayes and Cyan's discount event period overlaps. That's a coincidence. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. That's one of the reasons why I chose Cyan. We can't stay still after getting beaten up, no? Of course, that's right. Ha. Kang-yoon's words made President Chu Manji laugh his heart out. A few days later, the contract between Yunsul and ETM Entertainment and Hayes department store was broken. Although there was the matter of the contract penalty, ETM Entertainment stepped in. The problem with the contract penalty fee was settled before the 2 sides erupted in battle. President Chu Manji had predicted that they would be fighting for a long time over legal issues, but was surprised to see that it was settled so quickly. The problem was settled much more easily than I thought. President Chu Manji was on the wheel, and he tilted his head as he didn't understand. Kang-yoon, in the passenger seat, solved his questions. They probably decided to put this under the cover without a word since they have something they don't want us finding out. So it would have been troublesome even if we did end up working with them. They would have asked us to do all sorts of things. Yes, they might have asked for unreasonable things. Oh, is Jietin's photo shoot going well? Today was the day of the photo shoot. As such, Kang-yoon and Chu Manji were heading towards the photo shoot studio after they finished work. President Chu Manji stopped the car in front of a traffic light and spoke. Well, I'll have to go there to find out. Although ETM told me to leave it to them, their eyes are different from ours. The 2 quickly headed to the studio. When they arrived, the photo shoot had just entered a period of rest. President Chu Manji greeted the buyer and headed to the photographer looking at the photos taken until now, while Kang-yoon headed to where Jietin was. President Chu Manji looked at the photo where Ju Ye was wearing a dress while wearing a golden wavy hair wig and frowned. What is it? Nothing. Is Ye's expression a little awkward? The photographer blinked several times, hearing President Chu Manji's question. He didn't know whether the photo theme was wrong or the photos themselves were incorrect. While looking through the photos, President Chu Manji's expression became worse as well. He eventually went to Kang-yoon, who was having a conversation with Jietin. President Lee. What is it? When Kang-yoon asked back, President Chu Manji replied in a small voice. The results are too mediocre. How is the buyer reacting? At Kang-yoon's question, President Chu Manji shook his head. He's not saying much. Maybe he didn't see the photos, or maybe he wants us to do something. I don't know what he's thinking. It looks like the photographer doesn't work well with the girls. That's troublesome. Kang-yoon made a bitter expression. The photographer was someone recommended to them by ETM Entertainment, and he specialized in taking photos for album covers. Although they wanted to hire a photographer specialized in model shoots, there weren't any available, so they went with someone capable that had some time. The result was this. Composer, is there trouble? Zhu Ye, the visuals member of the group, looked towards Kang-yoon with curiosity. Kang-yoon then alternated his glance between her and the photographer. Can you follow me for a sec? Whoa! Being dragged by Kang-yoon so suddenly, Zhu Ye was brought up to the photographer. The photographer was very nervous since Kang-yoon and the photo model approached him this time after a visit from President Chu Manji. What is it? Can we have a look at Ye's photos? The photographer pouted a little before telling his assistant to bring the photos. Kang-yoon flipped over each of the photos with Zhu Ye wearing a dress while wearing a wavy wig and fell into contemplation. Wait, my eyes look wrong. Zhu Ye tilted her head while looking at the photos. She was supposed to give off a soft gaze look, but it turned out very awkward. The buyer, managing director Ding Hanwei, who was quietly watching all this time, approached them. Is something not going well? Zhu Ye flinched since the buyer sounded very cold. Kang-yoon replied calmly with his awkward Chinese speech. The photos are a little awkward, so I'm checking them. Is that so? Let me see. Phew, I really don't get it. Do as you wish. I'm good as long as I have results. He turned around. Although he acted like he wasn't bothered to say anything, his eyes had sunk. So he intends to watch. Kang-yoon realized the buyer's intent. He turned around to the photographer. I'm sorry for asking this, but can we do this scene again? I think our girls weren't up to par here. I'm sorry about this. Although there was some mistake on the photographer's part, Kang-yoon didn't blame him and blamed the model instead. Hearing that, the photographer also made an awkward expression and spoke. All right, I'll do my best. The photographer nodded at Kang-yoon's words. The photo shoot resumed. The photographer, unlike before, spent a lot of time in each shot. He readjusted the lights and put a lot of effort into the props. The assistants became busier, and the photographer asked a lot of things from the models. The girls of Jietin had some trouble making the right expression, and the photographer shot many photos in order to not miss out on any shots. Kang-yoon and Chu Manji watched as all this unfolded. The buyer was surprised as well. Well, aren't we pushing them too hard now? The buyer approached and whispered to Kang-yoon, but he shook his head. We have to have the people change their assumption of the sign department store after looking at those girls, don't we? But they're working too hard. The buyer had seen many photo shoots of many photo models until now, but this was the first time he saw one that had such an effort invested. After that tall man spoke a few words to the photographer and the models, the very environment around here had switched. He's good. The buyer quietly called for his secretary and instructed to look into that man. The photo shoot continued. The results were worth the day of effort put in. Thank you all for your work. Along with the words from an assistant, the photo shoot that began in the morning finally saw its end. President Lee, thank you for your work. You too, President Chu. Kang-yoon had a look at the clock and saw that it was going past 11 p.m. The members of Jietin had practically buried themselves in their chairs, while the photographer and his team also looked exhausted. Kang-yoon approached the photographer and his team. Thank you for your work today. You too, team leader. Kang-yoon's official position in this place was planning team leader. Kang-yoon turned around with the photographer to face their backs on everyone else before handing him an envelope. What's this? It's just a form of appreciation from me since you worked so hard today. Why don't you go to the hot springs and relieve yourself and your team of fatigue a little? Whoa, thank you very much. Seeing the photographer reacting joyfully, Kang-yoon turned around with a smile. Soon, the sound of cheers could be heard. Hearing that, President Chu Manji asked with a confused expression, "What did you tell them for them to act like that?" Haha, I want to know too. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. There was no reason for him to report spending his own money. Han Hyo-young of Dietin looked up towards President Chu. President. Well done, everyone. It's late right now, so let's go me food. Does she not know that she's supposed to be on a diet? While Kang-yoon chuckled, President Chu Manji's eyes twitched. Although Kang-yoon was absent, world entertainment was rather peaceful. White Moonlight had regular activities, and the other singers also got ready for their next event. The company was doing well. Well, if there was one problem, it was that all the artists were too enthusiastic. Late evening. Lee Hyun-ji was listening to a song made by Lee Hyun-ah. You want to release an album with this song? Yes. Lee Hyun-ji paused the music and put her hand on her chin. Hyun, who was with them, added, "It's a good song. It's a song that is different from Hyun-on's usual song. It's honest and sad. It's an emotion that only a girl in love could convey, I guess." So composer Lee thinks it's okay? Yes, definitely. Hyun's eyes were filled with confidence. There aren't many effects added. It's tranquil. But does it fit the current trend? Honestly, the lyrics were okay, but the slow accompaniment was not to her liking. Lee Hyun-ji was at a loss. If it were Kang-yoon, he would have allowed the artist to forge ahead if their will was strong. But Lee Hyun-ji was more careful about everything. The president would have let me do this, though. Lee Hyun-ah grumbled in a quiet voice, but Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. Perhaps, the president is someone who can make a song big in some way or the other. However, I don't have such talents. Why don't you work on it for some more time and go to the president with it? Lee Hyun-ah found it unfortunate, but she couldn't speak anymore. Lee Hyun-ji's logic was flawless. After Lee Hyun-ji left the studio, Lee Hyun-ah heaved a sigh. The director is hard as always. Hyun agreed. You're right. But she's right as well. Why don't you take it to Appa after all? No. Hyun's eyes widened, hearing the unexpected answer. Uni, I want to try persuading the director with this song. Won't it mean that the public would like it if the director likes it? Let's make the song so that everyone will like it. Miss Composer, please have a look over it again. Please. When Hyun nodded, Lee Hyun-ah was filled with motivation again. In China, President Kang Shurmyung's plans were going very smoothly. He worked very well with the company he cooperated with while in China and the contract with Hea's department. Store was like a smooth drive like driving in the Autobahn. If this goes well, we can make our debut with this. Japan and now China. If both were successful, it would no longer be a dream to catch up to MG's scale. Hey. President Kang Shurmyung had come here to meet director Liu Yang of Hea's department store and ended up laughing to himself. People should always work with other people. In this industry, people are everything. Grabbing the attention of director Liu Yang. He felt that this was a godly move. Soon he was guided by the secretary to the director's office, where director Liu Yang was waiting for him. The short, chubby man with small eyes, director Liu Yang, greeted him. Welcome. Haraha. The two talked about the regular discount event that would start in another hour. The girls of Winkle were quite cute. I was shocked when I watched the photo shoot. Thank you for looking at them in a positive light. I have enormous expectations for this event. It's not just me. The president thinks the same. If things go well this time, let's collaborate on many other things in the future. Well, I'd be thankful if you do. President Kang Shurmyung smiled. The two had a leisurely tea time together when the telephone started ringing. Director, the president wants you to come to his office immediately. The president? Okay, I'll go right now. Director Liu Yang put his coat on and told President Kang Shurmyung, I'll be right back. Please wait for me. Let's go to the hot springs together or something. Very well. As President Kang Shurmyung didn't have anything else for today, he waited in Director Liu Yang's office while using his smartphone. However, Director Liu Yang didn't come back even after an hour had also passed, though he said that he'd be right back. Did something happen? He tilted his head. President Kang Shurmyung felt strange and had a look at the entrance of the department store. When he looked down, he saw many people crowding the place. Did something happen? Did going with Winkle have a converse effect? If that happened, there should be fewer people, so that didn't seem the case. While he brought up questions in his mind, Director Liu Yang returned. Unlike when he left, his face was flushed this time. Director, Did something happen? When President Kang Shurmyung asked carefully, Director Liu Yang shouted with fiery eyes. Cyan, those trash at the sign department store decided to scout those dregs. Huh, that's perfect. What? Dregs? What's guillotine those Korean things? They modeled for Cyan in their discount event period. Huh, it wasn't just me. All the directors were called to the president's office this time. Huh, President Kang Shurmyung felt like he was stabbed in the back. Chu Manji. That man. Huh, there was a reason he was staying quiet. There was a reason why he stayed still despite the broken contract with Hea's department store. He kept watching President Chu Manji's movements, but he never seemed to have visited any other department stores from the reports he received. Guillotine versus Winkle? Huh. He felt his vision darkening as this turned into a battle between two Korean idol groups. Chapter 222. An Unexpected Attack. 4. A huge photo of Guillotine was hung up on the Cyan department store's 12 stories tall front wall. At the same time, Cyan, Hea's, and numerous other department stores started a period of discount sales. This staked Guillotine's introduction into China, and for Cyan, they were at an essential junction of whether they could leap into the top 5 or not. Inside a meeting room at the Cyan department store, President Chu Manji kept smiling because he found it funny the more he thought about it. Kang Shurmyung. That dude should be quite stumped right about now, eh? Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. He shouldn't have predicted a competition against another Korean artist. Both Hea's and Yerong should be stumped. Ha ha ha. President Chu Manji felt very refreshed. Even though Kang Shurmyung managed to drive Guillotine out of the picture, the one who got attacked in the end was Kang Shurmyung himself. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon's fingers were busy typing on his phone. I'm about to go into a meeting. What are you doing? I'm jogging in Honggang. Happy face, you're having a meeting again? T to the power of T. Yeah, can you take my place instead? That sounds impossible. Sorry. When? Kang-yoon typed on his phone with a grin on his face. President Chu Manji asked with a joking tone. Oh ho, President Lee. Why are you having so much fun? Is it your girlfriend? Does it look like it? Yes. The expression you're making isn't possible if it isn't the person you like. Ha ha. Is that so? Kang-yoon didn't deny his claim. Seeing that, President Chu Manji laughed in an even louder voice. Good times. Yeah, dating is when it's the sweetest. Just dating, of course. Why are women cute like rabbits before marriage, but turn into elephants after marriage? No way. Other men will be angry if you speak like that. We all know who your wife is. Kang-yoon found it absurd. President Chu Manji's wife was an ex-actress, and her hot body figure caused quite an issue a few times throughout her career. However, President Chu Manji didn't seem to care about all that, and shook his head. President Lee. President Chu Manji whispered to Kang-yoon with serious eyes. Do you know who the prettiest woman is in the world? What? It's another's woman. What? Kang-yoon blinked several times, and that made President Chu Manji laugh again. Ha ha. You're quite conservative, President Lee. I don't know who it is, but she's quite blessed. You're capable, you're a romanticist, and oh, I wonder who it is. Sheesh, President. You're making comments that might make the readers stop reading. President Chu Manji's joke made Kang-yoon shrug. Not long after that conversation, the staff members of the Cyan department store entered the meeting room. They compared the sales of the same discount event period they held last year and told the two people that the total number of transactions had almost doubled, praising Kang-yoon and President Chu Manji. It was a little pity that they didn't have accurate data to see if they actually entered the top 5. Still, comparing the number of guests and the sales numbers, it was clear that the guests visiting Cyan's department store outnumbered the guests that visiting the Hea's department store. The building was filled to the brim with people, so maybe that was an indication. Moreover, their model, Guillotine, sometimes showed up at the department store, so the effects were multiplied. The one in charge of this marketing promotion, Managing Director Ding Hanwei, gave Kang-yoon and President Chu Manji glances of satisfaction after finishing his presentation. We had never seen such a significant effect from using models since our department store's founding. Moreover, we received an additional promotion from the models' visits, so the reactions are explosive. If we keep going like this, entering the top 5 in the industry will no longer be just a dream. We're glad to hear that you're expecting good results. President Chu Manji replied with a satisfied smile. Managing Director Ding Hanwei spoke with the people of his company before speaking to the two of them in a serious expression. We believe that Diatin is creating Yo Kirk, Chinese tourists. The cosmetics of K-House that Diatin featured in has tourists buying their products in bulk. The products of K-House that Diatin modeled for before were mostly out of stock. Thanks to modeling for the department store, the products of K-House had 2 truck shipments of products per week. The way the customers were buying products was similar to how the Yuk bought products in Korea. The companies that these tourists visited were screaming in joy as they bought out products in bulk with their huge budget. I'm thankful that you. President Chu Manji was about to thank them, but Kang-yoon quietly grabbed his hand. What is it? I think we should keep listening. The important part has yet to come. As Kang-yoon predicted, Managing Director Ding Hanwei spoke about the important part with a calm tone. We asked Diatin to model for us for this season only, but this time, we'd like to ask for a formal contract to have them model for us exclusively. I hope we can continue our excellent relationship. For President Chu Manji, this was an excellent deal. This was the same as saying that Diatin could start off with wings in China. He was about to accept without a second thought, but Kang-yoon grabbed his hand. I think it's better if we should probe them more. President Lee. President Chu Manji was shocked at Kang-yoon's guts. Actually, they were the ones in an inferior position in this contract. However, Kang-yoon was saying the two of them should ask for more despite being in an inferior position. President Chu Manji met eyes with Kang-yoon before saying dejectedly, "Thank you for your words. However, I think we will have to consult ETM Entertainment's side before deciding." Hearing that, Managing Director Ding Hanwei nodded his head. Well, this is an important matter after all. I look forward to a positive reply from you. Like that, the meeting ended and the two of them returned to ETM Entertainment. Inside the car, President Chu Manji asked why Kang-yoon told him to reject the contract. If we delay the contract, someone else might take credit for our work, like what Kang Shimyung did. Although I did listen to your words, I do want to listen to your explanation. Hearing his words, Kang-yoon replied while driving. Like what you told them, there is the fact that we should consult ETM before we come to a decision. And we also must look at the conditions of the contract first. Here, we can only protect ourselves. Their offer is good, yes, but I feel like you were too rushed, President Chu. So I put the brakes on. I think that was a good enough proposal to rush into. If they're mentioning Yuks, they're saying that they only have us in mind. That means, for me, I think that they're probing us out with that proposal today. Hearing Kang-yoon's words, President Chu Manji fell silent. I felt like you were being dragged into their pace, so I put the brakes on. If we get caught up in their pace, they might try to shave down the value of Diatin and try to get a low price for our work. They already saw the effects of Diatin, so they can't go with anyone else. You are the one with the knife. Why are you trying to hand it over to them? I get that you're in a rush due to the matter with Yerong, but I hope you can be more rational. Kang-yoon's advice seemed to have worked, and President Chu Manji closed his eyes. He was silent all the way until they arrived at ETM Entertainment, and he only spoke after entering the parking lot. Now that I think about it, you are right, President Lee. It looks like Yerong was on my mind. This is a fight that I already won. After parking, Kang-yoon pulled out the car keys and handed it over to President Chu Manji. It's not that surprising. We have many people we are responsible for. There's a lot of pressure on our shoulders, so it's no wonder that many things will get to your mind. Haha. Looks like I got to learn something from you today. You really are a person who's worth learning from. Not at all. I also learn a lot from you, President Chu. Oh, really? Like what, for example? Kang-yoon made a joking smile. Like how another man's woman is the prettiest? Getting off the car, President Chu Manji lightly hit Kang-yoon's shoulders. Although they had some trouble between them thanks to business matters, they got on even closer. Terms. Leaving the director's office, President Kang Shimyung clutched his aching head. What the hell do they want from me at this point? Grumbling in Korean so that the secretary wouldn't be able to hear him, he bit his lips. He wasn't confident in holding himself back unless he vented his frustration somewhere. The sales of Heia's department store certainly saw an increase after using Winkle as a model. However, Sign department store, located next to them, was dubbed the department store that Yuks go to and saw an unprecedented number of guests. Without even looking at the graph, it was obvious who was doing better. After this week, the staff's gazes that looked at him started turning strange, and by now, They found him very disturbing. Yeah, I don't like you either. Duh. Leaving in his car, President Kang-yoon shouted. Just where did it all go wrong? They managed to sign a contract with another department store in such a short time? Is that even possible? Hei's department store was already talking with Yerong not long after Yunsul decided to work with them, so it wasn't surprising there. Just how did sign department store work to get that result? Looking at a business proposal alone would take days. From creating a team to signing the contract, it would take at least a month to get things ready. It just doesn't make sense. The times don't match at all. No, wait, was their proposal God sent? A proposal that would capture the hearts of those that read it? And a perfectly timed calculation? No way. How is that even possible? If the proposal suited the department store's tastes entirely, then it was possible. That was easy to say. Not only must the proposal be extremely captivating to the one in charge, but they also needed to have a team already working on a similar project. There was also a matter of budget as well. Unless the one that planned this was someone exceptional, it was pretty much impossible. But then, the impossible actually happened? It looks like I was thoroughly defeated by President Chu this time. No, wait, this wouldn't be that man's doing. Who is behind this? As a reflection of his turmoiled heart, the car he drove also roughly drove on the road. After successfully finishing his business in China, Kang-yoon returned to Korea. President Chu Manji saw him off himself and shouted to him as he saw him off. This Chu Manji will never forget what you've done for me. Next time, we'll see in China. Kang-yoon waved his hand back awkwardly because his words were a little too cheesy. When he returned to Korea, it was already the middle of the night. He just came out of the arrival's gate, and a familiar figure, wearing a hat to cover her face, approached him. Why you? Kang-yoon's eyes widened. You just got into an accident not too long ago. It's fine. Let's go. Kang-yoon hurried to the parking lot, worried that someone might recognize her. When they arrived at the parking lot, he was greeted with a foreign car shaped like a beetle. It was a car that the ladies liked. He was putting luggage in the back, and the lady decided to sit in the driver's seat, which made Kang-yoon widen his eyes. Mina, this car. Wait, you learned to drive. Taking off her hat, young Mina replied with a bright smile. This is basic stuff. I'm actually quite good at driving. I'm a little worried now. Trust me on this one. The car that housed the two slowly left the parking lot. However, even after entering the motorway, the car didn't speed up at all. The cars behind them all overtook the car they were in. Don't you think you should accelerate a little? I know. Hearing that, Kang-yoon felt a shiver running down on his back. 2 hands on the wheel, leaning forward. She was a stereotypical beginner driver. Moreover, the skies were dark. Mina, you should turn the headlights on. Lights, yes. Where was it again? That's the wiper. Whoa. Ajusi. Kang-yoon tried to calm young Mina down since she looked like she was about to panic. It's fine, so calm down. The knob for the headlights is on the other side of the one for the wiper. Why, you mean here? Young Mina made the mistake of putting the left blinker on and turning it off again before finding the correct dial. I found it. Good. Now try to speed up a little more. Kang-yoon ended up having to do a driving lesson for young Mina, who was a little more confident now. Although it took some time, the car the two of them were headed to Seoul. After getting used to driving a little, Kang-yoon could have a conversation with her. Don't you feel pain anywhere? Of course. Who do you think I am? Don't be so confident of yourself, and tell me if you feel hurt anywhere. You won't know when the aftermath will kick in after a traffic accident. Yes. Young Mina was excited to talk with Kang-yoon. The car was a space for just the two of them. It was worth having come all the way here without telling Lee Hyun. I told the director specifically not to come to pick me up today. How did you know I was coming? I sneaked a peek at the director's phone. What? How? The director is quite vulnerable. She doesn't lock her phone with a password. Kang-yoon sighed. He only told Lee Hyunji the time of his arrival and no one else. I'm thankful that you're here, but I hope you don't do dangerous things like this in the future. Please. I don't want to. Mina. Then she should keep receiving from him? She couldn't do even a little thing like this? She pouted. How am I supposed to get progress if I keep receiving? What? I didn't quite get Woa. Mina, up ahead. Woa. The road home was filled with 10% warmth and 90% thrill. The next day, Kang-yoon came to work at a very early time. He had many things to do since he had been absent for a while. He turned the lights on in the empty office and found a file on his desk. Huh? What's this score about? Kang-yoon found a score titled Composed by Lee Hyun-ah, arranged by Lee Hee-yoon, and a USB. He plugged the USB in immediately. Oh, when the speakers showed him white light, Kang-yoon's eyes narrowed. Chapter 223. Preparing for the coming summer, in a leap, 1. It's a good song. Kang-yoon fell into contemplation while watching the white light created by the music notes coming off the speakers. The quiet piano intro, as well as string instruments, created soft-sounding music. On the 4th day, darkness fell, and on the 5th day, I cried all day. It was a quiet ballad, unlike the bright rock music that Lee Hyun-ah had sung until now. Her vocal colors and the rearrangement created a charming song, but the song overall sounded a little flat. Shouldn't she put her power into it a little more? The era was when new music was being released every day. To grab the attention of the public, there was a need to have more impact. This music was charming on the ears, but nothing that would stimulate a person's heart. It's white, so it should work, but it's nagging on my mind. Kang-yoon thought about it several times over while listening to the song many times. However, he was unable to find a clue. If it were before, he would have okayed any music from White Moonlight, but his heightened standards prevented him this time. While he was thinking about it from a musical perspective, Lee Hyun-ji and the other employees started coming to work one by one. After greeting Kang-yoon, who they hadn't seen for days, people made coffee and sat down on their respective seats. Thanks. Kang-yoon thanked Young Hae-jin for the coffee and asked about what happened while he was away. Lee Hyun-ji told him about some of their artist schedules before talking about the critical topic. I met producer Yeo Han-ji of AHF 2 days ago. That was faster than I expected. Did he call us himself? They got things done before he even came back to Korea? Kang-yoon was quite surprised. Lee Hyun-ji nodded and continued to speak. Yes, he gave off a good impression. We got close over a drink in Yoido. Ha. Director, I guess I'm expecting good news from you then. When Kang-yoon said in a joking manner, Lee Hyun-ji shook her head with an unfortunate smile. He wasn't my style? Anyway, that's not the important thing. Producer Yeo wanted people that did not appear in reality shows until now. Is that so? Then I guess there was no need for the introduction. Perhaps, but this saves us time. Producer Yeo wanted a plan that stimulates the dreams within people. From us, he wanted Yoonha. Jimin, huh? I guess we'll have to think about that. As Kim Jimin focused solely on singing until now, Kang-yoon was very careful about this. After that, Kang-yoon brought up many topics such as management of Lunas, the schedules of the artists, and other things to Young Hae-jin and Young-min. Mr. Young-min. Yes. Hearing Lee Hyun-ji calling out to him, Young-min abruptly straightened his body. You should tell the president about that matter. That matter? You mean the call from producer Kim Deok-jung from SBB? When Lee Hyun-ji nodded without a word, Young-min gulped. Ugh. Kang-yoon had a comfortable expression on, but he gave off a feeling of pressure. Noticing that, Kang-yoon spoke in a soft tone. You can be at ease. I won't eat you. Ha. When the tension lightened up a little, Young-min seemed to have relaxed a little and stood up from his seat. You can do it sitting down if you want, you know? It's fine. It's more comfortable this way. Kang-yoon laughed a little seeing that Young-min was still so formal and tense after all this time. Producer Kim Deok-jung gave us a call 2 days ago. It was regarding White Moonlight. Calm down. Why, yes. The thing is, the producer contacted us wanting a song from White Moonlight for his new drama. What kind of piece is it? It's... Young-min didn't report properly due to nervousness, but no one said anything about that. Kang-yoon waited for him, so there was no need for anyone to say something to him. A moment later, Young-min gained his calm and spoke with a clear voice. It's a piece titled On the Brightest Day. Currently, the viewership is at 5.3%, and it's being aired at 10 p.m. every Wednesday and Thursday. That's not a high viewing rate. What do you think we should do about it? When Kang-yoon said that while looking at Young-min, he tensed up again. However, he spoke about his opinion on the matter without shaking like before. The viewership may be small, but the character building, the plot, and the production is currently evaluated very highly. The other dramas aired at the same time slot are known for using stimulative content, but this drama is forming a solid fan base. Some of the hardcore fans are even affecting the search term rankings. Kang-yoon put his hand on his chin after hearing the report. A solid fan base? Huh. That might be better for us then. Thank you for your report, Mr. Young-min. Thank you, sir. Yu Young-min took a deep bow towards Kang-yoon before sitting down on his seat. After that, Kang-yoon got reports about various other matters and noted down the things he deemed were necessary. Although there wasn't much progress regarding Fine's Talk and its music streaming service, the other things saw a lot of improvement. This was especially the case with the negotiations with a Japanese production company for In Moonhee's debut in Japan. I talked with A-Trust, the company we are cooperating with for Miss Moonhee's debut, about the time. They asked me what we thought of releasing an album in the summer. They told me they would be visiting in the upcoming Golden Week, a series of Japanese holidays at the beginning of May. So, they're quite proactive as well. Perhaps your name is quite effective there. Jua was quite a big hit after all. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders at Lee Hyunji's words. You flatter me too much. Anyway, we should get prepared too then. Yes, I did think about giving Miss Moonhee some more time and releasing one in the winter, but I felt like there was no merit in delaying it for so long. That's why I set it for summer. Kang-yoon made a satisfied smile and nodded his head. Understood. Thank you for your work until now. Not at all. Rather than that, I haven't decided on who would release their album this season. Everyone was so proactive about it. Now that I think about it, Miss Hyuna was the only one who came to me with a song, but have you listened to it? Yes, it was a good song. Should I prepare then? Yes, it looks like we'll have a busy time. After the meeting, Kang-yoon went to White Moonlight's practice room. Inside, Lee Hyuna was alone exercising her voice while playing the synthesizer. Oh, President. It's been a while. Have you been well? Yes. Hello. Kang-yoon felt somewhat awkward meeting Lee Hyuna after a long time. Meanwhile, she tried not to express past events. Kang-yoon also noticed that and tried to be considerate. I heard your song. How was it? It was good. The accompaniment and your voice fitted nicely with each other. But the critical part came afterward. Lee Hyuna gulped and focused on Kang-yoon's words. The overall balance left a little to be desired. Really? Balance, what do you think I should do? Kang-yoon took out a pen and drew something like a graph. Lee Hyuna focused with her eyes wide open. The development of the song is key. The exposition is fine. First, I think you should add more impact to the introductory part. Something that will catch the attention of the people amidst the calm. Also, I think you also need something to change the mood to in the climax. Hyun did the rearrangement, didn't she? Yes, I participated in it as well. Then you should finish it together as well. Actually, why don't you try mastering it yourself with So-young's help? I'll help you release the song as soon as your work is done. Okay. After finishing his pat, Kang-yoon stood up. He was just about to leave when Lee Hyuna stopped him. What is it? Do you need anything more? Kang-yoon asked with a soft expression, but Lee Hyuna let go of her grip on Kang-yoon's sleeves and shook her head. It's nothing. I forgot. Oh, if you do remember it, tell me later. Yes. Kang-yoon left, and Lee Hyuna muttered to herself while looking at the closed door. Does he feel nothing after all that? Huh. Her sigh filled the practice room. After their days off, the members of Edios returned to their residence, so their house was full again. The members brought back presents for young Mina, who was left alone all this time. Hanyu, thank you so much. Young Mina had a bright smile on her face. After receiving new training clothes from Seo Hanyu, she changed her clothes into the new one on the spot. The pink-colored clothes fit her perfectly, and it was very much to her liking. Here's one from me. Whoa. Christian also gave her a small box. Young Mina opened it and found a bottle of perfume, to her surprise. You should cover up the scent of your sweat, at least. You just had to put it that way. Despite the present, the two quarreled as always. Lee Samsoon brought beef, saying it was a specialty of her hometown, while Han Ju-yeon gave her a set of shoes. So Young Mina was on cloud 9. And finally came A. Lee Young's present. A. Lee Young gave Young Mina a small box with a slightly embarrassed expression. Is this a lipstick? I was just running out too. Thank you so much. Ah, not at all. Hey. A. Lee gestured to open it quickly. Huh? Is it lipstick? What shade is this? Look at that color. It's so peculiar. The light pink-colored lipstick caught her heart, inst. Huh? Wait, why does this feel so wrong? Young Mina tried to put the new lipstick on but felt a weird sensation on her lips, so she tilted her head. What should have been a solid lipstick felt slightly soft, yet hard, and somewhat strange. She tilted her head and rotated the lipstick without thinking much. Z thin. Ugh. What's this? Feeling the lipstick vibrate suddenly, Young Mina threw the item in her hand. The other members were also surprised at the sudden noise. What the? The lipstick fell on the ground and wiggled about on its own. Even Ali, who gave Young Mina the present, widened her eyes in surprise. Christine picked up the lipstick from the ground and observed it for a little before frowning. Wait. This is that. What do you mean by that? Han Juyun and Lee Samsoon became curious. When Christine rotated the lipstick again, the vibrations stopped. Here, look. She rotated the lipstick again, and the item started wiggling around again. You know, a toy made for adults. Wait. What? Some of the rather quick-witted members widened their eyes. Even their youngest member, Seo Hanyu, watched with her mouth agape. Adult toys. These days, they say it was hard to differentiate between one and what was not one. However, Ili Young, who was the source of the gift, had her face turn red as though she knew nothing about it. I don't know anything. I asked my sister to buy one. Despite that, the other members did not lift their suspicions on her so easily. She was so bold underneath that clueless face. I respect your hobbies, my friend. Good for you. Everyone other than Seo Hanyu and Young Mina spoke up, and Ali Young shouted as though she was wronged. It's not like Thaoat. Just as she shouted her frustration out, Young Mina received the lipstick from Christy and looked at it curiously while switching the thing on repeatedly. Lily, you put it here and... Hey, everyone stopped Young Mina from going R18. A day in May. It was drizzling on this day. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyuna were at a meeting room in SBB. Thank you. Lee Hyuna thanked the female assistant director that gave her a cup of coffee. Kang-yoon also conversed with the assistant director while drinking coffee when producer Kim Deok-jung and chief producer Kang Young-shik, wearing a baseball cap, entered the meeting room. They briefly had a self-introduction period before talking about the song. I'm very thankful that you've expressed positive feedback after the misfortunate incident last time. Producer Kim Deok-jung apologized to Kang-yoon. He still remembered how he had to switch the OST thanks to external pressure. He was thankful for Kang-yoon when he expressed that he wanted to work together with him again. There's nothing to be gained by mentioning past matters, is there? I'm thankful that you say that. Producer Kim Deok-jung and Kang-yoon had a pleasant conversation going when chief producer Kang Young-shik spoke about the song. I'm glad that you sent us a good song. I'm thankful for your words. We've had a lot of internal discussion about this. We were torn on which one to go with between this song and another song. Producer Kim Deok-jung's eyes widened. This wasn't the plan he knew of. Seonbi Nim. Stay still. Since we're going with them, we should cut down on costs as much as possible. The situation was going in a weird direction. Producer Kim Deok-jung couldn't hide his unease as he looked at Kang-yoon and his senior alternately. Chapter 224. Preparing for the coming summer, and a leap, too. Lee Hyuna had no clue that there was another OST candidate. President. She grabbed Kang-yoon's sleeves, expressing her unease. Kang-yoon snorted inwardly since this wasn't what they talked about over the phone. So he's trying to shave down the price. Money always caused people endless headaches. It was the source of many problems. He was here to sign some papers, and now there was this. Do they not remember that White Moonlight's last OST helped them hugely? Kang-yoon did not wish for an artist under his wing to be treated like this. That's different from what I heard before I came here. Kang-yoon usually didn't reveal his expressions much on formal occasions, but this time, he did not hide his displeasure. Chief producer Kang Young-shik also spoke with a rather peculiar tone. This is an internal matter of the company, so I apologize that we couldn't tell you beforehand. Please understand that we have to choose a better option of the two. All right then, let me make it easier for you and retract our song. Kang-yoon stood up from his seat as though there was nothing more to talk about anymore. When even Lee Hyuna followed him out after giving the two of them a light bow, producer Kim Deok-jung clutched his head. Seonbi Nim. What the hell is up with that guy? World's president, was it? Does he not understand my intentions? Chief producer Kang Young-shik was flabbergasted. An owner of an entertainment company didn't even catch that? However, producer Kim Deok-jung's thought was different. He's that kind of man. He hates negotiating prices on his songs. All right. Isn't everyone in this industry a salesman? How expensive can you sell your products? Isn't that everything? Then what's up with that guy? How's he so childish? Huh. Chief producer Kang-yoon clicked his tongue. However, the bad part had yet to come. Hey, where are you going? I'm going to catch him. Why? Are they our only option? Why don't we look into indie bands or something? Producer Kim Deok-jung opened the door and spoke. I heard Lee Hyunua's song, and I can't do without it for this piece. I can't help it. I'll take care of things from here on. The door slammed shut, and chief producer Kang-yoon bit his lips. Young people these days don't have manners. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon was quietly walking inside the building as Lee Hyuna was exclaiming at every sight she saw. It's like a huge company scene on TVs. It's so cool no matter how I look at it. Oh, I wish I saw what their recording studios are like too. Are the studios upstairs? Please don't go there. Lee Hyuna was calm even though she watched the conflict between Kang-yoon and chief producer Kang-yoon just moments ago. To be exact, he hasn't changed. Maybe she liked being with Kang-yoon. It wasn't easy to wrap up her feelings just like that. Just as they were waiting in front of the elevator, the two heard a voice call them from afar. President Lee Kang-yoon. When Kang-yoon turned around, he saw producer Kim Deok-jung. He seemed to have hurried his way here as he panted for around a minute after stopping the two. Pant asterisk. Here. When Lee Hyuna offered him a handkerchief, producer Kim Deok-jung thanked her before discussing why he came here. My senior was unintentionally rude towards you just before. I apologize in his stead. When he said that, Kang-yoon shook his hand. Not at all. It wasn't your doing after all. Thank you for understanding. Phew, let me be clear with you. I want to use Miss Hyunua's song as an OST for my piece. Kang-yoon frowned at those words. I thought our conversation was over. You have another song on your list of options, so I don't see a need for you to choose Hyunua's song over that one. That's Would Kang-yoon say that for nothing? Producer Kim Deok-jung inwardly swore at his senior, who screwed this up. You know what our viewing rates are like. Kang-yoon made a bitter smile. He decided to have Lee Hyunua's song featured in producer Kim Deok-jung's drama because it matched the piece well, and he had faith that the producer would use her song well. Producer Kim Deok-jung spoke on. As you know, President, we have a solid fan base. In fact, our drama is more controversial than any other highly viewed dramas. Isn't that why you decided to go with us? Indeed, and also, I had faith in your straightforwardness. But unfortunate events like this keep happening, so I'm getting worried. After all, events like switching out the song like what happened last time might happen again. This time, I'll state it in the contract. However, Kang-yoon wasn't satisfied with that. After that, the three people moved to another meeting room. Kang-yoon called for a higher price than what the producer initially had in mind to use the song. Lee Hyunua's eyes widened as well. The usage fees are a little. Producer Kim Deok-jung expressed his complaint slightly, but Kang-yoon smiled as he replied. Hyuna now and Hyuna from before are two different people after all. But even so, well, her position is different now. But at least you didn't call for a price several times that of before. I've seen plenty of cases like that. It's not like we're going to work together once or twice in the future. Kang-yoon and producer Kim Deok-jung shook hands as they closed the deal. A week later, 10 p.m., Kang-yoon, Hyun, and Kim Jae-hoon turned on the TV in the living room. The colossal TV that Kim Jae-hoon bought to celebrate his concert success was currently showing an ad. I wonder if there are any commercials for me to do. Watching the phone commercial that a popular actress featured in, Kim Jae-hoon spoke. Kang-yoon laughed at those words. Why a commercial all of a sudden? Well, for a change of pace every once in a while. Hyun grabbed an apple and spoke. You do commercials for a change of pace, Jae-hoon appa? Ha, that's right. While they conversed, the drama On the Brightest Day started airing. Unlike the latest trend, super rich business group families, chaebols, or other successful business people didn't appear in this drama. It only featured a film director for a male lead and a writer for a female lead. It showed the emotions and relationships between people and death, which was why it received a good evaluation from many. Hyun especially took a whole sofa to herself and was lying down on it as though to prove that she was a diehard fan. Whoa there. Jivon shouldn't do that. Hyun watched the male lead, named Jivon, getting more interested in a girl other than the female lead, Jile, and glared at him. Not long later, Jile was browsing through clothes to appeal more to Jivon, and, no, not some baggy clothes like that. You won't be able to woo Jivon with that. Kim Jae-hoon whispered to Kang-yoon because he was shocked by Hee-yoon's odd Juma-like attitude. Hee-yoon had such a side to her. She was always a fan of dramas. One of the few things allowed to her when she was sick was watching dramas. For Kang-yoon, there were some bitter memories, but he smiled now that he watched her like this after a long time. At that moment, Jail approached Jivon wearing a skirt and even her hair professionally styled. However, another woman was standing next to Jivon. She couldn't bear to approach them and turned around. At that moment, music started flowing from the TV. Lyrics of sad songs become my words. Third-rate movie love stories become my love stories. It was Lee Hyunua's Time Goes On. Giles' hesitation in approaching the male lead in combination with Lee Hyunua's song expressed accurately the misfortune of not approaching the people they liked. Sob started. Even Hee-yoon, who was watching the drama as a housewife would, was showing tears now. Kim Jae-hoon was also immersed in the drama as well. Good. Kang-yoon clenched his fist as he felt right about this. Spring drizzle had stopped during the night, and morning came. Young Mina took a shower to go to practice and came out of the bathroom with a towel over her shoulders. So refreshing. She went to the kitchen and drank the ground yam that she made yesterday. They had all heard Kang-yoon say that they should manage their bodies a little more from now on. She entered the living room after a light breakfast and saw Lee Sam-soon reading on the sofa. Weren't you supposed to be shooting today? It was delayed to the day after tomorrow. There's too much snow right now, so it's impossible to do anything there, they said. Gangwon-do is a strange place, snow in the spring. The two were talking when they heard some loud noise. It was noise from the room where Seo Hanyu's producing equipment was. Young Mina shook her head. Looks like Hanyu's completely hooked on that. Yeah. Producing? Mastering? She said it sounds different when she adjusts things. Today, even So Young-uni and Jimin are here. I didn't hear them enter. What are they doing? They're making Jimin's song. They're grinding their gears to surprise the president. Really? As she didn't have much interest in music production, Young Mina stood up, saying okay. At that moment, someone hurriedly to the door. Riss, where are you going? I'm going out first. She shouted at Young Mina's question and hurriedly opened the door. I'm borrowing your car. What? To catch her, Young Mina ran out the door without even putting her shoes on properly. Finds talk, Lee Hyunua's music page. Hearing on the first day. On the second day, on top of the whispering, quiet piano melody, the listener feels sucked into the music. The melancholic snapping voice contained the power of making the listener feel sympathetic. Until now, I tried to bring joy to the listeners of my music. However, this time, I wanted to show the hearts of women that have a hard time with love through my lyrics and sympathize with them. My president told me that the song sounds more sympathizable when I utter my lyrics like I'm sighing. Each word is shouted in a whisper. Like that, the lyrics will. Time be the medicine. My heart aches with love. Is this what love is? Became the story of a lady through Lee Hyuna. Omitted. Ugh, that's so cheesy. Reading an article about Lee Hyuna on her Finds Talk page, Kim Jin-dae curled up his arms with a prankster expression. Lee Hyuna felt the same, but she didn't react like so since someone else acted like that. What, you envious? I might be. Lee Cha-hee was on Lee Hyunua's side. So you are envious. Kim Jin-dae pouted. Indeed, he was a little envious. He was a bit disappointed that this wasn't a song by the name White Moonlight, but Lee Hyuna as an individual. Knowing what he felt like, Lee Cha-hee spoke. The reactions are good as well. It's held first place on the charts for 4 days now, isn't it? Yeah. Congratulations. But it is a little pity that you didn't do it with us. I'm sorry, but I wanted to do this song by myself. There's a reason for it. She couldn't bear to say that she made that song because of her pain of failed love. Despite that, Lee Cha-hee didn't press any further. Kim Jin-dae agreed with her. Anyway, I hope we can do it together next time. TCH, you're the only one in the limelight this time. Sheesh, you're too honest. While the members of White Moonlight had a conversation, there was a knock on their door before Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji came in. The members all stood up to greet the two. Lee Hyun-ji told everyone to sit down before speaking about the matter at hand. Thank you for your work, Miss Hyuna. Thank you, Director Uni. Not at all. I was going to call you up by yourself, but Lee Hyun-ji pointed at Kang-yoon. I was worried that you guys might think that we only care about Hyuna. Hearing that, Kim Jin-dae sprung up. And not at all. There's no way we'd be like that. Lee Cha-hee and Jung Chang-yu were silent as well. Kang-yoon continued. There are no ifs in this industry, but Hyuna told me this time that she wants to work together with everyone next time. Hearing Kang-yoon's words, the members' gazes focused on Lee Hyuna. Meanwhile, Lee Hyuna narrowed her eyes. President, you told me you wouldn't tell them so don't get any strange thoughts, okay? Yes. After speaking, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyunji left, and Kim Jin-dae hugged Lee Hyuna. Ah, you cute little girl. Hey, it's damn hot. Cha-hee, get him kayak. However, even Lee Cha-hee hugged Lee Hyuna. Jung Chang-yu joined as well. Everyone, I'm sorry. Let's do better in the future. Everyone was more unified. Meanwhile, when Kang-yoon and Lee Hyunji went back to their office, two people, a man and a woman wearing suits, were waiting for the two. Jung Hae-jin and Yoo Young-min were receiving those guests by bringing them tea and magazines. President, you have a guest. Jung Hae-jin politely greeted Kang-yoon, which she didn't usually do. Kang-yoon approached the guests and greeted them in Japanese. Hello, I'm Lee. Kang-yoon. Oh, the small-statured man wearing a suit grabbed Kang-yoon's hand and smiled. My name is Kojima Makoto from A-Trust. I'm happy to see you as producer. Lee Hyunji also greeted the woman. I'm Tsukasa Misa from A-Trust. Mr. Kojima here, and I are here to meet Miss and Moon-hee. Lee Hyunji here. Please take care of us. Everyone was smiling, but the four of them were evidently wary as well. Chapter 225. Yuri-chan 1. Why did Akabashi not stop praising this person? The CEO of A-Trust, Kojima, took glances at Kang-yoon while drinking coffee. His tall stature and broad shoulders were definitely impressive. However, nothing stood out from him, whether it was his style of clothing or his facial expressions. Then why did Akabashi Tao praise this Kang-yoon to no end? Just because they worked together on Jua's project? In fact, the one that caught his eyes more was Lee Hyunji. Maybe that woman is the CEO? She may be small, but her eyes were sharp, and there was an air of pressure around her. He whispered to the lady next to him, Producer Tsukasa, to check if it was just him that felt this. The lady looks to be more in power, doesn't she? I think so too, but I'm not sure. President. All right, so we should find out what kind of person he is first. Stopping their whispering, President Kojima smiled softly. Ha ha. I had a great time watching the video you sent us. I never thought that I would get to watch someone from another country. Sing Osakada in Osaka. Her voice still lingers in my mind. I'm glad to see a singer so good. Osakada was a renowned Japanese enka that was released in the 70s. However, a woman not yet 30 could bring out the emotions in that song so well. Thanks to that, he, the CEO, decided to come here himself. Although he heard a big compliment, Kang-yoon waved his hand with a light smile. Not at all. She's still lacking. The feelings unique to enka and the characteristics that stem from that culture, she's still lacking to sing enka properly. But I believe that her voice alone is enough to debut. I was excited to come here. Although the other party complimented him endlessly, Kang-yoon didn't make any rash decisions. The general mood between them was good though. Meanwhile, Lee Hyunji watched the conversation unfold while speaking intermittently. Are they probing us out? Everyone had smiles on their faces, but no one said, let's do it. However, the fact that they came all the way here meant that they had intentions to sign the contract. But the other party was Japanese. They were known to be very cautious. Kang-yoon clapped midway through the conversation. Right about now, she should be coming back after her skin parlor. Would you like to meet her in person? Producer Tsukasa replied to those words. Yes, I wish to know the singer in person. Can you please wait a moment? Kang-yoon called manager Kim Ji-hyun, who was taking care of Moon-hee. She told him that they would arrive in 20 minutes. Please take care. After the call, Kang-yoon turned around to the A-Trust people again. I was told they would be arriving in 20 minutes. You can come downstairs while you wait. After they finished their coffees, the four of them went down to the studio. Watching the studio speckless, producer Tsukasa showed interest. The facilities here are clean. Huh, isn't this the OSM 137? It's hard to get your hands on one of these things these days. Producer Tsukasa's eyes gleamed as she eyed the installed mixer, speakers, and various instruments. They weren't just expensive equipment. They were renowned for being tried-and-true equipment. So as a producer, she was naturally interested. I had to search a lot to get these. I found them with difficulty on foreign websites. Really? Ah, you're terrific. Can I turn them on? Producer Tsukasa asked cautiously, wondering that it might be an impolite request, but Kang-yoon nodded. She controlled many of the equipment with fluency and had an expression like a little child. Sheesh, that otaku. President Kojima clicked his tongue but wasn't able to stop her. Her eyes were drawn to the number of speakers. They numbered much more than usual studios. There's a lot of speakers here. It looks like you care a lot about sound. Although the speakers were actually for looking at the music notes from the songs in more detail, they could also be used for surround sound. Experiences. Kang-yoon smiled and nodded his head. It's a studio, so I put a little more investment into the sound quality. This isn't just a little more, though. Producer Tsukasa played back some files on the computer and tried adjusting the dials. The harmony of highs and lows gave her a good impression of the studio. They spent some time like that, and soon In-moon-hee arrived. She flinched after seeing the unfamiliar people, but soon, she greeted them politely. Hello, I am In-moon-hee. Her Japanese accent was still a little awkward, but it was enough to communicate. President Kojima smiled and shook hands with her. Nice to meet you. I'm Kojima Makoto. After producer Tsukasa, who was absorbed in the machines, greeted In-moon-hee as well, Kang-yoon spoke to In-moon-hee. Exercise your voice and get ready. Yes. In-moon-hee took off her coat and started doing some vocal exercises. After that, she was about to enter the booth like she always did when President Kojima asked in confusion. You do practices in the booth? Lee Hyun-ji replied to that question. Not every day, no. But we do so when necessary. Please hear her song with the accompaniment first, and then hear her voice alone. It's interesting that we're doing this in the opposite order. All right. Kojima stood in front of the booth while thinking that it was rather peculiar. I'm starting it. When In-moon-hee gave the OK signal, Kang-yoon played back the music recording that he had prepared beforehand. Soon, an acoustic guitar and an ocarina could be heard, decorating the introductory part. This was the Osakata song that they send a video of to the people of A Trust. Tolnyimujante yat tochijith tamalunatashi. Only after having a hard time did I realize how foolish I was. Seeing what he watched on the video in person, President Kojima and producer Tsukasa fell into contemplation. She's skilled. Yes, her voice fits well with the sorrowful melodies of Enka, and it doesn't look like there's a lot of effects applied onto the mic either. There's nothing done to her voice. It's clear. In-moon-hee was digesting the culture of Enka perfectly when it was supposed to be a Japanese cultural song. After the first verse, Kang-yoon was about to tell her to stop, but producer Tsukasa stopped him. I want to listen to the end. Kang-yoon nodded his head and told In-moon-hee to continue singing. In-moon-hee closed her eyes and continued to sing. Producer Tsukasa looked alternately at In-moon-hee and the speakers above before tilting her head. Seeing that, Lee Hyun-ji whispered to producer Tsukasa, who was hesitating in front of the mixer. Would you like to have a go at it? May I? When Lee Hyun-ji asked Kang-yoon, he soon gave up his seat. Producer Tsukasa joyfully started adjusting the mixer. When she did, various effects were added to In-moon-hee's voice, making it crisper than before. Anata gatanoj dohwa wa siteru dake de. Just watching you talk to other girls makes me. In-moon-hee's breathing sounds, which couldn't be heard before, started coming out, and it added to the sorrowful feeling of the song. Soon, the pink musical note from her voice became thicker and thicker and made the white light brighter. Looks like A Trust came prepared. It's not easy adjusting the mixer to her voice. This producer, named Tsukasa, seems to be a capable person as well. Kang-yoon took a step back and looked at In-moon-hee and producer Tsukasa alternately in satisfaction. Like that, In-moon-hee's song reached its end. When she left the booth, President Kojima greeted her with a bright smile. Thank you fo sing-ing. Thank you too. You could speak Korean? The sudden Korean made In-moon-hee ask in surprise, but President Kojima only smiled, as he didn't understand what she was saying. Noticing what was happening, Kang-yoon spoke in his stead. Unfortunately not, I think. Thank you for your work. Ah yes. In-moon-hee stood in front of everyone nervously. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she trained herself all this while for this moment. She was about to go back to the booth to sing a cappella, but President Kojima stopped her. Please wait. Can you give us some time? When Kang-yoon said okay, the two left the studio for a moment. In-moon-hee was somewhat confused since the people she was supposed to sing for just left. President, will I be all right? In Moon, he was shaking with worry. Seeing that, Lee Hyun-ji grabbed her hand, and Kang-yoon patted her back. Of course, Miss Moon-hee. You've done really well. Director Uni. Well done. It'll go well, so don't worry so much about it. They tried to put her at ease, but in Moon-hee's shaking didn't go away so easily. After around 20 minutes, the two fro A Trust came back to the studio. Their faces were full of seriousness as though they made a huge decision. President Kojima looked at Kang-yoon and spoke. Producer Kang-yoon. Yes, please speak. He took a deep breath before smiling. Miss Moon-hee is an outstanding talent. I hope we can work together in the future. Kang-yoon shook hands with him and spoke. I will not fail your expectations. Everyone smiled. Music room. A room sign was hung up on the door to the room where Seo Hanyu's music equipment was installed. Lee Young, who was passing by that door while eating ice cream, tilted her head since she just couldn't understand them. What an expensive hobby. Regardless, the inside of that room was busy. Kim Jimin ambitiously set out to make a song herself. Park So-young stepped in to rearrange the music, and Seo Hanyu told them that she would do the mastering on the song. Their passion was intense, and they would probably make an oath to be sworn broth sisters if there was a peach tree in there. So-young Uni, why don't we bring out the groove on the intro? Kim Jimin spoke her opinion while pointing at one part of the score on the monitor. Park So-young made some changes to the score, and an ocarina sound started flowing out along with an acoustic guitar, making everyone jerk their shoulders along with the rhythm. However, someone wasn't satisfied. So-young Uni, I don't like the ocarina. Why don't we go with another ocarina sound instead of Ocarina 1? I'll try changing it to 2. The problem began there. They tried putting Ocarina 2 and Ocarina 3, but none of them satisfied all three of them. Isn't Ocarina no good? How about a ukulele? Jimin, but that's more of a guitar sound. Why don't we have a listen to it and find out? We can change after we think about it carefully. Uni, sounds are supposed to be heard. It takes time. Kim Jimin and Seo Hanyu's opinions couldn't be narrowed down. Although Park So-young was the oldest here, she was being thrown around in between the two. Just how is Appa taking care of all these artists? She now had more respect for Kang-yoon, who could listen to everyone's opinions and bring out the best results. After sighing, she tried to mediate between the two. However, the three spent more time on getting their opinions together rather than working. World Entertainment made a deal with A-Trust in regards to In Moon-hee's debut in Japan. After that, their procession into Japan went very quickly. A-Trust was making strategies for In Moon-hee's debut and her promotion in Japan, while Kang-yoon thought about her debut in Korea. Hyun was having a busy time herself finishing off In Moon-hee's songs for her mini-album. Meanwhile, In Moon-hee had a completely different problem. Yuri. Hearing the stage name she would use in Japan, In Moon-hee tilted her head. It's a common name in Japan, and it's compatible in Korea as well, so I thought that we could use that stage name in both countries. There are many famous singers with that stage name. I think it won't stand out when it comes to search terms. I don't think it fits the trend either. As In Moon, he wanted something more refreshing like an English name. She found it a bit of a pity. However, Lee Hyun-ji thought differently. At first, maybe, but it'll all change in 1 year. Okay. In Moon, he found it unfortunate, but she didn't say anything about the name anymore. Not long later, Kang-yoon entered the studio. Moon-hee, you ready? What? Ah, yes. In Moon, he pointed at a carrier bag in one corner of the studio. Today was the day she went to A-Trust in Japan with Kang-yoon. It's a little early, but shall we go? Yes. Kang-yoon and In Moon-hee were driven to Incheon International Airport by Lee Hyun-ji. Chapter 226. Yuri-chan, too. With many expectations, Kang-yoon and In Moon-hee arrived at Narita International Airport in Japan and headed to A-Trust's headquarters with producer Tsukasa, who had come to pick them up. I didn't know you'd come to pick us up. In the front passenger seat, Kang-yoon expressed his apologies to producer Tsukasa, who was driving. When he said that, producer Tsukasa smiled, saying that it was okay. We're going to have to meet quite a lot from now on. This much is nothing, so you don't need to mind. Entering Tokyo, producer Tsukasa asked In Moon-hee a lot of questions. I heard you used to be a teacher at an elementary school. Yes, I was. In Moon-hee sat upright in nervousness. I heard that, like Japan, teachers are quite stable jobs in Korea. To think that you'd give up on such a job to become a singer. We valued your courage highly. Not at all. You praise me too much. There should be a reason behind all that flattery. In Moon, he nervously waited for her next words. May we use those facts to promote you. Passion for singing, a mind that likes to challenge. It would definitely be practical to use those things in marketing. However, Kang-yoon, who was listening to the conversation the whole time, disagreed. It's not a bad idea, but why don't we discuss that later on? May I ask about the reason? As the Japanese population was around 100 million, it had a correspondingly large market, and singers used all sorts of means to get more popular. They were in the same position, and Kang-yoon wanted to forego such a good marketing strategy like this? It was a quiet question, but her expression clearly demanded answers. Kang-yoon turned around and looked at her eyes. This is a big market, so where can you find a singer without a backstory? The other singers will also try to stimulate their audiences with their backstories, connections, and everything. I don't think we need to walk the same path as they did. Producer Tsukasa's eyes narrowed. She wasn't able to understand what Kang-yoon was saying right now. In this era, where numerous celebrities could be seen on TV, new rookies had to use all means possible to get their names known to the public. The same path, you're right. However, strictly speaking, Miss Moon-hee is no more than a foreigner who came to Japan to sell her music. We need to package her as nicely as possible. There's no reason to do that with her backstory, is there? So you're saying you have another method in mind, Sir Kang-yoon? The car that producer Tsukasa drove slowed down as it entered central Tokyo. When she stopped in front of the traffic lights, her sharp eyes looked at Kang-yoon. I believe that singers should be promoted using their songs. Using songs? What do you mean by that? A singer is someone who sings songs. In that case, we need to promote them in such a way that could let the public know their song or their skill, don't you think? Hearing Kang-yoon's words, producer Tsukasa became absent-minded. Don't tell me marketing is like that in Korea? Yes, I have always used this method. She tilted her head. The priority when it came to marketing singers was to get their name known to the public first using whatever means possible. Only if they stood out from the rest could they appeal to the general public. But, songs only? In this era where stimulative content was everywhere? President? Is that a proven method? Seeing producer Tsukasa get flustered, Kang-yoon nodded his head with confidence. Jua also succeeded here because she was given a stage to showcase her skills to the fullest. Though the process of getting there was a little complicated, Kang-yoon commanded Jua's Japan project. A Korean singer appeared in the most prominent music show in Japan where no foreigners had stood on stage there, and the gazes of the people were naturally focused on her. But then, the scene had something unseen before in female music artists they had seen until now. The lights changed. She stepped on the XL and thought. A song-focused promotion, huh? She was able to get a grasp of their new cooperator style of work. Their style could be called old-fashioned. At least it didn't conform to the typical marketing strategies that big companies use nowadays where they promoted their artists before they even debuted. However, she also realized, if it's that singer and that producer. Producer Tsukasa erased any plans to market in Moon-hee using her backstory from her mind. Then, she smoothly changed topics. Miss Moon-hee, what's your favorite song among enka? Mine? Song of the Beach. The slow guitar sound captivates me. Oh, it's the same as mine. Gino's songs are quite relaxing. The sharp atmosphere from before was gone, and it became warm again in the car. After driving for around an hour, the car arrived in front of A Trust's office. In front of the building, Kang-yoon exclaimed, looking at the trendy building that was around 7 stories tall. What a beautiful building. It's artistic. Thanks. This is our president's preference. They were led inside by a secretary, where President Kojima was waiting inside. After greeting, he left with producer Tsukasa to get a tour around the office, while Kang-yoon discussed plans with President Kojima. End of July, huh? That's the beginning of the holidays. President Kojima nodded at Kang-yoon's words. Indeed. August will be the showdown. Also, I agree with the stage name Yuri. It sounds friendly, though the downside is that it looks very common. I went with this name because it would work well in both Korea and Japan. Okay then, let's then talk about how we should package our singer, Yuri. President Kojima offered many plans to Kang-yoon. From starring on Today's Inca, a TV show which aired every night at 11 o'clock in OLS, to showcases, to drama OSTs. As he got notified from producer Tsukasa beforehand, he didn't talk about things like revealing in Moon-hee's personal history. Kang-yoon looked over the many proposals before pointing towards one TV program. What's the viewership like for today's Inca? It's hovering around a 7% viewing rate. It's neither high nor low, but it has steady popularity among the 30s and the 40s. Steady, you say. The viewing rate is higher than Love Singers, where many idols appear. The most crucial thing after debuting was recognition. If there was a way to show up to one program steadily, it couldn't be more charming. A high viewing rate, huh? That sounds attractive. What's the method like for today's Inca? What do you mean by method? Oh, I'm referring to their liaisons, rankings, and things like that. Understanding what he meant, President Kojima explained. There's no battle or rankings. However, there's an interview midway. More interview time is allocated to rookies. The questions range from simple things like, "What did you do yesterday?" to harsh ones like, "You look bloated today." It is a little pressuring for rookies. How about towards rookies from Korea? This industry is more conservative than others, so they should be harsher. We don't welcome rookies that much. So that's the consequences we'd have to undertake. Huh. All right then. So we should prepare for both the song and the interview to make this successful. Indeed. Singing skills and wits are the two most important things here. After that, Kang-yoon went over many other proposals, but nothing seemed better than today's Inca. He no longer hesitated and decided on it. Why don't we go with today's Inca? It's her debut stage we're talking about. You're quick to decide. When President Kojima seemed surprised, Kang-yoon smiled awkwardly. It won't change anything even if we drag things out any further. I believe that this is the best option for Moonhee. If there are drawbacks, then we should try to minimize them as much as possible. Okay, I'm glad that you're so clear-cut about everything. We'll contact the producer for that program then. Please tell me if you need anything from me. Oh, the one I talked to you about before. Oh, you mean the workspace? It's ready. I'll lead you to the room after you unpack your luggage. Kang-yoon was then guided around the company within Moonhee before the two went to their residence to unpack their luggage. Their schedule in Japan began like that. Miss Hyunhee, please take this to the director's meeting room. Manager Young Byum-ho gave some documents to Assistant Manager Cha Hyunhee. Assistant Manager Cha Hyunhee was known to be meek and obedient in the company, but her face turned blue after hearing the words director's meeting room. Manager, isn't there a meeting there right now? Yes. Manager, this is about the construction, isn't it? Assistant Manager Cha Hyun-hee looked like she didn't want to go to the director's meeting room. However, she couldn't disobey the instructions from her superior. She headed towards the meeting room, leaving behind the apologetic manager. When she quietly entered the meeting room, she could see a tense atmosphere in the air. You want to delay the construction? You want to increase the scale and delay the finish to November? Director Lee Hanseo's sharp remarks could be heard. However, as always, he didn't have any allies here. Director Young Hyuntae smirked with a cold expression. This is all necessary business we're doing. Even Euros, the shopping mall that we decided to build passages between, has started extension work. We're just raising the scale to match theirs. The other directors all seemed to agree with Director Young Hyuntae, as they were all nodding. However, Director Lee Hanseo continued his lonely battle. We are barely keeping up with the money that's being spent on the Star Tower project. And you're trying to up the scale? That means we'd go into debt. Who's going to take care of all the risks? Don't worry about that. Erichton Capital has decided to invest in us. Hearing that, everyone's gazes turned around to the Caucasian man sitting next to Director Young Hyuntae, Richard. Richard showed a soft smile and continued where Director Young Hyuntae left off. We believe that the Star Tower project has potential. The cooperation between Euros, as well as merchandising Korean stars. Although the pressure is big due to the initial investment scale, we believe that it would soon return to us in the form of profits. The other directors were already overjoyed by Richard's words. Except for President Won Jin-pyo, who stayed silent the whole time, and Director Lee Han-seo, everyone seemed to agree to increase the project scale. In the end, it came down to a vote, and Director Young Hyuntae's proposal was accepted. Everyone's out of their minds. Director Lee Han-seo said those words for all of them to hear before leaving the meeting room first. Even President Won Jin-pyo returned to his office dejected, and only then did the directors start leaving. Soon, only Richard and Director Young Hyuntae were left in the meeting room. Thanks for your work. Richard smiled and shook hands with Director Young Hyuntae. It was only natural. From now on, we should have more voice in the meetings. Ha ha ha. Richard laughed and patted his back. He has his uses. He made a blunder at the party last time, but he was quite smart when it came to things like this. The two of them joyfully talked about company matters before switching topics to issues about the industry. I hear the name Lee Hyun-ah quite frequently these days. Cough star. Director Jung Hyun-tae frowned at those words. A man feels envious of his neighbor's success, and here the neighbor was practically their enemy, so there was no way he felt good. I heard she even influenced the viewing rates. That's simply not true. Affecting viewing rates through a simple OST? It's just nonsense made by people who like to gossip. Director Jung Hyun-tae shook his head, but Richard disagreed with him. Not at all. I've seen the drama in question, but it was well made. It's not being called a high-class drama for anything. Moreover, there's something that rings in my heart whenever the song starts playing. Even I, a man, feel like this. What would the ladies be like? Director Jung Hyun-tae only made an awkward smile. As drama watching wasn't one of his hobbies, he didn't understand Richard at all. Regardless, Richard continued to speak. I realized again after watching that drama. World is a frightening place. Is that so? Director Jung Hyun-tae didn't show much of a reaction, but Richard grabbed his hand. At this rate, I believe that World has become on par with MG. Director, that's... You realize what I'm saying, don't you? Seeing Richard's frosty eyes, Director Jung Hyun-tae wasn't able to say anything. For songs for In Moonhee's mini-debut album were finished. Kang-yoon had Park So-young, Hee-yoon and the other artists of World take care of the rearrangement for 3 of the songs, while he took one into his own hands. In Japan, Kang-yoon practically lived in his workspace and the office at A-Trust working. In Moonhee also started her last-ditch practices, and people from A-Trust also met the producer for today's Inca that they talked about last time. Everything seemed to be a smooth sail. No wait, the kick source is a little too high. Kang-yoon sighed while inserting a percussion sound for the rhythm. He was adjusting the drum's kick sounds, but one of the lower peaks went out of range due to the bass being too echo-y. Just as it was getting okay too, it just goes outside the range. Moreover, it's snapping, it's like an electronic sound. An electronic sound in Inca? That was the worst combination. The song he was working on emphasized on acoustic sounds. However, the instruments he deemed suitable always became chaotic when it was added to the rest. He tried all sorts of sources that he deemed were suitable, but it wasn't easy to find something that fitted well with Inca. Phew. Kang-yoon did not stop his work despite being dejected. He combined many sounds and adjusted the sources so that the graph looked like a wave. While he was working, he got a call. This is Lee Kang-yoon speaking. President. It's me, Kojima. President Kojima sounded urgent. When Kang-yoon asked about the reason, he took some deep breaths before talking in a somewhat flustered voice. You know that Moonhee was going to appear in today's Inca, right? I think that might not happen. What? What do you mean by that? I'm sorry. Their reason was that the atmosphere between Inca artists isn't looking good recently. I'll tell you about the specifics at the office. Kang-yoon stopped his work and hurriedly headed towards the office. Chapter 227. Yuri-chan, 3. What's going on? As soon as he arrived at the office, Kang-yoon asked President Kojima, who had a dark expression. He made a puzzled expression before explaining. The JAN expressed an objection. Their reason was that no rookie Inca singers made their debut from last winter to this summer. They said that they, as seniors, weren't able to help their juniors. So they said that it was unacceptable for an artist of another country to take that opportunity away. Jan? The Japanese Association for Inca, huh? What do they think the current era is to be so nationalistic? Kang-yoon did not understand. There had been instances of individual celebrities expressing their dislike towards Korean artists and culture or foreign singers in general. However, an organization objecting to an individual singer's stage like this was unacceptable. Moreover, they weren't upfront about it, but discreet. He was worried that he didn't have any power, but Kang-yoon looked at the situation rationally. I believe that it's too risky for the association to make movements like that. I think that there's someone that's making a profit by doing this. I believe so as well. We practically had everything planned assuming that today's Inca went as planned. I was sure that the Inca industry would thirst for new talent, whether from the country or outside the country. But now they've gone and done this. Although this was an unpredicted situation, Kang-yoon calmly thought of solutions. So we have 2 options now. One is to delay the debut to autumn or to change stages. I think that the risks will get bigger if we delay the album. Moreover, we'd be giving them the impression that we're weak against pressure. At times like these, we won't be able to do anything by giving in to their whims. I think we need to be stronger. Kang-yoon strongly voiced his opinion, but President Kojima disagreed. President Kang-yoon, I think it's the opposite. In the Inca industry, or heck it, the music industry in general, you can't ignore JN's power. Most of the people that belong to them are seniors of the current artists. They may act against us on an organizational scale. Moreover, Inca artists that do not join the JAN will have a tough time contracting music distributors. If we go against them this time, we might be stamped as rebels and be kicked out of the industry altogether. However, Kang-yoon put his hands on President Kojima's shoulders and persuaded him. They can't be upfront about anything. At best, all they can do is to have someone block our path. At most, they will prevent us from contracting music distributors that they have their hands on. That's what's scary about this. Where can you find something that is not influenced by them? President, rather than going against them, why don't we try to please them? The state that the JN is in right now also angers me. But what can I do about it? We don't have any power. President Kojima gave a practical reason. Going against the currently formed order would be an arduous and painful process. It was also a trait of the Japanese people conforming to their traditional culture. However, Kang-yoon shook his head and gave his opinion. I believe that distributors of Inca albums and distributors of Idol albums do not intrude on each other's areas. That's indeed the case, but no, wait, are you? His eyes widened. Break the norms of the industry. Understanding Kang-yoon's intentions, he widened his eyes. Wait right there. This is dangerous. Letting an Idol album distributor take care of distributing Inca? We can't damage a whole other industry just because we made losses. Businessmen are supposed to take into account what makes money and what doesn't. What did he mean? The words were rather sudden, but President Kojima listened to Kang-yoon's words. We'll use Yuri's skills and our promotion and have them come to us. The Inca distributors won't approach us because they have to follow JAN's wishes, but the other companies will. President Kojima looked dejected. Kang-yoon's strategies were all dangerous. However, each step of his plans had the power to break the norms. Is there no other way? Above all, President Kojima wasn't able to come up with something better. Not give in to JAN's pressure and break the customs? Kang-yoon's daringness moved President Kojima's heart. Let's try then. A roller coaster of events like this is a first for me. Kang-yoon shook hands with President Kojima, who was willing to follow his plan. Let's make the album succeed. You don't say? Kang-yoon then discussed recording the music video. In Moon, he was in good condition, and he sighed in relief after hearing that the music video team wasn't JAN's influence. After distributing work to both of their companies, Kang-yoon left the office. President Kojima muttered to himself after seeing Kang-yoon leave. It's like a storm has just swept past. Energy drained from his body as he expected a harsh journey. JAN, or Japanese Association for Inca, was located in one of the buildings near Tokyo Tower, a famous landmark in Tokyo. It was in an excellent location where the Tokyo Tower could be viewed to its fullest. In the chairman's office in the trendy building, hearty laughter could be heard. Tell the branch president that I said thanks. Yes, of course. No matter how good they are in Korea, they don't have any power here. The body of the man with the hearty laughter was as hearty as his voice. He told the other party several times not to worry before finishing the call. Richard, he's a perfect man, but sometimes he's a bit stifling. Why does he want us to use a knife for a cow to kill a chicken? He wants us the JN to move because of a random rookie from Korea? Well, I'm okay since I'm getting an investment for my next album. After mocking the caller just now, JN's chairman, Haruki Subaru, stretched his arms out with a refreshed smile. Although he was the chairman of the association, he didn't do any work. If there were any work, it would be the pivot of all the other Inca singers using the fact that he was their senior artist. He picked up his phone to call his company. Call me as soon as you get the money from Eric Tun. I will definitely make this album succeed. Speaking with confidence in his company, he straightened his shoulders. After the rearrangement was done, Park So-young sent the song to Kang-yoon. I'm free. The feeling of liberation after work was incomparable to anything else. She stuffed her luggage inside a bag and headed for the door. But then, her phone started vibrating. Sorry, I don't think the part connecting to the first verse from the intro sounds natural. I'll send it back to you after marking it on the score. Please change it. As she spent 2 days and 2 nights without rest working on the song, this message was like a thunderbolt. She wanted to rest just a little, but the Spartan Kang-yoon made her teary-faced. Won. Meanwhile, Hyun also received a similar thunderbolt message not long after she sent her rearranged song. The first verse is too small for a song that doesn't even have an intro. Please give it more impact. Apaewa. She sent the song after working on it to the best of her abilities. In the end, sleep wasn't happening. Hyun would usually obey every word from her brother, but today she had a different idea. Should I turn off my phone? However, it only lasted a brief moment. She sat back down and immediately started working. Hyewong. Hyun sighed after hearing the man shout that pierced through the soundproofed walls. So he got rejected too, haha. This album was a roller coaster in many ways. 24 hours a day was insufficient for Kang-yoon. He finished rearranging his song in merely a day before falling asleep, waking up 4 hours later. After that, he started working on distributing the album by going to places around Tokyo and Narita. Looking at his style of work, producer Tsukasa became worried. I'm glad that you're working hard, but you'll break your body at this rate. Hearing that on his visit to the company to get a car key, Kang-yoon smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. You're going to a TV station as soon as you find a distributor? You can have some leisure, you know. She spoke softly, but Kang-yoon left the office after getting the key, saying that he was all right. Thanks to Kang-yoon and President Kojima personally doing the work, they could find a distributor for the music. Although it was a small distributor, they decided on accepting the offer after listening to In Moonhee's music. Incredible. I'll sign it immediately. This was a gamble for them as well. However, they decided after thinking that they would see big profits with music like this. The people of A-Trust and President Kojima looked into In Moonhee's potential debut stage by visiting various TV stations while Kang-yoon signed a contract with a distributor. However, it wasn't easy. Not to mention programs where Inca singers appeared in. Even standard singing programs had some form of influence from the JAN, as the singers had complicated relationships with the hierarchy of seniors and juniors. The TV stations could only try to appease them. The song is perfect, though. Most music producers did not permit Yuri's debut stage even after expressing that they liked the song. I want to do a showcase, but it wouldn't be effective now that everyone knows about us. The JAN's influence is larger than I thought if they can pressure the TV stations using their connections. After getting a call that even their last hope, NPI, was no good, Kang-yoon buried his face on the wheel. A place free from the influence of singers. A free palace. Huh. Feeling frustrated, Kang-yoon parked the car and turned on his DMB. While browsing through the channels, Kang-yoon's hand stopped in a channel titled Yamis. What's this? On his phone, a TV show where a female celebrity was splitting watermelons using bamboo practice swords wearing bikinis. This is an entertainment-focused channel, isn't it? And wait a minute, this is rated 12. The show had so much stimulative content, but it wasn't classified as an adult only due to the different standards of rules here. Kang-yoon leaked a laugh while watching the Japanese TV show that had several sexual jokes in it. This TV station focuses on shows like these. The entertainers that show up are diverse, but they don't have any relationship with the singers. Wait. At that moment, a light bulb switched on inside Kang-yoon's head. They aren't related to the singers? Entertainment shows can host any type of shows. If that's the case, Kang-yoon started up his car and drove towards Yami's TV station. On his way, he called up A-Trust and asked them to schedule a meeting with a producer who had the slightest relation to music. He'll be waiting for you on the 11th floor. Thank you. But that producer seemed to know you very well at that. What? Kang-yoon was confused, but President Kojima didn't elaborate, saying that he'd find out once he got there. Arriving at Yami's TV, Kang-yoon took the elevator to the 11th floor. When he arrived at the place where they had to tag their IDs, he saw someone unexpected waiting there. Hey Lou, thanks for coming. He greeted Kang-yoon with an awkward Korean. He was producer Yakazuki, who used to produce Music Station on Ase TV. He was the one who grudgingly permitted Jua's debut in Music Station, but did not hold back his support afterward. Kang-yoon extended his hand. Hello, it's been a while, producer. Ha ha, you look good. Maybe it's because your business is going well. You flatter me. Producer Yakazuki shook hands with Kang-yoon and smiled. He had an assistant director brew some tea before leading Kang-yoon to the meeting room. As he knew the outline of the situation, he spoke in a serious voice. I've heard of your circumstances. The rumors about the Jin aren't good at all. However, we can't deny that they have a significant influence on the music industry with their connections. I've been taught that as well. They're preventing us from having a stage no matter what the means. Despite that, though, we managed to contract a music distributor and we'll also start shooting the music videos soon. I knew it. You were different after all. Producer Yakazuki clapped. Silence flowed for a while. It was about time to speak about the important things. Kang-yoon put down the teacup and started speaking with a calm tone. I've heard that you would produce a music show, and a pilot program is already in the works, I believe. Please allow Yuri to have her debut stage there. Producer Yakazuki groaned. I have trust in you, team leader Kang-yoon, but I wish to know what the singer is like first. Is that all right with you? Of course. Kang-yoon took out a USB and plugged it into a computer that was there. Soon the music file started laying, and producer Yakazuki closed his eyes. A while later, after listening to it, he started speaking with a blissful expression. Miss Yuri, was it? I don't think the recording process is finished, but her voice is immaculate. It's the first time I've heard an Inca with such a good voice. Your artists sure are different. You flatter me. After that, Kang-yoon signed the contract brought by the assistant director, and it was decided that Yuri's debut stage would be on the pilot program of Today Will Be an All-Nighter. As this was a pilot program, producer Yakazuki was under a lot of pressure, but since the song was so good, he wasn't feeling worried. Thanks for trusting me. After the contract, Kang-yoon stood up from his seat and politely took a bow. Seeing that, producer Yakazuki restrained him. Please don't do this. I'm only doing this because I see the potential. After that, the two of them headed towards the lobby on the 11th floor. Producer Yakazuki personally pressed the button on the elevator before looking at Kang-yoon's eyes. I feel good since I feel like I will get to see the JN in a tight spot soon. Is there a reason for that? Ha. You have something prepared, don't you? Producer Yakazuki's sharp eyes met with Kang-yoon's. The elevator arrived, but Kang-yoon did not get on board and kept his silence. In the end, the elevator went down again with no one on board. When Kang-yoon pressed the elevator again, producer Yakazuki tilted his head in confusion. That's strange. I thought you'd be prepared for that. Producer Yakazuki kept uttering strange things, but Kang-yoon only smiled and did not give back a clear answer. The elevator arrived again, and Kang-yoon got on board while waving his hand. I'll see you at a later date then. See you in a few days. After Kang-yoon went down, producer Yakazuki tilted his head. Did he not hear that the JAN singers had their fees to pay the association to rise from 3% to 6%? Producer Yakazuki fell into contemplation before returning to his office. Kang-yoon, who got into the car in the parking lot, looked over his papers again and thought. The doubling of fees for the people in the association. The voices of complaint within the association should be quite prominent. If Moonhee's album succeeds this time, we can shake their roots if it is possible to be successful as an Inca artist without JN's power. After that, would the artists feel the need to stay in the JN? They'll be shooting their own foot. Heading to A Trust, Kang-yoon thought about the JN and bit his lips. The daily routine of the chairman of the JN, Haruki Subaru, was rather simple. After tasting failure for 5 straight years' worth of albums, he spent his time in the JN rather than his company. He fooled around with the ladies' secretary, went around playing golf with the people in the industry, and put his effort into things that weren't music. Once, he was a famous Inca singer who sold 1 million copies of music, but right now, he was nothing more than a businessman. Today was a good day. Haruki Subaru placed his golf bag in the corner of his room and stretched his arms out. Although it's still early, shall I go home for today? He had a look at the time and saw that it was 4 in the afternoon. It was still working hours. However, the JN's highest man was going home, so no one was there to pick on him. He was about to leave with a refreshed mind when he got a phone call. Mr. Haruki, it's me, Richard. Oh, branch president. Haruki Subaru even took a bow towards empty air to express his politeness. However, unlike his politeness, the voice from the outside of the phone was very serious. Do you know what's happening in Yami's right now? Yami's? Why do you mention a TV station with such low-quality programs? Hearing that, the other party became angry and raised his voice. That low-quality TV station is going to host a debut stage for a world artist. What? Turn on the TV and switch to Yumi's right now. Haruki Subaru turned on the TV and switched to the Yumi's channel, which he usually didn't even spare a thought. When he did, he saw a commercial for the title, "Today Will Be an All-Nighter," Inca singer from Korea, Yuri. What is? Speechless, his voice started shaking. Chapter 228. Yuri-chan 4. Didn't I tell you to prevent them from using whatever means possible? Richard's voice over the phone became extremely serious. As someone who was receiving investment, Haruki Subaru became very obedient. Yumi's TV is a TV station mostly featuring gravure models and rookies at best. Moreover, this looks like a pilot program. It's not a program that has high views, and I believe that it's ALR. I get it, so let's talk after the broadcast. Before he even finished his words, Richard one-sidedly hung up. Damn it, does being an investor make you that great? Haruki Subaru was fuming on the inside, but he couldn't do anything but vent his frustration by himself. What came first was to watch what the program was like. Why do I need to watch a B-rated program like this? Money was the source of all troubles. Haruki Subaru shook his head. Time flowed, and it became midnight. When his wife, who slept separately, went to her bedroom and started sleeping, he turned on the TV in the living room. If there's nothing much to see, I'll just... If that happened, he could get back at Richard. An ad spot finished, and the main program started airing. A large studio for singing and a small space for a talk show overlapped with each other before the host appeared. He introduced himself briefly before setting up the mood to introduce the singer. The singer I'm about to introduce to you today is Yuri, and she is from Korea. Since she's a singer, I guess we should listen to her song first, right? Then please welcome Yuri. Oh, along with applause from the audience, the camera moved towards the stage. Haruki Subaru rested his chins on his arms and narrowed his eyes. Let's see how well you do. A lady wearing a kimono and a band session entered the stage. She was pretty, but she wasn't beautiful to the point that she caught his eye. He only heard about the name, so he didn't know who this in Moon he was. Although he was interfering with her path, it was all because of Richard, and he had no personal grudge with her. A crisp, rhythmic acoustic guitar intro started flowing out, and the lady in the kimono grabbed the mic. I gently kiss your trembling lips. After listening to the first verse, Haruki Subaru felt shivers down his spine. What the hell is up with her voice? A crisp and clear voice resounded out. Moreover, the twist in her voice was incredible as well. It was like she was born to sing Inca. Although he had a lot of experience as an Inca singer, he had never heard of a voice like that before. What the hell? She's that good? So that's why Richard, that guy, decided to... Where did a freak like that pop out from? In the middle of the night, he glared at the TV while suppressing his unease in his heart. Unlike his time in China, Kang-yoon was away from Korea for a long time in Japan. However, as Lee Hyun-ji filled in his gap, World Entertainment was going well. The first and the second quarter are definitely in the red. We did make a lot of investments. They signed a contract with Min Jin Co., invested into Feinstock's music streaming service, and in Moonhee's debut in Japan. These things all required a hefty sum of money. Miss Moonhee's album has to do well then. Since this is her first album, let's predict that she's barely able to cover for her costs. Kang-yoon was a capable man, but she didn't think optimistically. Didn't he say that he had a hard time getting in Moonhee to debut because of an association named the JN? I hope she covers some of her losses, since it's Mr. Kang-yoon working on it. Since the investment was high, she did not believe that she would recover those funds through in Moonhee alone. She just wished that in Moonhee's album would lessen the burden a little. Although the company still had some budget left, it was always limited. Jenny from Edios has a schedule. Looking at the schedule and the plans that the schedule manager created, she started working again. However, there was a lot of work, and there was only one of her. We should hire more people for the office. Sighing, she stood up and turned around to look out the window. No matter how she thought about it, for people in the office were too small to take care of everything in this growing company. Their management funds were several times when they started, and the number of artists increased as well, increasing work. I should consult with Mr. Kang-yoon once he's back. But still, I'm seeing an end to this. But then, As for the songs, there's no progress since he isn't here. Kang-yoon's absence was very noticeable. Managing artists didn't necessarily require his presence. However, the problem came down to talking about music with the artists. No one was as clear-cut about music as Kang-yoon was. I got the song, but it's hard to decide. There was a USB on Kang-yoon's desk. This was from Kim Jimin. Everyone's so enthusiastic. Edios too. Mr. Jae-hoon is composing another song after rearranging one for Miss Moon. The other artists usually go traveling on their days off, but why do our artists like to work so much? She blamed the artists and smiled awkwardly. Actually, she was well aware of the reason. The joy an artist feels on the stage was attractive beyond anything else. Kang-yoon's existence was like a fire to the fuel. Well then, shall I start working again? After resting for a while, she started working on the papers on her desk. Her night deepened while doing that. The late-night music live show at Yumi's TV, Today Will Be an All-Nighter, was an ambitious trial run by Yumi's TV. As they mostly did TV shows with the R18 rating, this was a revolutionary run for them. A music show that started at midnight. Moreover, there was a live audience as well. Though, most of them were hired as part-time jobs. Kang-yoon watched in Moonhee's first stage with sharp eyes behind the camera. I was worried since it was late at night, but fortunately, her voice is in good condition. It was worth managing her voice all this time. Kang-yoon sighed in relief after hearing her crisp voice. A live music show with an audience at midnight? Producer Yakazuki brought out some unusual items for this show. Domo naranno. I just couldn't help it. In Moonhee's voice slowly rose, attracting everyone around. This rookie is good, even though this is a pilot program. She's a great item. How did the producer find someone like that? The camera directors said as they filmed her stage. I've always dreamed, but it was different. In Moon, he put more strength into her voice, and her voice started vibrating. The musical note that came from her created a beautiful silver after combining with the other notes. Silver, huh? He wanted something better, so Kang-yoon created a bitter smile. He had Hyun, the composer, tag along all this time, and he went far lengths to get her Japanese pronunciation correct, but this happened. However, as soon as he became disappointed, something else started appearing within the silver. Gold. As he knew what it signified, Kang-yoon's eyes widened. It was as though he was rewarded for all of his efforts. Even producer Yakazuki, who had seen many stages until now, looked at it absent-mindedly. Isn't she supposed to be Korean? She's this good at enka? I don't know. Her pronunciation is all right. Can we really listen to this kind of music while we get paid for it? I'm her fan starting today. Me too. The audience was clapping out of duty at first, but everyone became shocked by her stage. Anata gatano jito washi redakede. You talking to another girl makes me. The purple lights slowly dimmed, and her voice reached its climax as well. The yellow lights shone down on her face and exposed her skin that she had meticulously managed until now. So pretty. I'm gonna get an autograph later. Like her deep voice, everyone fell into the abyss that was her voice. Her voice continued, and the yellow from her musical note became thicker. When the light absorbed the thicker note, the gold light took more and more space. Like that, the song reached its climax in its second verse. Atashi no shinwa jutajita ni naru no yo. My heart is ripped apart. Jinru boishi gogashankar. Today a sad song resounds out. Zitamajintata. I always dreamed. Her voice and the chorus harmonized with each other, and the silver all disappeared. It was pure gold without a hint of silver. Gold. Did his body react to the pure gold light? Kang-yoon felt something warm envelop his body. Silver was more of a cool and refreshing sensation, but gold is this warm. It was like being embraced by the warm winds of spring. Even producer Tsukasa, who was next to Kang-yoon, wiped his tears and spoke. I didn't imagine I would get to watch something so good today. This will definitely work. Although producer Tsukasa participated in recording the album, she didn't realize that the live version would be so much better. However, she was assured of something after seeing this stage that had absorbed all of the audience. It looks like I should change my mind. About what? Hearing Kang-yoon's question, product Tsukasa laughed awkwardly. I didn't tell you this yet, but I actually didn't believe that entering the top 50 of the Oricon charts would be a success. After all, there was the stage problem and some trouble with JN. However, after listening to the song, I think entering the top 10, no, even the top 5 is possible now. Kang-yoon laughed at those words. Considering the effectiveness of silver, no words needed to be said about gold. The song finished eventually, and the host walked into the studio. I've lost all words after looking at that stage. Miss Yuri. No? Can I call you Yuri-chan? The host's expression was very soft, thanks to the song. Adding Chan to a name meant familiarity with the girl, but in Moon he nodded her head. Yes, of course. I like your straightforwardness. At first, I thought you were just a singer with a good body figure. Oh, I guess my body figure is quite good. Although this was a style rare in Korea, in Moon he put her hand on her hips and made a sexy pose. She had prepared well for the late-night show in Japan. A woman with a fantastic singing voice had a very good sense of humor as well, so the host's face was filled with excitement. Oh great, can you see that over there? See what? I can hear your male fans lining up. Oh really? Hello, fans, please buy my albums. Whoa there, you can't promote your products here. Is that so? Tee. When in Moon he smacked her head, the atmosphere became even lighter. Kang-yoon, behind the camera, raised his thumb towards her. Well done. In Moon he also noticed Kang-yoon's signal and winked towards him. Yumi's TV's Today Will Be an All-Nighter took social media by storm. At the center of the storm were the part-time job people from the audience. Yuri-chan, here comes the Nei-chan that will take the Inca industry with a storm. I won't say anything anymore. Here's the link. http://www.tune.company.jp/I-love-readers/Yuri-chan. Those that didn't see the live program should look it up. It's Yuri-chan. Yuri-chan. I love you, Yuri-chan. What are you doing, journalists? Go and write. Even though there were only around 30 people in the audience, a storm started brewing in social media, and by morning, Yuri-chan became the top search term on a popular web portal. The next day, in Moon he came to A Trust at 11 in the morning, but was confused by producer Tsukasa's excited face. Miss Tsukasa, what is? Yuri-chan, you cute little thing. Even though producer Tsukasa didn't express her emotions that much usually, she hugged in Moon he and wasn't willing to let her go. Due to the sudden hug, in Moon he was surprised, and producer Tsukasa replied to her. It looks like you've made it big. Not to mention web portals. Everywhere on the internet, they're talking about you. This looks good. Really? In Moon he tilted her head, still not understanding. When she came back from the late-night show yesterday, it was 3 a.m. She fell asleep without even thinking about the results. But now that she came to the company, it seemed that things did go well. At that moment, the door opened, and President Kojima and Kang-yoon entered. President Kojima grabbed in Moon-hee's hands. You were the best. Miss Moon-hee. What? What is happening? It looks like you haven't looked at the internet yet. He took out his phone and showed her the hot reactions. Online. In Moon he saw that stories about her filled the internet, and looked at Kang-yoon with a confused expression. President. What is happening? Due to the suddenness of the situation, she ended up speaking Korean. Kang-yoon patted her shoulders and spoke. Well done. Well, after all that said, you're about to get busy. Busy. Kang-yoon replied to her in Korean and turned around to President Kojima. What's Moon-hee's schedule like from now on? President Kojima laughed and browsed through some papers in his hand. Ase TV and NDE gave us a call. Coincidentally, they're both music talk shows. Also, he recited all the schedules that they got in the few hours since they came to work. In Moon he was somewhat absent-minded, hearing that many people were looking for her, while Kang-yoon laughed because she acted like that. Looks like Yuri-chan isn't used to this yet. President, even you're calling me Yuri-chan? Ha! Seeing in Moon he embarrassed by the words Yuri-chan, everyone in the office started laughing. After laughing for a while, President Kojima had a look at his phone and spoke with a smile. I got a message from someone I know, and he told me that the Jane isn't looking good internally. Isn't looking good? Is something happening? What kind of interference were they going to put on her now? Seeing Kang-yoon devoid of any smile, President Kojima waved his hand, saying that it was nothing much. It's nothing. Serious, so that you can be at ease. You know that Yuri-chan didn't apply for the JAN, right? To be exact, they rejected our entry. For some reason, they keep interfering with us. That's why they internal spoke about accepting Yuri-chan as a member. The JAN shamelessly changed their minds seeing that Yuri-chan seemed to be doing well. Kang-yoon shook his head. What do they think they've been doing for her until now? Now that she stood up with her own 2 feet, they're trying to leech off her now. Such an organization will not stand up for her when she runs into trouble. I feel like we should manage her from the company with more care. Understood. Well, I guess there's no need to pay that useless fee of theirs. I wonder what they think about the reactions the people have towards Yuri-chan. We will just walk on our own path. How's the album going? It's going extremely well. At this rate, I think we should have a grand celebration first before doing anything else. Inside the office, Kang-yoon patted Moon-hee's shoulders and thought, why did the JAN decide to obstruct Moon-hee? Just the fact that she's Korean doesn't make any sense. However, he couldn't come to an answer. After that, the office was filled with the joyful screams of people hard at work, while in Moon-hee left the company with President Kojima for an interview with someone that President Kojima knew. Chapter 229. Putting 3 girls together causes something big. 1. So Young, it's been such a long time. Oh, Hee-yoon. Hee-yoon and Park So-young met in the World Entertainment Studio after a long time. Hee-yoon was thrilled to meet her. Park So-young was surprised but only replied with a faint smile. Seeing that, Hee-yoon asked worriedly, are you sick? You don't look so good. No. Hee-yoon, I have something to do now, so I'll talk to you later. Huh? Okay. Park So-young left the studio as soon as she said those words. So-young's acting strange. Is something up? While Hee-yoon looked confused, the door to the studio opened once again. It was Lee Hyun-ji, clad in her flawless suit, as always. Director Uni. Even you're calling me Director Uni? It has a nice ring to it. Director Uni. Sheesh. Lee Hyun-ji laughed and told her to sit down. When Hee-yoon looked somewhat confused, Lee Hyun-ji took out a USB stick. What's that, Uni? It's the song that Jimin brought me this time. Really? I wanted to listen to it. Hee-yoon was aware that Kim Jimin was working together with Park So-young and Seo Han-yu to produce a song. It was great to see that many different possibilities were being tested within the company. Soon, the song started being played back inside the studio, and Hee-yoon focused on the 8-beat music. Today disappears like a disappointing gift. The acoustic guitar, the drums, and the bass formed a harmony with Kim Jimin's crisp voice starting from the intro. However, listening to the middle parts, Hee-yoon tilted her head. It's somewhat strange. It was definitely a good song, but she felt something off about it. Once she felt that the song's flow changed somewhat, the thought stayed in her mind until the very end. After the song was over, Hee-yoon shook her head and expressed her opinions. It's good, but I think there's something strange mixed within. What do you think about releasing this as an album? It was hard for her to say for sure. It had an excellent melody and a very good rearrangement, but something just tickled her mind. I think it's better to talk to my brother about it. So you think so as well? Well, I guess that's the safest way. No one's as capable as him when it comes to musical judgment. He's coming back tomorrow, isn't he? Yeah. I'm going to the airport to pick him up. Would you like to come with me? Sure, if you're all right with it. And that's why both of you are here to pick me up? On the motorway back to Seoul CBD from Incheon International Airport, Kang-yoon laughed awkwardly while sitting on the passenger seat while Lee Hyun-ji drove. I'm sorry when you must be tired, but I thought I should give them feedback quickly. Kang-yoon waved his hand, saying that it was okay. Today, the first day of my 20s. While Kim Jimin's song started flowing, Kang-yoon focused on the music. Are the drums strange? It feels like they put the wrong clothes on. The musical notes that he saw from the speakers in the car were creating white light. However, when the drums started getting louder in the middle parts, the white was beginning to turn murky. The drums fell apart, and it made Kang-yoon feel like everything was falling apart somewhat as well. After listening to the song until the end, Kang-yoon tilted his head. I should have a listen to it at the studio to be sure, but I don't think the sound selection and the rearrangement went well, nor did the mastering. This isn't the final rendition, right? Hearing Kang-yoon's question, Hee-yoon, seated at the back, replied to him. Yeah. Han-yu said she was doing the mastering. And as for the rearrangement, it's supposedly finished. Really? Who did it then? So-young did. Hearing that, Kang-yoon sighed a little and shook his head. I guess I should call her tomorrow and talk to her about it. Okay then. Kang-yoon no longer said anything about the song, but both Lee Hyun-ji and Hee-yoon felt that releasing this song in its current state was not going to happen. When the air seemed to be a little heavy, Hee-yoon switched topics. You said Moon, and he seems like she hit the jackpot, right? Jackpot? You say, since we only printed 30,000 albums, the sales aren't that high yet. At that moment, Lee Hyun-ji interrupted. It's because you're so strict about statistics that you don't see it as a jackpot. You should tell her the pre-orders for new batches. The pre-orders? When Hee-yoon tilted her head, Lee Hyun-ji replied with a soft smile. It was 200,000 the first week. Whoa there. As a rookie Enka singer, that is a huge jackpot. Moreover, I heard that she's getting many TV appearances despite her trouble with the JN. It was just as she said. After In Moonhee's debut, rumors about her spread like wildfire through social media, and the video of her singing currently has over 4 million views already. Since the songs were so good, people started looking for the album, which led to more profit. This happened within the first 3 to 4 days. At the end of the summer, a Yuri wave was blowing. It looks like our company funds will be quite full again in a month. Thinking about the incoming money, Lee Hyun-ji's face blossomed into a smile. We appreciate your consideration for our artist Yuri. However, we believe that Yuri is still lacking to join the JN. I hope we can. Omit it. Damn it. The chairman of the JAN, Haruki Subaru, shouted angrily while looking at the email from A-Trust. I extended my offer to them with a wide heart. And what? You are still lacking to join the JN? Huh. It was expressed formally, but it was practically saying, I'm not joining your association. I shouldn't have listened to that white man. What the hell is this now? The JAN received damages because he listened to Richard's instructions. If the artist Yuri joined the JAN and paid the fees, the profits of having sold over 200,000 albums in 1 week would raise the JN to new heights, and it would all be his contribution. However, they had already burned the bridges. As his hands started trembling, his phone started ringing. It was from an important person in his company. Mr. Haruki, can you turn the TV on for a moment? The TV? Is something happening? This is very serious, so let's talk about it after you watch it. It's on channel 43. The other party hung up one-sidedly. Haruki Subaru turned on the TV while grumbling. Channel 43 focused on celebrity news. On the channel, a group of singers read a script in front of many journalists. The JAN chairman, Haruki Subaru, one-sidedly raised the association fee from 3% to 6%. Moreover, he rejected a rookie with a potential solely based on the fact that she is from Korea and it was a press conference for his impeachment. The singers all declared that the current JAN run by Haruki Subaru, who had raised the fee, had no more potential, and that they would leave the JAN and create a new Anko association. It was enough to freak Haruki Subaru out. Those. He felt like he would faint if he watched anymore, so he turned off the TV. However, that wasn't the end of it. Ping. A message arrived on his phone, and he looked at it while shaking his hands. It looks like our relationship ends here. Nothing happened between us. The message was from Richard. Misfortune came his way all at once. Aak. Haruki Subaru's screams resounded within the chairman's office. Pathetic. Throwing his phone onto the sofa, Richard sighed. On his TV was the Japanese TV program he put on. We cannot stand the tyranny of Chairman Haruki Subaru anymore, and turning off the TV, Richard turned his gaze outside the window. Yuri-chan? Chan. TCH. The sound of teeth gritting could be heard from his mouth. On Kang-yoon's first day of work after returning to Korea, he called for all the artists belonging to World Entertainment. As none of them were particularly busy with any schedule, everyone gathered save for In Moonhee. I still am not used to seeing Min Jin-seo here. Me too. We're both celebrities, right? Young Chang-yu and Kim Jin-dae were busy taking glances at Min Jin-seo, who stood next to Kang Ji-jun in one corner of the room. Though, they soon got their punishment from Lee Cha-hee. When everyone seemed to have gathered inside the studio, Kang-yoon talked briefly about In Moonhee's debut in Japan. When they heard that she produced great results in Japan, everyone's eyes fired up in envy and motivation. Well, I guess everyone did rest for a long time. Kang-yoon had a look at the calendar. It was nearing the end of August. Summer was almost over, and autumn was coming. From Edios, who had minor schedules to attend to starting in the winter, to Kim Jae-hoon and Kim Jimin, who focused on going to events, as well as White Moonlight, who practically lived in Lunis all this time. Everyone was eager for a new album. While everyone looked at each other, Kang-yoon called out some names. Jimin, Han-yu, and So Young. Why don't you three talk to me for a minute? The ones that were called out rejoiced, and the others expressed their disappointment. It was common knowledge that those three were working together on a song in the company. As for the others, please wait a little longer. Or, you can bring me songs that you worked on. Let's talk about planning albums when you come to me. Any questions? Although this meeting happened after a long time, it wasn't that long. After seeing that no one raised their hand, Kang-yoon finished the meeting. Just as everyone packed their stuff and left, Min Jin-seo approached Kang-yoon and put something in his hand. Dinner tonight? Happy face. It was a small note written in girly handwriting. Kang-yoon smiled and nodded his head. Min Jin-seo gave Kang-yoon's hand a tight grab before leaving. She's so cute. Feeling excitement from her back figure, someone grabbed his arm. Sir. Oh, Jimin. Who are you looking at? Hearing Kim Jimin's question, Kang-yoon shook his head calmly. No one in particular. I was just watching everyone leave. So you're here. Sit down. Kim Jimin, Seo Han-yu, and Park So-young sat in front of Kang-yoon nervously. You've worked hard, the three of you. It wouldn't have been easy getting your opinions together. The composer, the rearranger, and the producer worked together. I'm glad to see that. Although he started with a compliment, the three of them were still nervous. The real part hadn't started yet. And soon, Kang-yoon gave his rational judgment on the song. It's a good song, but I don't think we can release it as it is now. All three girls sighed at those words. Seo Han-yu spoke first. She seemed especially disappointed. Was the mastering bad? Perhaps it was her fault in the mastering? She was worried that she might have caused trouble for the other two. However, Kang-yoon shook his head in disagreement. Let's talk about the mastering first then, shall we? First up, the mastering was very well done. You started from the drums, right? Yes, because you told me that was the first thing I should do. Well done. The drums and the bass were leveled well. However, your leveling of the acoustic guitar was a little off. I have something to tell you about spatial awareness. There are more than 10 sounds here, but I felt that all the sounds were coming from one spot. The spatial awareness was too hard. When Seo Han-yu looked dejected, Kang-yoon smiled before continuing. You just need to imagine the instruments on stage and set their position accordingly. It gets messy if all the sounds come from one place. What you're trying to do is minimize that. And the frequency. I have something to talk about that as well. Here, track 8 and track 9 has a lot of overlap, right? Yes. You should shave that down a little so that it doesn't overlap, right? Yes. Seo Han-yu accepted. Immediately, Kang-yoon pointed out the basics that she had missed. After finishing his words to Seo Han-yu, Kang-yoon turned around to Kim Jimin. The chord here is F major 7, okay. Well then, considering the key of this song, what do you think should come next? A G7, or an F? Yes. Well then, let's try both of them, shall we? Kang-yoon went to the synthesizer and played the chord and the melody at the same time. He first played the chord written on the original score, then changed it to G7 and then F in his next run, while asking for opinions. I think G7 is better. I like the last one better. Park So-young liked the G7 version, while Seo Han-yu liked the one after that. Kim Jimin looked dejected. Seeing that, Kang-yoon patted her back. I think it'll be better if we just change the melody. I don't think we need to use such a difficult progression. Ah, okay. Making Kim Jimin accept his words, Kang-yoon turned around to Park So-young this time. So-young. Yes. However, unlike before, Kang-yoon didn't explain anything. He simply put his hands on her shoulders and smiled softly. I believe in you. He didn't tell her much, unlike the other two. The words that she didn't expect to hit her hard in her heart. Chapter 230. Putting three girls together causes something big, too. He believes in me? After Kim Jimin's appearance in Birth of the Masterpiece, Park So-young wasn't showing results as good compared to other people. She was always doing rearrangements, but as Hee-yoon, the company's leading composer, and Kang-yoon, who never stopped working on music despite being the president, and other artists who also started working on music, she was beginning to feel unnecessary. To her, Kang-yoon's words of encouragement were a huge motivation. What are you staring at? No, it's nothing. Park So-young blushed and looked away, and Kang-yoon continued to speak after tilting his head. Among you three, So-young has the most experience in working with songs. Jimin and Han-yu should listen to So-young's advice. She's, after all, an official rearranger at our company, alright? Yes, okay. Kang-yoon made it, so that Park So-young wouldn't feel dejected amongst the two actual singers, and clapped his hand before finishing his talk. Well then, I'll look forward to it. Let's start recording the next time you bring me the song. Yes. Kim Jimin and Seo Han-yu left the studio first, and Park So-young followed suit. At that moment, she turned around towards Kang-yoon. What? Something you want to ask? Thank you. As soon as she said those words, she slammed the door shut and ran out. Kids will always be kids. Kang-yoon turned off the studio PC and headed to the office to work on things he hadn't been able to until now. The office was busy with typing sounds and phone calls. Lee Hyun-ji was busy working while taking a phone call at the same time, while Young Hae-jin and Yoo Young-min were also busy taking care of approving various artists' schedules that came from the managers as well as taking care of the budget. Kang-yoon naturally returned to his seat and turned on his computer and started looking over the papers that flew over from Japan. Direct. Kang-yoon turned around to Lee Hyun-ji to consult her about something, but she was buried in her work. The other employees were very busy as well. This was happening since the meeting was over. Everyone was absorbed in work without being able to take a moment's rest. Everyone will burn out at this rate. We need more people. The company would grow even more in the future, so working with these few people was impossible. Kang-yoon approached Lee Hyun-ji after she finished her call. Director. Yes? Oh, President. Can we talk a little? When Kang-yoon pointed upwards, Lee Hyun-ji nodded her head. The two of them brewed a cup of coffee before heading towards the rooftop. It's so busy here. Miss Moon, he is doing well in Japan. Lee Hyun-ji looked very satisfied despite all the work. It was a great joy for her to see artists doing well after all the preparations they did. Kang-yoon nodded his head and spoke about why he called her out. Since everyone's doing well, we'll grow even bigger in the future. Before that, though, I'm thinking about increasing the number of staff at the office. Oh. Lee Hyun-ji clapped her hands. This was something that she had been thinking about while Kang-yoon was away. I was thinking about that as well. Actually, working is fun, but the load is not easy to handle. Moreover, we're going to get more work, not less, so I think we need to hire more people. Not to mention the project we have going with Feinstock. We now have a new Japanese market, and there's also Jin Seo and her acting. Although it won't happen for a while, we'll eventually have to go to China as well. How many do you think we need? If there are more people, I guess it would indicate how much the company has grown. Everyone will like it. Indeed. And also, I believe that we should separate the workspace of board members and ordinary employees. It's fun working with everyone, though. If there are more people, they'll find our presence as pressure for them. We should get ourselves away from them if there are more people. All right. Please take care of that. Oh, and since Moon he had a huge success in Japan, make sure everyone receives good bonus pay. I was getting that ready in case you told me that. Lee Hyun-ji stretched her arms out. A motivation for everyone to work well. It lay in the fact that Kang-yoon did not monopolize the company profits. This was an industry where even minimum wage wasn't guaranteed, and occurrences where people left the industry were quite common. World Entertainment, though, was the complete opposite. Other than that, the two talked about various plans coming forward before heading down from the rooftop. It became nighttime. Kang-yoon headed towards a restaurant without a signboard located in Yeouido. This place was designed for the privacy of famous people. Welcome. Getting through a tattered door without even any indications of it being a restaurant, a fancy restaurant greeted Kang-yoon. The reservation should be under the name of Min Jin Seo. This way, please. The employee guided Kang-yoon to a room. Getting through the door and the curtain, Min Jin Seo, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, greeted Kang-yoon. Sir, sit down. After ordering some things, Min Jin Seo rested her head on her hands and started at Kang-yoon. Is something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? It's just, I like you. The last words were spoken in a quiet voice. However, it was loud and clear to Kang-yoon's ears. He changed seats, sat next to Min Jin Seo, and put his arm around her shoulders while she rested her head against Kang-yoon's shoulders. This is good. It's been a while since we've seen each other, hasn't it? That's true, but it's still fortunate. Fortunate. Just everything. She didn't say that she liked their current moment. Kang-yoon likewise felt that time like this was important. Sir, Jin Seo. While the soft music flowed, Min Jin Seo's lips approached Kang-yoon's. And the two pairs of lips, too. Please excuse me. An employee called out outside the door. Ugh. Kang-yoon returned to the other side of the table quickly and Min Jinseo also tried to hide her panic and get herself together. Please have a nice meal. The employee politely put the food on the table before leaving the room. Ha ha ha. The two of them stared at each other for a moment before bursting out into laughter at the same time. Sheesh, sir. You don't need to worry about things leaking out here. It seems so. But just in case, it's better to be careful. It's really all right, though. She hadn't reserved this expensive restaurant for no reason. While she found it to be a pity, she was thankful for his consideration. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the two of them had a lot to talk about. Min Jinseo talked about various things she had been learning during this time, while Kang-yoon took the listener's role. Then the topic changed to team leader Kang Ji-jun, who was in charge of Min Jinseo. Team leader Kang is the one who raised Lee Min-hai, right? Yeah. Things happened before he came to us. What about it? I saw the team leader hesitate while holding a script a while ago. A script? Kang-yoon hadn't heard of this before. He hadn't heard anything about this when Kang Ji-jun made his report. I sneaked a peek when he was away. It was a two-part drama titled Easy Love, Difficult Love. It's about two women, one who starts love quickly, and one who looks at the conditions meticulously before finding love, and their friendship together. So it's a one-act play? I guess. There was no need to offer you that one. Min Jinseo appearing on a one-act play? There was no reason for Kang Ji-jun to offer Min Jinseo such a thing. However, Min Jinseo's intentions lay somewhere else. I had a look at the cast, and I found Lee Min-hai on it. Lee Min-hai is the one who was under team leader Ji-jun's care before, right? Yes. Oh, so that's why. The story between Kang Ji-jun and Lee Min-hai was famous across the industry, not just world entertainment. Kang-yoon was able to understand why he had a copy of that script. Kang Ji-jun went through all his pains due to Lee Min-hai, so it wasn't surprising. Min Jinseo hesitated a little before calling out to Kang-yoon. Sir. What is it? Wait. Jinseo, don't tell me you're. Noticing her intentions, Kang-yoon's eyes widened. She wanted to appear in that drama. Didn't team leader Ji-jun say that it's not time for you to return to the industry? Kang-yoon worriedly told her, but she shook her head as though it was fine. It's a short one, so the filming won't take long. I feel like I've rested too long and am losing my way with acting. I should get some things done. Jinseo, this is about work. I feel like you're not considering the script, but emotional feelings first. The script was good as well. Putting down Kang-yoon's worries, Min Jinseo told him to have faith in her. However, Kang-yoon replied calmly. Jinseo, I think you should consult team leader Ji-jun about this. Do you object to my appearance? Rather than that, I gave team leader Ji-jun full authority. I'm going to follow his opinion. Min Jinseo found it a pity but didn't say anything more about it to Kang-yoon. I should call team leader Ji-jun and speak to him about this later. Kang-yoon picked up his fork and knife and started eating dinner. I loved your smiling figure. Han Ju-yeon and Christy's voices faded out along with the music recording. The girls put their hands down and sat down. Yes, that was the song Smile, sung by Miss Ju-yeon and Miss Riss of Edios. Thank you for the song. They were on live radio right now. They appeared as guests and were showing off their singing skills. As this radio was aimed at teens and 20s, the conversations were mostly about studying and love, while the two girls especially showed a lot of interest in love. As the radio was progressing, some audience questions arrived. The male host looked at the monitor and read out some questions. User MLB123 asked a question. I wonder what the other members of Edios are doing right now. So it's around 9 p.m. now. What are the other members of the group doing? Han Ju-yeon smiled and spoke. Mina should be doing practice right about now, and Jenny should be grumbling doing the dishes. Is Miss Jenny in charge of the dishes? Christy replied this time. She can't stand the kitchen being messy, so it naturally became like that. And the one who exploits that is. When Han Ju-yeon pointed at Christy, she retorted immediately. You are no different, fellow member. Whoa. As they started laughing, Han Ju-yeon continued. Lily should be doing practice as well, I think. And COU should be working right now. Working? Like, working on a song. The host's eyes lit up, and the chatting window started scrolling down rapidly. Yeah, she's learned music production lately, and she's working on that. She's not even leaving her room because of it. Oh, this is the first reveal then? At that moment, Christy's eyes widened, and she poked at Han Ju-yeon's waist. Realizing her mistake, Han Ju-yun quickly shut up, but, oh, so Edios has a new album coming then? One produced by Miss Seo-yu. A word from her created rumors. I'm so sorry. After the radio schedule, Han Ju-yun couldn't even return to the dorms and had to go to the World Entertainment office and apologize to Kang-yoon. Lee Hyun-ji, who had to come back from the parking lot, sighed. You aren't a newbie anymore. Why are you still making rookie mistakes like that? I'm sorry I'm so. Even Christy and couldn't go home and had to apologize like a sinner. Ju-yun, Edios' new album leaked? The producer is Seo-yu? Edios' new album coming? Flapping their wings after 1 year? Edios' top-secret album? Kang-yoon was laughing at the speculative articles on the internet. President, this is interesting. Rumors are creating more interesting. Rumors. That's why words are scary. Listening to their conversation, Han Ju-yun looked even more dejected. She had caused yet another accident after the scandal last time. She felt like she had become the troublemaker. After browsing through the internet articles, Kang-yoon stood up and approached Han Ju-yun and Christian. This happened because of a misunderstanding, right? And if you feel that you need to talk about albums or concerts, consult your managers beforehand. Yes. I'm sorry. Kang-yoon sighed. You know that a word from you has a big impact, right? Yes. Go to your residence and stay put. We'll take care of it, so don't worry that much. Kang-yoon had Han Ju-yun and Christy in return. Looking at the articles, Lee Hyun-ji spoke to Kang-yoon. Well, I guess we wouldn't be able to call ourselves an entertainment company if nothing like this happens. Ju-yun's like a bomb, even though she doesn't look like it. Haha, you're right. A bomb. Now then, who do we go about cleaning this up? Wouldn't it die down after a few days? It's not like it's a big issue. That's true, but we might become the boy who cried wolf. Since it's like this, why don't we just... Kang-yoon thought about it for a moment before smiling. Why don't we prepare Edios' album for real? After we're done with Jimin's song. Lee Hyun-ji nodded her head in agreement. Chapter 231. Putting three girls together causes something big. 3. Wait, don't tell. Me Ju-yun actually aimed for this. Lee Hyun-ji naturally became suspicious. However, Kang-yoon shook his head in denial. She isn't someone who'd do something like that on purpose. It's just a result of a loaded question. That's true, but I feel like we're being dragged into her pace. Rather than that, will you be fine, President? Since this is Edios we're talking about, the workload should be quite large. The lack of manpower was showing its limits. Working on Edios' album required much more effort than working with other artists. Starting with the sheer number of singers in the group, they also had choreography to take care of, and their album cover art required more work than others as well. When Kang-yoon looked hesitant, Lee Hyun-ji voiced her opinion. Why don't we hire an exclusive producer since we're at it? We're better off without a producer than a subpar one. As she was aware of Kang-yoon's pickiness when it came to music, Lee Hyun-ji raised her hand as a gesture to him to believe in her. I already have someone in mind. I can guarantee his skill. So you were preparing a lot of things behind my back. What kind of person is this producer? Lee Hyun-ji took out a document from her drawers and showed it to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon's eyes widened after seeing the familiar face. Isn't this person producer Oh Ji-won? The one on the document was none other than the core producer of MG Entertainment, producer Oh Ji-won. He had a lot of experience, working with many famous stars, so there was no way he was free. Such a person would come over from MG to World? Kang-yoon shook his head. As far as I know, producer Oh Ji-won is a top-tier producer who maintained his position ever since Chairman Won Jin-moon was in charge. MG should be treating him with the utmost care. Would he have a reason to come over to us? Yes, I'm sure that he'll come. Lee Hyun-ji answered Kang-yoon's questions. Producer Oh Ji-won is similar to you, President. He only sees the singer and the song, just these two. Chairman Won Jin-moon was able to utilize such a side of his, but the directors considered him an obstacle rather than assistance. Some even considered that they would be better off without him since he created songs that weren't to their tastes. Thanks to that, they're looking to raise other producers. So he's not being pushed away due to skill, but due to politics. Yes, foolish actions, I must say. Kang-yoon made a bitter smile. How sad. No one was quite as good as him back when we were at MG. That's the problem with MG. Since the board of directors runs it, the positions aren't decided by skill, but through politics. That's why the atmosphere over there is bad. How foolish of them. Understood then. For now, I believe that we should talk to him first. I scheduled a meeting with him tomorrow evening. so you can come together with me. After talking with Lee Hyun-ji, Kang-yoon went to the studio where the girl trio was. The three ladies gave Kang-yoon their finished song with nervous eyes. Here, Kang-yoon accepted the USB drive and the score and played back the music on the computer. On a dry autumn day, we walked together. On the day we became 20. Kim Jimin's a cappella voice flowed out. The intro had disappeared, and the song started with verse 1. Kim Jimin's unique, refreshing voice seemed to enrapture all those listening. Oh, Kang-yoon was surprised, seeing that the awkward intro was removed. On top of that, as the song continued, Seo Hanyu's voice could be heard in the chorus, and the song became even better. The musical notes created white light and lit up the surroundings. When it comes to recording, I should ask White Moonlight to record the instruments rather than using MIDI like it is now. After listening to the song to the end, Kang-yoon turned around to the three ladies. How is it? When Park So-young asked, Kang-yoon replied calmly. It's definitely better than before. Who thought of removing the intro? Hearing those words, Kim Jimin and Seo Hanyu looked at Park So-young. Kang-yoon spoke to her. I think that was a great choice. It's much better to start with the verse itself. I also liked Hanyu's voice in the chorus. Was there anything strange? When Kim Jimin asked, Kang-yoon smiled as he replied. It was nice to listen to. This time, the spatiality and the delays were nicely done. Well, it might be just me and my dislike of the sounds. You used so. Even so, Park So-young, who did the rearrangement, looked down. Seeing that, Kang-yoon was reminded of something else. How would other producers react? I thought that acoustic sounds were much better, but others may think otherwise. I should ask once I meet him tomorrow. Seeing Park So-young so dejected, Kang-yoon was thinking about producer Oh Ji-won. The next evening, Kang-yoon headed to a bar in Gangnam along with Lee Hyun-ji. This was where they planned to meet producer Oh Ji-won. As this place wasn't a bar purposely created for famous people, some of the other visitors whispered to each other after noticing who Kang-yoon was. But he didn't mind and headed to the room. Producer Oh Ji-won had already arrived. It's been a long time, team leader. No, I guess you're a president now. Ha ha. Producer Oh Ji-won had a smile on his face as it was nice to see Kang-yoon after all this time. Kang-yoon shook hands with him and likewise expressed his joy. After ordering some food along with a bottle of sake, Lee Hyun-ji started speaking. Twistle is quite hot these days, huh? They failed miserably twice, but now they succeeded in making a comeback. Yes, I guess taking clothes off does make people popular. A six-man boy group from GNB Entertainment, Twistle. At first, they went with the pretty boy theme and added sparkliness to that, but they experienced horrible failures due to lack of competitiveness. However, they grew muscles and created a huge comeback, even coining the word beastly men in the process. Since summer was the season of exposure, the time was just right, and the effect was amplified. You're right. Twistle's main fan base consists of women in their late 20s to early 30s, so they're people with money. Indeed, they have plenty of money to buy albums, so in the company's perspective, they should be quite the cash cow. If that Twistle gave you an offer to work with them, what would your answer be, producer? This question was a probe, and at the same time, it was a question asking his work philosophy. Kang-yoon gently tilted his glass and focused. Producer Oh Ji-won spoke with a firm attitude. Twistle is a group of fine men. However, I don't think their style matches my style of work. Really? Why do you think that? Twistle is a group focused on performance more than singing. Until now, they have never shown a live singing stage. To exaggerate things a little, they've practically abandoned live singing and are focused on performance to the utmost. This means that I would have to add many effects to their voices in recording, but I prefer the singers' original voices the most. I think it would give me a headache if I were told to work with them. How about Jua? Jua is good when it comes to performance as well. Oh no way. Jua does not lack in both singing and performance. Jua also doesn't like mechanical effects being added to her voice. She has confidence in her voice. At that moment, Kang-yoon, who had been still this whole time, interrupted. It's not like mechanical effects are bad, though, is it? Of course. It can fill up a singer's lack of skill, and it can also add effects that wouldn't be possible with human vocal cords. However, it becomes a problem when it's used excessively. I believe that MG doesn't like to use mechanical effects. We used to. We originally emphasized the original voice of the singer more. However, the trend is changing nowadays. Producer Oh Ji-won continued to speak with a gloomy voice. It takes a long time for a singer to find his or her voice. There's a reason why people start being trainees for years at a time. However, starting 1 year ago, those talents are disappearing since the company is decreasing the number of trainees. The singers that debuted recently are bad enough to the point that it was hard to make an album without adding effects to their voices. So they're lacking money to raise new trainees because they're using that money for the construction. Kang-yoon clicked his tongue. Producer Oh Ji-won bit his lips and shook his head. I don't think I should talk about this anymore. It looks like I excused you too much. Team leader, President Lee Kang-yoon. I'm sorry that I had to talk about such a sensitive topic in front of you. Not at all. It makes me feel better as well. Kang-yoon raised his glass, and Lee Hyun-ji and producer Oh Ji-won toasted him. The mood became ripe. Producer Oh Ji-won's face became red, but he no longer talked about his company. Kang-yoon no longer asked him anything either, and only asked questions about the entertainment industry in general. The day changed. After paying, the three went to the streets. Producer Oh Ji-won shook hands with Kang-yoon while clutching his head due to being drunk. Phew, I'm drunk. Team leader, I had fun today. See you next time. Producer Oh Ji-won glanced at Kang-yoon. Hee, didn't you actually call me here because you wanted to talk about something? Talk about something? You knew. I am not that dim-witted. Haha, team leader. I too like World. Perhaps because he was drunk, producer Oh Ji-won kept giggling. These days, everyone in this industry always talks about World. To trainees, it's a utopia to success. To singerses, a new world. And to producers, you are drunk, producer Oh. When Kang-yoon held producer Oh Ji-won up, he giggled and continued to speak. A haven. Haha. However, He fell asleep without being able to finish his words. Lee Hyun-ji blinked several times. It looks like he's had it hard. Indeed. Do you know where producer Oh's house is? No, what do I do? For now, I'll take him to my house. I guess I can't help it. Kang-yoon took the taxi home along with producer Oh Ji-won. The next day, opening his eyes, an unfamiliar ceiling was in his view. Producer Oh Ji-won abruptly stood up from the bed in surprise. This place. The bedroom looked like a standard room, but there were speakers installed all around, not to mention sound-dampening materials. This was a rather strange place. Surprised, he opened the door and left the room. And what does he see? In the living room was a man wearing a singlet and some training trousers, walking around with a piece of bread in his mouth. The problem was that this man was famous. Kim Jae-hoon. Who might you be? Kim Jae-hoon was likewise surprised by this new person. At that moment, Kang-yoon opened the bathroom door with a towel around his head. Jae-hoon, he's a guest of mine. Producer, so you're up. President. What's? Kang-yoon explained what happened last night to the rather shocked producer Oh Ji-won. Only then did he realize what kind of a mistake he had made and replied with a flushed face. I'm sorry. I'll leave. He was about to get his stuff and leave without even washing his face when a lady's voice could be heard from the kitchen. Appa, breakfast is ready. Everyone, please get ready for breakfast. And now a girl's voice. Seeing producer Oh Ji-won panic, Kang-yoon smiled at the dining table. You should relieve yourself of your hangover first. But this? It's fine. Producer Oh Ji-won went to the kitchen with a shocked face. But then, whoa, he screamed. The lady wearing an apron, cooking some bean sprout soup. She was none other than Hee-yoon of Muse, known to be a genius composer. As the top producer in MG Entertainment, there was no way he didn't know of Hee-yoon of Team Muse. Producer? Isn't she the composer Muse? I am Muse too, though. Even so. Hee-yoon tilted her head and scooped some bean sprout soup for producer Oh Ji-won. You're my brother's guest, right? There's not much here, but enjoy your meal. Oh, okay. He stood stiff for a moment before eating the bean sprout soup. The bean sprout soup was refreshing and fantastic. It's delicious. The breakfast he had after a long time seemed to warm his heart. He was humbled since it was a famous composer who cooked the food. While eating, Hee-yoon asked, Appa, how's the song that So Young made? Was it okay? It wasn't bad. I don't think it'll do bad as an album. Really? So you're recording soon? Yeah, but I'm kinda worried. I have work to sort out with Fine's talk, and I don't have enough time. At that moment, producer Oh Ji-won interrupted. If it's not too rude of me, may I watch your work? What? Kang-yoon's eyes widened. I don't have any work to do at my company, so I'd like to study how you work. If it's too much to ask, then forget I said anything. Not at all. Too much to ask? You'll be the one giving me advice. Ha ha. When Kang-yoon accepted without batting an eyelid, producer Oh Ji-won became embarrassed. Thank you very much. I'll try not to get in your way. After the meal, Kang-yoon and producer Oh Ji-won went to work. Not long later, Park So-young, Kim Jimin, and Seo Han-yu arrived at the studio. Seo Han-yu greeted producer Oh Ji-won nicely since the two knew each other, and Park So-young and Kim Jimin were nervous after hearing that he was a famous producer. However, when they started discussing music, their nervousness disappeared. So-young, on this part, you used V203 on verse 2, right? Yes. Since the chorus started by bursting out, I wanted to increase the tension slowly again. Jimin, what do you think? Is it okay that it became calm? It's not bad, but I feel like something's just cut off in between. The three ladies talked about music with Kang-yoon. Whoa. For producer Oh Ji-won, this was shocking. The president is talking music with the artists? This should be a natural scene in a singer-focused entertainment company, but nowadays, it was rarely seen since idol groups became the general trend. Now that I think about it, team leader Kang-yoon always tried to listen to the artist's opinion so that they could bring out their full potential. He always tried to find a connection between what the singer wants to sing and what the populace likes. He kind of understood the secrets behind world entertainment's success. How about the third one, the beta guitar? That was smooth. Uni, that thing's too stringy. Why don't we go with something else? I think the fourth one, the sound string, will be better. Kim, Jimin, Park So-young, and even Seo Han-yu voiced their opinions to Kang-yoon. At that moment, try using the eighth one, Alpha Gilder. Oh no. Interrupting unintentionally, producer Oh Ji-won received the stares of everyone and blinked several times. However, Kang-yoon laughed and spoke. Let's try the eighth one, then shall we? Yes. Kang-yoon switched the sound and played back the music, and soon, a unique, charming sound started flowing out. Wow. Park So-young, Kim Jimin, and Seo Han-yu's eyes all widened in surprise. Producer Oh Ji-won didn't stop there and approached where Kang-yoon was and inserted another sound. Wow. It was a sound that was like a mix of a piano and a guitar. It was very gentle. Kang-yoon also gave his thumbs up after seeing that the light had become stronger. Producer, you're the best. Thank Ya. He only intended to watch it first. The mood somehow swept him up. Just as producer Oh Ji-won clutched his head, blaming his foolishness, Seo Han-yu grabbed his arm. Producer, please help us out here. We're having a hard time since this is our first time. Han-yu. As Seo Han-yu rarely asked for help, producer Oh Ji-won couldn't win against her desperate eyes. Kang-yoon naturally stood up from the seat, and producer Oh Ji-won replaced him. Producer, you're the best. You're so cool. Wow. Do you have all these sounds memorized? Well, yes, I guess. Seeing producer Oh Ji-won deep into the music process, Kang-yoon couldn't help but laugh. Without even noticing Kang-yoon's exit, the three ladies and producer Oh Ji-won started working. Chapter 232. Our producer disappeared. 1. What? Exhausted. Director Moon Gwangshik's office. Director Moon Gwangshik was scolding Jang Min-ji, the leader of Hello Tint, who was looking down on the floor. TSK. To think you'd complain after that tiny bit of schedule. Your seniors never batted an eye with a schedule like yours. Director, So-in and In-young are ill right now. If we keep... No. Director Moon Gwangshik frowned. How can an entertainer say such pathetic things during their activity period? Director, we've been sleeping in the van for 3 straight months now. We rarely ever slept back at the dorms. Min-hee's period has been getting irregular. I really didn't want to say this, but... Then don't. Jang Min-ji became speechless by Director Moon Gwangshik's cruel words. She appealed to him several times that all of the members were exhausted, but had to leave without getting any results. When the door closed, Director Moon Gwangshik shook his head. An entertainer during their activity period can't even take that much? TSK. Kids these days don't have any tenacity. He snorted and put his coat on before heading to the studio. Today was the day of ECTM's album recording. ECTM was a seven-man boy group. Inside the studio were three members of ECTM, who were the ones doing the recording today, as well as the second producer, Fry, who were working. Nodding at the greetings of the singers and the producer, director Moon Gwang-shik looked around. Where is producer O? He was curious since this man was always present when recording albums. Producer Fry narrowed his eyes as he replied. He hasn't come to work yet. Hasn't come to work? Well, not that there's anything for him to do here. Right. Director Moon Gwang-shik put his hand on producer Fray's shoulders. You should get the title of the first producer this time. How long are you going to stay behind producer O? Try hard, okay? Yes. I'll definitely meet your expectations. Producer Fry enthusiastically went back to work, and the singers inside the booth all started singing again. Producer O is still better, but rather than a disobedient headache, an obedient fool is better. Seeing producer Fry, director Moon Gwang-shik's lips curved upwards. The sound is too messy. Seo Han-yu subconsciously frowned upon hearing the sharp percussion sound that was just inserted. Producer Oh Ji-won pointed at the graph that represented the sound frequencies and explained the reason. It's because the extreme highs aren't cut. The extreme highs. Let's try removing this part here, shall we? Cut off anything above the 20 kHz range, and when producer Oh Ji-won adjusted the sound, the ear-piercing percussion sounds disappeared, and it became more refreshing. Seo Han-yu looked up towards producer Oh Ji-won as though looking at Superman. You're amazing. Nah, this is nothing much. It was a great joy for a man to be admired by a lady in their prime. Producer Oh Ji-won straightened his shoulders. Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon, who were watching all of this, were watching with glee. Looks like he's adapted already. He's fast. Producer O's definitely more sociable, and he's capable. I always thought that communication skills were a must in a producer. Producer O is a flexible man. Not only are his ears for music good, he knows how to accept everyone's opinions. As soon as Lee Hyun-ji's words finished, Kim Jimin expressed her opinion on the song to producer Oh Ji-won. Producer, about the vocals. The vocals? So there's a specific voice type you want. They were already at ease with each other, and the atmosphere looked good. The title of this song is 20, right? But it sounds too fluffy. I'm worried that it might sound too young rather than mature. The freshness of being 20 years old amidst an acoustic mood, and you want to appeal to being mature at the same time, right? Yes, that's it. Producer Oh Ji-won thought about it for a moment before speaking what he thought about this. Then, I think you should change the vocal method when you sing. You put strength into your stomach when you sing, right? Yes. Then this time, let's go with a head voice. Producer Oh Ji-won pointed out. Kim Jimin's expression brightened as though she saw hope. Okay, do you need anything else? Park So-young also asked some things about rearrangement, and the discussion became heated. Lunchtime. Kang-yoon took everyone to a nearby restaurant. Thank you for the meal. This restaurant had autographs of world entertainment artists. The nearby customers were busy looking at Kim Jimin and Seo Han-yu. Some of them were even giving glances to Kang-yoon. Producer Oh Ji-won spoke as he ate some galbatang. I feel like I've finally done some work after all this time. I wonder if I might have stolen valuable time off someone busy. You should be at your company right now. When Kang-yoon spoke apologetically, producer Oh Ji-won shook his head. They'd do fine without me anyway. Phew. His expression contained bitterness. Then, Seo Han-yu asked, how can they roll without you? You're the #1 producer there, aren't you? Thanks for that. Producer Oh Ji-won smiled faintly at Seo Han-yu before continuing to speak. MG, as you know, has many talents. From trainees to singers, and from composers to producers. As we possess many talents, the competition is fierce, and skills are a must to survive the competition. Indeed, as far as I know, you were the most trustworthy in MG back when I worked there. Haha, I'm thankful that you, someone who was called the greatest planning team leader in MG history, tell me something like that. I was titled the first producer. But right now, it's nothing more than a shell. So something happened. What? I'm about to say from this moment onwards, you can consider it to be an excuse from a dropout of the competition. Producer Oh Ji-won emptied his cup in one go with a bitter expression. After you left, team leader Kang-yoon, The directors limited the decisions that could be made by the employees in order to consolidate their power. In that process, the authorities given to the producers shrank, and as a result, the quality of music that we released dropped. So a non-professional is trying to take control of the professionals. Indeed, embarrassingly, I wasn't able to work on an album for the past year. Kang-yoon felt bitter. A capable producer like producer Oh Ji-won wasn't able to spread his wings out. Seo Han-yu, who was listening quietly, pointed out, "It's because those baldies always use people that suck up to them. They always did." Seo Han-yu gritted her teeth as the piled-up anger inside her was considerable. Park So-young patted her back, and Kim Jimin grabbed her hand in order to calm her down. Kang-yoon calmly looked at producer Oh Ji-won. "It might be somewhat wrong of me to ask you this, but what do you plan to do here on?" "Honestly, I'm not sure. It won't be easy for me to find work at MG, but it's the place I first joined, and it's the place that raised me, so it's hard to walk away from them." Even though his love lost interest in him, his one-sided love continued. However, there was also a desire to start working again. It was a tough decision to make. At that moment, Seo Han-yu spoke again. "I read from a book that a man stakes his life for someone that acknowledges him." Han-yu. Producer Oh Ji-won looked flabbergasted. Everyone had put down their spoons already. Kang-yoon stayed quiet, and Seo Han-yu continued to speak. "Is there a reason for someone like you to rot at MG? Is there? You know, I had an enjoyable time working with you together. Wasn't it fun for you as well, producer?" Don't fool yourself, producer. I want to work with you." Producer Oh Ji-won closed his eyes and bit his lips. Kang-yoon didn't say anything. What was supposed to be a simple lunch became extremely heavy, and no one spoke carelessly. When they returned to the studio, White Moonlight and Hee-yoon had arrived. The three people other than Lee Hyun-ah had set up instruments inside the booth for recording and were waiting for everyone. Oh, White Moonlight. Producer Oh Ji-won was aware of White Moonlight as well. There was no way he didn't know since they were famous for OSTs and their concerts. However, he was surprised in a different way when he looked at the booth. President Kang-yoon. Is cooperation within the company this easy? For Kim Jimin's album, there was an instrument session, and there was also the composer, rearranger, as well as a member from a completely different group. This was unimaginable in MG. Cooperation happened in the form of featuring at most in MG. But here, all the other artists could step in for a single artist. Kang-yoon shrugged as he replied, "We're all one family." Family, huh? Producer Oh Ji-won reminded himself of that word several times. The word that was thrown out of habit in other entertainment companies was actually a word that they abide by. Kang-yoon looked at Kim Jin-dae, who was adjusting the snare drums, and spoke into the mic. "We're going to start with the drums, so tell me once you're done setting up." "Yes." While everyone moved around busily, producer Oh Ji-won approached Kang-yoon. "President Kang-yoon." "Yes, producer. This project, can I have a hand in it as well?" Kang-yoon's eyes widened, and he continued. "The money. I don't need it. It's fine even if I get found out by the company. At this rate, it's obvious that I'll be kicked out, please. I'm actually quite useful, you know." "Producer." Kang-yoon nodded his head and patted producer Oh Ji-won on the back. He accepted his offer. Kim Jin-dae seemed somewhat surprised that someone other than Kang-yoon was sitting in front of the mixer, but he gained his calm after seeing Kang-yoon behind the chair. "My name is Oh Ji-won. Pleased to meet you. I'm Kim Ji-won. Are you the producer?" "Yes. I might be lacking, but please take care of me." The instruments were finished being set up, and producer Oh Ji-won started the recording. It was autumn, and the leaves were starting to fall. Yunha's album, 20 Years Old, was released. Kim Jimin held a comeback stage in Music Count in a public TV station, and after that, she showed up in many kinds of music programs, having a fantastic comeback. Her music shot up in the rankings and reached the first rank in merely 2 days. It was a digital single that many other artists released as well, but this album became a hot topic since Soyu of Edios participated in the production. The fans of Edios didn't just stream the music and downloaded the entire song in order to raise the sales of Yunha's album. Seeing the profits of the album, Lee Hyun-ji was all smiles. Han-yu was a godly move. Seo Han-yu's participation in the album acted positively during promotion and positively influenced sales as well. Kang-yoon hung up on his phone and nodded his head. "It seems so. There were a lot of hurdles, but I'm glad that this ended well." "Yes, That call was from Japan, right? How is Miss Moon-hee doing? Nothing has changed. She's not getting much sleep with all the schedule she's got. Kang-yoon said that he was worried about in Moon-hee's physical condition and sent a mail to A-Trust asking to decrease her schedule. Lee Hyun-ji looked over some documents when she came across something strange and asked Kang-yoon about it. President, were we right to put producer O's name in the album? It's fine. There's no need to hide one's family member. President. Lee Hyun-ji frowned and looked at Kang-yoon. It was indeed me who told you to recruit producer O, but it might not be good for the public opinion if we create trouble like this. Perhaps, but he worked with us, albeit a little. If necessary, we should cover for him. Huh. Lee Hyun-ji sighed and shook her head. Sheesh, I knew you'd be like this. Did you get anything ready? Of course. I sent it over to your email. I knew it. Kang-yoon wasn't just all talk. When Lee Hyun-ji opened the email, she saw a list of materials that they could send to the media in cases of emergencies. How is MG taking the exact actions that we predicted them to? Looking at an article in the entertainment section of SACE, the web portal, Lee Hyun-ji snorted. World Entertainment poaches a producer belonging to MG? World poaches a producer without prior negotiation. MG, we will right these bad manners in the industry. Kang-yoon also smiled faintly seeing the absurd articles. They should be aware that despite being exclusive producers, they are entitled to work that they wish to do. Director, please take care of it. Sure. Lee Hyun-ji put her thumbs up telling Kang-yoon to believe in her. Chapter 233. Our producer disappeared, too. Director, how is it going with employing new office workers? Kang-yoon switched topics. When she heard, Lee Hyun-ji lightly frowned with a deep sigh. It's not going that well. There were a lot of applicants, but I couldn't find anyone suitable. Didn't you raise your standards too high now that the company's gotten bigger? Hearing his question, Lee Hyun-ji denied it. Rather than specs, I'm looking more towards their interest in this industry and their experiences until now. But now that I use these as the standard, there aren't many people that I find suitable. You can be flexible like when you recruited Miss Hygiene or Mr. Youngmin. President. Lee Hyun-ji said that was unacceptable. They should at least have some interest in this industry. We need to be different now. We're using a 3-stage application process to recruit trainees, but if the office workers have a low hurdle, then it wouldn't make sense. You're right, Director. I wasn't thinking properly. Kang-yoon accepted. Lee Hyun-ji liked this part about him. He listened to those around him and accepted his wrongs. Recruiting new people was a challenging process. Kang-yoon encouraged Lee Hyun-ji, saying that she could take her time with it. Just as he was returning to his seat, Kang-yoon seemed to have thought of something and turned around to her. Director, how about some employees with career experience? Someone with career experience? If it's someone from the industry, then of course, I'm all for it. They'll need a shorter time getting adjusted to working with Miss Hygiene or Mr. Youngmin, and I can focus on other things. However, there might be strange rumors if we poach any people from other companies. It's rather difficult. After their conversation, Kang-yoon returned to his seat and started working with the facts he got from Japan. Yunha's album caused a big wave to arise within MG Entertainment. Their exclusive producer worked with an artist from another company. Not just any other company, but a company that was practically their enemy. And his name was solidly on the album credits as well. The contract stated that he is to prioritize the production of artists within the company above artists in other companies, which wasn't a problem. The problem was that people viewed it as a problem. Have you heard about producer O? I didn't know he would work with Yunha. Wow, he's acting defiant now. The employees at the company always whispered amongst them about producer Oh Jivon when they talked. Have you heard about producer O? Wow, what huge news. I heard it was World 2. It was Yunha's album. He isn't someone who would work with just anyone. He was a hot topic amongst trainees as well. Despite all this, though, there weren't any bad opinions about him doing so. Well, that's what you get when you don't give a capable man some work. MG just doesn't have a good eye for people. It's that team leader who has amazing insight. He only values skill. This was the common opinion between both the trainees and the employees. However, Slam. Producer O. This article here. How are you going to take responsibility for it? Director's office. Director Kim Jin-ho bit his lips while showing him the article on the newspaper's entertainment slot. I didn't see you that way. You worked with them even though you knew the relationship between them and us. Director Kim Jin-ho's wrath was considerable. However, producer Oh Ji-won was very calm about it. It's not like I breached the contract or anything. What was that? There's no problem according to the contract. Huh? Director Kim Jin-ho was flabbergasted. Contract? I'm not talking about that here, am I? Do you know what the media is saying right now? They're saying that the producer found work for himself because the company didn't give him any work. What kind of embarrassment is that for our company? I must correct you there. It's not the media that said such a thing, but you that said such a thing to the media, no? What was that? Bullseye. It made director Kim Jin-ho even angrier. However, producer Oh Ji-won didn't stop there. I'm no fool. In the past year, I had nothing to do at the studio and sat there completely still. Was that because my juniors were more skilled than me? Should I ask them? I can ask anyone, you know. Producer Oh, what is it that you're trying to say? I'm saying that I will no longer hold back. Producer Oh Ji-won took out a white envelope from his chest pocket and threw it on to director Kim Jin-ho's desk. It was a letter of resignation. What's your intention here? I think I've done enough for the company. I will resign within the month. Producer Oh, director Kim Jin-ho became very angry, but producer Oh Ji-won ignored him and left the office. Pway, live a happy life all you want. Going as far as to spit on the ground, producer Oh Ji-won threw away any attachments he had to MG. 5:40 in the morning. Along with a loud alarm, Min Jin-seo rubbed her eyes as she turned off the alarm. After washing her face, she put on some sweatproof makeup. Jin-seo, you're putting on makeup even when you're going jogging? When Lee Hyun-ji, who just woke up, asked her, Min Jin-seo replied without thinking much. Sometimes, I need a change of pace. Your face is pretty without makeup, you know? Thanks, Uni. Then I'll be off then. Covering her head with a hoodie, she started jogging by the nearby Han River. Fu. Thanks to the sweatproof makeup, her makeup didn't get blurry despite all the sweat. As it was still dark in the mornings, there weren't that many people around. Not long later, the sun started rising. Just as she was jogging, a man in a hoodie started running alongside her. Although it wouldn't be surprising if she were startled by a big man's appearance, Min Jin-seo instead smiled. Sir, good morning. The big man was none other than Kang-yoon. Covering their faces, the two people started jogging. Fu pant. Sir, is it too hard for you? No. I'm fine pant. However, there was a problem with Kang-yoon. It was hard for him to keep up with her, who had a well-trained body. Despite that, Kang-yoon did not stop running. There was an end to everything, so the two headed towards a nearby tea house after their jog. Kang-yoon knocked on the tea house's door, which had the closed sign 4 times in a familiar fashion. A man soon came to the door. Oh, team leader Kang-yoon. Welcome. Jin-seo, you're here as well. Welcome. Hello. The one that opened the door was director Lee Han-seo. This place was managed mostly by his wife, and he sometimes worked it when he had time. Although he was planning to open a tea house properly after retiring from his current job, he decided to open one while doing his job after a long period of consideration. This place was quite popular among tea lovers. Director Lee Han-seo led the two to a table by the window on the 2nd floor. It's nice to see the two of you here. I'm sorry about this every morning. There aren't many places we can go after a morning jog. Not at all. I'm well aware that a superstar like Jin-seo can't just go to any shop at ease. Kang-yoon had mentioned that he would be coming several days ago. When director Lee Han-seo gave some tea, Min Jin-seo closed her eyes and appreciated its fragrance. Nice fragrance. The morning sun rays and tea, along with spending time with Kang-yoon. Min Jin-seo was very happy. Kang-yoon also appreciated the tea and looked her in the eye. Is studying going well? I'm doing my best, but it's hard. The results of the mock exam I took last time wasn't looking good. Can I ask what your scores are? No. Min. Jin-seo shook her head several times, and Kang-yoon burst out laughing. Ha. My scores dropped a lot this time. Examinees are amazing. I get that studying is tough. If you find it tough, you can always take the entertainer's application. Universities these days accept a lot of celebrities for advertisement. Min Jin-seo shook her head at Kang-yoon's words. Sir, I'll use my own skills to get in. You know that the textbook method is the hardest method, right? Yes, but you live by that rule as well, don't you? Kang-yoon faintly smiled. Seeing that, Min Jin-seo put down the teacup and continued to speak. I'm going to live the same way as you do. Whether it's studying or acting, I don't want to be controversial. It was you who said that there was a limit to climbing the ladder using roundabout methods, didn't you? I did, I guess, but it's a difficult method. It might not work the way you want, either. It doesn't matter. I'll choose my own method. You're cool, Jinseo, I get it. Hearing that, Min Jinseo lightly held Kang-yoon's hand, which he rested on the table. Not that. Huh. She seemed embarrassed and hesitated to speak. Then, love. Oh. Kang-yoon noticed and spoke mischievously. You want me to say that you're Lovell? I should open the window here. At that moment, a voice could be heard from below. Kang-yoon hurriedly moved his hand away and turned around to see outside the window. Soon, Director Lee Han-seo entered the second floor and opened the windows. No. Min Jinseo looked away from Director Lee Han-seo with pity. After a morning date with Min Jinseo, Kang-yoon came to work and started working. Around 10 o'clock, he got a call from In Moon-hee, who was in Japan. The fans here are all so obedient here. They don't ask me for autographs that much. Why didn't you proactively reach out to them? They told me to as well. The fans really liked it. I'm really happy these days. In Moon-hee's voice was filled with vitality. Her schedule was packed with events and TV programs. Your body comes first, okay? I know, don't worry about it. I'll call you immediately once something happens. After the call, Kang-yoon wrote a document to send to A Trust. It was to ask them to relax in Moon-hee's schedule. When he sent it, he found Lee Hyun-ji standing next to him. President, can I take some of your time? She pointed at the rooftop and left the office. Kang-yoon followed suit. Lee Hyun-ji sighed as she spoke on the windy rooftop. Producer O quit MG. So it came down to that after all. It's your turn now. Kang-yoon nodded with a smile. Okay. It's tonight. That night, hearing that they should meet alone, Kang-yoon headed to a bar in Gangnam. Producer Oh Ji-won was already waiting for Kang-yoon. Hello. The two lightly greeted each other before ordering some things. Kang-yoon ordered cocktails, but producer Oh Ji-won ordered some strong alcohol. When the two received their drinks and some side dishes, the two started talking after a toast. I heard that something unfortunate has happened to you because of us. I apologize. When Kang-yoon apologized to him, producer Oh waved his hand in surprise. Not at all. It wasn't your fault, team leader Kang-yoon. It's because of me that asked you to put my name on the credits. I should have stopped you from doing so. You ended up having to quit your company. That was my fault. Team leader. Producer Oh Ji-won made a serious expression and spoke. Do you know when a producer feels the happiest when working on an album? It's when their name goes up in the album credits. Yes, it's the moment where they feel proud of having left something behind. Now that's my area that no one else can touch. Producer Oh Ji-won was a producer to his bones. As Kang-yoon did compositions, rearrangement, as well as production, he understood what he was saying. Although it was a short time, their glasses were emptied already. Thanks to the strong alcohol, producer Oh Ji-won's face became red. You should slow down a little. It's fine. Today, I want to get a little drunk. Kang-yoon refilled producer Oh Ji-won's glass and talked about the real matter at hand. What do you plan to do in the future? I'm not sure. I quit in a fit of anger, but MG already used their hand already so that I wouldn't be able to find work. Nah, I'm going to think about the difficult matters later. How is world then? Haha, I'd love what? Wait a moment. Producer Oh Ji-won felt his drunkenness going away. Kang-yoon pushed on. I'm not sure about other things, but I can guarantee you two things: an environment where you can wholeheartedly focus on work, as well as full compensation for your work. Getting involved with company politics will not happen. Ever. Producer Oh Ji-won couldn't hide his surprise. World? It would be for the best if he could go. In World, artists were eager to work, a president who supported them with all his effort and funds. It was a utopia for producers. Producer Oh Ji-won looked hesitant, and seeing that Kang-yoon spoke on. A lot of responsibility for your current state lies with us. I'm saying that it isn't. Kang-yoon shook his head. Do you think I didn't know that there would be trouble if I put your name in the album credits? However, I didn't hold you back from doing so. That's my fault. That fault. I will take responsibility for it. I'm saying all this, but actually, we just need you, producer. Ha ha. He is needed. This was the most important reason for a man. He had already sobered up completely. No, alcohol didn't seem to be doing anything to him. Producer Oh Ji-won put down his glass. and Kang-yoon quietly waited for his words as well. 10, 20 minutes passed. And even after 30 minutes, producer Oh Ji-won did not say a word. However, Kang-yoon didn't fidget around and kept waiting for him to speak. Eventually, understood. Producer Oh Ji-won broke the silence. I may be lacking, but please take care of me. That decision of yours. I will make sure that you won't regret it. Kang-yoon extended his right hand out with a smile. Producer Oh Ji-won shook his hand. Please take care of me. Oh, yes. Do you need any other employees? Employees? We were recruiting. I thought so. I saw that President Hyun-ji was looking very busy. I might be overstepping my bounds here, but can I take some of my own members as well? I can guarantee their skills, both for the studio and the office. Yes, there's around 4. They can handle both the studio and the office. They're quite well-rounded in that regard. They're like my family. Producer Oh Ji-won mentioned some of his people that he worked with. Once he leaves MG, it was evident that they would be like chicks without a mother hen in the company. As World lacked people, this was good news. Understood then. When can I see them? There's no need to drag things out, is there? I'll call them up right now. Kang-yoon was all smiles because he was able to solve 2 problems in one go. Secretary Yang. The report on the collaboration with SACE still isn't here yet. What happened to that? When Director Kim Jin-ho called for his secretary and asked some questions, the male secretary carefully replied. The thing is, 2 people from the planning team suddenly resigned, which led to a delay. What? What do you mean by that? Why would someone from the planning team resign? Secretary Yang explained with a quiet voice. Last week, producer Oh Ji-won resigned, didn't he? At that time, assistant managers Kang and Han resigned as well. What? And why didn't that get reported to me? They resigned through Director Moon Gwang-shik. Huh? That man. Director Moon Gwang-shik was known to be very easy regarding those. Of course, that was only on the surface. Below the surface, he was infamous for pulling strings so that they would never get employed elsewhere. It's hard to raise someone to work with the planning team, though. I guess we can't help it. Director Moon should do something about it then. Then what happened with the training report about the trainees last week? There's no one in charge of that right now, and the same thing happened there as well. I apologize. Director Kim Jin-ho was flabbergasted. No, he found the answer quite quickly. They all followed producer Oh Ji-won out. A single producer has such an influence. How long would it take to cover for their absence? The other producers are helping, but producer Oh mainly managed both of these, so it should take a long time. Director Kim Jin-ho's lips trembled. He was paying the price for treating his subordinates poorly. Chapter 234. Her Exam Life, 1. U School in Daechidong was well known for its teaching in non-high school college examinees. Many students were listening to class in order to get into their dream university. The function f of x is the x squared multiplied by. It was autumn, and the wind was chilly. The maths teacher passionately continued teaching his subject. The students wrote down the contents of the class in their heads, as well as on their notes. And so, the value of x is. Min Jin-seo was immersed in solving the problem like any other student here. As someone who had focused only on acting her whole life, studying maths was a whole new world to her, just as she was painstakingly working on the problem. Hey, Jin-seo. A girl with a cat-like face, sitting next to her, tapped on her desk with a pen. What is it? The value here is strange. How do you solve this? Min Jin-seo solved the problem together with the girl sitting next to her. Soon, the class ended, and a rest period came. The students formed groups and chatted together to relieve their academic stress. The gazes of the girls were all focused on a rather eye-catching pair of girls. Hey, isn't Min Jin-seo so pretty? I know, right? Who created that insanely pretty face of hers? Lord Plastic Surgeon. There must be some of that at least, right? It doesn't make sense that absolutely nothing was done to her face. Any group that consisted of more than 3 people gossiped about Min Jin-seo. It wasn't just the ladies. Hey, I thought you were going to confess today. Are you crazy? Do you know how large her fan base is? Do I care? If you said you'd do it, you should do it. F***ck off. Anyway, Lady Jin-seo is a goddess, you know? Wait, did you see that just now? She just looked at me. **T. The men were very conscious about where Min Jin-seo was looking at. The girl next to Jin-seo grabbed her arm and consoled her. Aren't you annoyed by all of this? The girl was the one who solved the problem together with her in class. Min Jin-seo smiled, saying that she was okay. It's like this all the time. Even so, those people, even though we're all students here. Jin-seo. What is it, Yoon-seon? The girl, named Ji Yoon-seon, took out a key and showed it to her. Let's go. What's that? Hee. A key to a secret door. It was the key to the rooftop she received. Before Min Jin-seo could say anything, Ji Yoon-seon took Min Jin-seo to the rooftop. Who's she? Does she think she's Min Jin-seo's manager or something? My words exactly. She looks like a thieving fox. The arrow was headed to not Min Jin-seo, but Ji Yoon-seon, who was next to her. Regardless, the two people were embracing freedom on the rooftop. Fua, that's refreshing. Min Jin-seo stretched her arms out. Seeing her friend at ease, Ji Yoon-seon put her arm on top of the rails. I got the key from the small chubby manager of yours, who received it from the principal here. He gave the key to me to take care of you since he can't stay at the school. She was referring to Kang Ji-jun, who was in charge of Min Jin-seo. As he couldn't stay at the academy, he requested help from Min Jin-seo's friend, that is, her. Min Jin-seo felt sorry since she felt like she was causing trouble for many people just because she wanted to study. Oh, I guess I should treat him to a meal sometime. When the two came down after their short rest, the class resumed. The teachers at the academy did not treat Min Jin-seo any differently from the other students. There was a reason this academy was well known here. After all the classes finished, Min Jin-seo waited for her manager in front of the academy with Ji Yoon-seon. I'll give you a ride. Really? Ji Yoon-seon was overjoyed by Min Jin-seo's offer and thanked her. Not long later, a small vehicle parked in front of the academy where the students were leaving the building in droves. Jin-seo hop on. Seeing the driver that came to pick her up, Min Jin-seo's eyes widened. Sir? She thought it would be Kang Ji-jun, but Kang-yoon came instead. Ji Yoon-seon was also aware of the president of World Entertainment, who was also a famous composer. Sir, When Min Jin-seo asked they could give Ji Yoon-seon a ride as well, Kang-yoon pointed at the back seats. Thank you. When the two girls got on, the car quickly left the academy. On their way to Pangeo, Ji Yoon-seon looked at Kang-yoon with shiny eyes. Why? You look more handsome in real life than you do in the media. Thanks. Kang-yoon was also surprised about Ji Yoon-seon, who Min Jin-seo considered a friend. I was surprised since this is the first time Jin-seo decided to bring a friend. I was worried if she could get used to the academic lifestyle. I was surprised at first. Why is such a huge star going to an academy like this? Did she get fired from her company? Were my first questions after all. Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon burst out laughing, hearing that she was so direct with her words. Oh, sorry about that. I was too rude there, wasn't I? No, not at all. You're rather funny. Please, don't talk to me so formally. May I then? In the car, Ji Yoon-seon and Kang-yoon quickly became close. As Min Jin-seo also joined the chat, the three people talked about many things, including the things that happened at the academy. While having an enjoyable time, they soon arrived at Pangeo, where Ji Yoon-seon lived. Thank you. Ji Yoon-seon got off the car and bowed towards Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon waved his hand and spoke. Let's have a meal together sometime. I'll contact you soon. What? I will look forward to it. After Ji Yoon-seon went home, Kang-yoon and Min Jin-seo drove to the company. Min Jin-seo changed seats to the front passenger seat and held Kang-yoon's hand as she asked. Yoon-seon is pretty, isn't she? She seems like a good friend. She gave me a good impression. Min Jin-seo asked many more times while blinking her large eyes, but Kang-yoon no longer commented about her. You consider her a friend, so she's an important person. To us. I should get to know who she is. Okay. It's time for your private lesson now, isn't it? Ugh. Min Jin-seo agonized, just like anyone else would in her position. After taking her home, Kang-yoon returned to the company. When he went down to the studio, he heard music being played. You approach me sweetly and melt my heart. What am I supposed to do? Han Ji-yeon's notes were filling the studio, and producer Oh Ji-won was controlling the mixer. Kang-yoon quietly approached behind him and watched as he did his work. Stopping midway through a verse, Han Ji-yeon tilted her head and asked, I'll try that again. Doesn't it feel a little stuffy? Should I put a bit of reverb in? The recording began again. Producer Oh Ji-won proficiently controlled the mixer and made the white light stronger. The other people in the studio, who also came over from MG, worked very efficiently. I knew I could leave this to them. Kang-yoon was satisfied. Inside the booth, Young Mina and Han Ju-yeon were at ease doing the recording as well. Only when Young Mina noticed Kang-yoon and waved at him did producer Oh Ji-won find out he was here and turned around on the chair. President, welk. Keep doing what you were doing. I'm not here to distract you. Kang-yoon stopped producer Oh Ji-won from standing up and made him continue his work. Producer Oh Ji-won hesitated for a bit before saying okay and put his hands back on the mixer. After a long while, they finished, recording 2 verses, and the 2 girls inside the booth came out. President, Han Ju-yeon politely greeted him while Young Mina approached him and grabbed his hands in joy. Kang-yoon lightly grabbed her hand and let go immediately before turning around to producer Oh Ji-won. Is work going well? Yes. It will take some time, but we're progressing. Producer Oh Ji-won played back the finished parts for Kang-yoon to listen. A wavy pattern appeared on the monitor, and the speakers started producing many different music notes. Kang-yoon put his hand on his chin while watching the stream of white light. I guess I should wait until it's fully mastered. It's a little awkward to listen to right now. Please have a look at it after we finish it. I believe we can make something good out of this. When producer Oh Ji-won claimed, Kang-yoon nodded his head and patted his shoulders. I leave the rest to you, was his implication. Just as Kang-yoon left, Young Mina followed him out. Juicy. When Kang-yoon turned around, Young Mina smiled and asked, do you have time on the night after tomorrow? The night after tomorrow? Is there something important? How about we have a meal together? I think we'll finish the recording by then. Hearing that, Kang-yoon smiled in response. I guess we'll celebrate with Ju-yeon and producer Oh. All right, I'll see what I can do about it. After saying that, Kang-yoon immediately went to the office. Seeing his back, Young Mina lightly frowned. Is he dim-witted or what? Young Mina pouted before returning to the studio. Ding-dong dash? Dash? As soon as the bell rang, Ji-yoon left the classroom and ran towards the bathroom. After slamming the cubicle shut, she only came to herself after sitting down. She was feeling the joy of relieving a natural physiological phenomenon when she heard the voices of a few girls laughing. Hey, did you see that Ji-yoon? The bitch that hangs out with Min Jin-seo? She looks like a thieving fox. Isn't she just her lackey? Lackey, I know, right? She thinks she is something since she's next to Min Jin-seo, don't you think? Right. I heard from the guys that used to go to high school with her, and apparently, the delinquents at her school used to. Unspeakable words were spoken. They're at it again. Ji-yoon's face turned red in anger. This wasn't the first time. The girls always talked badly about her whenever they gathered at the bathroom. At first, the gossip was mostly, I can't stand her acting friendly towards Min Jin-seo, but now they talked about how she was supposedly a delinquent's ex-girlfriend. I heard she can't sleep at night without a man next to her. What, really? Pwaha. Perhaps this was what it meant to make a fool out of someone? Only after the giggles disappeared did Ji-yoon open her cubicle with traces of tears around her eyes. She tried to get a hold herself by washing her face, but the rage didn't disappear that quickly. She was 22 this year. She was trying to get into college when she was old enough to be a third year, so it wasn't that surprising that rumors were floating around. I'm just applying for college now because my family can finally afford me to send me. It wasn't like anyone would believe her now, even if she told them the truth. When she powerlessly returned to her seat, she saw Min Jin-seo going over the materials they learned in the previous class. Yoon-seon, what happened to you? Yoon-seon? It's nothing, don't worry. Min Jin-seo, worried, asked her friend, but Ji-yoon bit her lips and did not say anything. After classes finished, Min Jin-seo and Ji-yoon were waiting for the car in front of the academy today as well. They must be the same, right? Min Jin-seo was talking right next to her, but Ji-yoon's interest was headed towards the girls that passed by the two. Yoon-seon? Ji-yoon? Sorry, what was that? Min Jin-seo was worried for her friend. However, asking her didn't give her a reply. When she asked if she was feeling ill anywhere, it wasn't that either so. Just as the two were thinking about different things, a van leisurely entered the academy grounds. What's that? A celebrity van? The van attracted the interest of everyone around and stopped in front of Min Jin-seo. The window opened, and the last person she expected to see here waved at her. Director Uni? Through the open window, Lee Hyun-ji pointed at the back with her usual confident smile. Hop on. There's a guest, right? You can get on as well. There's plenty of room. Ji Yoon-seon couldn't hide her surprise, seeing the sudden appearance of a celebrity van. However, when Min Jin-seo pushed her back, she had no choice but to get on. Seeing Lee Hyun-ji drive a van so proficiently, Min Jin-seo asked, surprised. Director Uni, you can drive a van as well? Ji Yoon-seon's eyes widened, hearing the word director. However, Lee Hyun-ji naturally nodded without taking notice of her. Of course, I work in this industry. Do you think it makes sense for me not to be able to drive one? And miss. Why yes. Lee Hyun-ji's confident voice seemed to have surprised her as Ji Yoon-seon straightened her back. Finding that rather funny, Lee Hyun-ji laughed. You can be at ease. I just came here to see the friend that Jin-seo praises all the time. Jin-seo has a good eye for people. She's someone who has had society experience since she was young, so she knows if anyone approaching her has bad intentions. But these days, she's been talking about you a lot, saying that you don't have any bad intentions. The president should have prepared today's event, knowing that. Oh, Lee Hyun-ji's clear-cut explanation persuaded Ji Yoon-seon. She also found it somewhat surprising that a small lady like her had such charisma. The van was headed to the restaurant that they reserved. At the restaurant was Kang-yoon, who had arrived earlier than them. Welcome. Wasn't the traffic bad? It was okay. I took some detours. When Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ji sat down on one side, and Min Jin-seo and Ji Yoon-seon sat on the other, the meal started coming out. After chopping up the steak and giving it to Min Jin-seo, Kang-yoon turned around to Ji Yoon-seon. Did nothing bad happen to you while you spent time with Jin-seo? Momentarily, she was at a loss for words. Just today, she was the topic of girls' cruel gossip. Those words came up to her throat, but she smiled and shook her head. No, in fact, I feel rather embarrassed. I wonder if I can be considered a friend of hers. After all, Jin-seo is a successful actress while I'm a mere examinee. Wait. Lee Hyun-ji tilted her head. You aren't at the age where you should speak like that, no? That's strange. I didn't think you were that kind of person. Lee Hyun-ji was rather direct with her words. As she and Min Jin-seo lived in the same apartment, she heard many stories from Min Jin-seo. There was no way she didn't know of Ji Yoon-seon, a friend that Min Jin-seo made at the academy. However, meeting today, she felt something different about her, which surprised her. When Lee Hyun-ji seemed a little too strict, Kang-yoon tried to relax everyone. The students consider Jin-seo a celebrity after all. Yoon-seon is a friend of hers, but she might feel like that from time to time. It's not surprising. Well, I guess you're right. Lee Hyun-ji seemed persuaded and started chopping the steak vigorously. It was her way of expressing that something wasn't to her liking. Just as Min Jin-seo also looked disappointed by that, Ji Yoon-seon started speaking heavily. Actually, something did happen. Something happened? Everyone put down their cutlery and started listening to her. She started talking about what happened today, as well as how things escalated to this point. The jealousy she received by being close to Min Jin-seo, and how she had been enduring it until now. After listening to her story, Min Jin-seo's face paled, and Kang-yoon was likewise surprised. Yoon-seon. Min Jin-seo grabbed her hand apologetically. Ji Yoon-seon looked down. Kang-yoon closed his eyes, and Lee Hyun-ji bit her lips. I'm sorry, everyone. None of this would have happened if I didn't ask to go to an academy. Min Jin-seo looked down as well. What was supposed to be a joyful meal together suddenly became gloomy in an instant. This time, Ji Yoon-seon shook her head. It's hard, but I like you, Jin-seo. Today was just a little, sorry about that, forget it. Yoon-seon. Ji Yoon-seon apologized to Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji. I'm sorry. It's natural for someone to be a gossip topic if they get close to a celebrity like Jin-seo without any background. It's just that it was tough for me today, so I ended up saying something unnecessary. I'm sorry. Regretting, she looked very embarrassed. Kang-yoon thought for a moment before gesturing to Lee Hyun-ji to step outside before standing up. Lee Hyun-ji followed suit, and the two moved to the lounge. Inside the lounge, Kang-yoon spoke with a severe expression. Director, what do you think of that girl's words? It's probably true. Jin-seo said that she made an excellent friend at the academy. It's not like she doesn't have an eye for people. Team leader Kang also said that she's an alright girl. So I don't think we need to question her words. Then I guess we should help her out then. Lee Hyun-ji agreed to those words. Yes, but we can't interfere with their academic life. You aren't planning to accept her as a trainee or something, are you? Trainees at World Entertainment were a hot issue these days. It was hard to become one, and they rarely recruited as well. Following Kim Jimin, there was the new superstar in Japan, in Moonhee. Most people thought that becoming a trainee at World is equivalent to becoming a star. World Entertainment's website was flooded continuously with applicants. I don't, but there's another way. It's not accepting her as a trainee, and it's not making her popular either. Then what is it? Kang-yoon smiled and spoke. We'll raise her to extreme heights so that no one will dare speak badly about her. Lee Hyun-ji asked back curiously to Kang-yoon. Chapter 235. Her exam life. 2. Raise her to extreme heights. Kang-yoon sat down before speaking as he judged that this would take some time to explain. People become jealous of others that they deem are similar or at a lower level than them. This manifests in an especially dark form in the case of women. However, that changes if the target of jealousy becomes out of reach overnight. I get it. So then, how are you planning to put her on a pedestal? With this, Kang-yoon opened his social media app and got into Ji Yoon-seon's page before showing it to Lee Hyun-ji. What you need to pay attention to is right below that. A wedding invitation? Yes. Lee Hyun-ji was confused. You're not saying that it would be solved as long as Jin Seo attends that wedding, right? This is not right. The journalists might look at it differently. However, Kang-yoon shook his head before replying with confidence. Maybe that's the case if Jin Seo is the only one attending. So you and I, as well as the celebrities in the company, will attend as well. What? Was it really necessary to go this far? Lee Hyun-ji felt that this was going overboard for just a friend. Do we really need to go that far? It's not like our celebrities are free. It is absolutely necessary. Kang-yoon stood up as he continued his explanation. If Jin Seo is the only one attending, then it would be her private matter, but if all of us go, then it would be an official event. That will make the journalists calm down a little. In fact, they would become curious instead. Just who is that person to receive the blessings of the celebrities of World Entertainment? It turns out he's the older brother of Min Jin Seo's friend. World attends weddings of an acquaintance's family? Looks like they have a harmonious relationship within the company. We can promote ourselves that way. Lee Hyun-ji was hesitant. What Kang-yoon said definitely made sense. However, she couldn't help but hesitate since this would expose their own artists to the public for private matters. After thinking about it a little, she agreed with Kang-yoon and spoke. Fine. I'm a little worried, but you do sound right. So since we're doing it, why don't we promote ourselves properly? What do you mean? Assistant Manager Han and Kang that producer Oh brought are well-versed in promotion and dealing with the media. Why don't you leave it to them? I did hear that some of them were from the planning team, so they were skilled in that area as well, huh? All right, I'll leave that to you. Now that they finished their plan, Kang-yoon stretched his arms out. The two returned to the room with refreshed faces. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji did not talk about their plan to the other two immediately. After that, Ji Yoon-seon said that she was satisfied to have become Min Jin Seo's friend and that she would be fine no matter what happened. She's a good girl. Kang-yoon could feel that she meant those words. Lee Hyun-ji was the same. After the meal, Kang-yoon drove Ji Yoon-seon home. Kang-yoon was in the driving seat while Lee Hyun-ji was in the passenger seat, and the two talked about work as they drove. Seeing the two get along so well with each other, Ji Yoon-seon whispered into Min Jin Seo's ears. Those two are the president and the director, right? Yeah, why do you ask? They look really close. They're really on the same rhythm. So cool. Ji Yoon-seon was nicely surprised that a man and a woman could talk so well regarding work. Is the director dating the composer by any chance? It was a careful question, but Min Jin Seo's eyes turned in an instant. No, absolutely not. Haha, absolutely you say. They are not. This was the first time she saw Min Jin Seo's eyes so cold, so Ji Yoon-seon panicked a little, but she soon changed the topic. That director, she's strict when it comes to work, isn't she? Min Jin Seo coughed awkwardly and replied. Yeah, those two are the people that raised World to its current status. If the president worked more with music and public activities, Director Uni was in charge of office work or getting contracts signed. The president had full trust in what the director did, and the director also had complete faith in what he did. So cool. Ji Yoon-seon's eyes became sparkly. She took glances at Lee Hyun-ji through the rearview mirror and blushed. Lee Hyun-ji asked, noticing her actions. Is there anything you want to say to me, miss? Oh no, not at all. When Ji-yoon became flustered, Kang-yoon laughed. Sheesh, director. You should go easy on her. Oh, did I look too strict again? I'm sorry about that. When Lee Hyun-ji apologized, Ji-yoon waved her hand in a fluster. Not at all. I'm fine. Really? Anyway, thank you for getting along with Jin-seo. And, not at all. Leaving her status aside, I became her friend for the person she is. Then, Kang-yoon closed the windows and spoke. I know. Come visit the company sometime. We'll welcome you. Thank you. Lee Hyun-ji added as well. Though, the president isn't usually present when people do make a visit. Ha ha ha, I guess that's true. There's the director, though, so it's fine. I'm flattered. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji joked around. Min Jin-seo also laughed, seeing the two. Those two suit each other so well. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji. The two figures were deeply engraved onto Ji-yoon's heart. As the traffic was rather bad, they could only arrive at Pangeo, where Ji-yoon lived, after driving for quite a while. Thank you. Leaving behind Ji-yoon, who waved her hand in front of her house, Kang-yoon and the rest headed to Lee Hyun-ji's house. After the car gained some speed, Lee Hyun-ji asked, Jin-seo, did you perhaps get anything from that girl? Get what? When Min Jin-seo looked confused, Kang-yoon asked. Like a wedding invitation. A wedding invitation? Oh, you mean to Yoon-seon's brother's wedding? I did hear about it, but I haven't heard about the date and place. She did want to invite me, but she said that she felt sorry inviting a celebrity to such a place. So you did hear about it, huh? So now they had an excuse to go. Min Jin-seo nodded at Kang-yoon's question. What about it? Are you planning to go? When Min Jin-seo asked worriedly, Kang-yoon nodded. I do. Do you know the time and place? Of course. So Jin-seo, you should be prepared to go as well. The time is. Kang-yoon told Min Jin-seo the time and place he read on social media. Okay, so Ji-junapa and I should go together, right? I'll tell you that later. Min Jin-seo was puzzled but still nodded. Yuri-chan. Summer of 2013. This name could be heard everywhere in the islands of Japan. Even in Osaka, considered to be the second capital of Japan, was no exception, and her songs could be heard in many places throughout. It's my song. Hee. The sky was starting to turn dark, and in Moon he giggled to herself while hearing her own song being played faintly. Beside her was producer Tsukasa, who was likewise overjoyed to hear that music. To think that the song is still being played in Dotonbori. In Moonhee's songs were still being played in a famous street in Osaka. This signified that her song was still popular even though it had been 2 months since the album was released. Naturally, producer Tsukasa was thrilled. Covering her face with a hat, in Moon he leaned against the handrails so she could see the stream. Listening to the sound of flowing water, she took out her phone. When she opened up Fine's Talk, the top chat room had over 200 unread messages. Jimin-sensei, have a good day, everyone. Hyuna, Jiminy, did something good happen to you today? Jimin-sensei, no, nothing. T to the power of T. Mina-chan, I smell something suspicious. I'm Jenny. Here's Miss Mina with her conspiracies again. Mina-chan, now that's a conspiracy? Straight face, you want to fight? The group chat was named Noribang, Korean equivalent of karaoke. It was joined by all the artists of world entertainment. In Moon he giggled and participated in the chat. Me. Did something happen to you today, Jimin-seonbi? Jimin-sensei, Nothing happened. Hyuna, I don't think that's true though. Kim Jae-hoon, it's quite noisy today as well. Kim Jae-hoon has left the chat. Hyuna has invited Kim Jae-hoon to the chat. Jimin-sensei, nice to meet you, my name is Lee Samsoon. I'm Jenny. You what? Kim Jae-hoon. Perhaps due to the high proportion of females here, there was no end to the chat. The chat history could be scrolled up almost infinitely. There were many pictures uploaded as well, from photos taken from concerts to just funny memes. Young Mina then chatted. Mina-chan, who here heard about the wedding? Jimin-sensei, I just heard from manager Appa. I heard it was a brother of Jin Seuni's friend. Am I right? I'm Jenny. Is that someone important? Hyuna, who knows? I'm not sure. Me, a wedding? But wait. Everyone's going? Kim Jae-hoon. For now, yes. Except for you, Miss Moonhee. As the topic was about weddings, the ladies chatted non-stop. Since all the available artists were attending, this was a hot topic of discussion. The chat scrolled down endlessly. Hyuna, I want to get married too. Crying face. I'm Jenny, me too. Crying face. Mina-chan, so quickly? You should play around some more. Jimin-sensei, looks like you want to marry late, Mina-uni? Mina-chan, well, if there's someone good, I'm gonna get married immediately. I'm Jenny, right? Mina will probably get married the fastest out of all of us. Mina-chan, you can't clap with one hand. Kim Jae-hoon, I'm not sure. Kim Jae-hoon has left the chat. Jimin-sensei has invited Kim Jae-hoon. Jimin-sensei, you still can't leave. Kim Jae-hoon, TCH. Me? Marriage? Huh? You, I want to get the bouquet. She was messaging when producer Tsukasa tapped on her shoulders. Yes. Let's go now? It's time. Yes. There was an event nearby today. In Moon, he put away her phone and slipped through the crowds while covering her face with her hat. Sir G, I thought just your son was handsome. But your daughter's quite the beauty too, huh? Thank you. Your daughter is quite the beauty too, Sir Young. Two men clad in suits were exchanging flatteries. This was a wedding hall with white-colored walls and beautiful lights. Ji Yoon-seon was meeting the guests beside her father, who had white gloves on. Yoon-seon, you've grown. Hey, it's been such a long time. She greeted the brother of a friend of hers and gave out drinks to the guests who just arrived. She was very busy. This was not different from any other wedding. Until 10 minutes before the ceremony started. Yinha? There's Kim Jae-hoon as well. Where? Where? People suddenly started flocking towards the entrance. The guests in their 40s and above kept their places since they didn't really care much about celebrities. Still, the younger people caused a ruckus due to the sudden appearance of celebrities. Kim Jimin's so pretty. Her head is as small as a fist. Kaya. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hoon and Kim Jimin were in a predicament due to the sudden wave of people. Appa. When is the president coming? He'll be here soon. I guess that's the one. Kim Jae-hoon led the panicking Kim Jimin to the third floor. He found a place that said Ji Chong-hoon and Shin Hai-rin in the lobby and walked towards it. Whose wedding are they attending? Eek. Ji Yoon-seon's younger cousin, who was in charge of receiving the groom's wedding gifts, was flabbergasted when Kim Jae-hoon stopped in front of her. Hello? Hello there. Kim Jae-hoon smoothly handed his congratulatory money envelope and wrote his name on the visitors list. Kim Jimin followed suit and gave her an envelope as well. The younger cousin gave them 2 meal tickets while receiving the 2 envelopes with somewhat confused eyes. Thanks. When Kim Jae-hoon turned around, he saw the groom's family, who were likewise shocked. They were wondering why such famous celebrities appeared in this place all of a sudden. Ji Yoon-seon was amongst the crowd. So here you were. Yes? What? When Kim Jae-hoon and Kim Jimin stood in front of her all of a sudden, Ji Yoon-seon's eyes colored in shock. We're here with Miss Jin-seo. The others should be here soon. Jin-seo is coming? No, wait, the others. As soon as she said those words, an even bigger ruckus occurred in the lobby. At the same time, Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ji, Min Jin-seo, as well as all the members of Etios and White Moonlight showed up. This. Hyung. When Kim Jae-hoon waved his hand towards Kang-yoon, everyone came to where Kim Jae-hoon and Kim Jimin were. Ji Yoon-seon and her parents forgot to greet them due to shock. The lobby was filled with people, not because of the groom and the bride, but the superstar's sudden visit. Amidst the ruckus, Kang-yoon lightly pushed Min Jin-seo's back so she could step forward. Yoon-seon, I'm here. Jin-seo. What is all? Ha ha ha. Jin-seo shrugged and greeted Ji Yoon-seon's parents. Hello everyone. I'm Min Jin-seo, and I'm a friend of Yoon-seon. Oh really? I'm Yoon-seon's father. Ji Yoon-seon's father was somewhat flabbergasted to see a superstar he only saw on TV programs standing right in front of him. Although he had many connections as he was recently successful with his business, he didn't have the slightest connection to the entertainment industry. When Min Jin-seo finished her greetings, Kang-yoon stepped forward. Hello, I'm Lee Kang-yoon. I guess you can call me in charge of everyone here. My name is Ji Young-ho. To think that I'd see people from TVs like this. We came here since Jin-seo told us that she's made a good friend. Where's the groom? He's in the waiting room. I've only seen you through a screen, but you're all very handsome and beautiful. Kang-yoon shook hands with Ji Yoon-seon's father before giving the wedding gift money to the reception. Etios, Min Jin-seo, and White Moonlight all blessed the groom, Ji Chong-hoon, and his parents for the wedding. The people whispered amongst each other, Seeing that, Min Jin-seo was a friend of the groom's brother? Wow, they raised their daughter well, receiving visits from celebrities. I'm gonna post this on the internet. Regardless of other people's reactions, Kang-yoon and the celebrities headed towards the bride's waiting room. The bride was also shocked when she saw Kang-yoon and the celebrities. Kang-yoon introduced himself to the bride, saying that they were visiting as guests of the groom's sister, and made everyone stand around the bride. Say cheese. Along with the photographer's words, the camera shutter made noises. A one-of-a-kind wedding photo was taken, with all the celebrities standing around the bride. I'm so envious. Would I be able to receive guests like them too? The friends of the bride were very envious. Just as they became dejected with envy, Young Mina spoke to them. Why don't you join us for a shot? Yes. With the bride's friends in the picture, the wedding photo became more plentiful. The bride's waiting room was soon filled with fans as the celebrities started taking selfies with the visitors. Thank you. Leaving behind the delighted bride and her friends, Kang-yoon and the celebrities soon entered the wedding hall and took their seats. They sat at the front of the groom's side, where people did not usually sit. Kang-yoon approached the presenter, who was the groom's friend. We want to sing a congratulatory song in surprise. He naturally received an okay. Kang-yoon gave over a USB containing the soundtrack, saying that Edios will sing one song. Kim Jae-hoon and Kim Jimin will then sing another one together. When he moved around busily, it soon became time. The groom made an entrance, and after that, the bride made an entrance with her father. The visitors yawned when the officiant took such a long time blessing the marriage, but they soon focused back when a video started playing. And finally, the next segment is a festive song. The groom is a friend of mine, but man, I gotta say, he has a good sister. You won't get to hear this anywhere else. The first one is from Edios, and the second one will be a duet of Kim Jae-hoon and Yoonha. Along with loud cheers, Edios stood, facing the newlywed couple. Hey, drive faster. Journalist Kang Sang-tae of Star Space, a celebrity-focused news media, nagged at his junior. The female junior, wearing glasses, looked very depressed, even while pressing down on the accelerator. Seonbi Nim, we'll get a speeding ticket at this rate. We got 3 just last month. I said I'll pay the fine. Do you think a speeding ticket is a problem right now? Guys from World just appeared. Quickly. No. The female junior stepped on the XL. However, a problem occurred. There was a traffic jam in front of the wedding venue. God damn it. We're gonna miss out at this rate. We need to be there before anyone else. Seonbi Nim. I guess there's no choice. I'll go there first, so follow me on your own. Seonbi. Kang Sang-tae got off the car in the middle of the road since traffic was backed up and started running. His head was filled with the word scoop. If that Kang Hyun guy is the source, then it must be accurate. You don't want me to write an article about it? That's like telling me to do everything to make an article. This was a leak from assistant manager Kang Hyun, who recently moved over to World Entertainment. He could still see his figure, wondering why the celebrities at his company were attending an ordinary person's wedding. Moreover, he said to not make an article about it with a smile. Other than that, he was told of this news 1 hour before the wedding. There was nothing else off about it. He was a journalist who cared about scoops more than anything else. Wait for me, exclusives. I'm coming for you. His heart was jumping up to his throat, but his running did not stop. Meanwhile, over at World Entertainment, assistant manager Kang sent a message to Kang-yoon. He should be there soon. Thanks for your work. We'll get ready here as well. Tell me if you need anything else. Assistant manager Kang Hyun put down his phone on his desk. The species known as journalists will always write better articles when they're enthusiastic about a topic. I look forward to what he's going to write. The salaryman, who finished his work, stretched his arms out, feeling refreshed. Chapter 236. The Day Even Planes Don't Fly 1. Hey. Have you seen the internet? Did CSAT, college entrance exams, get harder or something? Not that. This one here. The girl wearing thick makeup showed the article to the other girl, and the others were all making a fuss about it since the people mentioned in the article were all people they liked. Does this even make any sense? It wasn't just Min Jin-seo, but the entirety of World. But why? I wouldn't know. Isn't that Ji-yoon-seon, a daughter of a super-rich company or something? Maybe she's arranged to marry the president of World, Kia. Oh my, that's huge news. One girl snorted since it was simply too absurd. Hey, that can't be right. World's president in an arranged marriage? My older cousin works in that area, and she told me there's no person as clean as he is in the industry. Super rich and arranged marriage, that's just nonsense. Why? I might be right, you know. You aren't. The girls gossiped about many things, but there was no clear conclusion. However, one thing was clear. Ji Yoon-seon's relationship with Min Jin-seo was cemented to everyone. As they were nearing class, Ji Yoon-seon entered the classroom. Hey, there she is. Unlike before, the girls only whispered amongst each other while looking at Ji Yoon-seon and did not talk bad about her. No, some of them even sent looks of envy. Not long later, Min Jin-seo, who had a hat on, entered the classroom as well. Hi. Hello. Ji Yoon-seon and Min Jin-seo prepared for the class like always. Wow, Yoon-seon's waist is so thin. The two get along so well with each other. Though there were a lot of rumors with evil intent like before were gone. Some even admired Ji Yoon-seon for being Min Jin-seo's friend. Both of you, thanks for your work. Kang-yoon praised assistant managers Han Chong-moon and Kang Ha-in for doing a splendid job promoting World's actions in attending the wedding. Not at all, President. When assistant manager Kang Ha-in smiled awkwardly, Kang-yoon shook his head and continued. Journalists are interesting people. They want to write people's backstories rather than the stories we want them to write. They are challenging for us to deal with. It's not easy to manipulate them like how you did. Both of you did a splendid job. Not at all, President. We only answered your expectations. I only just found out how capable you are. I should have recognized beforehand. Kang-yoon asked them to put their full effort into promotion in the future as well. World Entertainment's jobs were being divided into different fields. When the two of them returned to their seats, Lee Hyun-ji came to Kang-yoon's desk and put a cup of hot coffee on his desk. Can we talk a little? Kang-yoon stood up as he received the cup. Sure. The two of them headed to the rooftop. Cool winds were blowing on the rooftop. Lee Hyun-ji leaned against the rails and looked up at the sky. The weather is good. You're right. Looks like this year will be a smooth one. We had a not-so-difficult growth this year. Kang-yoon agreed with her. That's true. But the ones we had been preparing for until now came to fruition. Now, World Entertainment is acknowledged as a big company, and Moon-hee saw success in Japan. We got more employers and there's one more left. Kang-yoon noticed what she was referring to. So you're referring to It's Fine. Fine's Talks music service. They had been preparing a long time, and the development was almost finished. Yet, they weren't given permission to do business. President Ha is doing all she can, but she said that it wouldn't be easy to get permission. It seems like the pressure from the existing companies is big. I did think that it won't be easy, but Kang-yoon sighed. He stepped into this business, hoping to change the music sales business's fundamental structure where the distributors were currently taking a considerable share. It wasn't easy to do so. The existing companies weren't idiots. However, he couldn't stay like this forever. Looks like I should meet up with President Ha. All right, let's talk about this later then, shall we? Yes. And also, are preparations coming along well with Etios? The topic changed. Lee Hyun-ji nodded her head with a faint smile. Yes. You know how skilled producer O is. That's good. They need to release their album before the end of the year. After talking, Kang-yoon immediately headed towards Fine's Talks headquarters. President Ha Se-yeon came out to the lobby to greet Kang-yoon herself. It's been a long time. President Lee. It has. How has it been for you? I want to say good, but unfortunately, it hasn't been good recently. I wish I were doing as good as you. President Ha Se-yeon smiled bitterly and led Kang-yoon to her office. Kang-yoon listened to the current situation regarding Fine's Talks music service with a solemn expression. So the permission to do business is being delayed due to various reasons. Yes, at first, they used insufficient technology as an excuse. But you know that we do not lack technology at all, right? I, of course, refuted every single one of their points before applying for permission again. But then they used the reason that we're too small as a company. The scale of a company is important when it comes to doing business. Kang-yoon frowned, which made President Ha Se-yeon bite her lips as well. They told us that we require a stable source of profit as well as a stable supply of funds to provide a stable platform for the customers. But the funny thing is, the scale of our company isn't like before. There's almost no one that doesn't use Fine's Talk in Korea. You're even servicing other countries. Moreover, you're also doing a lot of other business with that basis too. Oh, Kang-yoon exclaimed before continuing. So, they just don't want us dipping our hands into the honey pot. Yes, I think that's their meaning. Do I need to file administrative litigation or something? This is getting tiring. Kang-yoon felt bitter as well. Its fine was a project that World Entertainment had invested into. Leaving aside monetary losses, at this rate, he might have to stop this business without it even starting. We should make it so that they simply cannot refuse the proposition. That means we need to form a general opinion from the others. However, the existing companies weren't fools. If its fine decided to use the media to form a general opinion, they would do the same. If it comes down to a dogfight, people may start being annoyed by it, negatively affecting his plans. Kang-yoon closed his eyes and fell into contemplation. We need to make it so that they have no choice but to accept. It's fine if it takes time. Then what about overseas? Opening his eyes, Kang-yoon asked President Ha Se-yeon, "How's the overseas business of fines talk? You might call me boasting, but we have full control over the Asia region. The automatic translation system and the mascot merchandise was successful. Although we aren't seeing good results in China due to their policies, we are gradually gaining market share in Southeast Asia and Japan. Then why don't you start the service from other countries?" When he said that, President Ha Se-yeon's eyes widened. "We're planning to expand to other countries in the future, but right away? Yes, let's start the service in other countries first. We'll gradually gain market share there, and then," Kang-yoon's eyes gleamed. "When we get to a certain point, we'll form a mass opinion and make them accept the proposal." This wasn't easy. However, President Ha Se-yeon gained the will to fight from Kang-yoon's words. D7. There was a week left until the big day for the examinees. Min Jin-seo headed to the academy like any other day. Before classes started, one of the academy teachers brought a big box and gave the students the box's contents. "It's rice cake." "Uff, I'm so nervous." The students received a sticky rice cake and talked about how they were all very nervous. Although many of them here had experienced the test once or even twice before, the pressure from that day was always immense. After handing out the sticky rice cake, the teacher spoke. "There's now a week left until the exam. I prepared this gift in hopes that you'll have results equivalent to, no better than your efforts until now. Thank you. Also, don't litter." The teacher left, and the students talked about how nervous they were about the test as they ate the rice cake. Damn it, that day is here. I hope it never arrives. This will be my third time, but I'm still nervous. Min Jin-seo and Ji Yoon-seon weren't that different from the others. "Jin-seo, aren't you nervous?" "I am." "You're nervous, too, aren't you?" "Of course. No matter how many times I take it, CSAT is just ugh." Ji Yoon-seon didn't even want to think about it, and shook her head. As there was only a week left, most of the classes focused on summarizing what they learned until now. The students were very focused in order to take away one more thing from the classes, and the teachers also made a final sprint. After classes ended, Min Jin-seo headed home riding the car that Kang Ji-jun drove. She rested a little at home before the private lesson. Min Jin-seo's day was filled with studying. Who received the favor of Kublai Khan in the Yuan dynasty as a former merchant and eventually gained the position of a high official? Marco Polo. Good. Then what's the title of the book that he wrote to introduce the state and culture of the East to the West? The Travels of Marco Polo. In her private lesson, Learning World History, Min Jin-seo was going over the critical points given to her by the rather strict-looking glasses-wearing teacher. The teacher was impressed with Min Jin-seo's knowledge of world history, as she was so fluent when answering. "Well done. With this, you should be able to get grade 1 for sure." "Not at all. It's all thanks to you. World history was your strong point. Perhaps it's because you had an acting career in China." Her room was lit until 11 in the night. Only after the teacher of the private lesson went back did Lee Hyun-ji return home. "Director Uni. My dear Jin-seo, have you been studying?" "Yes." Lee Hyun-ji lightly hugged Min Jin-seo. Then, she handed over a paper bag. "What's this?" When she took out the contents, she found the highest grade chocolate from the R brand, which was very expensive. "Rice cakes and yote, sticky taffy of sorts, is piling up at the company, so I think this would be the best choice." "Thank you, Uni." Min Jin-seo hugged Lee Hyun-ji. At that moment, her phone rang once, indicating that she received a message. "Sir." She received 3 photos from Kang-yoon. Her fans, who somehow found out she was taking the exam, had sent over sweets and many other snacks, wishing her luck. Min Jinseo burst out laughing when she saw those photos. Ha. What's all that? Things you need to eat. I think my teeth will rot if I do. When Min Jinseo made a complicated expression, Lee Hyunji shrugged. The next day, when Min Jinseo returned home after classes, the things she saw in the photos yesterday were delivered right to the door. Ha. Min Jinseo blinked several times while looking at the presents pile in one corner of the living room. Should I have paid more attention to social media? Min Jinseo made a complicated expression. If she had an account, she would be able to say thanks. As she had no online activities yet, she didn't even have a Findstalk page. At that moment, she received a message. Send me a picture I can upload to the website. The message was from Kang-yoon. Min Jinseo immediately took a selfie with the presents in the picture and sent it to Kang-yoon and a message she wanted to convey to the fans. An hour later, she opened World Entertainment's website, and there was an article about her with her photo on it. Jinseo, I hope you do well on the exam. My goddess wish you luck. I'm also taking the exam this time. T to the power of T, let's do our best. She felt empowered by the encouragement of her fans. That night, before her private lessons, Kang-yoon visited the house, saying that he wanted to give her some rice cakes. Thank you. Min Jinseo blushed a little after receiving the rice cakes from Kang-yoon. This isn't anything much. Where's team leader Ji-jun? He went out for a little. Do you need him? No, not really. You must be having a hard time studying, aren't you? Yes. Min Jinseo sighed briefly. Although she usually didn't express her hardships, she was honest when it came to Kang-yoon. I heard that studying was the easiest thing to do, but that's clearly a lie. Studying is really hard. Ha. Learning something is always difficult. Kang-yoon and Min Jinseo talked with each other for a little before Kang-yoon stood up. As he had a meeting with a producer from a TV station, he had to go. You should stay for a little more. When Min Jinseo expressed her pity, Kang-yoon patted her head and replied, Only when I work can everyone sing at ease. Even so, it's a pity. It's not easy for the two of us to get time alone like this. I need to get work done now, so we can rest easy later. Leaving Min Jinseo behind, Kang-yoon headed to the door. At that moment, Min Jinseo grabbed his hand. Sir, wait. Wearing his shoes, Kang-yoon turned around. What is it? I want something from you. Something from me? What is it? When Kang-yoon made a confused expression, Min Jinseo bit her lips before taking a large step towards him. Your lips. Then, she quickly stuck her lips against his. Kang-yoon's eyes widened due to the sudden ambush. D-Day. Today was the day of CSAT. Many students prepared years just for this day, yet many of them wished for this day to never arrive. Min Jinseo woke up early just as she always did and was packing her stuff after tying up her hair. Did you get everything? Yes. As she planned to go to work after taking Min Jinseo to the exam venue, Lee Hyunji was wearing her work attire when she drove Min Jinseo to the venue. As they arrived earlier than everyone else, there wasn't much traffic. When they arrived, many people from Min Jinseo's fan club were waiting for her. Just how did they find this place out? Min Jinseo was touched to see the 10 or so fans here. The fans cheered for her and wished her luck. Thank you. Min Jinseo shook hands and hugged everyone there. The fans were touched due to her fan service, and they all thought it was worth it to have come here early in the morning. Then I'll be off. I hope you do great. Leaving behind her fans, she entered the exam venue. Chapter 237. The day even planes don't fly too. Photo. Min Jinseo entering exam venue amidst the cheers of her fans. Who amongst the celebrities are taking the 2014 CSAT? Actress Min Jinseo is taking the CSAT amidst the interest of many people. Min Jinseo appeared at her exam venue much earlier than other students and entered the venue amidst the cheers of her fans. After she moved homes to World Entertainment, she took an interest in studying more than acting. Some suspected her to have quit acting, but she relieved their worries by saying that she is studying in order to perform better in the future. She could have enrolled in college as a special case, but she refused the offer and claimed that she will go to college with her own skill, and is praised for doing so. Among others, omitted. Kang-yoon exited the article about Min Jinseo before stretching his arms out. Looks like there will be a lot of journalists today. In the morning, they wouldn't have been able to cause a ruckus since the examinees were all very sensitive, but it would be a different story once the exams ended. Team leader Kang Ji-jun agreed with Kang-yoon's words. He was here to submit a report. We'd have to be thoroughly prepared to get Jin Seo out today. Should I go with you? When he said that, team leader Kang Ji-jun shook his head, surprised. No way. It's not that bad. I'll just need 1 or 2 other managers. I should just sneak her out while luring the journalists away. Not at all. It will be hard, so let me go with you. President, there's your position to think about. Team leader Kang Ji-jun tried to stop him, but Kang-yoon said that it was fine. I may look like this, but when I worked on the scene, I was quite well known for my blocking skills, you know. It's not that you're the president of a company, so I'm rather surprised that you want to go to a place like that. It's fine. She's someone under me. Actually, he wanted to see Jin Seo after all the hardships she suffered above all. Since he had to get there by 4:30 at the very latest, team leader Kang Ji-jun said that he'd come back by 4 before leaving. Kang-yoon also stood up. I'll visit the studio a little. Leaving the office in Lee Hyunji's care, Kang-yoon went down to the studio. They should be about done by now. When he arrived at the studio, he saw Young Mina inside the booth while producer Oh Ji-won was biting his lips with a serious expression outside. Mina, you slipped up again. I'm sorry. You keep messing up on the getting dressed part. I can't help you if you keep messing up like this, alright? Producer Oh Ji-won consoled Young Mina before resuming the recording. The music started flowing, and Young Mina's singing created light. Ugh. Kang-yoon frowned after looking at the deep black light coming from Young Mina. Young Mina was also surprised to see Kang-yoon like that and stopped singing. Mina, what's WR? Oh, team leader. Only then did producer Oh Ji-won notice Kang-yoon standing behind him and stood up. Kang-yoon lightly waved his hand before asking. Looks like things aren't going well. Yes. The others all finished, and Mina is the only one left now, but it's a little difficult. Difficult? Producer Oh Ji-won sighed briefly. Mina's voice isn't on par with the other girls. I'm trying to add various effects to compensate, but there's a limit to that as well. Mina's singing is the problem. Huh? Well, Mina was never known for her singing. When you picked the members of Edios, team leader, you picked her for her dancing skills after all. In this song, though, Mina's part is definitely necessary. Her voice is good, after all. It's just that the quality isn't up to par? Yes. I'm sorry. Hearing that, Kang-yoon said that it was okay and shook his head. That's nothing to be sorry about. Trying something new is very difficult. Let's have someone else do Mina's part. No. At that moment, someone interrupted. It was none other than Young Mina, who had left the booth. I'll practice. I just have to do it right. Mina, it's nothing much. I just have to do it right. I'll do it. Young Mina's lips were trembling out of frustration, and she took her coat before going to the rooftop. Producer Oh Ji-won shrugged seeing that. Looks like that hurt her pride. I guess one of her strong points was pride. Kang-yoon laughed. Geez, her temper is just. Who's going to take her as a bride, I wonder? I'll go up. Sorry, President. Not at all. You can take a rest. There was only one place Young Mina could go. Kang-yoon headed to the rooftop. When he opened the door, he saw Young Mina whose hair was drifting in the wind. Kang-yoon quietly approached her and stood next to her. Young Mina glanced at Kang-yoon before uttering, Am I that bad at singing? To the point that I dragged the others down? Kang-yoon did not say anything. She continued talking dejectedly. I know too. Everyone else can sing well. Even Lily's voice is, that's why I put more effort in. I am certain that I'm not behind anyone when it comes to dancing. But Young Mina covered her eyes. She put her focus on the thing that she did good rather than she did poorly. But was she wrong to do so? Kang-yoon calmly spoke. You're overthinking. What? When you say that you drag the others down. Young Mina put down her hand and looked up at Kang-yoon. But it's true that your singing is lacking. Hearing that pointed out to her, Young Mina became dejected. Did this guy not know how to console people? Well, it was somewhat natural, since he's the president of the company. However, his words didn't end there. So don't you think you need to change? Change. When you did your solo piece last time, we added a lot of effects to your voice because of your singing skills, didn't we? That's true. The piece was mainly focused on dancing, but actually, it was also a little unfortunate. Let's graduate from machine voice. Like the others. It's not that I didn't put the effort in. You know that. There was no way Kang-yoon was not aware of Young Mina's efforts. During her trainee days, she had numerous vocal trainers attached to her. Still, her progress was negligible compared to the other trainees. If she did not wholeheartedly focus on dancing, she wouldn't have been picked. It would be hard for you to become as good as Ju-yeon is. You're so direct. Young Mina grumbled, but Kang-yoon did not stop. So I think I'll need to take drastic measures. From now on, you'll practice nothing but your part. Until you can do it properly, Edios's comeback will be delayed. What? When Kang-yoon resorted to drastic measures, Young Mina's eyes widened in shock. Lately, audition programs, singing competitions, and other similar entertainment TV shows were on the rise. Consequently, many songs from the past were brought to the light again, and the role of rearrangers was becoming critical. One such TV program was titled, One's Sing Your Heart. Although the populace was becoming annoyed with all the copycats of such programs, this program was doing quite well as it was hosted by professional hosts and guests. In a recording of such a program was Park So-young. I heard that rearrangers use pseudonyms a lot, but you are using your real name, Miss So-young. Park So-young blushed in embarrassment before replying to the host's, Sung Chae-yoon's question. I didn't see the need to change the name given to me by my parents. Ha ha ha. The somewhat random words made both the audience and the hosts laugh. As she didn't know why it was so funny, Park So-young only tilted her head. Sung Chae-yoon's questions continued. I also heard that you got to work with the artist SETI once. Didn't you have any difficulties? Hearing that question, Lee Junyoung glared at Park So-young. Be careful about your answer, Da. His burning gaze was captured on camera, and the hosts laughed once again. Park So-young became dispirited as she replied. There was nothing difficult. But, he keeps arguing with me about absurd things. Even though machines don't lie, he keeps asking me why the frequencies are like such and such. She was meek, but she said everything she wanted to. Lee Jun-yeol ended up making a fool out of himself. Before he could even retort, one of the guests asked her first. Then, did Muse perhaps help you with work or something? The thing is, he's not so free. While everyone burst out laughing, Lee Jun-yeol wanted to just faint. This girlie's strange. How does bro Kang-yoon work with kids like her? Goddamn it. The camera was capturing every one of Lee Jun-yeol's expressions. Meanwhile, the host questioned her again. Does Muse say anything about appearing here? Oh, Appa and Hyun? Well, I don't know. I'll ask. The talk show with her became a hot topic overnight on the internet. Everyone was saying how there was a new style of interview. Kang-yoon and team leader Kang Ji-jun headed to the exam venue where Min Jin-seo took her test. Fortunately, there wasn't any traffic, and they were able to quickly arrive at the ven. That's a lot of journalists. Team leader Kang Ji-jun shook his head while looking at the crowd of people holding cameras in front of the venue. Some of them were even quarreling with a parent. Kang-yoon also didn't like this situation. Looks like we'll need to pull off a 007 here. You're right. Time flowed quickly. It soon became 5, and the doors opened, and the examinees who took all the tests started flooding out. Kang-yoon and Kang Ji-jun headed towards the entrance through the crowd. Where is Jin-seo? She says she's still inside. Some of the examinees asked for an autograph apparently. When Kang-yoon whispered to team leader Kang Ji-jun, Kang Ji-jun showed him the text message. The message said that there weren't that many people that asked and that she should be able to get out soon. Only examinees and overseers were allowed entry into the venue, so there was no way they could get in. Celebrities weren't exempt to that rule. Law was law. It had to be kept. Team leader, tell Jin-seo to come out now. What? Right now? In this chaos of journalists and other people? When team leader Kang Ji-jun tilted his head, Kang-yoon replied seriously. Now's better than later. It should be easier for us to sneak her out while it's still chaotic. If only the journalists are left later, we'll have an even harder time. All right. Team leader Kang Ji-jun replied to Min Jin-seo's message. Not long later, Min Jin-seo, wearing a long coat and a deep hat on, appeared at the entrance. It's Min Jin-seo. Where? Where? Along with someone's shout, everyone's gaze is focused on her. Just as numerous cameras started flashing. Sir, Kang-yoon appeared in front of her like a ghost. Talk later. Let's go now. Yes. Min Jin-seo hid her face behind Kang-yoon's coat and quickly started going through the crowd of people. Team leader Kang Ji-jun also swiftly swam through the sea of people next to her. Miss Jin-seo, how did you do on your test? I heard that the difficulty was high this year. How do you feel right now? Please say a word to the Board of Education. Kang-yoon quickly drifted through the crowd before putting Min Jin-seo into the car. The journalist stuck to no end, but he quickly turned on the car and left the place. Now that brings back memories. After leaving the sea of people, Kang-yoon sighed in relief. Min Jin-seo also laid back in her chair, feeling relieved. Phew, that's better. Sir, team leader, I am okay thanks to you. Even though it was something natural for the two of them to do, Min Jin-seo was polite. Kang Ji-jun liked Min Jin-seo for that. At that moment, a loud rumble sound resounded in the car. It wasn't the front seats, it was from the back seats. It was from Min Jin-seo. She coughed awkwardly before turning to look outside. She was a girl after all. Team leader Kang. Shall we have a meal before we return? Yes. I was just getting hungry as well. Jin-seo, since you finished your test, do you want to eat anything specific? Min Jin-seo smiled faintly, seeing that the two pretended to not notice and talked about a menu. I've been thinking for a while now, but meat. It has to be meat. The car the three were in was headed towards a famous meat restaurant in Gangnam. Kang Ji-jun ordered for a private room, where they didn't need to be wary of attention from other people. Thanks to that, they were able to have a peace of mind when they ate. The meat was getting grilled when the door opened, showing a familiar face. Oh, looks like I came at the perfect time. Welcome, Director. Uni. Just as the meat was finished being grilled, Lee Hyun-ji arrived, filling the table. The four of them talked about Min Jin-seo's test. She sighed, saying that the test difficulty was very high this time. Hearing that, Lee Hyun-ji spoke. It wasn't hard just to you, but to everyone. So you don't need to worry that much. Really? But you really don't. Right, President? Hearing that, Kang-yoon smiled awkwardly. I never took CSAT. As you know, I've never been to college. That's right. Hearing that, Min Jin-seo's eyes widened. Really? You really don't look like that, though. Really? I did study hard, from the time I worked as a manager. I could do it when I tried. Wow. Min Jin-seo's eyes shone. To her, Kang-yoon was no different to her ideal. Time passed, and everyone became full. Min Jin-seo and Lee Hyun-ji left for a moment. Team leader Kang Ji-jun toasted with Kang-yoon before speaking out seriously. President, it looks like it's about time. Time? Time for what? Team leader Kang Ji-jun emptied the glass in one go. I think it's about time Jin-seo started working again. Kang-yoon put down his glass with a serious expression. Chapter 238. Possible. 1. When is the crank-in? I think that period will be important here. Although Min Jin-seo studied because she wanted to, she would most definitely have received stress. The reason she wanted to study was to go to college and enjoy everyday campus life. Kang-yoon was worried that this was too early. As a company representative, he should wish for Min Jin-seo to quickly resume her activity and start producing a profit. Still, as a man, he believed that it should be better to wait a little more. Team leader Kang Ji-jun also knew what Kang-yoon was thinking and replied calmly. All of the candidates will be cranking in the latter half of next year. The recording period should start early in the year, roughly around May or June. With that, Jin-seo should be able to do it alongside her university studies. I've selected 2 movies and 1 drama. Kang-yoon put his hand on his chin. Is that really the right time for her to start her activities again? She should have adjusted to campus life by that time, and it wouldn't matter if she started working again. Also, it had been more than a year since she started her resting period. Kang-yoon judged that it was suitable. Very well then. Why don't we let Jin-seo choose the piece then? Of course. I'll report back to you soon. And also, Kang-yoon looked at team leader Kang Ji-jun's eyes with seriousness. So the time is finally coming. I have faith in you. Yes, I shall answer your expectations. Team leader Kang Ji-jun also nodded seriously. As soon as they finished their conversation, Lee Hyun-ji and Min Jin-seo came back. Min Jin-seo looked very refreshed, as though she was relieved of a heavy burden. Did you two have a nice girls' talk or something? When Kang-yoon asked, Min Jin-seo replied with a smile. Well, this and that. This and that. When Kang-yoon tilted her head, Lee Hyun-ji interrupted. You shouldn't pry into a girl's secret. It makes you a petty man, President. What do you mean, petty? Kang-yoon giggled. They say living in the same house will distance people. But fortunately, Min Jin-seo and Lee Hyun-ji didn't seem distant at all. The day of the exam, the 4 of them enjoyed their time together. The thing is, he's not so free. Ha ha ha. Hyun, who was watching TV in the living room, burst out laughing. While she pitied her stage-frightened friend, the way she acted made her laugh out loud. Her laughter reached its peak when Park So-young replied that she didn't see the need to change the name that her parents gave her to the question asking why she didn't use a pen name. Pwahaha. Her laughter made Kim Jae-hoon peek from the kitchen. What is it? Is there something funny? Look at So-young here. She's there with Seti, and ha ha ha. Since Hee-yoon laughed so much, Kim Jae-hoon became interested and sat in front of the TV. On TV, Park So-young seemed really pressured by Seti's glare, yet she said everything she had to. So-young was Seti Hyung's natural enemy? Kim Jae-hoon was flabbergasted by the unimaginable scene in front of him. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much nagging that petty Lee Jun-yeol would have given Park So-young after the recording. Just as Lee Jun-yeol's somewhat panicking face was captured on camera, Hee-yoon called up Park So-young. So-young, are you watching TV right now? Please don't mention it. I want to go hide in a hole or something. No way. You're a super expert on TV shows, you know. Hee-yoon, do you know that you can be so evil sometimes? Joking with Park So-young, Hee-yoon asked how Lee Jun-yeol acted after the recording. But Park So-young replied that nothing happened, unexpectedly. I was really worried, but he actually didn't say much. Really? I heard that Seti can really hold his grudges. I know, right? I thought I was going to be shouted at right after that. But he just went. Really? Are you sure he didn't go to my brother or something? I thought that too at first, but Kang-yoon Appa didn't say anything to me either. TV shows are so scary. I didn't know cameras could be so frightening. Huh. Unlike Birth of the Masterpiece before, some cameras were directly focused on her this time, so she had felt quite nervous. Hee-yoon had a hard time consoling her frightened friend. Brew. Kang-yoon, who was having a conversation with Lee Hyun-ji, widened his eyes due to the sudden interruption from Lee Jun-yeol. Jun-yeol, hey, it's been a while. Yeah, it really has been. Lee Jun-yeol shivered before shaking hands with Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon left the company to Lee Hyun-ji before